although he was the last remaining golden core cultivator in the world. Lin Fan had been imprisoned in a forbidden area for 10 long years, unable to leave the mountain. It all started 10 years ago. On his way to propose to his girlfriend, he met a mysterious old man. The old man said he possessed an innate spiritual body, a perfect seed for cultivation. Then, ignoring his protests, he forced him to this desolate mountain. For 10 years, the old man trained him with the most grueling intensity on earth. 7 hours of fist practice, 12 hours of eye techniques, 18 hours of array formations. After midnight, he would begin breathing exercises. Day after day, year after year. He wanted to escape this place countless times. But every time, the old man easily caught him and beat him savagely. Even though immortal cultivation is a great opportunity, Lin Fan didn't care at all. His girlfriend was waiting for his proposal. He had frail, aging parents at home, and a little sister waiting for him to earn money to support the family. Even when Lin Fan knelt and begged to send just one letter home to say he was safe, the old man refused. He even beat him ruthlessly, coldly saying, "Cultivation is an act against the heavens. One must sever all mortal karma." Until one day, the old man's lifespan ran out. He was about to die, but Lin Fan didn't feel the joy he had imagined, only emptiness and numbness. He silently buried the old man. This farewell would be forever. They would never meet again. He summoned his long sword, turning into a streak of light and vanishing into the sky. At this moment, if there were any cultivators present, they would be utterly astonished. It was hard to believe that in this age of Dharma decline, there was someone capable of sword flight. Half an hour later, Lin Fan finally returned to the hometown of his memories, the outskirts of Jinling City, Jiangnan Province. I disappeared for 10 years without a trace. Mom and Dad must think I'm dead, and my little sister too. She was only 9 when I left. I wonder if she's in college now. Just then, a terrified cry came from the dilapidated one-story house. I was wrong. I don't want to borrow from loan sharks anymore. Hearing that terrified scream, Lin Fan's expression changed. Is that little Yao's voice? Inside the house, 2 bald men with dragon tattoos were cornering girl. Sinister smiles played on their faces. Top quality goods. I didn't expect this stubborn household to have such a beautiful daughter. What a treat for us brothers. Spare me. Lin Yunyao begged in despair. Her beautiful face was flushed red from being strangled. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Tears rolled down Lin Yunyao's cheeks. In this moment, she recalled everything she had endured over the past years. She didn't dare buy new clothes. She got into university, but had no money for tuition. She even had to skimp on food. During the holidays, other families were reunited, with sumptuous meals, while she could only curl up alone on a rickety bed in this one-story house, praying for the cold winter night to pass quickly. Finally, the house was set for demolition. But the demolition company bullied the young girl, forcing the compensation price down low. She didn't agree, and the result was these 2 thugs showing up. She really didn't understand why she tried so hard to live a good life, yet heaven wouldn't let her be. Maybe 8 years ago, when Mom and Dad died, I should have gone with them. That way, I wouldn't be so tired anymore. Thinking this, Lin Yunyao felt utterly despairing and fainted. Seeing Lin Yunyao faint, the 2 bald men laughed even more smugly. Just then, the door was kicked open. Lin Fan rushed in like a bolt of lightning. Seeing the scene before him, he was furious to the extreme. He launched a palm strike from a distance. Before the 2 thugs could react, they were reduced to a pile of bloody mush. Little Yao, Lin Fan held his fainting sister tightly in his arms, tears streaming down his face. Lin Yunyao slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Lin Fan, she scrambled up in fear. Who are you? Where are those 2 men? I chased them away. Lin Fan didn't say he had killed them. After all, his sister was just an ordinary person. Hearing that would surely terrify her. I am your brother. Lin Fan forced a smile. Brother? Lin Yunyao froze. Then the face in her memories gradually overlapped with the face before her. Tears welled up in her eyes. You have the wrong person. I don't have a brother. Little Yao. Lin Fan was stunned. He didn't expect his sister to say such things. Don't call me Little Yao. When Mom and Dad died, you weren't here. Now that the house is about to be demolished, you just happen to come back. Lin Fan, I really don't want to think badly of you. But you are truly too disappointing. Lin Fan trembled, hurriedly asking, aren't Mom and Dad still healthy? That year you left without saying goodbye. Mom and Dad went bankrupt looking for you. In the end, they got into a car accident on the road and just left like that. Lin Yunyao's voice choked up. You wandered outside for 10 years, and now you end up like this? You probably got dumped by Chun-in-aw, and now that you're homeless, you thought of coming back, right? You are truly a scumbag. Lin Fan felt like he was struck by lightning. He stood dead silent on the spot, letting his sister push him out, and slammed the door shut with a bang. The happy family reunion scene he had longed for did not happen. Instead, there was extreme coldness. Lin Fan sighed deeply, slowly explaining. Little Yao, I went to cultivate immortality that year. I was locked up in a place for 10 years. I was only able to get out today, but there was no response from inside the house. Lin Fan found a flat spot in front of the door and sat down, crossing his legs. Mom and Dad are gone. Now I must take care of my sister and achieve the Tao. And Inuo. Lin Fan sighed again. Chen Inuo was his girlfriend from back then. They had been together for 7 years. 3 years of high school, 4 years of university. Although their feelings were deep, in the end, they had fate but no destiny. 10 years have passed. Chen Inuo is also 32 years old. Her children must be grown up by now. Lin Fan didn't think about it anymore. He began to sit cross-legged, practicing breathing. The breathing method he cultivated was called the 9 Heavens Immortal Evolution Method. According to the old man, this was a supreme immortal technique, which he risked his life to retrieve from an ancient ruin. Unfortunately, ordinary people cannot cultivate this technique. Only an innate spiritual body can. That was why when he saw Lin Fan, the old man was so excited. By now, Lin Fan had also guessed why the old man was so harsh and heartless with him. The old man's talent was peerless. In the age of Dharma decline, he still reached the tribulation crossing stage. Unfortunately, in the end, he couldn't resist the poverty of this heaven and earth. His lifespan ran out. He still couldn't ascend to become an immortal. Ascending to become an immortal was the old man's lifelong obsession. Therefore, in the last 10 years of his life, he found Lin Fan and passed on everything he had learned to him, hoping he could break the shackles of heaven and earth in his stead, breaking the curse that later generations could not ascend. Under the old man's devilish training, Lin Fan also worked extremely hard. In just 10 years, he became a peak golden core cultivator. Time flew by like a flash. The door of the one-story house opened. Lin Yunyao came out carrying a basin of clothes, preparing to go to the small pond in front of the door to wash them. Lin Fan immediately went to his sister's side. Little Yao washing clothes? Let me help you. Lin Fan snatched the basin of clothes and walked toward the pond. But as soon as he sat down, he realized something was wrong. The basin was full of women's underwear. To wash or not to wash? Lin Fan was truly in a dilemma. After all, men and women are different. Moreover, washing these things by hand was really inappropriate. But then again, looking at these faded bras, Lin Fan felt a sourness in his heart. His sister must have worn these things for several years. What's wrong? Someone like you knows shame? Lin Yunyao stood on the bank of the pond, coldly saying, those are too old. I'll buy you new ones later. Lin Fan washed the clothes, while speaking softly. Stop being fake. Lin Yunyao turned and went into the house. After washing, Lin Fan planned to go out and earn some money. But just then, on the rickety gravel road in front of the house, a pink-wooling Mini drove up. A stylishly dressed girl stepped out of the car. Her name was Li Xiaoka, Lin Yunyao's high school classmate. She must be Little Yao's friend. With her here, Little Yao's mood will be more stable. Lin Fan told himself as he stood outside the door. Actually, whether he entered the house or not didn't matter. With his hearing, he could hear any sound in the house clearly. The narrow room only had a shabby bed and a table piled with books. The two girls sat on the bed, chatting quietly, unaware that their words were falling into the ears of Lin Fan, who was standing at the corner of the wall. Little Yao, who is that sloppy man? With the scruffy beard? I don't know him. Probably a scavenger passing by. Lin Fan, standing at the corner, heard this, and his face went blank. It's been a month since enrollment started. The counselor asked me when you're coming to complete the procedures. If you don't come, the school will consider it as you dropping out voluntarily. You can apply for a student loan for the tuition. After all, Getting into Jinling University wasn't easy. Are you planning to give up like this? Li Xiaoke said hurriedly. I don't want to give up either. But my loan application wasn't approved. The poverty certificate wasn't passed. Lin Yunyao smiled bitterly. Is it because of the demolition? They want to force you to sell the land cheaply? Li Xiaoke asked sharply in a whisper. Lin Yunyao nodded silently. Besides, going to college might not necessarily be good. I plan to go to work. Getting some social experience is good too. Seeing this, Li Xiaoke gritted her teeth in anger. Those bastards. They just love bullying innocent girls. At this moment, the door was pushed open forcefully from the outside. Lin Fan strode in. No way, Lu Yao. You must go to school. You don't need to worry about money. I will take care of it. Lin Fan's face was gloomy. About to bleed, the sister of a golden core cultivator, like him, didn't have money for school, and a poverty certificate too. Who is blocking his sister's path? Are you crazy? Breaking into someone's house is illegal. Li Xiaoke hurriedly shielded Lin Yunyao behind her. I am Liu Yao's brother. Lin Fan replied calmly. Li Xiaoke looked suspicious, then looked at Lin Yunyao inquiringly. You just said this person was a scavenger passing by. My brother died 10 years ago. This person is probably some lunatic. Lin Yunyao replied expressionlessly. Hearing this, Lin Fan sighed. I'm going out now to earn tuition money. I should be back before dark. Remember to help me take care of little Yao. I'm afraid she might do something foolish. After speaking, Lin Fan turned and left, quickly disappearing from their sight. This scene left Li Xiaoke stunned, her face full of confusion. Tuition at Jinling University is over 50 million a year. A man in faded clothes, who can't afford new clothes, can earn 50 million in a few hours. Looks like he really is a lunatic. Leaving the house, Lin Fan ran straight to the urban area of Jinling. If he used sword flight, it would only take a minute to get there. But the Jinling urban area was crowded with people, so he chose not to fly. For Lin Fan, there were many ways to make money. Setting arrays, refining pills, making talismans, treating illnesses, reading feng shui. He knew everything. He could make a fortune doing anything. After thinking for a moment, he went to a market in the north of the city. They sold everything here, from household goods, folk remedies to gold, silver, and gemstones, antiques, jade pendants. There were even a few fortune tellers reading faces, exorcising evil, catching ghosts. Lin Fan found an empty spot, sat down, took a red brick, and wrote a line on the ground. Rent myself out for 2 hours. Omnipotent, omniscient, price negotiable. In a stream of people passing by, many ran over specifically to watch the excitement. But no one stepped forward to ask, because what he wrote was too exaggerated. Omnipotent? Omniscient? Do you think you're a god? Some people deliberately asked weird questions to tease him. Can you extend it by 5 cm? For those who clearly came to tease, Lin Fan naturally ignored them. At the same time, in a black Hummer parked by the road, a group of people were observing Lin Fan through the window. One of them whispered to the middle-aged man in the back seat. Boss, this person is too young. You can tell he's bragging just by looking. We should go somewhere else to look. If we don't find a solution, the construction site will be in big trouble. But experts who can exorcise evil and catch ghosts aren't easy to find. The middle-aged man sighed. His name was Wang Chong, chairman of a large construction group in Jinling. In recent days, some strange things had happened at his company's construction site. Workers often heard babies crying at night, but when they went out to look, they saw nothing. When the workers returned to the dormitory, the crying started again. Last night, a worker went to the toilet and said he saw a weasel smiling at him. Hey friend, do I look like a person or a god? What worker has ever seen such a bizarre thing? Terrified, he ran straight back to the dormitory. As a result, as soon as he returned to the dormitory, he fell ill. He went to the hospital for a checkup, but no illness was found. He is still hospitalized. Because of this, Wang Chong had a splitting headache. He didn't hesitate to personally lead people to Jiangning Market to find an expert. Indeed, he found a few masters who looked very impressive. But in the end, they were all scammers. They had no skill at all. Wang Chong rubbed his brow, looking exhausted. That project is worth over 20 billion. He could earn 10 billion from it. If this problem isn't solved, it will be a huge loss. With his hearing, Lin Fan naturally heard the conversation in the Hummer. This gave him an idea. He immediately shouted loudly, Omnipotent, omniscient, especially good at exorcising demons, subduing monsters, suppressing ghosts. Anyone encountering these issues, feel free to come to me. After shouting, Lin Fan packed up his things, stood up, and pretended to prepare to leave. Just then, a middle-aged man rushed down from the Hummer. Young man, stop. Hooked. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth lifted slightly. He stopped and assessed the middle-aged man. The man had a square face, and there was black chi on his forehead. Ordinary people couldn't see this black chi. Only someone who had opened their spiritual "I like him" could see it. Wang Chong recounted what happened at the construction site. After listening, Lin Fan understood the situation clearly. Although this is the age of Dharma decline, spiritual energy still exists between heaven and earth. Where there is spiritual energy, monsters and ghosts will naturally be born. What the workers encountered must be a great immortal Huang weasel monster. Asking for a title, Wang Chong kept a straight face. Young man, as long as you solve this matter, I will pay you 20 million. How about it? Mr. Wang, this matter is very complicated. To be honest, if it's not solved quickly, not only your construction site, but even you yourself will meet with misfortune. These past few nights, have you been sleeping well? Hearing this, Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat. His heart thumped. The construction site had stopped operations for many days, losing tens of millions every day. Moreover, these past few nights, he always felt a pair of eyes staring at him while he slept. But when he turned on the light, he saw nothing. This feeling made him very afraid. At this moment, hearing Lin Fan say that, he couldn't help but be astonished. Could this cold-faced young man really be an expert? Young man, you mean? I mean you have to add more money. 100 million. I guarantee to solve it for you. Hearing this, Wang Chong narrowed his eyes. Young man, if you solve it, money is not a problem. But if you dare to deceive me, I guarantee your whole family will be buried with you. Rest assured, I won't deceive you. And actually, even if I did deceive you, you couldn't do anything to me. Lin Fan knew Wang Chong was definitely not an ordinary person. But that was relative to ordinary people. To him, he was nothing. Then, Lin Fan used his remaining meager money to buy the cheapest brush, ink, and paper at the market. He casually wrote a few characters on the paper and handed it to Wang Chong. When you go back, hang this paper at the gate of the construction site. Remember to take good measures against the rain. Waterproof it. Don't let it get damaged. Give it some time and it will be fine. Lin Fan said mysteriously. This was no ordinary piece of paper. On our runes, he wrote using spiritual energy as ink. As long as that weasel wasn't stupid. Seeing this rune, it would definitely leave. Wang Chong looked at the paper in his hand, his expression fluctuating uncertainly. You just said it was very complicated. The result is just a white paper with a few scribbles, and you demand 100 million? He seriously suspected he was being scammed. I'll trust you this once. If you dare to scam me, I guarantee your whole family will be buried with you. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop to 0 degrees. Repeat those words again. Lin Fan stared at Wang Chong, his face expressionless. Facing Lin Fan's terrifying gaze, Wang Chong shuddered. Goosebumps rose. He felt like he could die at any moment. Young man, calm down. Wang Chong was a little tense. He didn't know why he was afraid, but his intuition told him to yield. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. This intuition had saved him countless times. Some words can be said. Some words should not be said. Understand? Lin Fan said coldly. Pay up. 100 million. Pay in full. Not a penny less. Hearing this, Wang Chong breathed a sigh of relief. He waved his hand towards the Hummer. Immediately, two men in black carrying a suitcase walked over quickly. Opening the suitcase, inside was a suitcase full of cash, estimated to be 5 or 600 million. Wang Chong took out 100 million and gave it to Lin Fan. Watching him leave, Wang Chong's eyes flickered incessantly. This young man gave him a very dangerous feeling. Thinking of this, Wang Chong instructed a subordinate beside him. Xiaolong, follow him. Find out where he lives, who is in his family. I want to know what kind of deity he is. Yes, boss. The subordinate named Xiaolong nodded. Hurriedly following carefully, leaving Jiangning Market, Lin Fan went straight to a nearby commercial district. This morning, he said he would buy his sister some new underwear. At the same time, he had to buy 2 phones. After that, he went to the supermarket to buy a bunch of snacks. Eggs, vegetables. Calculating it, these things cost over 40 million. 10 years have passed. Prices have skyrocketed. It's hard for ordinary people. Lin Fan sighed. Just then, he discovered Xiao Long was still following him. Lin Fan smirked slightly. He went to a hidden corner and flew up into the sky, disappearing. Xiao Long saw this and hurriedly rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things, until he realized Lin Fan had really disappeared. He slumped to the ground. He hurriedly took out his phone to call Wang Chong at a large construction site. Wang Chong hung up the phone, his expression changing unpredictably. How can anyone in the world fly? This is ridiculous. At this moment, a construction manager wearing a red hat walked over, looking at the white paper hanging at the gate with suspicion. Boss, can just this piece of paper exorcise evil? It looks no different from my first-grade son's drawing. It has to work whether it works or not. Otherwise, what else can we do? Wang Chong replied coldly. Just as he turned around, a dull booming sound suddenly rang out behind him, like the sound of thunder. Wang Chong turned his head in horror. He saw the ordinary white paper hanging on the post, now emitting a purple light. Below the paper, a small, charred black animal lay motionless. It was clearly a weasel. The construction manager was stunned. Jaw dropped, speechless. A bolt of lightning struck down from the paper, and it killed a weasel? Wang Chong, on the other hand, was extremely excited, understanding that he had truly met an expert. At the same time, in a cave about 8 or 9 kilometers away from the construction site, an old man with white hair suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Who dares to touch my little Huang? The old man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face ferocious. He quickly ran towards the construction site. A distance of several dozen kilometers. He arrived in just a minute. To avoid trouble, Lin Fan landed about 300 or 400 meters from his home, then carried big and small bags, walking slowly back. But before he had taken a few steps, he heard the roar of machinery coming from the direction of his home. It was the sound of excavators. Lin Fan's expression changed slightly. He guessed the demolition matter wasn't as simple as he thought. It was very likely that someone had come to enforce the demolition. Moreover, his sister and Li Xiaoko were still at home. At this moment, Lin Fan's expression was terrifyingly cold. The killing intent radiating from his body almost darkened the surrounding sky. In front of the dilapidated one-story house, 2 yellow excavators were parked. More than a dozen burly men stood beside the excavators, looking at the 2 young girls blocking the way with mocking expressions, spouting obscenities. Young and beautiful, smooth skin. These 2 are tasty. Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoko were flushed red with anger, but they couldn't do anything. The compensation price hasn't been agreed upon yet. You are enforcing demolition. This is illegal. I've already called the police. Li Xiaoko gritted her teeth and said, "Oh, call the police? I'm so scared. Scared to death." The subordinates heard this and sneered, making no secret of their mocking gazes. "Xiaoko, it's useless for you to be here. It just adds trouble." Lin Yunyao smiled bitterly. This group of people clearly came prepared. They must have taken care of the connections behind the scenes. She didn't expect that. The forced demolition she had only seen in newspapers before would actually happen to her today. The middle-aged man leading them looked at his watch, clearly having run out of patience. "You guys drag these 2 little girls away. If they dare to resist, just beat them." "Yes, Brother G." Immediately, 2 thugs stepped out, leering as they advanced towards Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoko, laughing lewdly as they walked, rubbing their hands constantly. After all, while dragging them, touching and squeezing a little is normal, right? Seeing this scene, Lin Yunyao felt a chill down her spine. She desperately wished a hero would appear to save her right now. For some reason, Lin Fan's figure appeared in her mind. If he were here, would he stand up to save me? Probably not. The other side has so many people this time. Even if he were here, he would probably stand aside in fear. Besides, he isn't a good person either. If he were a good person, why would he leave home for 10 years because of a woman back then? Seeing the 4 thugs getting closer and closer, Lin Yunyao picked up a brick, gripping it tightly in her hand. Even if she died, she had to protect her meager dignity. But just then, a voice cold to the extreme rang in everyone's ears. "If you 2 take one more step, you die." A voice cold to the extreme transmitted into everyone's ears. Bone-chilling coldness caused goosebumps to rise all over their bodies. Everyone turned around in horror to look. Seeing the arrival was a young man with a gloomy face and a scruffy beard. Brother? Lin Yunyao's eyes went blank. Brother G's group saw this and sneered. Look at you like a beggar. Trying to play the hero, saving the beauty? But right after that, the necks of the two thugs were simultaneously gripped by Lin Fan's left and right hands, easily lifted into the air. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils constricted. These were two men weighing nearly 100 kilos. Yet he could lift them with one hand? This strength was terrifying. Lin Fan casually threw the two thugs more than 10 meters away. They landed heavily on the ground, lying motionless. Unclear if they were dead or alive. Brother G narrowed his eyes. Kid, who are you? Daring to interfere in Sanku Hall's business? Sanku Hall? Lin Fan searched his memory for this faction, but realized he had never heard of it. Li Xiaoka, standing behind, heard these 3 words, and her face instantly turned pale. You are from Sanku Hall? Lin Yunyao was worried. Is Sanku Hall very powerful? Li Xiaoka Siga. I heard that the student council president of our school, Tan Ziming, is the son of one of the hall masters of Sanku Hall, and that Tan Ziming is very mysterious. Almost no one dares to offend him. Even the leaders have to bow and greet him when they meet Tan Ziming. Young Master Tan? Hearing that, Lin Yunyao instinctively covered her mouth. Just the son of a hall master is that powerful. Then how terrifying is the entire Sanku Hall, beating 2 of my subordinates into this state. If you don't compensate 200 million, then this matter won't end today. Indeed, it won't end. Daring to bully my sister. There is only one outcome. Lin Fan said calmly. After speaking, without hesitation, he stomped heavily on the ground, rushing towards Brother G's group like an arrow leaving the bow. Actually, with his strength, he could easily wipe out this group of people with just a wave of his hand. But doing so would terrify ordinary people. Lin Fan didn't want to scare his sister and her friend. Brother G snorted coldly, waving his hand. The thugs behind him immediately pulled out knives, smiling sinisterly as they rushed up. 8 burly men, knives in hand, 8 against 1. They would win for sure. But in just over 10 seconds, the 8 fierce thugs were beaten to the ground by Lin Fan. Countless bones in their bodies were broken. Just looking at it made one's scalp tingle. Li Xiaoka witnessed this scene, extremely astonished. This surely isn't filming a movie, right? But just then, the excavator operator was controlling the bucket to smash towards Lin Fan. Seeing this, a gleam of excitement flashed in Brother G's eyes. You're tough, right? Let's see if you're tougher than an excavator. But Lin Fan just calmly extended a hand. His slender, jade-like hand touched the excavator's bucket. A loud bang rang out. The excavator that could crush concrete actually stopped in midair. No matter how the excavator's engine roared or smoked, the bucket didn't budge. Seeing this scene, the excavator operator and Brother G swallowed hard. Is this something a human can do? The excavator operator had never seen such a thing. Terrified, he burst into tears, wanted to run away, but his legs were trembling, unable to move. Don't cry. I'll send you home. Lin Fan picked up a small stone from the ground, flicking it lightly towards the excavator operator. The cab glass shattered. The excavator operator felt his body in fear, but found he was unhurt. He didn't know that. His meridians had been shattered by Lin Fan's stone. Death was only a matter of time, and because the meridians were shattered, when blood and qi were not supplied, he would die in extreme pain. The reason for doing this was naturally because Lin Fan didn't want to kill people in front of his sister right now. Lin Fan then kicked Brother G, flying for her. 5 meters. Take your people and get the hell out of here. Yes, yes. Brother G didn't expect the other party to let him go so easily. Overjoyed, he hurriedly scrambled up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and scurried away. Lin Fan watched this scene coldly. The meridians of this group of people had been severed by him. They would die very soon. Besides, he also left a mark on Brother G. No matter where Brother G went, he could find him. The family must be reunited. He didn't just want the lives of Brother G's group, but the mastermind behind the scenes. Even that so-called Sanku Hall had to die. Thinking this, Lin Fan let out a breath, looking towards his sister, forcing a smile. Little Yao, are you okay? Lin Yunyao looked at her brother, her expression complex. She said nothing. Li Xiaoka, standing beside her, stepped forward, looking at Lin Fan with admiration. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Then, Lin Fan picked up the big and small bags. Little Yao, I went out this afternoon and bought a lot of things for you. See if you like them. Lin Yunyao hesitated for a moment, then reached out to take them. Let me see what you bought. Li Xiaoka hurriedly opened the bags, rummaging constantly. Wow, so much underwear. And it's all Victoria's Secret, too. This must be very expensive, right? Little Yao, your brother is so good to you. There's also a pile of snacks. Chicken feet, potato chips, spicy sticks. Lin Yunyao glanced at Lin Fan. Saying nothing, she discovered her brother was still the same as in her memories. Very good to her. Not as bad as she thought. Maybe something unexpected really happened back then. She decided to have a clear talk with her brother later. Oh right, little Yao. I also bought you a phone. Saying that, Lin Fan hurriedly took the phone out of the bag and handed it to Lin Yunyao. Wow, it's the Huawei P70. This is the latest model. Nearly 100 million. Li Xiaoka exclaimed again, so jealous she didn't know what to say. Where'd you get so much money? Lin Yunyao looked at the phone, frowning as she asked. After all, her brother didn't look like a rich person. If it was stolen money, she absolutely would not accept it. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, I went out this afternoon and met a kind person. He saw I was pitiful, so he gave me 100 million. Hearing this, both Li Xiaoka and Lin Yunyao were stunned. Is there really such a good thing in this world? But looking at Lin Fan's serious face, they both believed it. Where's that kind person? I also want to go and accidentally meet him, Li Xiaoka said excitedly. Just then, Lin Fan seemed to sense something. He looked towards the east, killing intent flashing in his eyes. What's wrong? Li Xiaoka noticed something was wrong, asking curiously. Nothing. I remembered I still have some work to do. You two cook dinner first. I'll be back later. Tonight, we will celebrate. Lin Fan said with a smile. After speaking, he found a hidden corner, flew up into the sky, heading towards the east. At the same time, in a magnificent villa in the eastern suburbs of Jinling City, a middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa playing cards. Brother Hu, it's bad. It's bad. Brother G ran in frantically, his face full of panic. Brother G, what's the matter so panicked? Brother Hu still sat calmly on the sofa. But when Brother G recounted how Lin Fan stopped the excavator with his hand, Brother Hu said coldly, Do you take me for a fool? An excavator can crush even concrete. Yet a human can stop it? Do you think I'll believe that? Just then, the villa door was kicked open from the outside. Lin Fan walked in expressionlessly. Brother Hu, it's him. Brother G saw Lin Fan had chased him here. Startled, Brother Hu sat on the sofa, calmly looking at the person who entered. He waved his hand. 50 or 60 black-clad bodyguards rushed out from all directions, surrounding Lin Fan. Go get that excavator here. I want to see the feat of stopping an excavator with bare hands. Without waiting for Lin Fan to answer, Brother Hu waved his hand again. Yes, Brother Hu. A black-clad bodyguard glanced at Lin Fan with disdain, preparing to go out and get the excavator. But having taken just one step, he was slapped away by Lin Fan. He landed heavily on the ground, not even having time to scream. This sudden scene left everyone stunned. They didn't expect Lin Fan to be so domineering. Surrounded, yet he still dared to kill? Where's the headquarters of Sanko Hall? Lin Fan asked. Brother Hu stood up. I am Zheng Tianhu, Hall Master of the Third Branch. But he still didn't understand. The other party was alone, yet dared to barge in here. Did he really think he could defeat 50 or 60 of his subordinates? What grudge do you have with Sanko Hall? I'm asking you. Where's the headquarters of Sanko Hall? Lin Fan calmly asked again. Damn it. Get him. Capture him for me. Zheng Tianhu laughed coldly. Dozens of bodyguards heard this and rushed up, looking fiercely at Lin Fan as if looking at a clown. Lin Fan's face didn't change at all. His hand formed a sword seal. A 3-foot-long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Without his sister and Li Xiaoka here, he didn't need to hold back anymore. Magic tricks? Brother Hu couldn't help but be stunned. But right after that, his eyes widened. Lin Fan just lightly waved the sword in his hand. Invisible sword chi radiated out. The dozens of surrounding bodyguards were instantly cut down on the spot. The magnificent villa had now turned into a hell on earth. With just one sword strike, he killed more than 50 people. How? How is this possible? Brother Hu looked at Lin Fan tremblingly, as if seeing a ghost. I asked one more time. Where's the headquarters of Sanko Hall? Lin Fan asked expressionlessly. I don't know. Brother Who said tremblingly, then knelt on the ground with a thud, begging for his life incessantly. He even suspected the young man in front of him wasn't human, but a god descended to earth. Lin Fan ignored Brother Who's pleas. He stepped forward, placing his hand on his forehead. Sul Soshin technique. This secret technique could forcibly search the memories in another person's mind. But the side effects were huge. The person whose memories were searched would definitely become an idiot. Soon, Brother Who's eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth, drooling. Unexpectedly, he didn't know where the headquarters of Sanka Hall was. This organization was truly mysterious. Orders were passed down layer by layer. Layer by layer. The people below just followed them, knowing nothing at all. Situ Hao, Lin Fan muttered. This Situ Hao was Zheng Tianhu's superior. Perhaps finding Situ Hao would solve Sanka Hall completely. Stepping out of the villa, Lin Fan waved his right hand lightly towards the villa. A terrifying power poured out from his palm. Boom! The entire villa collapsed, turning into a pile of rubble. All the bones, flesh, and blood were buried underground. The entire demolition area was plunged into darkness. Only the small one-story house had a faint light. The killing intent on Lin Fan disappeared. A look of tenderness flashed in his eyes. He pushed the door open and entered the house, seeing his sister and Li Xiaoka busy cooking. Faces smudged. 3 savory dishes, 1 soup. Braised carp, braised ribs, stir-fried vegetables, and seaweed egg soup. Very simple home-cooked dishes. Lin Fan hadn't eaten these dishes for 10 years. He picked up a piece of burnt rib and put it in his mouth, chewing carefully. Delicious. Li Xiaoka heard this, looking suspicious. She knew her cooking skills well. The burnt ribs she made must be terrible. Really delicious. I'm not lying to you. Lin Fan picked up a few more ribs and ate them. Seeing this, Li Xiaoka and Lin Yunyao looked at each other, then simultaneously picked up a piece of rib. But after just one bite, they both spat it out. You liar. It's so awful, yet you can eat it? What did you eat before? Li Xiaoka was angry, thinking Lin Fan was tricking her. Lin Fan thought for a moment and replied, as long as it's edible, I eat it. Lin Yunyao heard this, shocked in her heart. Her eyes gradually turned red, but she said nothing, just lowered her head and ate. Li Xiaoka seemed to feel the atmosphere was a bit strange, so she also fell silent and said nothing more. Past 8 in the evening, Li Xiaoka smiled and said goodbye, driving her small pink car away. In the old one-story house, only the 2 siblings remained. Lin Fan took the initiative to clear the dishes into the kitchen to wash, but he saw his sister staring at him. He recalled what happened last night, sighing deeply, but a smile still bloomed on his face. Don't worry, I'll go out after washing the dishes. Without your permission, I won't sleep here. This is also your home. You don't need to go out. Lin Yunyao shook her head. Lin Fan, I think we need to talk clearly. 10 years ago, you said you were going to propose to your girlfriend, then disappeared without a trace. What have you been doing for 10 years? Have you always been with that woman named Chun Inua? Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, I really went to cultivate immortality. Saying that, he extended his right hand. A flame suddenly appeared on his palm. This is spirit fire, created from burning spiritual energy. Its temperature reaches thousands of degrees. It can easily destroy almost anything on Earth. Little Yao, I know cultivation is hard to believe, but it is real. I will teach you later. 10 years ago, I was taken away by a great cultivator. He forced me to cultivate. 10 years later, he passed away. Only then could I return. Honestly speaking, I'm very sorry to you. Also sorry to Mom and Dad. Don't say anymore. Lin Yunyao suddenly covered her mouth, tears streaming down. Although the cultivation story was unbelievable, in the end, she chose to believe. Perhaps for her, whether cultivation was real or not didn't matter. She just needed a reason to forgive her brother. That's all. Late at night, Lin Fan went out alone, looking at the stars in the sky. His expression sad after his sister mentioned it. The image of the woman he missed day and night appeared in his mind again. He thought he could let go, but now he realized he simply couldn't. Thinking this, he took out his newly bought phone, logging into the QQ account he hadn't used for 10 years. As soon as he logged in, countless messages popped up, from old classmates, friends, to Chininua. Lin Fan scrolled through the messages. Most were sent 10 years ago. Friends and classmates asked where he went. Disappearing after graduating from university. No news. Did you get rich and stop caring about these old friends? Chunina also sent many messages, asking where he was. Are you still coming to marry me? Lin Fan, if you don't come, my dad will marry me off to someone else. Lin Fan, don't be silent like this. I am scared. The most recent message was from 3 years ago. Lin Fan, I really regret knowing you. Looking at these messages, Lin Fan felt extremely heartbroken. He intended to reply many times, but in the end, he didn't send it. So many years have passed. What's the point of replying now? It would only disturb the peaceful life Chun Inua had worked so hard to get. Calming down, Lin Fan quietly entered Chun Inua's QQ space. In it, he saw some photos of her. There were photos of her alone, but mostly photos with a little girl about 5 or 6 years old. This girl must be Chun Inua's daughter. Under the moonlight, Lin Fan's figure looked truly lonely and desolate. Even though there was no possibility for them anymore, he still decided, after settling his sister's enrollment, he would go to Yinshin City to find Chun Inua, give her enough money to live comfortably for a lifetime. That was the only thing he could do. At the same time, in front of the destroyed villa, a middle-aged man appeared. Impressive methods. Was this explosives? Who dares to touch the people in my Senko hall? Then, he took out his phone and made a call. Lord Situ, Zheng Tianhu is dead. The villa was destroyed by explosives. Estimated total annihilation. Hearing this, the other end of the line was silent for a long time. Ada, I remember Zheng Tianhu installed a hidden camera on the banyan tree to the right of the villa. Go see if there are any clues. Ada heard this and looked around. Finding a tiny camera, he pulled up the camera to review the footage. In the image, he only saw the young man wave his hand, and the whole villa collapsed. Then, the young man walked out of the camera's range. Sure enough, explosives were used. Ada narrowed his eyes. He naturally couldn't believe that just a wave of a hand could cause the entire villa to collapse. He assumed the young man was holding a detonator. The hand-waving motion was just pressing the button. Immediately investigate his identity for me. I want to see who dares to touch my people. Yes, Lord Situ. Time flew by. Lin Fan looked at his sister, still fast asleep. Gently stood up and went into the bathroom. He looked at his gloomy, scruffy image in the mirror. Thinking for a moment, he used his finger as a sword, shaving clean. Then he trimmed his hair. Lin Fan was only 32 years old this year. Thanks to cultivation, his appearance had hardly changed from 10 years ago. He even looked a bit more scholarly, melancholic. At this moment, footsteps sounded behind him. Lin Yanyao walked over while rubbing her eyes. Seeing her brother, she immediately woke up completely. Brother, you're so handsome. I think even the stars on TV aren't as handsome as you. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. After the two siblings finished breakfast, Li Xiaoka arrived in her pink car. They had discussed it yesterday. Today Lin Yanyao would go to school to complete the enrollment procedures. So Li Xiaoka came to pick her up early. Wow, little Yao, you hit a handsome man at home, monopolizing him like that? Li Xiaoka was surprised as soon as she saw Lin Fan, eyes sparkling with hearts. Li Xiaoka waved her hand incessantly. Brother Lin Fan, you're so handsome. I want to have your babies. About 40 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the gate of Jinling University. As a key university ranked in the top 5 in the country, the gate of Jinling University was always bustling with people. I'll take little Yao to do the enrollment procedures. You just wander around. When we're done, we'll call you for lunch. Li Xiaoka stopped the car, saying to Lin Fan, little Yao's matter depends on you. Watching the two girls leave, Lin Fan also began to wander around the campus. 10 years ago, he was admitted to Jinling University with excellent grades and spent 4 years here. Now returning to his old school, he couldn't help but feel a myriad of emotions. A sense of time flying, years changing. Just then, a surprised voice rang out from behind. Lin Fan, is it you? Hearing this, Lin Fan stopped, turning his head, seeing a familiar face. Yun Jingchu, his university classmate. The relationship between the two only stopped at a normal level. They even had a conflict over a basketball game. But that was all in the past. 10 years apart. Now unexpectedly meeting an old friend again. A bit of nostalgia rose in Lin Fan's heart. A smile couldn't help but bloom on his face. Old friend, long time no see. So it really is you. I thought I mistook you for someone else. Yun Jingchu walked over smiling. Haven't seen you for years. You look very successful. Luxury clothes. Wearing a solid gold Rolex watch worth hundreds of millions on his wrist. Looking like a successful person. Where have you been getting rich these past few years? No one could contact you. Lin Fan noticed the somewhat mocking look in the other's eyes, but didn't mind much. Smiling, he replied, "To be honest, I've lived quite miserably these 10 years. I can tell. Otherwise, you wouldn't have lost contact with us." Yin Jingchu patted Lin Fan's shoulder lightly. "If you need help, just tell me. I'm running a listed company. I can arrange a cleaning job for you. Earning $5 million a month to support your family shouldn't be a problem. Thanks, but I probably don't need it." Lin Fan replied politely. He knew Yin Jingchu was showing off, but just smiled it off. 10 years have passed. Everyone changes. Meeting again, comparing who is more successful is understandable. At this moment, a gentle voice rang out from afar. "Yin Jingchu, who are you talking to?" Lin Fan looked over, seeing a beautiful figure walking over, attracting quite a few gazes from male students. Clearly a successful businesswoman. "Haha, Shvangya. Come here quickly and see who I met." Yun Jingchu saw the woman, his face beaming even more. "Lin Fan, is it you? Zhao Shvangya? 10 years no see. You're even more beautiful." Lin Fan smiled. This woman's name was Zhao Shuang, also his classmate. Back then, Zhao Shuanger was the class monitor, good at studying and beautiful, the dream girl of countless male students. But there was a secret no one knew. That was Zhao Shuanger once liked him and pursued him. It was just that at that time, he was with Chun Inua, so he rejected Zhao Shuanger. Recalling the beautiful youth, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel somewhat emotional. "Where did you go these past years? I thought something happened to you." Sao Shuanger ponsit lin fenis tis. Two small dimples looking truly adorable. Back then, Lin Fan was the school hotshot, a male god in everyone's eyes. At that time, just talking to Lin Fan, she would blush. But now, looking at his faded clothes, the male god of the past was now so dilapidated. Zhao Shuanger was no longer the boy-crazy little girl of the past. Struggling in the business world for many years, she focused more on wealth and status. But after all, they were old friends. Zhao Shuanger didn't show disdain for Lin Fan. If you're unemployed, you can accept Jingchu's help. You know, finding a job isn't easy nowadays. Keeping up appearances only makes you suffer. I will think about it. Lin Fan realized Zhao Shuanger's change, sighing softly in his heart. "All right, what are you two doing at school today?" Lin Fan changed the subject. "Isn't the school selecting outstanding alumni? The homeroom teacher contacted me and Shuang to attend as representatives of the class," Yun Jingchu said with a smile, making no secret of the smugness in his eyes. This was indeed something to be proud of. Jinling University is a key university ranked top 5 in the country, training countless excellent talents in every field. Being chosen as an outstanding alumnus from so many talents was truly not easy. The homeroom teacher is waiting for me and Jingchu, so I'll take my leave first. See you again when there's a chance. Hao Shuang waved goodbye, then left. Seeing Lin Fan living so miserably, she completely lost interest in talking. Watching the two gradually disappear, Lin Fan shook his head slightly. If old friends could still keep their smiles like before, he wouldn't mind giving them a bit of opportunity. But if they acted high and mighty, he wouldn't want to flatter them either. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was his sister Lin Yunyao calling. "I finished the enrollment procedures. Let's go eat." Hearing his sister's gentle voice, the corners of Lin Fan's mouth curled up. "I'm waiting for you at the school gate." Soon, the three met at the school gate. Amidst the bustling crowd, two beautiful girls, holding his arm. This scene truly made people jealous. In just a moment, Lin Fan noticed countless murderous gazes directed at him. "Brother, you're biased. Why does little Yao get to hold your arm, but I don't?" "Li Xiao Kapota." "Because little Yao is my sister," Lin Fan replied seriously. "Then I'm your wife. I want to have your babies." The three walked and laughed, not noticing a woman about 30 years old across the street. Although her face was a bit pale, her features were very delicate, leading a little girl by the hand. Staring blankly at this scene, "Mom, what's wrong?" the little girl asked softly. The girl was about 5 or 6 years old, wearing an old princess dress. But when speaking, the girl's expression seemed dull. Even her speech wasn't clear. The girl's name was Lin Yin. Yin as in unforgettable. Nothing. Mom is thinking about what to cook for Yin Yin tonight. Chun Yi-Nuo forced a smile. Carrying a grocery bag in one hand, holding her daughter in the other, she turned to walk away. As she turned around, her tears fell silently. Over the years, despite her parents' objections, she brought her daughter from Yinxian to Jinling, searching constantly, wanting to find the man engraved in her mind. Everyone said Lin Fan was missing, probably met with misfortune, but as long as she hadn't seen a body, she wouldn't give up. She didn't expect to meet him today, but her long yearning heart also shattered at this moment. Lin Fan, so you're still alive. So you only like girls in their late teens and early 20s. At this moment, Chun Yi-Nuo completely despaired. She just wanted to leave this city immediately. Return to her hometown. Lin Fan seemed to sense something, frowning as he looked up. He saw a thin, pale woman holding a child disappearing around the corner. Li Shioka notice Fansgaza, saying sympathetically, "That woman is very beautiful. I noticed her a few times too. Her daughter has a rare disease called Kabuki syndrome. Children with this disease won't grow up, intellectually underdeveloped. Moreover, they don't seem to live past 20. Currently, there is no effective treatment." How pitiful. Lin Yinyao covered her mouth. Lin Fan was much calmer. There are too many pitiful people in this world. Who can manage them all? He didn't think much about it. Just said, "It's late. Let's go eat." The three went to a restaurant near Jinling University. The restaurant was named Xuanxiang Pavilion, famous for Sichuan and Hunan dishes. I heard my friends say it's very expensive here. On average, it costs over $1 million per person. Li Xiaoka whispered. Let's just eat here. Today is little Yao's first day of enrollment. Lunch must be a bit grand. Besides, over $1 million isn't too expensive. Lin Fan said with a smile. Actually, back in university, he had been to Xuanxiang Pavilion a few times with school leaders, so he was quite nostalgic for the taste of the food here. When the three entered the restaurant, a beautiful waitress immediately walked over, arranging seats for them in the main hall and handing over the menu. Just then, footsteps sounded at the entrance. A group of school leaders walked into the restaurant. Beside the leaders, Lin Fan saw two familiar faces, Yin Jingchu and Zhao Shuanger. The group walked and talked happily. Lin Fan calmly recalled what just happened, not stepping forward to greet them. Unexpectedly, Yin Jingchu's eyes lit up, walking towards Lin Fan. What a coincidence. We just parted ways, and now we meet again. Yin Jingchu walked over smiling. When he saw Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoka, a glint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Back in university, Lin Fan was the school hotshot, a male god in the eyes of countless female students. Unexpectedly, 10 years later, he had fallen so low yet could still pick up such beautiful girls. This made him very annoyed. President Yin, who is this? A school leader walked over. Behind the leader was Zhao Shuang. She looked at Lin Fan with calm eyes, as if looking at a stranger, no longer having any enthusiasm like when they first met. Vice Principal Wang, this is my old classmate, Lin Fan. Back then he was the school hotshot, called a male god by everyone. Yin Jingchu introduced with a smile. Wang Tiangao invited warmly. Since he is a student of our school, then let's have a meal together. Principal Wang has invited you. So Lin Fan, come eat with us in the private room. Just right to save a meal's cost. I heard prices at Xuanxiang Pavilion aren't cheap. The corner of Yun Jingchu's mouth lifted. Principal Wang's invitation suited his intentions perfectly. If Lin Fan was present, it would satisfy his vanity. Lin Fan, weren't you glorious back then? What about now? Just a useless person. No thanks. There are 3 of us. It's inconvenient. Lin Fan shook his head and refused. It's okay. The 2 ladies can come along too. The room I booked is big enough. Yin Jingchu looked at Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoka, smiling, not knowing what he was thinking. A lewd glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. Although he hid it very well, Lin Fan still noticed it. His eyes turned icy. I said it's inconvenient. Didn't you hear? Yin Jingchu narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect him to dare speak to him like that. In his view, Lin Fan ended up like this. Inviting him to eat was giving him face. Yet he pushed his luck. Zhao Shuang also frowned. Lin Fan, we are all old friends. Jingchu invited you with good intentions. I really don't understand why you are like this. Lin Fan looked at Sao Shuang, his eyes full of disappointment. Back then, she was one of his closest friends. But now everything has changed. He could only blame himself for having no power or influence now. Just then, an old man with white hair walked quickly into Xuanxiang Pavilion. This was Lin Fan's former homeroom teacher. Ouyang Xiao. Lin Fan? He was also surprised. Long time no see. Lin Fan stood up, showing respect to his old teacher. Back then, the teacher cared for him deeply, treating him like a favorite student, a pet student. Thanks to his help, he could live comfortably at Jinling University, a place gathering so many talents. Xiao Fan, where did you go these past years? Ouyang Xiao looked at Lin Fan, his expression somewhat complex. Why did the student he once had the highest hopes for become like this? Why abandon a good girl like Inua? It's a long story. Lin Fan sighed, suddenly feeling a sting in his nose. A teacher for a day, a father for life. After his parents passed away, this teacher was considered his only elder. At this moment, Ouyang Xiao looked at Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoka. Lin Fan smiled and said, "This is my sister and her friend." Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoka heard this and hurriedly stood up, politely greeting Teacher Ouyang. "Hello." Ouyang Xiao nodded, smiling kindly. Seeing this, Yun Jingchu was slightly annoyed, thinking the homeroom teacher was too biased. Back then, he treated Lin Fan specially. Now Lin Fan was down and out, yet his attitude was still so good. Me, Yun Jingchu, where am I inferior to Lin Fan? Now I am the director of a listed company, an outstanding alumnus of the school. Thinking this, Yun Jingchu sighed. Teacher Ouyang, I thought old classmates meeting after a long time, so I wanted to invite Lin Fan to eat together, but he seems unwilling. Is that so? Ouyang Xiao frowned at Lin Fan. Xiao Fan, 10 years no see. Take this opportunity. Let's chat to our heart's content. Teacher also has a few words to say to you. Yes. This time Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Everyone quickly went to a private room named Emperor on the top floor of Xuanxiang Pavilion. This room was indeed the most luxurious in Xuanxiang Pavilion. Yun Jingchu acted like the host, smiling and inviting the school leaders to sit down. The leaders also smiled and sat around Yun Jingchu, saying a few words of praise. From these words, Lin Fan heard some information. Jinling University is building a new campus in the suburbs. Construction cost is about over 200 billion, but currently short of money, short about 30 billion. So they hope Yun Jingchu will sponsor a little. Sponsor a little? I am an alumnus of Jinling University. I can still handle this 30 billion. President Yun is so generous. Our school truly has a good student. Wang Tiangao and the other leaders all laughed and talked. After Yun Jingchu spoke modestly, he glanced at Lin Fan again, secretly smug in his heart. Now do you know the difference between you and me? The leaders saw Yun Jingchu looking at Lin Fan, and all glanced at him. Just a nobody, not worth wasting their time on. At this moment, Ouyang Xiao sitting next to him also spoke up. Xiao Fan, don't be angry. Actually, people sometimes have to learn to let go. Only by letting go can you gain other things. If you get Yun Jingchu's help, you can easily change your current situation. Teacher knows your ability. You just like a good platform. The story of enduring hardships to accomplish great things. You surely understand better than teacher. Lin Fan looked at Ouyang Xiao with a sincere expression. I'm not angry. He has his path. I have my path. Ouyang Xiao heard this and sighed. Changing the subject. What about you and Inoa? Weren't you two very good back then? Why break up so suddenly? Maybe it was fate, but no destiny. Lin Fan was a bit pained. In this life, besides wronging his parents and sister, the person he wronged the most was probably Chun Inoa. Back then, Chun Inoa loved him dearly, not caring that he had no car or house. As long as he went to Yunxian to propose, she would marry him regardless of everything. Even though so many years have passed, Lin Fan still remembered the image of the day they parted vividly. That night, in front of Jinling train station, neon lights twinkling. Chen Inoa adjusted his collar while saying gently, Lin Fan, I'm going home first. Remember to come early. At that time, I will give you a big surprise. 10 years flew by. She still couldn't wait for him to come. Actually, not long ago, Inoa came to find me, asking if I had met you. Ouyang Xiao said, she didn't look very well. Haven't seen her for a few years. She changed too much. No longer the lively, lovely girl of the past. She just left a phone number, saying if I met you, give this number to you, telling you to definitely contact her. Saying that, Ouyang Xiao took a pen and paper, wrote a number, and gave it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment, then took the piece of paper. Lin Fan, it's about to start. Where are you going again? Yun Jingshu had always been paying attention to Lin Fan. Seeing him about to leave, he asked loudly. If Lin Fan left, who would he show off to tonight? But Lin Fan acted like he didn't hear, directly ignoring him. Stepping out of the room, finding a hidden corner, Lin Fan took out his phone, dialing the number on the paper. Things have come to this. He can only face it. He decided, if Chun Inua really wasn't living well, he would pursue her again. The phone connected quickly. Hello. Chun Inua's hoarse voice rang out from the other end. This voice didn't sound like a 30-year-old woman's at all. Instead, it sounded like a middle-aged woman who had weathered many storms in life. Lin Fan's voice trembled. Inua, it's me, Lin Fan. I'm back. The other end was silent for a long time, then hung up. Lin Fan didn't give up, calling again. But this time, the other party didn't answer. In a dark, damp basement, cramped, Chun Inua held an old phone. Sitting dazed on the bed, tears fell profusely. If it were before, hearing Lin Fan's voice, she would definitely scold him harshly, asking him why he disappeared without a word back then. But during the day, seeing Lin Fan intimate with two young girls, her heart had completely died. Chun Inua walked to the mirror, looking at her pale, haggard face. Her whole body exuded sadness, depression. Then, she took out her phone and made a call. I was wrong. I want to go home tomorrow. Inua, you finally thought it through. Don't blame your father. He did that because he loves you. If he hadn't frozen your cards, you would never have given up hope. On the other end, a woman comforted her. Inua, do you remember the Jiang family? Your brother will come to Jinling in a few days. If you are in trouble now, you can go to the Jiang family for help. Then go home with your brother. Okay. Chun Inua was silent for a moment. The Jiang family was a prestigious family in Jinling. The fiancé her mother introduced before was also from the Jiang family. Therefore, she understood her mother's meaning. If it were before, she would never agree. But now, she didn't care anymore. Hanging up the phone, Chun Inua's haggard face suddenly became cold. Determined. From now on, I won't let anyone bully me and my daughter again. Absolutely not. On the other side, time passed. A few more people arrived in the room. They were all school leaders and those in charge of building the new campus. These people bowed and scraped to Yun Jingshu as soon as they arrived, acting very enthusiastic. At this moment, Wang Tiangao looked at Lin Fan, who had just returned, saying casually, President Yun is truly generous. Unlike someone, small-minded, having no ability but acting high and mighty. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone looked at Lin Fan with strange eyes. Why are you talking about my brother like that? Lin Yunyao couldn't stand someone bad-mouthing her brother, immediately asking angrily. Little Yao, stop talking. Li Xiaoka hurriedly pulled Lin Yunyao back. Wang Tiangao is the vice principal of Jinling University, and they're students of the school. Lin Yunyao speaking like that was no different from inviting trouble. You are a student of this school? So young, yet knowing no manners. If you don't want to study anymore, I can help you. Wang Tiangao said coldly. Hearing this, Lin Yunyao's face turned pale. She didn't expect the other party to be so unreasonable, directly using her student status to threaten her. Seeing this, Yun Jingchu stood with arms crossed, watching like it was a show. He knew Wang Tiangao was doing this to curry favor with him, but he was secretly smug in his heart. Sao Shun a shuk hit, feeling it was ridiculous. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan was not only stupid, but his sister was equally stupid. She was just a commoner with no power or influence. Well, why did she have to question the school leader? Principal Wang, your words are a bit too much. Everyone gathered today to eat and drink happily. Shouldn't make a fuss like this. Ouyang Xiao saw the situation wasn't good, hurriedly speaking up to mediate. Teacher Ouyang, this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't interfere. Wang Tiangao didn't give him any face. Although Ouyang Xiao was a longtime teacher of the school, he was the vice principal. Status and power were both higher than Ouyang Xiao. Some people, if not taught, polished, will never know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. Lin Fan stood up, looking at Wang Tiangao expressionlessly. Now I give you a chance to redeem yourself. Apologize to my sister. I might consider sparing you. Tell me to apologize to this little girl? Do you think that's possible? Wang Tiangao sneered. So this is your choice? Lin Fan's face showed no expression. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room became suffocating to the extreme. Some people felt uneasy, worried about what Lin Fan intended to do. Could he want to hit Principal Wang? Yin Jingchu smirked slightly. He knew it was time for him to act. Just one sentence from him could easily resolve the current situation. Thinking this, he coughed twice, stood up, patted Lin Fan's shoulder, smiling and saying, "Come on, my treat today. Everyone give me some face. Don't make a fuss like this." Saying that, he looked at Wang Tiangao. "Principal Wang, for my sake, let this matter pass. Lin Fan is my old classmate. His sister is also my sister. Since President Yun has spoken, I naturally have to give face." Wang Tiangao shrugged, looking indifferent. "Lin Fan, hurry up and thank Jingchu. Today, if not for his help, you'd be done for." Zhao Shuanger, standing aside, said loudly, "No need, no need. Old friends, after all." Yin Jingchu smiled, but his eyes stared at Lin Fan. Everyone understood he was waiting for the other's thanks. But just then, Lin Fan slapped Yin Jingchu, sending him flying. Then, he looked coldly at Wang Tiangao, "Giving you 10 final seconds to choose. If you don't apologize to my sister, I guarantee you won't survive tonight. If you think I'm joking, just try it." This sudden scene silenced the whole room. Everyone gaped in astonishment. Facing Lin Fan's cold gaze, Wang Tiangao spoke nervously. "So, sorry." Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The other's gaze was truly too terrifying, like those cold-blooded killers on TV, causing him intense fear, as if not apologizing would really cost him his life. Seeing Wang Tiangao actually apologize, everyone revealed complex expressions. But thinking about it, it made sense. A desperate person fears nothing. Lin Fan, this kind of person, surely has a twisted mind. Confronting him directly is really unnecessary. With their status, there are 10,000 ways to make him wish he were dead. "Little Yao, let's go," Lin Fan said to his sister. Lin Yao nodded, obediently following her brother. Li Xiaoka hesitated a bit, then followed too. But just then, "Stop!" Yun Jingchu with a cold face blocked the three's path. Being slapped by Lin Fan in front of so many people, he naturally couldn't let it go like this. He clapped his hands. 7 or 8 black-clad bodyguards rushed in from outside the room. These bodyguards were tall, burly. Looking at them, one knew they weren't ordinary. Seeing this, everyone was startled. "Do you see the lead bodyguard? I saw him on TV before. His name is Zhao Hu. Not only a retired Special Forces soldier, but also reached the top 100 in the Jiangnan Interprovincial Martial Arts Tournament. President Yun is truly rich. Hiring this level of bodyguard must cost 7 or 800 million a year." "President Yun, what happened?" Zhao Hu asked loudly. His sharp eyes swept over everyone with disdain. There seemed to be a fire burning in his pupils. Those looking by him got goosebumps, feeling like being stared at by a wild beast. Chills down the spine. 8 bodyguards rushing up together would really cost lives. Hao Shvangye standing aside advised, "Lin Fan, do you still think it's 10 years ago? Now you're just an ant in front of Yin Jingchu. If you provoke him, you just need to spend 1 or 200 million to take your life. Understand?" Seeing the boss beaten, Zhao Hu looked coldly at Lin Fan. "Kid, you have big guts, daring to hit even our President Yun." The sound of cracking bones rang out, making everyone's scalp tingle. If this punch hits a person, who could withstand it? Xiao Fan, hurry and apologize to Jingchu. Ouyang Xiao was afraid something would happen, hurriedly standing up to signal Lin Fan to apologize. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was stopped by Yun Jingchu. "Very simple. Tell Lin Fan to kneel and apologize to me. Then let me slap him 10 times. Consider this matter over." But right at this moment, bam! Yun Jingchu was kicked flying by Lin Fan. He landed heavily on the dining table. "An ant dares to provoke me again and again." At this moment, the 7 bodyguards surrounding Lin Fan attacked without hesitation. It could be seen that these 7 were all martial artists. Stances firm, strikes fast as lightning, almost blocking all of Lin Fan's retreat paths. Facing such a concentrated attack, Lin Fan just stood quietly on the spot, not moving at all, until the 7 fists were approaching. He suddenly kicked out his right leg. The 7 burly bodyguards were instantly kicked flying 7 or 8 meters away. finally smashing heavily into the wall, creating large cracks on the wall. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded, speechless. In their memories, Lin Fan was just a frail scholar. Didn't know how to fight. Why is he so powerful now? Yun Jingchu lay sprawled on the ground, coldly saying, Zhao Hu, I spend 200 million hiring you every year. Now is the time for you to show your value. President Yun, don't worry. Now I will let you know if this 200 million is worth it. Zhao Hu smiled sinisterly, striding towards Lin Fan, who expected that Lin Fan just casually kicked. And Zhao Hu, weighing over 200 pounds, was kicked flying, finally smashing hard into the wall, looking truly miserable. At this moment, the whole room was silent. Everyone stared blankly at Zhao Hu lying paralyzed on the ground like a dead dog. Waves rose in their hearts, defeating a top 100 expert of the Jiangnan martial arts tournament with just one kick, if not witnessing it with their own eyes. Who would dare believe it? Impossible. Yun Jingchu roared in anger. I am a chairman of a listed company, assets in the billions, and you're just a useless person. Back at school, you were always one step ahead of me. Now you still want to be ahead of me? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Why do you have to be arrogant with me? So what if you were good at fighting? In this day and age, what use is being good at fighting? Yun Jingchu kept talking, as if wanting to use words to regain some lost face. Lin Fan looked at Yun Jingchu's angry face, silent for a long time, suddenly feeling bored in his heart. Life has hundreds of thousands of scenes. Time passes like flowing water and floating clouds. Those beautiful memories of the past are now just fleeting. Perhaps only the path of cultivation is eternal. Forget it. Talking to someone like you is useless. Lin Fan shook his head, speaking calmly, then led his sister and Li Xiaoka to turn and leave. But Yun Jingchu was still unwilling, roaring, Lin Fan, I tell you, this matter isn't over. I won't let you off. Lin Fan stopped. He was someone who didn't like leaving loose ends. Whatever he did, he wanted to resolve it completely. The other's words gave rise to killing intent in him. Lin Fan turned back to look at Yun Jingchu, slowly saying, Must you be like this? If the person you find can't handle me, you will have to pay the price. And the price to pay is your life. But after all, we are old classmates. I'll give you an 80% discount. Just crippling your limbs will do. Yun Jingchu heard this, so angry that blood rushed to his brain. You're just an unemployed guy, yet you dare say these words? Yun Jingchu laughed coldly, taking out his phone to dial a number. The phone connected quickly. A deep voice rang out from the other end. Mr. Wang? It's me. Yun Jingchu from Tianjin Group. I had dinner with you last time. Yun Jingchu said with a smile, although the other party didn't save his number. He wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, he appeared very respectful. This scene made everyone in the room solemn. With Yun Jingchu's status, he was absolutely a prominent figure in Jinling. In Jinling, what big shot has the surname Wang? Everyone thought. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, everyone shuddered, looking at Lin Fan with eyes both gloating and pitying. If it was as they guessed, then Lin Fan was done for. The other end immediately replied, Xuanxiang Pavilion, right? I'm nearby. We'll arrive in about 20 minutes. Saying that, he hung up. Yun Jingchu held the phone, overjoyed to the point of being dazed. Mr. Wang is actually coming here, personally? At this moment, Wang Tiangao asked solemnly, President Yun, the Mr. Wang you just mentioned? Could it be? That's right. It is Mr. Wang of Qinglong Construction. Yun Jingchu said calmly. Hearing this, everyone's pupils constricted, looking at Yun Jingchu with completely different eyes. Qinglong Construction is a trillion-dollar group, the leading enterprise in the construction industry in Jinling. The chairman of the group, Wang Chong, rumored to be the leader of the Qinglong Gang, one of the 3 biggest gangs in Jinling. Although it is a society ruled by law now, gang matters cannot be public. But only those in contact with this circle know. Gangs control almost every aspect of society. About 20 minutes later, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the room. Listening carefully, the footsteps were steady, orderly like a well-trained army. Oh my God, so many people coming? Everyone was worried, hurriedly standing up. The door was pushed open from the outside. A middle-aged man with a square face, dressed in black, walked in. Behind him were a series of bodyguards in black suits, wearing sunglasses. These bodyguards all exuded killing intent, as if just returned from the battlefield, making people terrified just looking at them. Seeing the arrival, everyone swallowed hard, legs trembling. Stories about him couldn't help but appear in their minds. Wang Chong, one of the major figures in Jinling. At 17, he came from a small county to Jinling to start business. At 20, he was kept by a rich woman for 10 years. At 30, thanks to that rich woman, he got to know the upper class, establishing Qinglong Construction. Since then, his career took off like a kite in the wind. Under his leadership, in just a few years, Qinglong Construction became the leading enterprise in the construction industry in Jinling. He himself was like the midday sun, calling the wind and summoning the rain in Jinling. Wang, Mr. Wang, you're here. Yin Jingshu was so excited he almost fainted. He bowed and scraped, running over fawningly, acting like a servant. Only Lin Fan revealed a strange expression. Why is it him? Not long ago, he sold a talisman to a boss at Jiangning Market, and that boss was this square-faced man in front of him. Cut the crap. Wang Chong grumpily cut off Yin Jingshu's flattery. At this moment, his mood was very irritable. Before this, he had obtained a demon-suppressing talisman from an expert, successfully suppressing the weasel monster. He thought everything was over, but unexpectedly, after the weasel died, something even stranger happened that night. The building under construction suddenly collapsed, crushing 8 workers to death. Then, the bodies of these 8 workers suddenly disappeared. Could there be a body snatcher? Wang Chong turned pale, immediately having people check the surveillance cameras. But the next scene made his scalp tingle. Chills down the spine. In the camera, the 8 dead workers actually stood up by themselves, sneaking into the deep forest in the dark night. Wang Chong considered himself to have experienced many storms, but encountering such a bizarre thing, he couldn't help but shudder. Without hesitation, early the next morning, he went to Jiangning Market again, wanted to find the expert from yesterday to buy more exorcism talismans. But unexpectedly, he waited all morning and didn't see the person. While annoyed, he received a call from Yun Jingshu with the intention of beating someone up to vent his anger. He personally led people to Xuanxiang Pavilion, wanting to relieve his gloomy mood. Otherwise, normally he wouldn't bother with a small character like Yun Jingshu. Who messed with you? Point him out to me, Wang Chong asked coldly. Hearing this, Yun Jingshu was not only not angry, but secretly happy. He thought, the hotter Mr. Wang's temper, the more miserable Lin Fan would be. It's him. It's him. Yun Jingshu pointed at Lin Fan with a sinister face. Wang Chong looked over. When he saw Lin Fan standing behind the crowd, he was stunned. Then, a feeling of ecstatic joy filled his heart. Sure enough, wearing out iron shoes, finding it nowhere. Getting it takes no effort at all. He waited at the market all morning without meeting the expert. Unexpectedly meeting him here. Don't look anymore. It's me. You can act now. At this moment, Lin Fan spoke up. Lin Fan, you still dare talk big? Do you know who is beside me? Yun Jingshu sneered. Before Yun Jingshu finished speaking, Wang Chong gave him a slap like thunder, making him dizzy, falling heavily to the ground. Witnessing this sudden scene, Zhao Shuang'er was stunned. Ouyang Xiu was stunned. Wang Tiangao and the others gaped in astonishment. What is happening? Lin Fan was also a bit surprised. Must be because his demon-suppressing talisman worked. Mr. Wang? You hit the wrong person. Yun Jingshu sat on the ground, holding his face, speaking instinctively. Wang Chong kicked Yun Jingshu straight in the stomach. I hit you, you bastard. Who are you to dare mess with a master? Wang Chong didn't bother talking nonsense with Yun Jingshu anymore. He strode up to Lin Fan, grabbed his hand, eyes teary, saying, Master, I found you. Lin Fan cleverly withdrew his hand, stepping back a few steps. Master, last time I was wrong. I misunderstood you. Your strength is truly high. Wang Chong stepped forward, speaking excitedly. Hearing this, everyone revealed strange expressions. Rumor has it Wang Chong was kept for 10 years, and serving women for a long time. Personality inevitably changes, easily developing aversion to women. Moreover, Lin Fan is so handsome, brows like swords, eyes like stars, his whole body exuding melancholy. Could it be? Everyone swallowed hard, scalps tingling in their hearts, thinking of a possibility. Unexpectedly, Wang Chong, this kind of big shot, would treat Lin Fan well. A poor guy, like this, holding hands as soon as they met, even teary-eyed, praising high strength. Truly crazy. So that's it. Back at school relying on women, now relying on men. This bastard. Yin Jingchu obviously thought so too. He clenched his fists, extremely indignant in his heart, but helpless, because he knew he really wasn't as handsome as Lin Fan. Lin Fan saw everyone's strange eyes, frowning. If you dare come half a step closer to me, I will kill you. Wang Chong stopped, not understanding why the master was so cold to him. Could it be I haven't shown enough enthusiasm? Master, are you still angry about yesterday? Yesterday, I didn't mean to look down on you. At first I thought you were no good. But checking again last night when I got back, I realized your strength is so high. Wang Chong said apologetically. Hearing this, everyone wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Truly beyond imagination. Lin Fan, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Zhao Shuanger couldn't stand it anymore. Speaking coldly, then leaving. Xiao Fan, there are some things teacher can't say much about. Anyway, grasp it yourself. Life has gains and losses. Everything depends on fate. Ouyang Xiu patted Lin Fan's shoulder, sighing. It's not what you think. Lin Fan was helpless. He didn't understand why everyone thought that way. Bunch of perverts. In the blink of an eye, more than half the people in the room had left. Seeing the guests, he invited all leave. Yin Jingchu clenched his fists. Unwilling. I have money now. Power. Influence. Yet what does Lin Fan have? Just a pretty boy, who only knows how to sell his ass. Thinking of this, Yin Jingchu felt extremely humiliated, looking at Lin Fan with eyes full of resentment. Lin Fan noticed that resentful gaze. He pushed Wang Chong away, walked over to Yin Jingchu, and stomped on his right leg. But that was just the beginning. Lin Fan stomped 3 more times. Yin Jingchu's 4 limbs were completely broken. The terrible pain made Yin Jingchu's face pale, convulsing, almost fainting. It was almost certain that Yin Jingchu would have to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. But Wang Chong didn't care at all. Unexpectedly, the master is not only proficient in metaphysics, but his martial arts are also so high. I admire. Wang Chong stepped forward to flatter. Lin Fan glanced coldly at Wang Chong, walking straight out. Wang Chong's performance just now made him feel disgusted. Now holding back from beating Wang Chong to death was giving him enough face. Master, stop. Wang Chong hurriedly blocked Lin Fan at the door. Master, don't misunderstand. I'm really in big trouble. I, Wang Chong, have traveled north and south, eaten delicacies, even kissed poisonous snakes. But this matter of dead bodies coming back to life is truly beyond my imagination. I couldn't sleep at all last night. Went to Jiangning Market early in the morning to find you, but didn't expect to meet you here. Dead bodies coming back to life? Lin Fan muttered. This matter could have many causes. Monsters causing trouble. Influence of a race. Besides, there's a dark art called corpse control technique that can also make dead bodies move. Therefore, before seeing it with his own eyes, Lin Fan couldn't conclude. How about it, master? Do you have a way? Wang Chong asked cautiously. Don't call me master anymore. Sounds annoying. Just call me Lin Fan. Lin Fan frowned. Calling by name is too distant. I'm more than 10 years older than you. Allow me to call you Brother Lin. Okay, Wang Chong said enthusiastically, speaking while intending to hold Lin Fan's hand. What do you want to do again? Lin Fan looked at him with sharp eyes. Sorry. Occupational hazard. Wang Chong rubbed his head awkwardly. Lin Fan glanced coldly at Wang Chong. Your matter, I can't conclude right now. Must go to the construction site to examine it to know. Then let's go right now. Wang Chong was overjoyed. As long as Brother Lin solves this matter, I will pay you 500 million. 8 stretch Hummers formed a shiny black convoy, heading towards Mount Taihu in the eastern suburbs of Jinling. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. The sun gradually set in the west. The whole sky was dyed red by the evening glow. On the gravel road, dust billowed behind the convoy. Lin Fan opened the car door and stepped down, looking around casually. Before his eyes was a row of 2-story houses. Blue roofs, white walls. Typical prefabricated houses at construction sites. Estimated to be more than 500 rooms. On average, for people per room, then there were more than 2,000 people. This scale for a construction site was already very large. Just then, 2 willow trees in the distance attracted Lin Fan's attention. Brother Lin, how is it? Wang Chong asked cautiously. The scale of the construction site is quite large. But the feng shui doesn't seem very good. Lin Fan shook his head. Those 2 willow trees by the stream have Yin attributes, growing by the water again. By a stream on a mountain, yet 2 willow trees with a diameter of a meter can grow. Do you think that's normal? Reminded by him, Wang Chong also felt something was wrong. Normal willow trees with a diameter of 3 or 40 centimeters are already big. Yet there are such big willow trees on the mountain, clearly inconsistent with natural growth laws. Dispersing when meeting wind, gathering when meeting water, trapped when meeting mountains. Looking up, the mountain hundreds of meters high was split in 2. Steep cliffs on both sides. Sunlight hardly penetrates. At night, thick fog. Cold, forming a hidden Yin mountain formation. For monsters and ghosts, this place is indeed a feng shui treasure land. But for humans, it's truly an ideal place to bury people. Buried here for 10+ years, might turn into a zombie. Hearing this, Wang Chong swallowed hard. Cold sweat pouring out. Is the feng shui here really problematic? Giving you 2 choices. One is to cut down those 2 willow trees. Level the 2 mountains. Let the Yin energy disperse. No way. Cutting down the 2 willow trees is easy. But Mount Taihu is a level 5 national forest area. Can't level it. Brother Lin, tell me the second choice. Wang Chong frowned. The second choice is to find another location. I can help you choose a place with good feng shui, guaranteeing everything goes smoothly, safe and sound. Hearing this, Wang Chong smiled bitterly. Brother Lin, you see it too. This project is almost finished. Changing location now, I'll lose over 10 billion. Is there any other way? Wanting money and life at the same time? How can there be such a good thing in the world? Lin Fan laughed coldly. I'll be back before dark. By then I'll solve the problem for you. Saying that, he quickly left, disappearing into the forest in just a few steps. Leaving the project management building, Lin Fan went straight to the top of Mount Taihu. Standing on the peak hundreds of meters high, looking down, the entire terrain of Mount Taihu appeared before his eyes. Green ancient trees, intertwined rivers, winding like dragons and snakes. Mount Taihu connects with Purple Mountain in Jinling, located at the tail of the dragon vein, nourished by the spiritual energy of the earth dragon. How could it form a hidden Yin mountain formation? Just then, an area attracted his attention. This area was located at the edge of the hidden Yin mountain, a place where sunlight couldn't reach. Thick Yin energy, not dispersing. Very easy to notice. Underwater, there is a water dragon pearl. On the mountain, there is a Yin Yang stone. Could there be an extreme Yin stone here? Lin Fan muttered. What is a Yin Yang stone? Mountains have a sunny side and a shady side. When Yang energy on the sunny side accumulates to a certain level, it will form a type of stone called extreme Yang stone. And when Yin energy accumulates to a certain level, it will also condense, forming a type of stone called extreme Yin stone. This type of Yin Yang stone is considered a rare treasure in the cultivation world, mainly used for tempering the body. Years ago, his master once searched for Yin Yang stones to help him temper his body, to break through to the nascent soul stage. Unfortunately, after searching hundreds of mountains, he still didn't find any. Unexpectedly encountering it here today, Lin Fan jumped down the cliff more than 100 meters high, arriving in front of a pitch-black cave. There was no light in the cave. Deep and terrifying. Besides, gusts of Yin wind blew out from the cave, making one's spine chill. The deeper Lin Fan went, the heavier the Yin energy. Bones of unknown creatures littered the ground. Some skeletons had long withered. Some skeletons were long since dried out. Others still had traces of blood on them. Clearly, they had died recently. Could there be some kind of creature living here? With that thought, Lin Fan quickened his pace. He reached the deepest part of the cave. A wide space about 70 or 80 square meters appeared before him. In the center was a large, dark green boulder. On top of the boulder was a concave hole about 6 or 7 cm in diameter. Lin Fan approached it. He frowned. Based on the residual spiritual energy, this indentation must be where the extreme Yin stone was formed. Now the extreme Yin stone is gone. Obviously, someone has already taken it. Just then, a thumping sound echoed through the dark space. Thump, thump. There's a secret room. Lin Fan immediately followed the sound. He discovered the sound was coming from inside the wall. Without a moment's hesitation, He swung his sword and slashed. Boom! The wall crumbled. Inside the secret room, a night-luminescent pearl emitted a faint glow, and there was a wooden bed. On the bed sat a girl of 17, or 18 years old. The girl wore a pair of bunny ears. Her bust was impressive, but this beautiful girl was terrified. Tears welled up in her eyes. She looked at Lin Fan with a horrified expression. Don't come any closer. The girl clutched her chest. Trembling, Lin Fan helplessly stopped in his tracks. Who are you? Why are you here? Aren't you the one who brought me here? The pitiful girl asked. Of course not, Lin Fan replied. Hearing this, the girl cautiously glanced at Lin Fan. She suddenly realized he was quite handsome. The fear in her heart lessened slightly. My name is Jiang Xining. I'm a freshman at Jinling University. Last night, I went to an internet cafe, and I don't know how, but I fainted. When I woke up, I was here. Are you the person my dad sent to save me? No, I was just passing by, Lin Fan replied. Then can you save me? I can pay you 10 million. 10 million makes things difficult. I mean 13 million. That's just 1 month of my allowance. Lin Fan was stunned. 9 out of 10 rich young ladies are wealthy. The last one is super rich. It seems this girl's identity is not simple. But he didn't care. 13 million. That was enough for him to take action. But just as he took 2 steps, 8 ferocious-looking figures appeared ahead. They reeked of a foul stench. Lin Fan frowned. It seems these are the 8 zombie workers Wang Chong mentioned. I didn't expect them to appear here. The zombies roared and charged forward, their arms and legs flailing. They were incredibly fierce. Jiang Xining covered her eyes in fear. But very quickly, everything fell silent again. She carefully peeked through her fingers. She saw that the 8 zombies had vanished. The ground was littered with fragments. Not long after the 2 left, an old man with silver hair entered the cave, looking at the scene in the secret room. His old face turned frighteningly grim. I only stepped out to take care of some business. And when I returned, my lair has been completely destroyed. The zombies I refined were smashed to pieces. Could a Mystic Realm Master have intervened? It must have been the Jiang family who sent someone to rescue that girl. This Jiang family has some skills, the old man said sinisterly. But this isn't over. Before sunset, Lin Fan brought Jiang Xining back to the project management office. Wang Chong and the others were still waiting anxiously at the gate. Seeing Lin Fan return, they breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Lin, you're finally back. As he spoke, he looked over at Jiang Xining. A flash of surprise appeared in his eyes. This girl is really... Brother Lin, this girl is... Before Lin Fan could answer, Jiang Xining introduced herself. Hello, my name is Jiang Xining. Nice to meet you. You are Miss Jiang Xining of the Jiang family? Wang Chong exclaimed in surprise, his eyes both joyful and excited. You were missing all night. The Jiang family is about to turn the whole city upside down looking for you. Lin Fan said she was kidnapped. I accidentally saved her. So that's it. Brother Lin, you struck it rich this time. Wang Chong patted Lin Fan's shoulder excitedly. Lin Fan was silent. From Wang Chong's reaction, he knew this girl's identity was even more formidable than he thought. Wang Chong happily took out his phone, going to a corner to call, clearly reporting the news to the Jiang family. Time passed. The sky gradually darkened. Night fell. Dark clouds covered the sky. Pitch black in the mountains. Only the lights in the project management building flickered, bringing a bit of warmth to this silent mountain. About 7 in the evening, a black off-road vehicle of the Jiang family arrived at the project management building. 3 people stepped out of the car. A middle-aged man in a Tang suit and 2 black-clad bodyguards. It's Yang Tianbao. Wang Chong saw the arrival. Pupils constricting, expression grave. Jiang Xining ran over happily, hugging the middle-aged man's arm. Sui Li Jiaoling, Chle Yang. Why did you come to pick me up? Miss, you worried the whole family to death this time. Yang Tianbao si get. Jiang Xining lowered her head apologetically. Then she looked up at Lin Fan, saying, Uncle Yang, this big brother saved me. I promised to pay him 13 million as ransom. Transfer it to him right away. Yang Tianbao heard this and looked at Lin Fan. The young lady went missing last night, yet tonight she was saved so easily, and demanding over 10 million in ransom. This made him suspicious. Young man, what is your name? Where did you save my young lady? Lin Fan frowned. Is he suspecting me of kidnapping? Chle Yang. You can't bite the hand that feeds you like this. Jiang Xining was angry. Yang Tianbao didn't answer. signaling the two bodyguards to block Jiang Xining. Then looked coldly at Lin Fan. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, then I can only take you back to the Jiang family for investigation. Just then, clatter, clatter. From the darkness in front of the construction site gate, footsteps sounded. A weasel with white whiskers slowly walked out in front of everyone. It stared at everyone, asking with a sinister smile, "Do you see me as a person or a god?" This sudden scene made everyone, except Lin Fan, stunned. What's going on? Great Immortal Huang, asking for a title? Wang Chong got goosebumps. Clearly killed one already. Why did another one appear now? Jiang Xining hid behind Yang Tianbao. Big round eyes, both scared and curious, as if noticing Jiang Xining's gaze. The weasel looked at her, smiling sinisterly. "Little girl, do you see me as a person or a god?" I don't know." Jiang Xining stepped back in fear. At this moment, Yang Tianbao snorted coldly, throwing a punch at the weasel. "Playing tricks." "Huh." The weasel smiled sinisterly, dodging Yang Tianbao's punch easily like a human. Yang Tianbao's face was full of killing intent, lunging forward, fists swinging rapidly, carrying astonishing power. Although the weasel dodged, the rock beneath it was shattered by this punch. Seeing this scene, Wang Chong and the others turned pale. So strong, shattering a rock with one punch. "Brother Lin, who do you think will win?" Wang Chong went to Lin Fan's side, asking in a whisper. "From the beginning until now, that weasel has just been playing. Who do you think wins?" Lin Fan replied casually. Jiang Xining, standing aside, retorted, "Impossible. My uncle Yang is very powerful. He is a Yellow Realm martial artist. His ultimate skill, Thunder Fist, is famous throughout Jinling." Yellow Realm martial artist? Lin Fan frowned. Master only taught him cultivation, so he didn't understand martial arts realms much. That's right. Martial arts are divided into 4 realms. Heaven, Earth, Black, Yellow. Only when one cultivates internal energy are they considered to have entered the martial arts realm. My uncle Yang is currently a mid-stage Yellow Realm martial artist, cultivating Thunder Fist. This fist technique is famous for its fierceness. Splitting mountains and breaking rocks is no problem. Jiang Xining said proudly. Heaven, Earth, Black, Yellow. Is Yellow Realm the highest? Lin Fan asked curiously. Jiang Xining heard this, face slightly embarrassed. Yellow Realm is the entry realm. After that is Black Realm, Earth Realm, Heaven Realm. Then that's nothing. Lin Fan shook his head. What do you know? You simply don't know how significant the words Yellow Realm martial artist are. Do you know the Jiangnan martial arts tournament? If my uncle Yang participated, he would definitely crush his opponents, winning the championship, Jiang Xining said arrogantly. But just then, the weasel suddenly stopped. 2 green lights flashed in its round eyes. Strange green light, eerie, mesmerizing the mind. Under that green light, Yang Tianbao, who was rushing up, suddenly froze, as if hypnotized, standing still on the spot. Ha. The weasel laughed sinisterly, swiping its sharp claws at Yang Tianbao. Yang Tianbao screamed miserably. His entire left arm instantly disappeared. The pain almost made him faint. Charm. This monster's eyes have the ability to charm. Just now I looked into its eyes, so I got distracted. This monster is truly powerful. Wang Chong and the others were terrified. The situation reversed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Xining screamed, running to help Yang Tianbao stop the bleeding. Asking anxiously, Uncle Yang, are you okay? Miss, this monster is not simple. Tonight we are afraid it will be hard to escape. He hated himself for being too arrogant. Otherwise, he could have held off the weasel, letting the 2 subordinates take the young lady away first. But now it was too late to say anything. Wang Chong, if you can take my young lady out today, the Jiang family will definitely reward you heavily. Wang Chong turned pale, not daring to answer. If it were normal, being able to connect with a prestigious family like the Jiang family, he would definitely do his best. But now, suppressing fear, not running away was already good enough. Yang Tianbao seemed to understand Wang Chong's thoughts too. His eyes became desperate. He tried to stand up, shielding Jiang Xining, staring at the weasel. But unexpectedly, the weasel shifted its gaze from him to Lin Fan, asking with a sinister smile, Young man, do you see me as a person or a god? Lin Fan sneered. I see you look like a dickhead. Ha ha ha. Young man, guts are big too. The weasel laughed strangely. Its green eyes slowly rotated. Two beams of eerie green light shone straight into Lin Fan's eyes. Lin Fan clearly felt a weak spiritual force trying to invade his mind, wanting to control his consciousness. Kikik. The weasel laughed sinisterly, thinking it had succeeded. Seeing the scene, everyone got goosebumps. But right after that, Lin Fan quickly extended his right hand, easily choking the weasel's neck. Lifting it up, squeak squeak, the weasel looked panicked, struggling violently. But useless. No matter what it did, it couldn't escape Lin Fan's pincer-like right hand. Is the extreme stone on the mountain with you? Lin Fan asked calmly, after seeing the weasel could control others' minds. He understood those 8 zombies were controlled by this monster. Therefore, he suspected the extreme stone was also taken by it. Squeak squeak, the weasel didn't answer. The green light in its eyes became even brighter, wanted to break Lin Fan's mind. Not knowing your own strength. Lin Fan laughed coldly, directly casting the soul-searching technique on it. But searching through the weasel's sea of consciousness, he found no useful clues, making Lin Fan a bit disappointed. He looked at the weasel rolling its eyes back, applying a little force. Crack! The weasel's neck snapped, died on the spot. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Why was such a powerful monster easily choked to death? Like crushing a chick. Lin Fan glanced at everyone, then looked at Wang Chong. Mr. Wang, the bodies of those 8 workers were moved because they were controlled by this weasel. Now I have destroyed their bodies. And the weasel was killed by me too. Your project can continue construction, but the feng shui here is not good. There will definitely be disasters in the future. You should be careful. Thank you, Brother Lin. Wang Chong came back to his senses. Speaking respectfully, he had witnessed Lin Fan's strength. Even a yellow realm martial artist couldn't do anything to the weasel. Yet Lin Fan killed it with just one move. Could he be a mysterious realm martial artist? Thinking this, Wang Chong was determined to befriend Lin Fan at all costs. High martial arts skills, and proficient in feng shui. This kind of extraordinary person is rare in 1,000 years. Don't be polite. Just a normal transaction, Lin Fan said calmly. Brother Lin is indeed a straightforward person. I'll transfer the money to you right away. Wang Chong forced a smile, hurriedly taking out his phone to transfer money. Your account has received 5 million. Looking at the message on the phone, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. I have to say Wang Chong is very fair with money. Unlike some people, Lin Fan looked at Yang Tianbao and Jiang Xining, saying coldly, and your 13 million. Pay me, will you? Before Yang Tianbao could speak, Jiang Xining said angrily, you could beat that monster. Why didn't you act sooner? If you acted sooner, Uncle Yang and the 2 bodyguards wouldn't have been injured. Why should I save you? Do I owe you? Lin Fan laughed coldly. Young ladies and such, in my eyes, are all like ants. No one in this world dares to owe Lin Fan a favor. Don't pay. Don't dream of living today. Why are you fierce to me? As the eldest young lady of the Jiang family, Jiang Xining had never encountered this situation. She was frightened, tears in her eyes, not knowing what to do. Little brother, it's just 13 million. To our Jiang family, it's not worth much. But I'm like this now. Afraid I can't transfer. How about you come back to the Jiang family with us? I will pay you double. How about it? Yang Tianbao said weakly. Although a martial artist body is strong, having both arms cut off, he had almost collapsed. If not for his strong will, he would have fainted by now. Lin Fan looked coldly at Yang Tianbao. At this point, you still haven't given up your intentions? Little brother, if you want money, now you can only trust me. The young lady was inexplicably kidnapped here. Then such a terrifying weasel monster appeared, wanted to kill them all. There must be a hidden story in this. Very likely, there is another expert hiding in the dark. At first, he suspected Lin Fan, but after witnessing what Lin Fan did, he dismissed his suspicion. Moreover, with his current condition, he couldn't protect the young lady safely, so he could only ask Lin Fan for help. You want me to escort you home? Lin Fan saw through Yang Tianbao's thoughts. That's right. That's the idea. 26 million. As long as you take me and the young lady back to the Jiang family safely. Yang Tianbao nodded. Lin Fan didn't answer, but asked Wang Chong beside him. Is the Jiang family very rich? Wang Chong instinctively nodded. The Jiang family is a top family in Jinling. Of course they are super rich. Assets must be over 1 trillion. Lin Fan heard this, smiling at Yang Tianbao. Want me to take you back? Sure, but the price must increase 1,000 times. I only need cash. Don't need stocks or assets. As soon as the words were spoken, the group fell silent. Yang Tianbao and Jiang Xining also widened their eyes, thinking Lin Fan was crazy. 1,000 times? That means 260 billion. And only cash. Such a huge amount of cash. Even the Jiang family couldn't easily take it out. Little brother, don't you think you're asking too much? Yang Tianbao's face darkened. The phrase, asking too much, sounds unpleasant. Now you are begging me. I set the conditions. You agree, we do it. Don't agree? Then forget it. Besides, the Jiang family has trillion in assets. Taking a few hundred billion isn't excessive. Lin Fan said calmly. Yang Tianbao tourned palais. This number was too big. Once given, the entire Jiang family would suffer heavy losses. To put it bluntly, even if he and the young lady died here, the Jiang family couldn't spend such a large amount of money to save people. Thinking this, Yang Tianbao said to Jiang Xining beside him, Miss, take the phone in my pocket and call home. Tell them to send a helicopter here. Don't forget to bring my money. No money, I will really kill people. Lin Fan reminded calmly. Do you only know money? Jiang Xining was completely disappointed in Lin Fan. Initially, when Lin Fan saved her, she had a very good impression of him. But after what just happened, she realized he was just a selfish person, cold-blooded and heartless. 2 bodyguards died right in front of him, yet he remained indifferent. He clearly could have saved them, but did nothing. Is your heart made of iron? Jiang Xining's eyes turned red. Oomph. Lin Fan sneered, not answering. Seeing this, Jiang Xining didn't talk nonsense anymore. Taking out the phone to call, she said a few words into the phone, then hung up. Then she said happily, Uncle Yang, family will arrive in half an hour at most. Your arms will definitely be reattached in time. Hearing this, Yang Tianbao also breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Lin Fan with mocking eyes. Little brother, regretting it now? Originally had a chance to earn over 10 million more. Did you let it go? Greed harms oneself. Lin Fan was about to answer, but just then, he seemed to sense something, looking towards the darkness in the distance. In the pitch-black night, a faint figure was slowly approaching. Although the steps seemed slow, it arrived in the blink of an eye. It was a wrinkled face like a dried riverbed, the whole body exuding deathly aura, as if just crawled out of a coffin. Seeing this person, Yang Tianbao, Wang Zhong, Jiang Xining all got goosebumps, hearts turning cold. Could it be a ghost? The old man stared at Lin Fan with cloudy eyes, saying, Indeed, heroes come from the youth. So young, yet already reached the mid-late mysterious realm. Truly rare. Mid-late mysterious realm? Lin Fan was stunned. Don't deny it. My 2 yellow weasels both died at your hands. Only a mid-late mysterious realm expert can do this. Moreover, the talisman earlier was also written by you, right? Your talisman skills are also quite superb. Don't know which branch of Taoism you are from? The old man looked at Lin Fan, looking as if he had seen through everything. He is a descendant of Taoism? How is that possible? Yang Tianbao was surprised. Seeing Lin Fan didn't answer, the old man said again, For the sake of your sect, the matter of you killing my 2 pets, I can overlook it, but from now on, I hope you don't interfere in other people's business anymore. Understand? I understand too well. Lin Fan nodded, stepping back a few steps. He didn't intend to act anyway. Since the old man said so, he naturally went with the flow. Otherwise, having to save people later would be tiring. The old man nodded in satisfaction. He had been observing Lin Fan just now. Honestly speaking, he couldn't see through this person. Unknown means uncontrollable. So he didn't want to cause trouble with Lin Fan. Yang Tianbao was anxious in his heart, trying to stay calm, asking respectfully, May I know who senior is? Have you ever heard the name Yi Tianxin? The old man said calmly, You are the blood-hand butcher, Yi Tianxin. Yang Tianbao sucked in a breath of cold air. Blood-hand butcher was one of the most notorious figures in the Jiang and martial arts world 20 years ago. He cultivated an evil technique called blood demon great art, relying on sucking human blood to enhance internal energy. In just 1 year appearing in the martial world, Bloodhand Butcher killed thousands of people, including many Yellow Realm experts. Later, the Jiang and Martial Arts Alliance formed a capture team, led by an Earth Realm expert, intending to destroy the Bloodhand Butcher. But unexpectedly, he escaped. From then on, Bloodhand Butcher seemed to disappear from the world. Yang Tianbao was just a Yellow Realm martial artist, and Bloodhand Butcher was famous 20 years ago. Now facing this old devil who killed people like flies, Yang Tianbao couldn't help but be terrified. Hearing Yang Tianbao say so, Jiang Xining and Wang Chong also got goosebumps. It's the 21st century now, yet there still exists this kind of old devil only found in movies? And killing thousands of people too? Truly terrifying. Only Lin Fan looked at Bloodhand Butcher with interest. This title is quite catchy. But martial arts are ultimately just martial arts. Compared to cultivation, it's not worth mentioning. Senior Butcher, if our Jiang family has offended Senior in any way, please speak out. I can apologize on behalf of the Jiang family. Yang Tianbao Asked Warriedli. Your Jiang family didn't offend me, but offended someone else. Bloodhand Butcher laughed strangely. Yang Tianbao's heart sank. So Bloodhand Butcher was hired by someone else. Who is it? In the Jiang and martial arts world. Who can hire this old devil? Why does a dying person need to know so much? Bloodhand Butcher laughed sinisterly. Although looking old and weak, his speed was extremely fast, clawing a large hand towards Yang Tianbao. Yang Tianbao was seriously injured, basically unable to dodge. Stop! Just then, a loud shout rang in everyone's ears. From the darkness in the distance, an old man ran over at astonishing speed, throwing a punch at Bloodhand Butcher. Jiang Xining cried out in joy. Second Master, why are you here? I want to visit an old friend. Happened to pass by here. Received your father's call, so I rushed over. The old man stood firm, a kind smile on his old face. Bloodhand Butcher was extremely annoyed. So unlucky. Didn't expect Jiang Qianhe to arrive at this time. Two strong experts immediately fought fiercely. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves were exchanged. Truly Bloodhand Butcher. Even Second Uncle can't defeat him in a short time. Second Uncle is an Earth Realm expert. Yang Tianbao said solemnly. Lin Fan quietly observed the battle. Have to say this Jiang Qianhe indeed has some skill, able to suppress Bloodhand Butcher. But wanting to defeat him in a short time is impossible. But in my eyes, the battle of these two is just like child's play. Just as the two were fighting fiercely, the roar of an engine suddenly rang out in the distant sky. Great! Family rescue is here. Jiang Xining waved her hand happily. Seeing this, Bloodhand Butcher's face turned gloomy. About to bleed. Damn it. The situation was good, yet it turned bad like this. If there are more Jiang family experts on the helicopter, escaping will be very difficult. Thinking this, Bloodhand Butcher concentrated all his internal energy into his palm, launching a powerful palm strike at Jiang Qianhe. Jiang Qianhe felt the power of this strike. Pupils constricting, stepping back to dodge. Taking this opportunity, Bloodhand Butcher quickly retreated, disappearing into the night in just a few steps. Lin Fan looked in the direction Bloodhand Butcher fled. Flicking his finger lightly, a tiny streak of light, almost invisible to the naked eye, flew out. This was a small spell used to track others. Since the yellow weasel was Bloodhand Butcher's pet, the extreme Yin Stone was probably in his hands. I won't let him go. The Jiang family's 13 million and the extreme Yin Stone. I want both. About a minute later, the helicopter in the sky slowly landed in front of everyone. 6 people stepped off the helicopter. Leading were a man and a woman. The man was handsome, with outstanding temperament. The woman wore light makeup, features exquisite like walking out of a painting. Seeing this woman, Lin Fan, who was originally calm, suddenly shook as if struck by lightning, standing dead still on the spot. Inuo, why is she here? Waves rose in his heart, full of confusion. Chun Inuo also saw Lin Fan. She was slightly stunned, but quickly regained her composure. A cold smile bloomed on the corner of her mouth. Why are you here? Jiang Xining ran over happily, throwing herself into the man's arms, asking curiously, Silly sister, such a big thing happened. How could I not come? The man rubbed Jiang Xining's head, speaking gently. Seeing this scene, Wang Chong was worried, clenching his fists, cold sweat pouring out. Who is this man? Lin Fan saw Wang Chong's action, asking in a whisper. He didn't need to care about this man's identity. But Chun Inua was nestling against him. Meeting again 10 years later, the beauty remained the same. But beside her was another man. The feeling in Lin Fan's heart was truly complex. Hard to describe in words. He really wanted to run over and say hello. Ask how Inua lived these past 10 years. Ask who the man beside her was. He also wanted to say sorry. But thinking again, what right did he have to say these words now? This person is Jiang Junlin, son of the Jiang family. The person who will hold power in the Jiang family in the future. Wang Cheng whispered, although he was the leader of the Qinglong gang, chairman of Qinglong Construction. Facing someone like Jiang Junlin, he could only bow in submission. Jiang Junlin, Lin Fan repeated, then asked, is the woman beside him his wife? Could be his fiancée. Heard that Jiang Junlin isn't married yet. Lin Fan heard this, a ray of hope rising in his heart. Inua was clearly married and had a daughter. Why is she now Jiang Junlin's fiancée? Could she have divorced? Lin Fan's eyes flickered. After all, he wronged Inua back then. If there's a chance to make up for it, he won't spare any cost. While the two were talking, Jiang Junlin had heard Yang Tianbao recount everything that just happened. He signaled his subordinates to take Yang Tianbao onto the helicopter to go home and reattach his arms, avoiding aggravating the injury. Then, he looked at Lin Fan with interest. Outstanding temperament. Gestures like an emperor looking down on his subjects. No doubt about it. This is a real young master. Not the kind of playboy who only knows how to eat, drink, and play. Only knows how to show off. Using the simplest word to describe. That is hidden depths. This kind of person is very hard to see through. Little brother, the Jiang family was rude just now. There is 20 million in this card. Consider my apology to you. No blame or questioning is expected. Jiang Junlin's attitude was very humble. He even gave Lin Fan a gold bank card. He looked at Wang Cheng, smiling. And you too. I heard your Qinglong construction is very good. If there's a chance, we can cooperate. Young Master Jiang is too polite. Wang Cheng was flattered. He thought the young master would blame him. Unexpectedly, the other party not only didn't blame, but also apologized. Brother, what are you doing? He clearly saw death and didn't save. Why give him money? Jiang Xining said confusedly. This little brother isn't wrong. He has no obligation to save you. How do I usually teach you? Be grateful. Don't be self-righteous. No one treats you well without a reason. Junlin is right. Jiang Qina nodded in agreement. Lin Fan looked at the bank card, saying nothing. This man is Inua's fiancé. If I accept his money, what would that look like? Thinking this, he looked at Chun Inua, eyes full of tenderness, seeming to have thousands of words to say, but didn't know where to start. Chun Inua was also looking at him. But contrary to him, her eyes were cold. A mocking smile bloomed on the corner of her mouth without concealment. That expression was like looking at an enemy. This scene was immediately noticed by everyone. Wang Cheng got goosebumps, recalling Lin Fan's question just now. Heart beating wildly. Not good. Could Brother Lin like young Master Jiang's fiancé? Don't make trouble. Pervert. Jiang Xining muttered. Expression annoyed. Daring to stare at her brother's fiancé like that. Truly a pervert. Little brother, let me introduce. This is my fiancé, Chun Inua. Jiang Junlin still wasn't angry. On the contrary, he smiled and introduced. His words were very profound, implicitly reminding Lin Fan. This woman is my fiancé. Don't have delusions. Is that so? Your fiancé is very beautiful. I like her very much, Lin Fan said calmly. Hearing this, Wang Cheng almost knelt down. Brother Lin, I beg you. Be human. Even if you won't be Chow Chow, you have to look at the situation. Little brother, this is my fiancé, Chun Inua. Seeing this, Jiang Junlin wasn't angry. On the contrary, he smiled and introduced. Is that so? Your fiancé is very beautiful. I like her very much, Lin Fan said calmly. Ha! Young Master Jiang, don't laugh. My brother Lin likes to joke. Wang Cheng forced a laugh, hurriedly standing out to mediate. No need. Everyone has a love for beauty. Him saying so proves my fiancé is beautiful and moving. Jiang Junlin waved his hand, smiling and saying. Lin Fan quietly looked at Jiang Junlin. This man is truly not simple. Joy and anger are not shown on the outside. Young Master Jiang, actually there's one thing you don't know. Your fiancé is my ex-girlfriend. Lin Fan smiled. Ex-girlfriend? Jiang Junlin was stunned. Wang Cheng, Jiang Xining, and the others gaped in astonishment. Even Jiang Qina frowned. Lin Fan looked at Chun Inua, sighing. Inu, a long time no see. Can we talk privately for a moment? He struggled mentally for a while, then strode forward, wanting to pull Chun Inua aside to explain. Lin Fan, are you crazy? Don't make me vomit. Chun Inua shook off Lin Fan's hand, face cold, shouting loudly. Little brother, I don't care what relationship you had with my fiancée before, but from now on, you and she are just strangers. Don't touch her. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Junlin also said coldly. Lin Fan looked at Chun Inua, speechless. What can I say? Say I broke my promise back then. Because I was forced to cultivate immortality? Say I still love her. Still trying to rekindle our old flame? Lin Fan was silent for a moment. I'm sorry. Chun Inua looked at Lin Fan with a pained expression. Her face was filled with mockery. This was the man she had waited 10 years for. The man she had suffered for 10 years for. Looking back, it was all a joke. Junlin, let's go home. Chun Inua turned and walked toward the black SUV. Sister-in-law, wait for me. Jiang Shining hurried after her. Jiang Qianhe shot Lin Fan a cold glance. Without a word, he also got into the car. Even though Yang Tianbao said Lin Fan seemed to be a successor of the Taoist sect, the Taoist sect was divided into many factions. Not every successor was worthy of the Jiang family's respect, especially not this Lin Fan. How dare he have ideas about the future young mistress of the Jiang family? The fact that he didn't slap Lin Fan to death was already showing him great restraint. Oh, right, Lin Fan. There's something you probably don't know. Chun Inua is the biological daughter of the Chun family in Yinchuan. Do you have any idea what the Chun family of Yinchuan means? Jiang Junlin suddenly lowered his voice. He spoke with a look of amusement. Lin Fan frowned. He didn't know much about Inua's family background. Back when they were dating, every time he asked, she would find an excuse to change the subject. She'd say, "You'll find out when you come to my house to propose." Hearing what Jiang Junlin said, he knew Inua's family must be incredibly powerful. Lin Fan, October 1st is my wedding day with Inua. Remember to come to the wedding banquet. Consider it a memorial for your lost youth. Jiang Junlin sneered. Then he threw the card with 20 million on it to the ground. He turned and got into the car. Lin Fan stood silently, watching the car drive away. His deep eyes welled up slightly. 10 years in the mountains, being tormented by that old man to the point of wishing for death. He had never cried, but now, for some reason, he felt a sting in his nose. He was so unwilling to accept this, but it was all too late. No matter how powerful he was now, some things once lost could never be regained. Wang Chong stood beside him. He shook his head. Why bother? Brother Lin, it's just one woman. How many do you want? I can arrange it for you. You can have a new one whenever you want. With that, he picked up the card and handed it to Lin Fan. Brother Lin, take it. It's 20 million after all. Don't waste it. It's yours. Lin Fan shook his head. Then he strode away, disappearing into the night. Hearing this, Wang Chong was stunned. This Lin Fan had such a strange personality. Just a moment ago, he was demanding money like his life depended on it. Now, he didn't even want 20 million. Meanwhile, in the dense forest of Mount Taihu, the Bloody Hand Butcher, who had just escaped, leaned against an ancient tree. He took out his phone to make a call. How did the job go? A deep voice immediately came from the other end of the line. It failed. At the critical moment, that old bastard Jiang Qianhe showed up, seeing that the situation was bad. I retreated. Yi Tianxin, I don't want to hear about the process. I only care about the result. Understand? That extreme yang stone. Wait until you've completed the mission. I'll call you back then. After saying that, the person on the other end hung up. The Bloody Hand Butcher held his phone. His expression was extremely grim. He was an old demon who had roamed the martial world for over 20 years. Yet he was being looked down upon like this. It didn't matter how powerful the other party was. This was unacceptable. But thinking of the extreme yang stone, he forced himself to calm down. Everyone knew his blood demon grand technique was formidable. It could absorb human blood to enhance one's martial arts realm. But this method had a huge drawback. It would corrode his bloodline and shorten his lifespan. He was only in his 50s this year, but because he practiced this technique, he looked like a 100-year-old man. Fortunately, he received guidance from a master. As long as he used the dual energies of yin and yang to temper his body, he could eliminate this weakness. He already had the extreme yin stone. All he needed now was the extreme yang stone. Just then, a tall figure stepped out from the darkness. The Bloody Hand Butcher was startled, but when he recognized it was Lin Fan, he breathed a sigh of relief. He sneered sinisterly, "Kid, you got some nerve. Do you really think the title of Daoist sex successor is enough to make me fear you?" Lin Fan glanced at the Bloody Hand Butcher. "Who were you talking to just now? Where's the extreme Yang Stone? So you heard everything, huh?" The Bloody Hand Butcher narrowed his eyes. With that, he stomped his foot on the ground. He shot forward with lightning speed. His right hand formed a claw. He swiped at Lin Fan. Lin Fan waved his hand at him. Before the Bloody Hand Butcher could even react, he felt as if something had slammed into his stomach. His entire body flew backward. He crashed heavily into a tree trunk. If Jiang Qianhe had seen this scene, he would have been utterly astonished. The Bloody Hand Butcher was now an early-stage Earth Realm Master, yet he was defeated in a single move. "Who are you?" The Bloody Hand Butcher scrambled to his feet. He looked at Lin Fan in terror, projecting internal energy outward. "This is the ability of a Heaven Realm Master." Lin Fan walked up to the Bloody Hand Butcher. "No nonsense." He extended his right hand. He was about to use the soul search technique. This sight scared the Bloody Hand Butcher to death. He thought Lin Fan was going to kill him. He immediately dropped to his knees. He kowtowed repeatedly. "Senior, I was wrong. Just spare my life. I'll do anything you ask." Lin Fan looked at him with his deep eyes. This old man sure knows when to yield. Hand over the extreme Een Stone. Hearing this, the Bloody Hand Butcher, though reluctant, didn't dare to say anything at this moment. He quickly took out a small stone from his chest. The stone was black. It looked like a small piece of charcoal, but it felt incredibly cold in his hand. "So this is the extreme Een Stone. The Een energy is overwhelming. Truly miraculous," Lin Fan murmured. "I'm going to ask you a few questions. You must answer them honestly. If I'm not satisfied with anything, I won't give you a second chance." Yes. "Senior, please ask." The Bloody Hand Butcher wiped the sweat from his forehead. He said nervously, "Why did you attack that construction site? Who ordered you to kidnap the young miss of the Jiang family?" "The construction site was too noisy. It was bothering me, so I secretly caused a little trouble. I didn't have any malicious intent. As for the kidnapping, Qin Tianzhu ordered me to do it. The extreme Yang Stone is in his hands. I'm risking my life for him just for that extreme Yang Stone. Help me set up a meeting with Qin Tianzhu. Once I get the extreme Yang Stone, you can leave." Hearing this, the Bloody Hand Butcher didn't hesitate to take out his phone and call Qin Tianzhu. "Old Qin, I've caught that girl again. I'm on Mount Taihu right now. You can come make the exchange. Didn't you just say you failed?" "I launched another sneak attack, and I succeeded. Do you want this girl or not?" "Stop with the nonsense." After a brief conversation, the call was disconnected. Time passed. Half an hour later, looking up, the forest was dead silent. Just then, the sound of light footsteps echoed from the distance. This person's steps were steady. He was clearly an early-stage Earth Realm Master. Qin Tianzhu approached. He glanced around. When he saw Lin Fan, he was slightly stunned, but he quickly looked away. Just a kid, not worth his attention. "Where is she?" Qin Tianzhu took out a small stone. It was about 4 to 5 centimeters in diameter, but it was as red as blood. It radiated a scorching heat like molten lava. The Bloody Hand Butcher stared at the stone with a covetous gaze. "Haha, Qin Tianzhu, you foolish old man. You actually trusted me. Yi Tianxin, do you think I don't know what you're like? You wanted to lure me here to steal the extreme Yang Stone. Am I right? I came here tonight to take the extreme Een Stone from your hands. If you know what's good for you, hand it over obediently. It'll save you some pain." Qin Tianzhu sneered. Then he clapped his hands. From deep within the forest, an old man walked out. "Yi Tianxin, long time no see. Qin Kuwen." The Bloody Hand Butcher's pupils contracted. He was utterly shocked, but then he felt a sense of relief. Luckily, Lin Fan was here tonight. "Senior, this man's name is Qin Kuwen. He's a master from the previous generation of the Qin family. By now, he should be at the mid to late stage of the Earth Realm." The Bloody Hand Butcher spoke respectfully to Lin Fan. Seeing this, Qin Kuwen and Qin Tianzhu both narrowed their eyes. What's going on? Why is the Bloody Hand Butcher being so respectful to a kid? The two of them carefully sized up Lin Fan, but no matter how they looked, they couldn't see anything special about him. Lin Fan shook his head. His figure suddenly vanished. His speed was astonishing. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Qin Tianzhu. He was less than a meter away from him. He reached out with his right hand. Quincunes pupils contracted. A martial artist's instinct made him immediately counterattack. But it was useless. Lin Fan easily grabbed him by the neck. Then he quickly used his other hand to search his body. After getting the extreme Yang stone, Lin Fan threw Qin Tianju aside. Thud! Qin Tianju, an early-stage Earth Realm Master, was thrown more than 10 meters away. He finally crashed heavily into a tree trunk. Everything happened too fast. Qin Kuin's face changed drastically. He leaped to Qin Tianju's side. He helped him up. Qin Tianju wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Lin Fan with a grim expression. At this point, how could he not know that the young man before him was no simple character? You brat, you got some skills. How dare you help the bloody hand butcher steal from my Qin family? Do you know what kind of trouble you just caused? With that, he winked at Qin Kun. Qin Kun understood. The two Qin family masters immediately took action. They stood on either side. They stared coldly at Lin Fan. They were preventing him from running away with the extreme Yang stone. Fools! Lin Fan was already annoyed about Chunin. Now, seeing these two from the Qin family being so clueless, he became even more enraged. He raised his hand. He casually waved it twice. Qin Tianju and Qin Kun were immediately sent flying for dozens of meters. They landed heavily on the ground. They created two large craters. Seeing this, the bloody hand butcher swallowed hard, sending two Earth Realm Masters flying with just a wave of his hand. Heaven Realm Masters are truly terrifying. Qin Tianju and Qin Kun helped each other up. Their bodies were covered in wounds. They looked at Lin Fan in terror. They thought he was just a small fry. They never expected him to be a hidden master, projecting internal energy outward. You're a Heaven Realm Master. The Extreme Yang Stone, do you still want it? Lin Fan asked. Qin Tianju was startled. He quickly said, No, we don't want it anymore. It's a gift for you, senior. He and the Bloody Hand Butcher had the same thought. After realizing Lin Fan was a Heaven Realm Master, they immediately gave up any intention of resisting. In the martial world, there's a saying, below the Heaven Realm, all are ants. This is because the Heaven Realm and the Earth Realm are two completely different levels. A Heaven Realm Master can not only project their internal energy outward, but they can also borrow the power of heaven and earth to attack. As far as he knew, currently in Jinling, there was only one person who had broken through to the Heaven Realm, and that person was from a martial alliance. He never expected a second one to appear today. Haha, Qin Tianju. So you have days like this too, huh? The Bloody Hand Butcher stood by, gloating. Bloody Hand Butcher, you must have known his strength. That's why you deliberately lured me here. My Qin family will not let you go. Qin Tianju's face was ashen. Having obtained the extreme Yang stone, Lin Fan turned and left. He was not a murderer, stealing someone's belongings and then killing them to silence them. He couldn't bring himself to do something like that. Senior, wait for me. The Bloody Hand Butcher was startled. He hurried after him. After the two of them left, Qin Tianju couldn't hold it in any longer. He slammed his fist into a nearby tree trunk. How could such a young Heaven Realm Master suddenly appear? Qin Kun saw it. He looked in the direction Lin Fan had left. The Jiang family now has the Chun family of Yinchuan as their backer. And the Chun family is one of the most powerful forces in Yinchuan. They have no fewer than 10 Heaven Realm Masters. If we don't think of a way to deal with them, once the Jiang family and the Chun family's daughter are married, that will be the day our Qin family is destroyed. Hearing this, Qin Tianju, his expression also turned grave. The Jiang and Qin families have always been like fire and water. Their kidnapping of Jiang Shining this time was part of their plan to deal with the Jiang family. They never expected the Bloody Hand Butcher to be so useless. Actually, according to our investigation, this Qin already has a child of her own. Her daughter has a rare disease called Kabuki syndrome. The Jiang family found a divine doctor who might be able to cure this disease. That's why Chun Inua agreed to marry into the Jiang family. If we use this point, we might be able to turn the tables. Qin Kun said slowly. Third uncle, what you mean is... That's right. Hua Tuo Reborn owes our Qin family a favor. We can ask him to take action. If we can win the Chun family over to our side, the Jiang family will be no threat. Worst case scenario, we can only hire someone to secretly assassinate Chun Inua. In any case, We can't let her marry into the Jiang family. The night was quiet. Lin Fan walked while observing the yin-yang stones in his hand. The two stones were placed next to each other. It's truly miraculous. The dual energies of yin and yang are merging. They've actually formed a faint taiji diagram in my palm. Yang is life, yin is death. The cycle of life and death is endless. This is indeed the primordial energy of heaven and earth. It can not only temper the body, but it can also be integrated into my golden core. It will help me break through the bottleneck and step into the nascent soul stage. A glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. All right, you followed me long enough. We're in a safe place now. You can go. Lin Fan turned to look at the bloody hand butcher. Senior, in my current condition, without the yin-yang stones, I'm afraid I won't live for more than 3 months. For the past 20 years, not even a martial alliance could catch me. This is enough to prove my worth. The bloody hand butcher said narcissistically, without a hint of a blush. His heart didn't even skip a beat. Senior, please take me in. In the future, any tasks that are inconvenient for you to do, just leave them to me. All right then, you can follow me, Lin Fan said casually. But I can't give you the yin-yang stones. As for your condition, I can cure it. During his 10 years in the mountains, besides cultivating, he had also mastered the art of alchemy to an extraordinary degree. A mere side effect of a cultivation technique was nothing to him. Hearing this, the bloody hand butcher, his eyes lit up. Really? Of course. Follow me. I'll write you a prescription. Just get the medicine according to it. You'll be cured in less than half a day. The bloody hand butcher immediately dropped to his knees. He kowtowed 3 times hard. As long as you cure me, senior, from now on, you will be the one who has given me a new life, Yi Tianxin. Even if you tell me to eat shit, I'll eat it. Just then, ring, ring, ring. Lin Fan's phone rang. It was the special ringtone for his sister, Xiao Yao. As soon as he answered, Xiao Yao's panicked voice came through. Solbi, brother. There's so many of them. Don't worry about me. Hearing this, Lin Fan, his heart skipped a beat. Before he could say anything, a sinister male voice came from the other end. Lin Fan, is it? You heard your sister's voice just now. Lin Fan cut the other person off. Bring my sister home safely, right now. Otherwise, I guarantee I'll be at your location within 10 minutes. And I'll break every bone in your bodies. A maniacal laugh came from the other end of the line. Huh, Lin Fan, I was originally going to tell you the location, so you could come yourself. But now I've changed my mind. If you're not here in 10 minutes, be prepared to collect your sister's corpse. With that, without waiting for Lin Fan's reply, he hung up. Lin Fan gritted his teeth. His expression was terrifyingly grim. A dragon has scales that grow in reverse. Touch them, and you die. He had left a spiritual energy imprint on his sister. If his sister's life was in danger, the spiritual energy imprint would explode. But right now, he couldn't feel any fluctuations from the imprint. This meant his sister was at least safe for now. Who dares to kidnap? Senior's sister? I, the bloody hand butcher, will be the first to not let them off. The bloody hand butcher's face was cold. He looked like he wanted to tear the sky apart. Lin Fan didn't answer. He closed his eyes, sensing the location of the spiritual energy imprint. He found that his sister was near their home, in Linjia village, on the outskirts of the city. There's a 1-story house there. Go there and wait for me. Lin Fan said. Senior, what about you? Do you need me to go with you to save her? The bloody hand butcher asked. Lin Fan said nothing. He leaped high into the air. In an instant, he disappeared into the night sky. This sight shocked the bloody hand butcher so much that he fell to his knees. His heart was in turmoil. As far as he knew, not even a Heaven Realm Master could fly through the air like that. Could it be that this person has surpassed the Heaven Realm? At the same time, in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Jinling, an early-stage Yellow Realm martial artist put down his phone. His face was full of mockery. Opposite him was a middle-aged man. He was also a Yellow Realm martial artist. Moreover, he was at the late stage of the Yellow Realm. Besides these 2 Yellow Realm masters, in the vast factory, there were also 30 to 40 tall, muscular bodyguards in black suits. They stood ramrod straight. In the darkness, dozens of black gun barrels were pointed out. They exuded a cold, murderous aura. This time to deal with Lin Fan. The second branch of the 3 Orifices Hall had mobilized all its elites. Honestly, Lord Situ is being too cautious. He actually sent you to assist me. This kind of trash. I could have handled him by myself. That's just Lord Situ's personality. We are his subordinates. We shouldn't gossip. Just do our jobs well. After a brief conversation, the two yellow realm masters looked toward a corner of the factory. Lin Yunyao was huddled there. She was hugging her knees, her face pale. Her body was trembling uncontrollably. She was just a weak female student. She had never witnessed a scene like this before. I can give up the compensation money. Can you please let me go? Lin Yunyao summoned all her courage. She asked with a trembling voice. She thought these people were from the demolition company. They had kidnapped her just to force her to accept a cheap price for her family's land. Little girl, you're too naive. Ada walked up to Lin Yunyao. He looked at her with a lecherous gaze. I have to say, college students these days look delicious. This little girl is pretty. Her skin is fair and rosy, like a budding flower. Your brother killed over 50 of our brothers. We're here this time for revenge. Ada said coldly. No way. How could my brother kill so many people? It must be a misunderstanding. Lin Yunyao couldn't believe it. Little girl, didn't your brother tell you? Ada sneered. He stared at Lin Yunyao's alluring body. I can let your brother go, but you'll have to make a little sacrifice. What do you want to do? Lin Yunyao clutched her chest. Her face was filled with terror. Hearing this, his expression turned cold. This isn't a matter of whether you want to or not. Looking at you, you must still be a virgin, right? Your brother said he'd be here in 10 minutes. 10 minutes, that's enough time for me to play with you 10 times. No, don't. You can't. Lin Yunyao scrambled to her feet in panic. She turned and ran. Ada leisurely chased after her, like a cat playing with a mouse. Seeing this, the dozens of bodyguards in black quickly turned their heads away. They didn't dare to look. But just then, bang! The factory door was kicked open from the outside. Lin Fan walked in with a grim expression. Dozens of bodyguards quickly ran over. They surrounded Lin Fan. Dozens of black gun barrels were pointed at him. The sound of guns being cocked echoed in the vast factory. You're fast. Not even 10 minutes have passed. Ada stupid, shazing, Lin Yunio. He looked at Lin Fan with a mocking gaze. Better early than on time. I was just about to have some fun with your sister. Since you're here, you can watch my technique. Lin Fan shot a cold glance at Ada. He recognized this was the person who had just called him. Dozens of tall, muscular bodyguards charged at Lin Fan. They were armed with clubs. Their faces were ferocious. But Lin Fan stood calmly in place. He didn't move a muscle. It wasn't until they got close that he waved his hand and slapped a few times. Smack, smack, smack. In an instant, dozens of bodyguards were knocked to the ground. They screamed in agony. Seeing this, Ada and the man in the gray robe looked at each other. A look of shock appeared in their eyes. They never expected this kid to be so arrogant. But that's as far as it goes. Facing two Yellow Realm Masters like them, plus dozens of guns in the darkness. Even if a Xian Realm Master came here, they would only die. Ada laughed coldly. He stomped his foot hard on the ground. His whole body shot up. He threw a powerful punch at Lin Fan. It carried an astonishing amount of force. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Thud! Lin Fan reached out with his right hand. He easily caught Ada's punch. He squeezed slightly. Crack! Ada's arm bone instantly shattered into multiple pieces. The intense pain made Ada scream miserably. His whole body trembled. Seeing this, everyone gasped. How is this possible? Ada is an early-stage Yellow Realm martial artist, yet he was defeated by an unknown kid. Xiao, help me. This kid is not simple. Ada quickly called for help from the middle-aged man. You must have reached the mid-stage of the Yellow Realm, right? Those who can grow are called geniuses. Those who can't are just dregs. Meeting me today is your calamity, Xiao said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura of a late-stage Yellow Realm martial artist erupted from his body. Everyone felt an immense pressure. It made it hard for them to breathe. Xiao took a long stride of 7 to 8 meters. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Fan. He launched a powerful palm strike. Invincible Thunder Palm. Facing this powerful palm strike, Lin Fan remained as calm as still water. He even wanted to laugh. He doesn't have much skill, but the name of his martial art is so dramatic. Lin Fan flicked his hand lightly. Xiao flew backward for dozens of meters. He finally crashed heavily into a steel pillar of the factory. He lay motionless on the ground. His whole body was as limp as mud. This scene horrified everyone. Yahello was a late-stage Yellow Realm Master, yet he was defeated in a single move. You're a Xian Realm Master. Ada looked at Lin Fan. His voice trembled. No, Lin Fan said as he squeezed and kneaded Ada's entire body. The sound of breaking bones echoed continuously. His movements were too fast. It was so fast that Ada didn't even realize a dozen of his bones had been broken. By the time he could react, an excruciating pain washed over him, twisting his face into a grimace. What are you all doing? Hurry up and save me. Ada screamed at the dozens of snipers hidden in the darkness. The snipers immediately reacted. Tot. Countless bullets shot toward Lin Yunyao like fiery snakes. Lin Yunyao's face turned pale. She thought she was dead for sure. But in the next moment, an invisible shield appeared around her body, reflecting the bullets back. Bang! Bang! The dozens of snipers were hit by their own bullets before they could even react. What's happening? Lin Yunyao looked at Lin Fan in astonishment. It must have been my brother who protected me. He's so incredibly strong. Ada was terrified. The attack was reflected back. This is too strange. Just then, ring. The phone in Ada's pocket rang. He struggled to move and answer it, but both his hands were broken. He couldn't move. Let me help you. Lin Fan took the phone from Ada's pocket. The caller ID displayed Lord Situ. As soon as he answered, an elegant voice came from the other end. Well, is the job done? You must be Situ Hao, right? The people you sent are useless. A bunch of idiots. The other end of the line was silent for a moment. Let it go. Then crawl over here, kowtow, and apologize. I might consider sparing your life. Confident people are so amusing. Lin Fan chuckled. Then he suddenly turned. Ada, being in the Qing realm doesn't mean you're invincible. You will regret this. In heaven or on earth. No one can save you now. The person on the other end hung up. Lin Fan sneered coldly and crushed the phone in his hand. In a luxurious villa in the urban area of Jinling, Situ Hao couldn't hold back his anger any longer. He slammed his phone onto the ground. Damn it. Confident people are so amusing. As the second hall master of the Three Mouths Hall, he had never been humiliated like this. Ada and Zheng Tianhu were both his trusted subordinates. Yet they were killed by some kid named Lin Fan. This had pushed him to his limit. At that moment, a bodyguard in a black suit hurried in. He spoke respectfully. Lord Situ, young Master Jiang wishes to see you. Show him in quickly. Situ Hao took a deep breath, gradually calming down. Although the Jiang family had always secretly supported the Three Mouths Hall, in reality, the Three Mouths Hall was not a subordinate of the Jiang family. It was a major power, on par with the three great families. Jiang Junlin, dressed in white, strolled in. Young Master Jiang, to what do I owe the pleasure of this late-night visit? Is something the matter? Situ Hao asked with a smile as he invited Jiang Junlin to sit. Hall Master Situ is a straightforward man, so I won't beat around the bush. The head of the Qin family hasn't been seen for half, and the Qin family is being very secretive about it. So, I'd like to ask you to help me investigate the situation with the Qin family. Jiang Junlin got straight to the point. Hearing this, Situ Hao's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained his smile. Young Master Jiang, this is not something I can decide on my own. You'll have to ask my big brother. The three hall masters of the Three Mouths Hall appeared harmonious on the surface, but they were at odds with each other internally. I came to see you. Surely Hall Master Situ understands my Jiang family's intentions, don't you? Jiang Junlin said with a hidden meaning. Hearing this, Situ Hao gave Jiang Junlin a deep look. I can go to the Qin family and investigate for you. Hall Master Situ is indeed a smart man. The day the Qin family is destroyed will also be the day you take full control of the Three Mouths Hall. Jiang Junlin stood up. All right, there's one more personal matter I'd like to ask for your help with, Hall Master Situ. There's a young man in Jinling named Lin Fan. His martial arts skill is probably around the mystic realm. I'd like to ask you to teach him a lesson. Young Master Jiang, do you have some grudge against this Lin Fan? Situ Hao asked. It's not a big grudge. It's just that the kid is my fiancé's ex-boyfriend. It really annoys me. So that's how it is. I understand. I'll take special care of him. After Jiang Junlin left, Situ Hao sat back down on the sofa. His eyes flickered incessantly. By now, Hu and Jinling didn't know that the Jiang family was about to form a marriage alliance with the Chun family of Yinchuan. Lin Fan is Jiang Junlin's fiancé's ex-boyfriend. Then that little girl with Kabuki syndrome is very likely Lin Fan's daughter. If that's the case, this Lin Fan can't die just yet. He could become a bargaining chip to control the Jiang family. As for what Jiang Junlin just said, of course, he wouldn't completely believe it. If Jiang Junlin were really that simple, he would have died a dozen years ago. Around 10 o'clock at night, Lin Fan and his sister arrived home. The Bloody Hand Butcher had been waiting for a long time. Seeing them, he breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly stepped out. He said respectfully, "Senior, you're back." Lin Fan nodded casually. "Who is this old gentleman?" Lin Yunyao asked curiously. Lin Fan said casually, "His name is Yi Tianxin." "That's a nice name." "Then I'll call you Grandpa Tianxin. You should call him Uncle Tianxin. He's only in his 50s. It's just that an illness makes him look older." "That's so pitiful," Lin Yunyao exclaimed. She looked at the Bloody Hand Butcher with a concerned gaze. "Uncle Tianxin, don't be discouraged. Your illness will definitely be cured." The Bloody Hand Butcher looked at Lin Yunyao. He said nothing. Ever since his entire family was massacred over 20 years ago, no one had cared about him anymore. Now, hearing these words of concern, he didn't know how to react. Lin Fan didn't say anything more. He walked into the house, took out a pen and paper. He wrote down a series of medicinal herb names. "Just get the medicine according to this prescription. After you bought it, come back and find me." "Thank you, Senior." The Bloody Hand Butcher looked at the prescription. He was extremely excited. Lin Fan thought for a moment. "Do you know about the Three Orifices Hall? Was it the people from the Three Orifices Hall who kidnapped Senior's sister?" The Bloody Hand Butcher immediately guessed. The Three Orifices Hall has 3 branches. Each branch is managed by a mid-stage Earthrealm Hall Master. In addition, the Three Orifices Hall also has 7, or 8 Xian Realm Masters and a dozen Yellow Realm Masters. With such strength, in Jinling, only the 3 great families Jiang, Qin, and Li can compare. With Senior strength, destroying the Three Orifices Hall is a small matter. But I think if it's not necessary, it's best for Senior not to do it. "Why?" Lin Fan was surprised. "Because it said that the 3 Hall Masters of the Three Orifices Hall have connections with the powers on the mountain." The Bloody Hand Butcher lowered his voice. "The secular powers are more or less connected to the hidden sects on the mountain. These sects have existed for a very long time. They represent the pinnacle of martial arts in Great Xia. Normally, they don't come down from the mountain, but they still need living supplies. So some secular powers take the initiative to provide them with money and supplies in exchange for their protection." After the Bloody Hand Butcher left, Lin Fan stood there thinking, "It seems this world is more interesting than I thought. There are hidden sects on the mountain, just like in urban fantasy novels. I wonder if there are any cultivators like me among them. It seems that after I've dealt with the matters here, I can pay these sects a visit. The urgent matter now is to absorb the yin-yang stones and attempt to break through to the nascent soul stage. As for my sister's safety, I just need to refine a few protective talismans for her." Lin Fan found an open space. He sat down cross-legged. When he took out the yin-yang stones, his master's words appeared in his mind. "The priority is to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the Dantian. Form 9 swirling streams of energy. This is called the Qi refining stage. 9 becomes 1. The golden core shatters, and the spiritual infant is born. That is the nascent soul stage." Lin Fan tossed the yin-yang stones into the air. The 2 strange stones hovered above his head. Streams of black and white yin-yang energy intertwined. They flowed into his dantian. The long night passed. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. A wondrous Tao rhythm emanated from his body. As expected, I've broken through to the nascent soul stage. Afterward, Lin Fan picked up a pen and a notebook. He began to draw talismans. About 20 minutes later, the notebook was filled with talismanic script. Each page of script looked very ordinary, like the doodles of a child. But if a cultivator were here, they would see that these talismans were faintly emitting spiritual energy. Just then, Lin Yunyao walked out, rubbing her eyes. "Did you sleep out here all night?" "I was cultivating last night." Lin Fan smiled. Then he handed the notebook to his sister. "This is an attack talisman array. I made it for you for protection. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, Just tear off a talisman and throw it at them. Then shout break, and it will work. Hearing this, Lin Yunyao curiously tore a talisman from the notebook. She threw it at a concrete block not far away. Then she shouted break. The concrete block, over a meter in diameter, immediately exploded into dust. Not fragments, but dust. Lin Yunyao was astonished. This isn't scientific at all. It's like a mini-bomb. After breakfast, Lin Fan and Lin Yunyao dragged their suitcases to Jinling University. From today on, Lin Yunyao would be staying in the school dormitory, beginning her 4 wonderful years of university. Just then, "Are you a new student here to register?" The 2 siblings turned around. They saw a young man walking toward them with a smile. Qin Feng was very excited. As the young master of the Qin family, he obviously didn't come to Jinling University to study hard like some country bumpkin. He came here to enjoy the university life. Therefore, for the past month, he had been leading a few of his underlings to loiter in front of the female dormitory almost every day, looking for some good stuff to play with. When he saw Lin Yunyao, his eyes lit up. Her figure was just right. Not too flashy, but not too flat either. Everything was perfect. I must have her. With that thought, Qin Feng stepped forward, a familiar, lecherous smile on his face. "You are?" Lin Yunyao asked curiously. Lin Fan glanced at Qin Feng. He said nothing. It was normal for a senior to greet a freshman who had come to register. "My name is Qin Feng. I'm a sophomore in the business administration department. You can consider me your senior." "Hello, senior. My name is Lin Yunyao. Nice name. I like names with the character Yao. It sounds so talented. You're new here, so you must not be familiar with the school yet, right? Let me show you around." Qin Feng said enthusiastically. Lin Yunyao saw through his intentions. She politely refused. "That's not necessary. I have to meet my supervising teacher later." Hearing this, Qin Feng, his eyes lit up. "Going to see your supervising teacher? Isn't this a chance for me to show off? Great. I know all the supervising teachers in the business administration department. No one dares to disrespect me. I'll take you there. I guarantee the teacher will be very welcoming to you." "Still, that's not necessary." Lin Yunyao refused firmly. Qin Feng's face immediately darkened. He never expected that, even after being so enthusiastic, she still wouldn't give him face. In this entire school, how many people dared to refuse him time and time again? Enough with the nonsense. "Didn't you hear my sister? Get lost." Lin Fan impatiently pushed Qin Feng. Qin Feng stumbled and almost fell. Stunned, "He dared to push me?" The surrounding students who were passing by also noticed this scene. They were all shocked. "Oh my God, who is this person? He dared to push Qin Feng. Does he have a death wish?" I heard Qin Feng's background is terrifying. Even Qin Ziming, the president of the student council, has to give him face. He has to show him respect. A guy like him only comes to school to fool around. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Lin Fan also understood what kind of person this was. So he's a rich kid who came to school to have fun. "You dare to push me?" Qin Feng got up. He looked at Lin Fan with a cold gaze. "Not only will I push you, I'll hit you too." Lin Fan lightly kicked Qin Feng to the ground. "It hurts." Qin Feng clutched his stomach. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. He didn't bring his underlings with him today. Moreover, he had lost face in front of so many people. "You just wait. This isn't over." Qin Feng spat out a threat and ran away. The incident with Qin Feng was just a small interlude. Lin Fan didn't pay it any mind. He continued to stroll around the campus, the provincial experimental building, the small forest, looking at the familiar yet strange scenery. A sense of melancholy welled up in his heart. It was as if he had been through countless vicissitudes. Afterward, he went to the food street at the back gate of the school. Many of the shops from his memory had disappeared. They must have closed down. Some shops were still open, but they were deserted. Sigh. In the internet age, traditional businesses are finding it harder and harder to survive. Finally, he arrived in front of a dumpling shop at the corner of the street. This was the place he and Chun Inua frequented the most. Chun Inua said she liked to eat dumplings, but Lin Fan knew it was only because dumplings were cheap. She knew he didn't have money, so she never asked for anything. Thinking of this, Lin Fan's heart felt heavy. "Young man, is that you?" The owner of the dumpling shop came out. Her expression was one of surprise. She was a middle-aged woman. Years ago, when she first opened a shop, everyone called her the dumpling she sure because of her beauty. But now, more than 10 years had passed. She had aged a lot. Her temples were streaked with silver. Ma'am, I can't believe you still remember me. Lin Fan smiled. How could I not remember? You used to come to my shop all the time. The owner smiled brightly. She invited Lin Fan into the shop. As soon as Lin Fan sat down, he said with a smile, I'll have a large bowl of dumplings. Pork filling with lots of chili. You got it. The owner gave him an okay sign. Soon, a steaming hot bowl of dumplings, covered in chili, was brought to him. Lin Fan ate them one by one. Spicy and delicious. So delicious it made his nose sting. Young man, where is she? The owner sat down. She asked with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Fan, his hand holding the spoon, froze. He shook his head, his expression bitter. I lost her. Is that so? What a pity. The owner shook her head regretfully. That girl, when she looked at you, her eyes shone like the stars. That's a look reserved only for the one you love. I thought you two would end up together. Hearing these words, Lin Fan's heart ached even more. Unfortunately, it's useless to regret it now. Is she married? Not yet? Then there's still a chance. Young man, don't let your life be filled with too many regrets. The owner patted Lin Fan's shoulder, searching for her in the vast sea of people. You turn your head, and there she is, where the lights are dim. Sometimes, all you have to do is turn your head to see her. Hearing this, Lin Fan was stunned. After leaving the dumpling shop, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. He decided to give himself a chance to pursue Chun Inua again. This way, even if he failed, he would have no regrets. Cultivation is about following one's heart. Only then can one attain the Tao. With that thought, Lin Fan took out his phone. He tried to call Chun Inua, but the call was immediately disconnected. He didn't hesitate. He continued to call back. Again and again. On the 9th try, sorry, the number you have dialed is currently switched off. Lin Fan sighed. The flame that had just been ignited in his heart was extinguished. Just then his phone rang. Could be Inua calling back. Lin Fan was overjoyed. But when he saw the caller ID was Wang Chong, he was annoyed. What do you want? Lin Fan answered the phone. He asked in an irritated tone, Brother Lin, are you free right now? I have a few gifts I want to give you. You'll know when you get here. Wang Chong said mysteriously. Lin Fan thought he was free anyway, so he agreed. The Jinling Hotel was one of the few 7-star hotels in Great Xia. The price of each room was 2,000 to 3,000, while the presidential suite could go up to several tens of thousands. Lin Fan arrived at the hotel according to the address Wang Chong provided. A quick glance showed that the parking lot in front of the hotel was packed with all kinds of luxury cars. The hotel entrance was also bustling with people. Everyone was dressed luxuriously. They exuded an air of wealth and nobility. After giving Wang Chong's name, Lin Fan was led by a waiter to presidential suite number 903. In the room, Wang Chong and his subordinate, Zhang Bin, were playing cards. Seeing Lin Fan arrive, Wang Chong immediately stood up. Brother Lin, you're here. Lin Fan nodded. He found a spot on the sofa and sat down. What did you mean on the phone about having a gift for me? Brother Lin, don't be in such a hurry. It's still early. Let's play some cards to kill time. Hearing this, Lin Fan looked at Wang Chong with a suspicious gaze. Could there be some hidden meaning? I don't believe the chairman of a large corporation would have this much free time. And so, the three of them played cards until the evening. Lin Fan sighed. He threw down his cards. What is this all about? Hurry up and tell me. I've wasted too much time here. He thought Wang Chong wanted to use gambling to hint at something. But it turned out they were just playing cards. I actually wasted a whole afternoon playing cards with these two idiots. I'm an idiot too. Brother Lin, don't be angry. Let me make a call and ask. Wang Chong said as he took out his phone to make a call. After a few words, he hung up. Then he winked at Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin understood. He took out a room card from his briefcase. He handed it to Lin Fan. Brother Lin, this is the key card to Presidential Suite 1103 upstairs. The gift I want to give you is inside. Go up and see for yourself. Wang Chong smiled. Hearing this, Lin Fan, his expression softened. He took the room card. Can you be a little more specific? This, Brother Lin, you'll understand when you go up and see for yourself. I can only say that you'll definitely like it. Hearing this, Lin Fan became even more curious. What could possibly make me like it? A magic treasure? A divine ability? A breeding technique? Probably not. Wang Chong doesn't know I'm a cultivator. Could it be a room full of money? Lin Fan took the room card. He went upstairs, curious. After finding the room, He opened the door and walked in. A strong fragrance hit his nose. Then, four beautiful girls appeared before his eyes. For any man, this scene was the most beautiful sight on earth. It made one's blood boil. But Lin Fan was stunned. What's going on? Did I go to the wrong room? He looked at the room number again. Then he looked at the card in his hand. It's not wrong. Could it be that these four beautiful girls are the gift Wang Chong was talking about? Thinking of this, Lin Fan almost spat out blood. I played cards with him all afternoon. And this is the result? Lin Fan felt like his mood was about to collapse. He turned to leave. He was going to find Wang Chong and demand an explanation. In the room, seeing Lin Fan leave, the four girls were surprised. Sisters, President Wang gave each of us 100 million. If we let him go, we'll definitely lose the money. Hearing this, the four girls became anxious. They quickly put on thin robes and ran out. They blocked Lin Fan at the door. Handsome, you can't go. That's right, handsome. If you leave, what will we do? Are you even a man? The four of us are so beautiful, yet you're willing to leave? Lin Fan looked at the chattering girls in front of him. His expression was grim. Who told you to come here? Go ask that person for the money. We came here tonight to serve you. Handsome, you're not. Impotent, are you? You see four beauties like us, and you don't have any reaction? Lin Fan was about to answer, when three people walked over from the far end of the hallway. One of them was Inua. She was looking at him with a shocked expression. Lin Fan's face darkened. He didn't want to jump out of the 11th floor window. One man playing with four 18-year-olds? Chun Inua looked at her ex-lover with a cold expression. A sharp pain pierced her heart. Last night, after returning from Mount Taihu, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Lin Fan's image kept appearing in her mind. She wondered if she had misunderstood him. Even during the day, when Lin Fan called her many times, although she didn't answer, she still felt a little happy. After all, women are emotional creatures. Lin Fan is Nian Yin's biological father. But now she knew she was wrong. How could she have trusted such a scumbag? Well, isn't this brother Lin? Jiang Junlin also saw the scene. His eyes lit up. He quickly went forward to greet him. Lin Fan said nothing. He would definitely strangle Wang Chong when he got back. This time, he had really been screwed over. Brother Lin, you sure play big. I just gave you 20 million last night. And tonight, you've already found four beauties like this. It must have cost quite a bit, right? Before Lin Fan could answer, the four girls spoke up. Who are you? What does our business have to do with you? Who the hell are you? Lin Fan didn't bother with Jiang Junlin. He walked up to Chun Inua. He took a deep breath. If I said this was all a misunderstanding, would you believe me? I was called here by Wang Chong of Qinglong Construction. He said he wanted to give me a gift. I didn't know the gift was these four girls. If I had known, I absolutely would not have come. Hearing this, Chun Ino sneered. What you say has nothing to do with me. Lin Fan thought for a moment. He pushed Chun Inua against the wall. He placed one hand on the wall. At a time like this, reasoning with a woman was useless. Desperate times call for desperate measures. A cabinet might solve a lot of problems. Look in my eyes. They're full of sincerity. Inua, believe me, I have never lied to you. For the past 10 years, I've always missed you. I wanted to see you. Remember the poem we used to read in college? Tagore once said, silence is golden, but being silent in front of the one you love is cowardly. Inua, can we start over? Lin Fan looked at Chun Inua with an infatuated gaze. His voice was gentle. It was full of persuasive power. The four girls were so moved they were about to cry. So there is still such sincere love in this world. Chun Inua stared at him, dazed. Her mind was blank. She felt like she had returned to her college days. Every time they argued, Lin Fan would forcefully cabinet her like this. And then they would make up. It seemed to be the same now. She knew she still loved Lin Fan in her heart. It's just that, once bitten by a snake, one is scared of a rope for 10 years. She was afraid Lin Fan would abandon her again. At that time, she would completely fall into the abyss. She would never be able to get back up. Lin Fan saw the expression on Chun Inua's face. He was overjoyed. He lowered his head, intending to... But just then, Jiang Junlin rushed over angrily. He shouted, Lin Fan, do you think I'm invisible? How dare you kiss my fiancée in front of me? Do you have a death wish? As soon as he finished speaking, the powerful aura of a peak Xian realm master erupted. This loud shout startled Chun Inua back to her senses. She quickly pushed Lin Fan away. Her expression was complicated. Chun Qianhao, who had been silent all this time, spoke up to stop Jiang Junlin. Wait a minute. His expression also turned cold. I don't want to bring up the past. But from now on, I hope you stay away from Inua. You are not worthy of her. What does it have to do with you? Are you meddling in other people's business? Lin Fan sneered. He recognized that the man in front of him was a peak Earth Realm master. But so what? In his eyes, he was still just an ant. I'm Inua's older brother. Well, am I qualified to say this now? Chen Xianhao said coldly. Hearing this, Lin Fan. His expression changed. His heart tightened. So he's my brother-in-law. A pleasure, a pleasure. Don't pleasure me. I've already said it. You are not worthy of my sister. Do you know how much she has suffered these past few years? She defied our parents for you. She took her daughter and rented a room in a damp, dark basement. Where were you then? Chen Inua shook her head. She said nothing and turned to walk toward the elevator. Seeing this, Chen Qianhao hurriedly followed her. Lin Fan, cherish the days you have left. Jiang Junlin gave Lin Fan a cold look and also followed. Watching the three of them leave, Lin Fan frowned. What did my brother-in-law mean by that? Defied her parents? Took her daughter to live in a damp basement? Wasn't it because of her previous unhappy marriage? Could it be that little girl is my daughter? Lin Fan was startled, but then he shook his head. I've been missing for 10 years, and that little girl looks to be only about 5 or 6 years old. She can't be my daughter. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time, at least after what just happened. It doesn't seem to hate me anymore. Lin Fan sighed. In Presidential Suite 903 downstairs, Wang Chong and Zhang Bin had just finished their business. They were sitting on the sofa, smoking cigars. Their expressions were satisfied. Bin, you're still the sharp one. You knew Brother Lin likes women. That's how I was able to hit his weak spot, Wang Chong said with a laugh. I just don't know if Brother Lin's small body can handle it. Just then, the door to the room was pushed open. Lin Fan walked in with a blank expression. Haha, Brother Lin. Why are you back so soon? Aren't you going to enjoy yourself a little longer? Wang Chong hurriedly stood up. He said enthusiastically. Lin Fan grabbed Wang Chong by the collar. He lifted him up. Right now, I just want to strangle you. Who told you to arrange for women for me? Hearing this, Wang Chong, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Brother Lin doesn't like women? You're wrong. Of course Lin Fan was at a loss for words. He angrily threw Wang Chong onto the sofa. He said coldly, of course I like women. But I only like one woman. And that's Chun Inua, the one you met last night. Just now I was surrounded by your beauties, and she happened to see it. So, according to you, should I kill you now, or should I kill you? Hearing this, Wang Chong and Zhang Bin looked at each other. They both understood where the problem lay. At this moment, Zhang Bin suddenly picked up the ashtray on the table and smashed it on his own head. Brother Lin, this has nothing to do with my boss. I did it on my own. We just wanted you to have a little fun. We never expected to cause you trouble. Zhang Bin Zeit. He continued, Brother Lin, I won't explain any further. Whether you want to kill me or cut me, just do it. If I make a sound, I'm not Zhang Bin. Xiao Bin. Wang Chong's expression changed. He quickly took a tissue to wipe the wound on Zhang Bin's forehead. Lin Fan remained calm. This Zhang Bin is really reckless. Forget it. Let's drop this. Just don't do something so stupid next time. Lin Fan waved his hand. After all, these two were just trying to curry favor with him. He turned to leave, but Zhang Bin suddenly said, Brother Lin, if you like Chun Ina, I have some news about her. The upper echelons of Jinling are all buzzing that Chun Inua's background is not simple at all. She is the biological daughter of a major family in Yunchuan. Although the Jiang family is powerful, it's not easy for them to marry the biological daughter of such a major family. It's said that Chun Inua agreed to Jiang Junlin's proposal because the Jiang family had invited a divine doctor who could cure her daughter's illness. Hearing this, Lin Fan, his heart stirred. What illness does Inua's daughter have? I'm not clear on that. I only know that it's an incurable disease. The entire field of Western medicine is helpless against this disease. This time, the Jiang family has invited a very powerful divine doctor. He is proficient in traditional Chinese medicine, so it's very likely he can cure her daughter's illness. So that's how it is. A glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Is there a way out even when the mountains and rivers seem to end? During his 10 years in the mountains, his medical skills had also reached a supreme level. The yin-yang 13 needles that his master had passed down to him could cure 99.9% of the world's illnesses. Very good. This news is very useful to me. Consider that I owe you a favor. With that, Lin Fan stepped forward. He placed his hand on the wound on Zhang Bin's forehead. A small stream of spiritual energy flowed in. Zhang Bin's wound gradually healed. Seeing this, Wang Chong and Zhang Bin were both utterly astonished. What kind of technique is this? Brother Lin, can you tell me what realm you are in now? Wang Chong asked nervously. I'm not a heaven realm martial artist. Lin Fan said casually and sat down on the sofa. He took out his phone to call Chun Inua in a luxurious restaurant. Chun Xianhao, Chun Inua, and Jiang Junlin were having dinner. Perhaps because of what had just happened, all three of them were silent. The atmosphere was quite oppressive. Just then, Chun Inua's phone rang. It was Lin Fan calling. She hesitated for a moment and then rejected the call. Inua, who was that? Jiang Junlin asked sensitively. No one, Chun Inua replied casually. Hearing this, Jiang Junlin nodded. On the surface, he appeared calm. But inside, he was very annoyed. It must have been Lin Fan calling. This clown, he's really pushing his luck. He's asking for death. Just then, Chun Inua's phone buzzed, indicating a new message. It was from Lin Fan. She hesitated for a moment and then opened it. Inua, I am certain I can cure your daughter's illness. If you believe me, come to the hotel from before tomorrow night. I'll be waiting for you. Chun Inua looked at the message. She was shaken. Right now, to her, her daughter was everything. She could hate Lin Fan, but she couldn't ignore any hope of curing her daughter's illness. Jiang Junlin, when will the divine doctor you mentioned, who can cure my daughter's illness, arrive? Is he certain he can cure her? Jiang Junlin glanced at Chun Inua's phone. Then he said, the day after tomorrow at the latest. I can't guarantee it 100%, but Medicine Master Yaoyan is from the Medicine King Valley, the holy land of medicine. I had to ask my sister to go to great lengths to invite him down from the mountain. If even he can't cure her, then it's unlikely anyone else can. Jiang Junlin emphasized the words, anyone else. He was warning Chun Inua. Don't do anything stupid that will displease me. I know. Chun Inua nodded. She continued to eat. Jiang Junlin's older sister, Jiang Xiu, had joined a major sect on the mountain 10 years ago. It was said that she had become a true disciple. With that status, it was indeed possible to invite a master from the Medicine King Valley. Qianhao Inua, you two continue eating. I'm going to the restroom for a moment. Jiang Junlin said with a smile, then stood up and went to the restroom. But as soon as he entered the restroom, his expression immediately turned cold. He took out his phone to call Situ Hao. Hall Master Situ. Last night, I asked you to deal with Lin Fan. Have you sent someone yet? I've already spoken to Yun Sanshui. Although he's only at the mid-stage of the Xian realm, he can fight on par with a late-stage Xian realm master without any problem. Lin Fan is only at the early stage of the Xian realm. He can definitely be dealt with easily. Very good. I've changed my mind. I want Lin Fan dead tonight. After texting Chun Inua, Lin Fan left the hotel. He walked home slowly, but after walking for a while, he suddenly noticed that the once bustling street had become deserted. Lin Fan frowned. He turned his head and saw a middle-aged man in black walking slowly toward him. This person was Yun Sanshui. He quickly arrived in front of Lin Fan. He was less than a meter away. Are you an idiot? You saw me coming and you didn't run? Who sent you? The Three Orifices Hall or the Jiang family? Lin Fan asked. Hearing this, Yun Sanshui narrowed his eyes. That, you can ask King Yama in hell. As soon as he finished speaking, the muscles on his body bulged. It was as if a stream of energy was flowing inside. Thunder Fist. Yun Sanshui immediately unleashed his ultimate technique. Lin Fan sneered. He didn't dodge at all. Yun Sanshui landed a powerful blow on his chest. But Lin Fan stood still as if nothing had happened. Are you trying to flirt with me? Seeing this, Yun Sanshui's expression changed. You're only at the early stage of the Xian realm. How could you withstand my Thunder Fist? Who said I was at the early stage of the Xian realm? With that, Lin Fan gently blew a stream of spiritual energy toward Yun Sanshui. Thud! Yun Sanshui flew back dozens of meters. He finally crashed heavily into a camphor tree by the roadside. Lin Fan leaped forward. He placed his hand on his head. Soul Search. Yun Sanshui was already severely injured, attacked by the Soul Search technique. He immediately foamed at the mouth. He fainted. Lin Fan murmured, Sidu Hao, you want to die? Then tonight, I will grant you your wish. Lin Fan waved his hand toward Yun Sanshui's body. Spiritual fire erupted. His body instantly turned to ash. With that done, Lin Fan soared into the sky. He headed toward the south of the city. In a luxurious villa in the south of the city, Situ Hao was lounging on the sofa. He gently swirled the red wine in his glass. His expression was relaxed. If nothing unexpected happened, he would soon receive news of Lin Fan's death. Thinking it was still early, he was about to call a girl over to entertain himself. But just then, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the villa. It sounded like something had collapsed. Wang Fugue, what are you all doing again? Situ Hao shouted in annoyance. He didn't think much of it. Outside the villa were 99% of the elites of his second branch. There were more than 10 martial arts masters alone. Among them was Wang Fugue, a late-stage Xian realm master. Just then, the villa door was pushed open. Lin Fan walked in. His clothes were not stained with a single speck of dust. He looked around the living room. Exquisitely carved wooden furniture, antique paintings, and calligraphy. It was both luxurious and understated. This bastard really knows how to enjoy life. Who are you? Situ Hao stood up from the sofa. His sharp eyes stared at Lin Fan. You don't know me? Lin Fan was slightly surprised. Then he took a bottle of 1982 La Fight from the wine cabinet. He opened the cap. What a waste. He leisurely sat down on the sofa. He took an elegant sip. Situ Hao watched coldly. He didn't stop him. It seems this person is Lin Fan. So Yin Sanshui has failed. But how did Lin Fan get in here? There are nearly 200 elites from the second branch guarding outside. And there's also Wang Fugue, a late-stage Xian realm master. Thinking of this, Situ Hao called out loudly. Fugue, Fugue. But outside, it was dead silent. No one answered. This made him uneasy. He knew something was wrong. Don't call anymore. Everyone outside has been killed by me. Lin Fan gently swirled his wine glass. He said casually. Situ Hao narrowed his eyes. Even knowing that all his subordinates had been wiped out, he was not afraid. The Three Orifices Hall's power was not based on the number of its subordinates, but on the terrifying strength of its three hall masters. The hall master of the first branch had broken through to the late stage of the Earth realm not long ago, although the second and third hall masters were only at the mid-stage of the Earth realm. They were only a short step away from the late stage. Therefore, Situ Hao, a peak mid-stage Earth realm master, was one of the strongest. Jinling, since you come to my door, then I'll kill you myself. Situ Hao stomped his foot hard on the ground. The terrifying force caused the marble floor to crack. His speed was so fast that it created a sonic boom. Facing this terrifying attack, Lin Fan just gently flicked the red wine in his glass. The soft red wine in midair suddenly turned into a red ice arrow. With a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to see, it shot straight at Situ Hao's fist. A loud bang echoed in the living room. Situ Hao's entire right arm exploded. The intense pain made him stagger back. He finally fell to the ground. His face was filled with terror. How? How is this possible? Turning wine into a sword. Killing with gentleness. What level of control over internal energy is this? Are you a Heaven Realm master? I'm not a Heaven Realm martial artist. Lin Fan slowly walked towards Situ Hao. To avoid future trouble, he had to search Situ Hao's memories, find the other two hall masters, and kill them all at once. Don't force me. Get out. Otherwise, don't blame me for fighting you to the death. Situ Hao gritted his teeth. He threatened fiercely. Lin Fan was slightly surprised. Even at this point, Situ Hao still had a trump card. Situ Hao sneered sinisterly. He took out a white stone from his chest. The stone was covered in talismanic script. These scripts were flashing with a golden light. It looked very mysterious. Lin Fan stopped in his tracks. He looked at the stone in Situ Hao's hand in astonishment. It's actually a spirit stone. To put it simply, this is a container for spiritual energy. Each spirit stone contains a dense amount of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It can help cultivators cleanse their meridians and assist in breakthroughs. Unfortunately, since entering the Dharma-ending age, spirit stones have become extremely rare, even when he was still on the mountain. Lin Fan had never seen a spirit stone. He never expected Situ Hao, a mere martial artist, to have a spirit stone in his possession. Moreover, this spirit stone was covered in attack runes. Where did you get this stone? Lin Fan asked. Spirit stone? Situ Hao sneered. You really don't know anything, yet you like to pretend you do. This is a spirit explosion stone. It contains the power of heaven and earth. Once it explodes, Its power is equivalent to 500 kilograms of TNT. At that time, even if you're a Heaven Realm Master, you'll be severely injured. You might even die. Facing the enemy's threat, Sidhu Hao gritted his teeth. He threw the Spirit Explosion Stone at Lin Fan. But Lin Fan just reached out with his right hand. He easily caught the Spirit Stone. The violently flashing runes on the surface of the Spirit Stone immediately quieted down. The principle of this Spirit Explosion Stone is very simple. It's like a grenade, but inside a grenade is explosives. And inside a Spirit Explosion Stone is spiritual energy. The runes on the surface act as a catalyst to detonate the spiritual energy. After waiting for a long time without any reaction from the Spirit Explosion Stone, Sidhu Hao was terrified. Why didn't it explode? Lin Fan put away the Spirit Stone. He planned to study it more carefully when he got home. Using a Spirit Stone to create this useless thing is truly a waste of a treasure. Lin Fan didn't waste any more words. He walked up to Sidhu Hao. He performed the soul search technique. Soon, Sidhu Hao's eyes rolled back. He foamed at the mouth, convulsing on the ground. Lin Fan waved his hand. Sidhu Hao immediately stopped breathing. His entire body turned to ash. From Sidhu Hao's memories, Lin Fan not only learned the whereabouts of the other two Hall Masters, but he also learned the origin of the Spirit Stone. This Spirit Explosion Stone was a rather rare item in the martial world. It was extremely precious. Sidhu Hao had only obtained it by chance at a large auction. Afterward, Lin Fan set off. He was preparing to kill the other two Hall Masters of the Three Orifices Hall to avoid future trouble. But unexpectedly, just then, the sound of footsteps came from outside. Then a group of people rushed in. They were led by a man and a woman. The man was about 50 years old. He had a medium build. He was a late-stage Earth Realm Master. The woman looked younger, about 40 years old. She was a mid-stage Earth Realm Master. It can't be such a coincidence. Lin Fan's expression changed. He was just about to go find the other two Hall Masters. And they came to him on their own. Who are you? Where are the others? Xian Hong, the Hall Master of the First Branch, frowned. Not long ago, he received a secret report that Sidhu Hao was colluding with the Jiang family. They were planning to overthrow the Three Orifices Hall. He knew Sidhu Hao's personality well. So after careful preparation, he led his men here at night. He planned to strike first. But he never expected that this once bustling villa would only have one person. The others are all dead. Lin Fan said, Zhu Wenmei, the Hall Master of the Third Branch, covered her mouth and laughed when she heard this. Young man, don't talk nonsense. The second branch has as many masters as ants. And Sidhu Hao is a mid-stage Earth Realm Master. You say they're all dead? As soon as these words were spoken, the others all burst out laughing. They thought the young man in front of them was just an idiot. Lin Fan didn't bother to explain. He waved his hand at the Yellow Realm martial artist who was laughing the loudest. Spiritual energy surged. Before that martial artist could react, he turned to ash. The crowd immediately fell silent. The smiles on their faces froze. I never thought that you, who are not a martial artist, would be so arrogant. So you're a master of the 8 heretical arts. Xiongxigid, he said in a deep voice. Besides orthodox martial artists, there are also strange people in the world who cultivate the 8 heretical arts, such as divination, goose sorcery, talisman techniques, formation arts, curses, and hexes. He thought that Lin Fan, who could make a martial artist spontaneously combust, must be a master of sorcery or goose sorcery. Lin Fan looked at the people in front of him. He thought to himself, right now, he only had the Bloody Hand Butcher as a subordinate. Instead of destroying the Three Orifices Hall, it would be better to subdue these people. They might be useful in the future. He suddenly appeared in front of the 2 Hall Masters. He easily grabbed them by the neck. He lifted them up. Who are you? Xian Hong asked with a trembling voice. As the Hall Master of the First Branch, a late-stage Earth Realm Master. This was the first time he had felt fear. Lin Fan threw the 2 of them to the ground. Everyone only saw a flash before their eyes. Lin Fan was already sitting back on the sofa. He leisurely drank his wine. Teleportation. Everyone swallowed hard. A chill ran down their spines. If you want to live, be my dogs. If you don't want to live, then go down there and meet Sidhu Hao. Lin Fan took a sip of wine. He said casually. The word dog was full of humiliation. It showed that he didn't see them as anything at all. Senior, your request is too much. Even if you are strong, A late-stage Xian realm master couldn't help but speak up before he could finish his sentence. Lin Fan spat wine at him. The wine shot out with incredible speed. It pierced through the martial artist's chest. Does anyone else have an opinion? I am a very democratic person. I don't like to force others. Qin Tianhong met Lin Fan's gaze, and his heart trembled. An immense fear washed over him. He wants to kill me. He had a very strong premonition, making his limbs tremble. He immediately knelt down. Senior, from this moment on, I am your dog. We are all your dogs. The others hurriedly knelt down as well, trembling as they spoke. Zhu Yunmei wiped the dirt from her face and swayed over to Lin Fan's side. She placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling fawningly. Senior, that sounds so powerful. I really like you. She wanted to use her beauty to get Lin Fan to accept her, to avoid the harshness of being called a dog. Lin Fan slapped Zhu Yunmei, sending her flying. If you're a dog, you should know your place. Don't you dare have any ideas about your master. Understood? Lin Fan thought for a moment, then stepped forward and lightly tapped each person on the chest. I have placed a small restriction on your meridians. You'd best not do anything foolish. Otherwise, I can take your lives with a single thought. Also, I need a large number of spirit burst bullets right now. Go and find them for me. Whoever finds the most will be handsomely rewarded. Spirit burst bullets? Although Qin Tianhong and Zhu Yunmei were suspicious, they didn't dare ask questions. They hurriedly nodded in agreement. As Lin Fan walked, he took out a spirit burst bullet to examine it. This meager amount of spiritual energy, this must be a low-grade spirit stone. But even a low-grade spirit stone is incredibly precious in this era of declining magic. I can use it to cleanse the meridians and marrow, strengthening Yuyao's constitution. About a minute later, Lin Fan arrived home. It was now past 9 in the evening. He smelled the scent of fresh blood. In the distance, there was a loud bang. It sounded like a gunshot, but also like a fight. About 2 kilometers away, in a small, dark forest, a group of martial artists was engaged in a fierce battle. Bloody Hand Butcher, I advise you to surrender without a fight. Otherwise, tonight will be the night you die. An old man in a Zhongshan suit said coldly. The old man had silver-white hair, a ruddy complexion, and an unfathomably deep martial aura. He was clearly a mid-stage Earthrealm master. He was Yang Dingtian, the vice master of the Jinling Martial Alliance. Besides Yang Dingtian, there were 4 other members of the Martial Alliance. The weakest among them was at the late-stage Mystic Realm, while the strongest had reached the early-stage Earth Realm. 3 late-stage Mystic Realms. 2 Earth Realms. This was an extremely formidable force. Easy for you to say. If I go with you, do I still have a chance to live? The Bloody Hand Butcher said in a low voice. He was already heavily injured. During the day, he had gone to find the herbs on Lin Fan's prescription, but he didn't expect the Martial Alliance to have spies in the medicine shops. He desperately fled towards Lin Fan's house. But to his surprise, Lin Fan's house was empty, plunging him into despair. Bloody Hand Butcher. Back then, to practice the blood demon evil art, you killed over 1,000 people. An evil heretic like you. Anyone has the right to kill. Hearing this, the Bloody Hand Butcher laughed loudly. If you are the righteous ones, then why, when my Yi family was annihilated back then, when over 100 innocent people were killed, did you not step in? Why didn't you seek justice for my Yi family? In the end, you're all just a bunch of bullies who pick on the weak. Nothing but hypocrites. There's no point in talking to him. It's getting late. Let's capture him quickly and go home to rest. Yang Dingtian said calmly. The 4 Martial Alliance masters nodded. They rushed forward to surround the Bloody Hand Butcher. Just as the situation hung by a thread, an annoyed voice rang out. It's the middle of the night. Instead of sleeping, what are you all doing here? Everyone looked over. They saw a young man slowly walking toward them. Senior. The Bloody Hand Butcher's desperate face suddenly lit up with joy. Who are you? Yang Dingtian looked at Lin Fan. He frowned. He couldn't feel any martial arts aura from this person. Young man, do you know who this person is? 20 years ago, he killed over 1,000 people. He is a demon that anyone can kill. Yang Dingtian was afraid Lin Fan didn't know the story, so he recounted the Bloody Hand Butcher's crimes. Tonight's matter is not something you can interfere with. You'd best stay out of it. But Lin Fan didn't care at all. What's the point of bringing up something from 20 years ago now? He's my dog now. You've injured him so badly. Consider it revenge for those who died 20 years ago. I declare that the grudge between you is over. Yang Dingtian Laogid. You say it's over, so it's over? Thud. Before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying. He crashed heavily into a large poplar tree. Seeing this, the other 4 Martial Alliance masters' pupils contracted. What's going on? Why was the vice chief sent flying? Yang Dingtian limped to his feet. Young man, you hide your skills well. But tonight, you are protecting the Bloody Hand Butcher. This demon, you will bring disaster upon yourself. You're on your own. Let's go, he said with an ugly expression. Then he turned and left. The Bloody Hand Butcher breathed a sigh of relief. He forced a smile. Thank you, senior. Lin Fan sent the Bloody Hand Butcher flying with a slap. I took you into work for me. Not for you to cause me more trouble. Understand? His voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. It made the Bloody Hand Butcher's face turn pale. He knelt on the ground in fear. Have you found all the medicine? Lin Fan asked. I have. The Bloody Hand Butcher carefully took out a bag of medicine from his chest. Inside the bag was a pile of medicinal herbs. Lin Fan took the bag of medicine. Brew this for 2 hours. Then soak yourself in the medicinal water for 5 hours. Your illness will be cured. But from now on, don't use the Blood Demon Grand technique anymore. I don't care what you did in the past, but now that you're my dog, if you dare to act recklessly again, don't blame me for being ruthless. The next morning, Lin Fan woke up. He stepped outside to greet the dawn. Lin Fan saw the Bloody Hand Butcher meditating under the apricot tree in front of the door. After soaking in the medicinal water, he looked much younger. He had transformed from an old man of nearly 80 to an old man of about 50. Moreover, his martial arts realm had also broken through 2 levels. He was now a peak Earth Realm master. At the same time, the Bloody Hand Butcher slowly opened his eyes. He also saw Lin Fan come out. He felt a little smug, suddenly becoming a peak Earth Realm master. Only a short step away from the Heaven Realm made him feel like he was invincible. Even when facing Lin Fan, he felt he could hold his own. Not bad. You've broken through to the peak of the Earth Realm. You must feel very strong now, right? Lin Fan sneered. The Bloody Hand Butcher saw this smile. His heart trembled. Senior, I'm not yet familiar with my own strength. I hope Senior can give me some pointers. Lin Fan sneered. He sent the Bloody Hand Butcher flying with a slap. The Bloody Hand Butcher wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He scrambled to his feet, his expression one of terror. So fast, I didn't even see how he moved. Yi Tianxin, you are a smart man. Just follow me obediently. I will not treat you unfairly, even your revenge. If I'm in a good mood, I can also take care of it for you. Lin Fan said casually. He had heard the conversation in the small forest. Yi Tianxin's family was massacred 20 years ago. He must have offended someone very powerful. Hearing this, Yi Tianxin, his expression was complicated. He did have a grudge. The grudge of his family's annihilation. Day and night, he wished he could eat his enemies alive. He hated that he couldn't tear them to shreds. But he knew very well he couldn't get revenge. Even if he broke through to the Heaven Realm, it wouldn't be enough. The other party's background was too powerful. He didn't dare to oppose them. He didn't believe Lin Fan could help him get revenge. But Lin Fan was already a Heaven Realm master at such a young age. He must have a powerful force backing him. If that force took action, it will be different. Senior, as long as you help me get revenge, my life is yours. Very good. Lin Fan looked at Yi Tianxin. He thought for a moment. Go to Yinchuan for me. Investigate the Chun family in Yinchuan. I need to know everything about them. Watching Yi Tianxin leave, Lin Fan hesitated for a moment. Then he took out his phone to call Chun Inua. He had texted her yesterday, but she hadn't replied, so he wanted to try again. This time, the call connected. Inua, you finally answered. Lin Fan was overjoyed. What did you mean by the message you sent yesterday? Chun Inua asked. She hadn't intended to answer, but remembering that Lin Fan said he could cure her daughter's illness, she couldn't help but pick up. Her daughter was her weakness. For her daughter, she was willing to put aside all grudges. I can cure your daughter's illness. I promise I'm not lying to you. Chun Inua was silent for a moment. Tomorrow, come to the First People's Hospital tomorrow. It won't just be you. There will be other experts as well. We can all have a consultation together. Lin Fan, if you cure Nyinyin's illness, I can consider forgiving you. No problem. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Lin Fan said excitedly. Cut the crap. Let me remind you. Jiang Junlin has his eye on you now. You're on your own. Inua, are you worried about me? No, I'm just afraid you won't live to see tomorrow. Chun Inua sneered. Then she hung up. Hearing this, Lin Fan shook his head helplessly, but he was very happy inside. Chun Inua's attitude toward him had changed a lot. This was a good sign. Jiang Junlin, tomorrow, after I cure Nianyan's illness, will be the day you die. A murderous glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. After searching Situ Hao's memories, he knew that last night's incident was also related to Jiang Junlin. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was an unknown number from Jinling. He didn't have many friends in Jinling right now. So who could be calling? Lin Fan thought for a moment and then answered. Is this Lin Fan? The other end of the line was a pleasant female voice. I am Lin Yunyao's supervising teacher. Your sister just blew up someone's sports car worth over 3 million at school. Now they're demanding compensation. You need to come here right away. Yes, I'll be right there. After hanging up, Lin Fan was helpless. What kind of trouble did Yunyao get into at school? She's too reckless. In front of the university gate. In Jinling, a crowd had gathered, chattering. Such a beautiful Ferrari, and it's ruined. What a pity. I heard it's worth over 3 million. This is intentional destruction of property. You have to go to jail for that. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Lin Yunyao started to get scared. She tightly held Li Xiaoka's hand. She was at a loss for what to do. She was planning to go eat with Xiaoka, but she never expected that as soon as she left the school gate, a flashy young man stepped out from the Ferrari parked by the roadside. He started teasing her and Xiaoka. Stay away from us. Lin Yunyao shouted sternly, but the guy wouldn't let up. He continued to make lewd remarks. He even tried to touch Xiaoka. She was furious, so she took out the talisman her brother had given her. She threw it at the Ferrari, causing it to explode into pieces. But as soon as she did it, she regretted it. She felt she shouldn't have acted so rashly. Li Xiaoka comforta, Then she looked at a woman. She pleaded, Sister Lu. What do we do now? The woman's name was Chun Lu. She was their supervising teacher. What else can we do? You brought a bomb to blow up someone's car. It's worth over 3 million. This is a violation of the law. When the time comes, you'll have to pay whatever compensation is required. If you have to go to jail, you'll go to jail. Don't even think about shirking your responsibility. Chun Lu's words terrified Lin Yunyao. Her heart felt like it had fallen into an abyss. She never expected things to be so serious. At this moment, the owner of the Ferrari also walked over. He was wearing a white baseball jacket. He had an earring. He looked very flashy. Let me tell you, if you don't compensate me today, I won't sign the settlement agreement. At that time, you could just wait to go to jail. What are you being so fierce for? We'll just pay you back, won't we? Li Xiaoka stood in front of Lin Yunyao. She said loudly. Seeing this, the young man slapped Li Xiaoka hard across the face. Her cheeks swelled up. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Li Xiaoka looked at the young man angrily. She was about to rush up and fight him, but she was stopped by Chun Lu. You two were in the wrong first. It's only right that he hit you. Are you going to hit back? Chun Lu said coldly. Li Xiaoka was stunned. She looked at Chun Lu in disbelief. She never expected her own supervising teacher to say such things. Lin Yunyao was also furious. She just wanted to tear off a talisman and blow that guy up. Chun Lu frowned. She said coldly, it's clearly your fault. Now you have to know how to suck up to him. Beg him for forgiveness. Understand? Sister Lu. How could you say that? I'm really disappointed in you. Li Xiaoka said loudly. Tears welled up in her eyes. You made a mistake yourself, and you're blaming me? You got into Jinling University? You must have cheated, right? Chun Lu sneered. She must have cheated. I suggest the school investigate thoroughly. Jinling University is a prestigious university. Don't let a few rats spoil the whole pot of soup. The young man said. Just then, a mocking voice rang out. What's going on here? Everyone looked over. They saw Qin Feng, the young master of the Qin family, walking over. Fourth master. When Chun Lu saw Qin Feng, she quickly put on a fawning smile. Sister Lu, you're too kind. Just call me a Feng. Qin Feng said casually. Chun Lu nodded. A strange smile appeared on her freckled face. Fourth master, what brings you here? The young man also greeted him with a fawning smile. Zhang Qiu, are you here to pick up girls at school again? Qin Feng pretended to be surprised. He went up and lightly punched the young man on the shoulder. Seeing this, Lin Yunyao vaguely realized something. Yesterday, when she came to school to register, this Qin Feng had harassed her, but he was driven away by her brother. Before he left, he even made a threat. His appearance at this time couldn't help but make people suspicious. At this moment, Chun Lu said with a smile, "Fourth Master, I know you're very capable. Why don't you help my 2 students? It'll be over with just a word from you. This small matter is nothing to me, but I'm not a good person. Why should I help?" Qin Feng glanced at Lin Yunyao with a mocking gaze. Seeing this, Chun Lu pulled Lin Yunyao aside. She threatened, "This 4th Master has a powerful background. If you don't want to make a big deal out of this, then hurry up and beg him for help. Otherwise, you could just wait to be expelled and go to court." Lin Yunyao bit her lip. She didn't want to do it, but when she saw the injured Li Xiaoka, the resolve in her heart crumbled. She herself was fine, but she didn't want to implicate Xiaoka. Xiaoka had helped her so much, and she even got hit. She felt very guilty. "Qin Feng, can you help us?" Lin Yunyao almost gritted her teeth to say this. "Help you? Is that how you ask for help?" Qin Feng sneered. "What do you want?" Lin Yunyao asked weakly. "I don't want anything. Let's talk after your arrogant brother gets here. I want to see if he can still be as arrogant today as he was yesterday." Hearing this, Lin Yunyao was almost certain that today's incident was caused by Qin Feng. She regretted it immensely. "I'm just from an ordinary family. Why did I have to offend this kind of rich kid? Come here." Qin Feng waved at Lin Yunyao with a mocking expression. Lin Yunyao shook her head in fear. She didn't want to get close. Who knew what Qin Feng would do to her? "What are you doing?" "4th Master is calling you. Didn't you hear?" Chun Lu threatened coldly. Lin Yunyao looked at Chun Lu. Tears welled up in her eyes. She suddenly understood everything. So the supervising teacher was also in cahoots with Qin Feng. "4th Master is calling you and you're not coming over? Are you looking for death? Let me tell you. In this Jinling, 4th Master has 10,000 ways to play you to death." Zhang Qiu sneered. He strode over and grabbed Li Xiaoka by the hair. He threw her to the ground. "Still pretending to be so pure? That's hilarious." Li Xiaoka sat on the ground. Her face was pale. Tears streamed down her face from the pain. Just then, the crowd was pushed aside. Lin Fan quickly walked in, seeing his sister with tears in her eyes, and feeling wronged, and Li Xiaoka sitting on the ground, sobbing. His expression immediately turned grim. He helped Li Xiaoka up. "Brother." Li Xiaoka choked out. In Lin Fan's memory, Li Xiaoka was a very lively and cheerful girl, but now she was crying like a rainstorm. Her face was swollen, and the blood at the corner of her mouth hadn't dried yet. "Don't cry. Tell me who hit you." Hearing this, Li Xiaoka cried even harder, but she still covered her mouth with her hand. She shook her head, unwilling to say. Qin Feng's background is very powerful, no less than Qin Ziming's, the president of the student council. "I don't want Brother Lin Fan to do something foolish because of me." "Who are you? How dare you act so tough here?" Zhang Qiu stepped out contemptuously. "I was the one who hit her. So what? In front of me? Get lost." Qin Feng stood by. He crossed his arms, sneering. He was enjoying the show. But in the next moment, Lin Fan strode over. He grabbed Zhang Qiu by the neck. He lifted him up. He slapped Zhang Qiu's face more than a dozen times. He beat his face until it was swollen like a pig's head. Everyone around gasped. He's hitting him like he wants to kill him. After their initial shock, the crowd started whispering again. "I heard the person who got beaten is the son of a powerful figure in Jinling. These 2 siblings are done for. They probably won't be able to hold their heads up for the rest of their lives." Chun Lu came to her senses. She stepped forward and said loudly, "The person you hit is Zhang Qiu, the son of Zhang Ming. Do you know who Zhang Ming is? He is the CEO of Qinglong Construction. His status is noble. His assets are in the billions. He is someone you cannot afford to offend." Hearing this, the crowd gasped again. Qinglong Construction is the largest corporation in the construction industry in Jinling. It has a monopoly on the entire market. To beat the CEO's son to this state, one can imagine the fate of this young man. Qin Feng laughed inwardly. He admired himself even more. He liked this feeling of pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Lin Fan took out his phone and called Wang Chong. This matter was very serious. So serious that it made him want to kill. If Wang Chong didn't give him a satisfactory explanation, then Qinglong Construction didn't need to exist anymore. In the chairman's office of Qinglong Construction, Wang Chong was sitting with his feet up on the desk. He was reading a novel when he received a call. After hearing what Lin Fan said, he shot up from his chair with a thud. His face was filled with terror. What? Brother Lin's sister was beaten? And by the son of Zhang Ming, the CEO of my own corporation? This Zhang Ming was one of the first people to follow him. Because of his good work ability, he had promoted him to CEO. He never expected him to cause such a huge disaster. At this moment, Wang Chong was extremely anxious. After hanging up, he told his secretary to prepare the car to go to the university in Jinling, while also calling Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming, get to Jinling University immediately. I'll be waiting for you there. Zhang Ming was stunned. What's going on? The chairman's tone doesn't sound right. Just then, he received a call from his son, Zhang Xiao. On the phone, his son said he'd been beaten badly at the gate of the university in Jinling. This made him suddenly think, could it be that the chairman found out about Xiao Qiu being beaten and wants to go help my son? The chairman is too kind. Zhang Ming smiled. He also drove to the university. He knew very well what kind of person his son, Zhang Qiu, was. Although he often caused trouble outside, he didn't care. After all, he only had one son. Of course, he had to spoil him. In front of the gate of Jinling University, Lin Fan had just hung up. Chen Lu said contemptuously, "Are you calling for backup? Look at your poor appearance. Stop pretending." Lin Fan coldly slapped Chen Lu. Chen Lu was sent flying more than 2 meters. She fell to the ground. She held her face, looking at Lin Fan in disbelief. "You dare to hit me? So what if I hit you?" Chen Lu was sent flying even further. She lay flat on the ground. She couldn't get up. Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoke stood by. Although they felt gratified, a look of worry appeared in their eyes. "Xiao Yao, don't be afraid. No matter what happens, I won't let anything happen to him." Li Xiaoke vipit hertifs. She gritted her teeth and took out her phone to make a call. Actually, her identity was not simple either. She was the biological daughter of the Li family, one of the 3 great families of Jinling. To be precise, an illegitimate daughter. Her mother came from the countryside, but she was very beautiful. 20 years ago, when she came to Jinling to work, she caught the eye of Li Ruhai, the second young master of the Li family. At that time, Li Ruhai was young and rich. After a period of courtship, her mother, who had never experienced the world, fell for him. Not long after, Li Xiaoke was born. Her mother thought everything would be fine. She waited for Li Ruhai to come and marry her. But she never expected that Li Ruhai already had a wife and children. "Xiao Hui, I'm a member of the Li family, and you are just a farmer's daughter. You can never step into the Li family." Hearing this, Li Xiaoke's mother, Lu Xiaohui, left in anger. For the past 18 years, she raised her daughter alone. She worked hard to accumulate some wealth, enough to live comfortably. Not long ago, Li Ruhai found Lu Xiaohui again. He wanted to rekindle their old flame. He even gave her his phone number. He told her to call him if anything happened. Li Xiaoke hated this irresponsible father. He abandoned her and her mother. He had never cared about her since she was a child. But now, for Lin Fan's sake, she had no choice but to ask him for help. Lin Fan didn't know that Li Xiaoke was calling for backup. He was about to kick Chen Lu when a commotion started on the edge of the crowd. Then, 2 men quickly walked in. Seeing the newcomers, the pupils of the surrounding crowd constricted. They couldn't believe their eyes. "Isn't that Wang Chong, the chairman of Azure Dragon Construction? I see him on TV all the time." Zhang Qiu ran over, crying, "Dad, I got beaten up so badly. All my teeth are gone." Zhang Ming's expression was cold. He clenched his fists. Lin Fan paid no attention to Zhang Ming. Instead, he walked over and kicked Wang Chong. Wang Chong clutched his stomach, his face contorted in pain. Seeing this, Zhang Ming hurriedly went to help Wang Chong up. But unexpectedly, as soon as Wang Chong stood up, he slapped him. "Get lost, Chairman." Zhang Ming held his face, stunned. The others were also dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Then, Wang Chong immediately bowed to Lin Fan. "Young Master Lin, this has nothing to do with me. I've been wrongly accused. Zhang Ming, you and your stupid son, get on your knees and apologize to young Master Lin right now." Hearing this, Zhang Ming's expression changed. He finally understood where the problem lay. He never expected this young man's background to be so powerful that even the chairman was afraid of him. He heard the whispers from the crowd around him and frowned. Is there a major family in Jiangnan with the surname Lin? Thinking carefully, there was indeed one. There is a major family with the surname Lin in Hangzhou. Could this person be from the Lin family of Hangzhou? Zhang Ming and his son Zhang Qiu knelt before Lin Fan. Their faces pale. They were utterly terrified. Young Master Lin, my worthless son unintentionally offended you. I hope you can be magnanimous and forgive us. Lin Fan looked coldly at Zhang Qiu. Why did you cause trouble for my sister? Did someone put you up to this? Hearing this, Zhang Qiu's gaze shifted evasively. He couldn't afford to offend Lin Fan, but he certainly couldn't afford to offend Qin Feng either. No, no one. I saw that young Master Lin's sister was beautiful, so I wanted to get to know her. I'll give you one last chance to explain. Who put you up to this? Sweat beaded on Zhang Qiu's forehead. Like father, like son. Seeing his son's panic, Zhang Ming's heart sank. He slapped Zhang Qiu hard across the face. He roared, "You wretched son! Are you still denying it? Tell young Master Lin who put you up to this now." Zhang Qiu gritted his teeth and shouted, "It was young Master Qin. Young Master Qin ordered me to do it. He said this girl disrespected him. So he told me to come and teach her a lesson. If I had known Lin Yunyao was your sister, I wouldn't have dared to come here, even if it killed me." Hearing this, Zhang Ming's face turned ashen. Isn't that Qin Feng, the pampered son of the Qin family? One of the 3 great families of Jinling? He's the top dandy in all of Jinling. Just then, Qin Feng slowly walked out, a mocking expression on his face. That's right, I ordered him to do it. So what? As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen tall bodyguards, imposing and strong, rushed out from the crowd. Lin Fan's face was emotionless. He took the initiative and attacked. He leaped into the middle of the bodyguards, throwing out over a dozen punches in an instant. Every punch hit its mark. Bam! Bam! In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so large bodyguard were knocked to the ground, crying out in agony. "Yin Yao, your brother is getting stronger and stronger," Li Xiaoka said in amazement. "Of course my brother is amazing. He's what? He's a computer repairman." Lin Yunyao caught herself just in time. She had almost let it slip. Even though Xiaoka was her best friend, she couldn't just casually talk about her brother being a cultivator. Li Xiaoka looked at Lin Yunyao with a puzzled expression. What's so great about being a computer repairman? She looked at Lin Fan again, her eyes shining brightly. It was unclear what she was thinking. Lin Fan walked up to Qin Feng and slapped him. Qin Feng's body was weak. He couldn't withstand the slap. He was sent flying several meters. You better not do anything rash. I'm the young master of the Qin family. I'd hit you even if you were Qin Shi Huang." Lin Fan slapped Qin Feng again. This time, he didn't fly as far, but he crashed into the stone basin in front of the school gate. The powerful impact felt like it scrambled his internal organs. The pain was immense. Extremely. "Lin, young Master Lin, I know I was wrong. Let's talk this over calmly. I'm sorry. If you hit me again, I'll die." Just then, another commotion arose from the edge of the crowd. Several uniformed police officers walked in quickly. Leading them was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary presence, exuding an air of authority. He was actually a peak mystic realm master. Qin Feng, who was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, saw the man and his face lit up with joy. This middle-aged man was not only his uncle, but also the final trump card he had prepared. "Uncle, you're here." Qin Feng was so excited he could barely speak. Yuan Tiangang looked at the pathetic state Qin Feng was in and shook his head in disappointment. The head of the Qin family, Qin Wudao, had 3 wives, 2 sons and 2 daughters. His other 3 children all had talent in martial arts and calm dispositions. They were true geniuses. Only this nephew of his was a complete fool, spending all his days in debauchery, drinking and womanizing. A complete waste. Yuan Tiangang looked at Lin Fan. "Who are you? How dare you bully my nephew? Care to give me an explanation?" Lin Fan frowned. He hated this feeling. One trouble after another. Can't he just live in peace? "You want an explanation?" Lin Fan turned around. He said coldly, It's you." When Yuan Tiangang saw Lin Fan's face, his expression changed drastically. Last night, he and several masters from the Martial Alliance had accompanied Vice Master Yang Dingtian to capture the Bloody Hand Butcher. But a Heaven Realm Master had appeared out of nowhere. Before that Heaven Realm Master even made a move, Vice Master Yang Dingtian was sent flying, severely injured. Afterwards, when a Vice Master returned, he reported the matter concerning Lin Fan to his superiors. The result was that his superiors ordered them not to offend this person. Even the arrest warrant for the bloody hand butcher was cancelled, and my nephew actually offended a Heaven Realm Master? Yuan Tiangang was horrified. Thud! He knelt down. Seeing this, the noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. Wang Chong, Zhang Ming, and Zhang Qiu were also stunned. A Heaven Realm Master. In all of Jinling, only the Alliance Master was a Heaven Realm Master. Beneath the Heaven Realm, all are ants. That wasn't just an empty saying. This kind of martial artist could project their internal energy outward, move heaven and earth, and fight 10,000 men alone. Even the higher-ups didn't dare to control them. Yuan Tiangong's heart trembled. My lord, we were in the wrong. Whatever your demands are, please just state them. Lin Fan glanced at him. I'll give you 2 choices. 1, he kills himself to atone for his crime, and we'll consider this matter over. 2, I kill him myself, and then I'll bring his corpse to the Qin family to see just how powerful you all are. Qin Feng was so scared he was about to wet his pants. He never imagined he would run into such a hidden master. Yuan Tiangang sighed. My lord, he is a member of the Qin family, after all. Please allow me to inform his family. Are you trying to call for backup? Lin Fan sneered. No, I wouldn't dare. Yuan Tiangang was startled. He did indeed have that intention. Although the Qin family currently had no Heaven Realm Masters, one of the Qin family's descendants had joined a sect on the mountain. Time passed. A moment later, several martial artists from the Qin family arrived in a BMW 7 Series. Who dares to be so arrogant? Who dares to say they will kill a member of my Qin family? Qin Tianzhu stepped out from the crowd. He said coldly. He had been very annoyed recently. First, the matter of Yin-Yang Stone being stolen by a Heaven Realm Master. Second, the matter of the Jiang family forming a marriage alliance with the Chun family. These 2 matters gave him a splitting headache. If not handled well, the foundation of the Qin family would be shaken. He was discussing countermeasures with the key members of the family when he received a call from Yuan Tiangang. He said that his son, Qin Feng, had been beaten, and the person was very strong. He wanted to kill Qin Feng. He told him to come immediately. Nowadays, even cats and dogs dare to provoke my Qin family. Moreover, his older brother, Qin Wudao, was in seclusion. He was using all his strength to break through to the Heaven Realm. Currently, the entire Qin family was under his management. What if his older brother came out of seclusion and found out his son had been killed? Therefore, he immediately brought several masters from the family here. Seeing Qin Tianzhu arrive, everyone was startled. It's actually the second master of the Qin family himself. Second uncle, Sobi, you're here. When Qin Feng saw Qin Tianzhu, he was so happy he cried. It was me. What do I want to do about it? Lin Fan walked up to Qin Tianzhu. He looked at him coldly. He found it interesting. Isn't this the person who gave me the extreme Yang Stone that night? Qin Tianzhu had the same thought as Lin Fan. He never expected his nephew to offend the Heaven Realm Master from that night. Qin Tianzhu was silent for a moment. Then he stepped forward. He said respectfully, Senior, we meet again. Seeing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. What's going on? A figure like the second master of the Qin family is actually cowering before this young man? Senior, my nephew has offended you. Just say the word. Whatever it is, I will agree. I want your nephew dead. Lin Fan said casually. Hearing this, Qin Tianzhu, his whole body trembled. Then he turned and walked toward Qin Feng. Second uncle, you have to save me. I don't want to die. Qin Feng cried miserably. Xiao Feng, don't blame your second uncle. Even if your father were here, he would do the same. If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have this time. Qin Tianzhu killed Qin Feng without any hesitation. Everyone gasped. Some of the more timid ones even covered their eyes. No one expected the second master of the Qin family to kill his own nephew. The people from the Qin family came quickly. They also left quickly. The others didn't dare to linger. They quickly dispersed. Where do you think you're going? Lin Fan looked at Chen Lu, who was trying to slip away. A misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. Chen Lu knelt down in fear. She stammered an explanation. Lin Fan kicked Chen Lu, knocking her unconscious. He didn't want to get entangled with this kind of opportunistic villain. Seeing that everyone had almost dispersed, Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoko ran over. Brother, you're amazing, Lin Yunyao said happily. Thank you. Li Xiaoko seemed a little shy when she looked at Lin Fan. She lowered her head, her face blushing. She remembered when she first met Lin Fan. Xiao Yao had even lied to her that he was here to use the restroom. She found it amusing. Moreover, he had a faint, pleasant scent. He was handsome and skilled in martial arts. Li Xiaoke's gaze gradually became dreamy. Lin Fan didn't know the random thoughts in Li Xiaoke's head. He said with a serious face, Xiao Yao, what did I tell you? I said if anyone dares to bully you, just use the talismans I gave you to blow them up. Don't be afraid of trouble. I'll take care of it. Lin Yinyao said shyly. Lin Fan gently pinched his sister's cheek. You're too soft-hearted. You won't harm others, but others will harm you. In this society, you have to learn to be ruthless. Soft-hearted people will be bullied their whole lives. Understand? Just then, a group of people ran over. Their momentum was imposing. They were led by a middle-aged man in a Tang suit. Xiaoke, who bullied you? Tell Dad. Dad will take his life. Li Rahai led a group of people and rushed over. He said aggressively. Lin Fan frowned. This middle-aged man is Li Xiaoke's father. He's an early-stage Earth Realm master. Dad, what are you making a scene for? You only show up after everyone has left. Luckily, he was here to save me. If I had waited for you to come, I probably would have been beaten to death. You were the one who saved my daughter? Li Rahai looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded. Hearing this, Li Rahai signaled to one of his underlings behind him. The underling immediately took out a bank card. Thank you for saving my daughter. There are 5 million in this card. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Lin Fan glanced at the card. He didn't take it. This isn't something that can be measured with money. Xiaoke and I are quite close. Seeing her in danger, of course I had to step in. With that, he turned and left. Hearing his tone, could it be that he has designs on my daughter? Li Rahai narrowed his eyes. Xiaoke has the blood of the Li family. And right now, the Li family is lacking in successors. Xiaoke is the one the old man has designated to be brought back to the Li family. Not just anyone can touch her. In the headquarters of the Jinling Martial Alliance, a middle-aged man in black was standing by the window. He was watching the bustling crowd outside. This person was Wang Yuexian, the only known Heaven Realm master in Jinling. Behind him stood 2 martial arts masters, Yang Dingtian, the vice chief, a mid-stage Earth Realm master, and Yuan Tiangang, a core member, a peak Xian Realm master. So what you're saying is, this suddenly appeared Heaven Realm master not only colluded with the Bloody Hand Butcher, but also killed innocent people? Wang Yuexian turned around. He asked casually, that's right. This person is extremely arrogant. He treats human life as if it were grass. He doesn't respect anyone. Yuan Tiangang replied respectfully. His nephew was killed. Of course, he had to speak ill of Lin Fan. Moreover, for the past 10 years, there's been absolutely no information about this person. Even with all our methods, we couldn't find anything. Missing for 10 years? Wang Yuexian narrowed his eyes. He murmured, it seems that during those 10 years, he must have had some kind of fortuitous encounter. Could it be that he was taken in by some sect on the mountain? Go find him. Tell him I want to see him. Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment. But what if he refuses? Would he dare? Wang Yuexian sneered. Hearing this, Yang Dingtian and Yuan Tiangang became even more respectful. The Alliance Chief is indeed the Alliance Chief. He doesn't even care about ordinary Heaven Realm masters. After leaving Jinling University, Lin Fan went straight to a traditional Chinese medicine shop. Tomorrow was the day he would consult on Inua's daughter. Although he was confident he could cure any illness, he still had to be well prepared. His medical skills were mainly based on the Yin Yang 13 needles, and to use them, he had to buy acupuncture needles. Actually, when he was cultivating on the mountain, his master had forged a set of acupuncture needles for him. This set of needles was meticulously refined by my master. It could already be considered a spiritual tool, but because he resented his master, he didn't bring it down from the mountain with him. The Yin Yang 13 needles was a long-lost acupuncture technique in the medical world. According to his master, it was created by a medical saint in ancient times after comprehending the mysteries of the human body. After buying the needles, Lin Fan was about to call his sister to invite her and Xiaoke to dinner. Then his phone suddenly rang. Young Master Lin, it's me. The other end of the line was Xian Hong's respectful voice. The Grand Hall Master of the 3 Orifices Hall. There's news about the Spirit Explosion Stones. Tonight, there will be an underground auction on the outskirts of the city. Spirit Explosion Stones will be auctioned, and there will be more than one. The underground auction was an auction for the martial world. The participants were all martial artists from Jinling. The organizer was the Baiyun Merchant Guild. A little after 2 in the afternoon, a convoy of 4 cars, consisting of Lin Fan, Xian Hong, and 2 Xian realm masters, drove to the outskirts. On the way, Xian Hong told Lin Fan some things to keep in mind when participating in the auction. Hearing this, Lin Fan, his heart stirred. In Jinling, there are 3 families and 4 gangs. Besides the 3 Orifices Hall, what are the other 3 gangs? There's also the Tianxiong gang, the Longmen Hall, and the Fengyun gang. Xiong blushed. He hesitated for a moment and then said with some embarrassment, in terms of strength, our 3 Orifices Hall is at the bottom. Hearing this, Lin Fan was a little surprised. He thought the 3 Orifices Hall was very powerful. Who knew it was the weakest gang? About half an hour later, the car stopped on a loess hill. Young Master Lin, the car can only go this far. We have to walk up the mountain. Xian Hong said in a low voice. Lin Fan nodded. He got out of the car with Xian Hong. A quick glance showed that this place had clearly been leveled. It was 40 to 50 acres wide. Many cars were already parked on it. They were all large SUVs. Lin Fan even saw a Mercedes Unimog as big as a truck. Besides the cars, there were also many people. These people were all martial artists. They were gathered in small groups. They were walking up the mountain. Lin Fan became even more curious about this Baiyun Merchant Guild. Just then, a mocking voice came from behind. Isn't this Hall Master Xian? What wind brings you here today? Xian Hong turned around. He saw 8 people walking toward him. They were led by a middle-aged man. This man's martial arts realm was on par with Xian Hong's. They were both at the late stage of the Earth realm. But the one who had just spoken was a young man of about 30 standing next to the middle-aged man. He was acting all high and mighty. The surrounding martial artists stopped when they saw this. They whispered among themselves. Isn't that Chung Yun of the Fengyun gang? I heard the 3 Orifices Hall and the Fengyun gang have always been at odds. Now it seems that's true. The young man next to Chung Yun is named Chang Kuan. He's only 34 this year, but he's already at the peak of the Xian realm. He might break through to the Heaven realm in the future. Chung Yun, what do you mean by that? Xian Hong asked coldly. Chung Kuan was nearly 2 meters tall. He lowered his head slightly, looking at Xian Hong out of the corner of his eye. He mocked, I heard Hall Master Xian is very petty. Today it seems that's true. A simple greeting from a junior is enough to make the Hall Master angry? You're talking nonsense. You know you're a junior, yet you dare to speak so loudly in front of our Hall Master? Taiwan, the former head of the first branch of the 3 Orifices Hall, said coldly. Chung Kuan was at the peak of the Xian realm. He was also at the peak of the Xian realm. So of course, he wasn't afraid. Tian Kun sneezed. He immediately attacked Taiwan. Taiwan's expression changed. He hurriedly defended himself. The 2 peak Xian realm masters immediately clashed. But Chung Kuan was already close to breaking into the Earth realm. Trash, you dare to block my attack? After dodging one of Taiwan's punches, Tian Kun sneezed. He threw a roundhouse kick at Taiwan's waist. Taiwan screamed miserably. He was kicked more than 10 meters away. He lay on the ground. He tried to get up, but couldn't. Seeing this, Xian Hong's expression changed. He leaped to Taiwan's side. He examined his injuries. He found that Taiwan's spine was completely broken. In other words, he would have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Lin Fan stepped forward. He hated trouble, but the 3 Orifices Hall was his dog now. He couldn't just ignore it. Let me see. The spine is broken. The internal organs are displaced. 99% of doctors would be helpless in this situation. But to Lin Fan, it was nothing. He took out his acupuncture needles. Without waiting for Taiwan to say anything, he quickly performed acupuncture, putting on a show. My kick definitely broke his spine. Even if Hua Tuo were reborn, it would be useless. Chung Kuan said contemptuously. Just then, a Mercedes GLS 450 drove up. Jiang Junlin got out of the car and said with a smile to the person sitting behind him, Inuwa, don't worry. Medicine Master Yaoyan has almost figured out the cause of Nianyan's illness. He just needs one more medicinal catalyst to cure her, no matter how much it costs. I'll buy the Snow Lotus at this auction for you. Thank you, Jiang Junlin. Shun Inuwa got out of the car and nodded. But in her mind, Lin Fan's image appeared. She had once said that if Lin Fan cured her daughter's illness, she would forgive him, give him a chance. But now that was impossible, because not long ago, Medicine Master Yao Yun of the Medicine King Valley had arrived in Jinling. After examining Yin Yin, he had found the cause of her illness and proposed a treatment method. This time, she came to the auction with Jiang Junlin because there was a medicinal catalyst here that Yao Yun needed. She had once promised Jiang Junlin that if he cured her daughter's illness, she would marry him. She never expected things to come to this. Afterward, she and Chun Qianhao walked up the mountain together. They saw Lin Fan treating Taiwan. Chun Inuo was in turmoil. She never expected to meet Lin Fan here. If Lin Fan knew that Nian Yin could be cured, he would definitely be very sad. But if he knew that Nian Yin was his daughter, he would definitely be very agitated. Thinking of this, Chun Inuo became even more conflicted. About 3 minutes later, Lin Fan removed the acupuncture needles. He stood up. All right, for the next week, don't do any strenuous exercise. Hearing this, everyone sneered. You have to be realistic when you talk. You fixed a broken bone in a few minutes, and he'll be fine in 7 days? Do you think you're a god? Lin Fan was indifferent. He wasn't angry at all. In his eyes, these people were just ants. Hearing what Lin Fan said, Taiwan pushed himself up with his hands. In the next moment, he stood up straight with ease. I'm really healed. It doesn't hurt at all. Taiwan was astonished. He even felt a warm stream of energy flowing through his meridians. It was very comfortable. Taiwan was overjoyed. He knelt down, looking at Lin Fan with excitement. Young Master Lin, your skills are truly divine. Thank you. Just then, Chung Kuan stomped his foot hard on the ground. He created a 1 centimeter wide crack. Your skills are indeed impressive. But so what? In the martial world, strength is what matters. You can heal him once, and I can hit him a second time, until I cripple you. What are you doing? Chung Yun asked intentionally. Nothing. I just hate it when people show off in front of me. Tian Gun sneezed. Chung Kuan, what do you mean by that? Taiwan's expression changed. He was about to curse, but then he saw Lin Fan suddenly step out. He walked straight up to Chung Kuan. You think you're very strong? Stronger than you, trash. Lin Fan grabbed Chung Kuan by the neck. He lifted him up. The terrifying force made Chung Kuan's face turn purple. His 2 legs kicked wildly in the air like a chicken being strangled. This unexpected scene shocked everyone. Chung Kuan is at the peak of the Xian realm, so why does he have no strength to resist? Just an ant. Not worth mentioning. Lin Fan said coldly. His right hand squeezed slightly. Chung Kuan stopped breathing. His whole body went limp. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Just then, Chung Yun screamed miserably. He never expected Lin Fan to be so ruthless. I'll kill you. Lin Fan sneered. He threw Chung Kuan's body at Chung Yun. The 2 bodies collided. Then they flew away together. They crashed heavily into a Hummer by the roadside. The car flipped over several times. The Fengyan gang deserves to be exterminated, Lin Fan said coldly. Then he rushed toward Chung Yun. He lifted him up, about to kill him. Then a figure leaped down from the mountain. He shouted, "Stop!" Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, someone from the Bayan Merchant Guild personally came down mountain. A steward of the Bayan Merchant Guild walked up to everyone. His gaze was sharp. However, although he was only an early-stage Earth Realm Master, he made everyone feel an invisible pressure. For how many years has no one dared to cause trouble in front of the Merchant Guild's gate? The last time someone dared to kill someone in front of the Merchant Guild's gate was 20 years ago. 20 years ago, a peak Earth Realm Master, relying on his own strength, acted tyrannically. In the end, he was killed by a master from the Merchant Guild. The grass on his grave has grown tall several times over. Do you not know the rules of the Bayan Merchant Guild? Huang Feilong walked up to Lin Fan. He said coldly, "Put Chung Yun down immediately." Lin Fan crushed Chung Yun's body under his foot. He said casually, "What rules?" "I don't know. Why don't you tell me?" Lin Fan crushed Chung Yun's body under his foot. He said casually, "What rules?" "I don't know. Why don't you tell me?" Xian Hong's face turned pale. His mind was blank. He knew Lin Fan was ruthless, but he never expected him to be so arrogant. He hurried to Lin Fan's side. He said anxiously, "Young Master Lin, I know you are very strong, but the Bayan Merchant Guild is not something we can afford to offend. We can't possibly fight them." Lin Fan glanced at Huang Feilong. "You're wrong. It's you who can't afford to offend them. Not me. This Bayan Merchant Guild, or whatever. In my eyes, they're just a bunch of dogs. Not worth mentioning." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire crowd gasped in astonishment. Huang Feilong was so angry his face turned purple. His murderous aura surged. Just then, Lin Fan spoke again. I am a very reasonable person. Since you brought up the rules, then I'll tell you my rules. Hearing this, Huang Feilong, his expression changed. He was about to say something, but suddenly saw Lin Fan reach out to him with incredible speed. Before he could react, he was grabbed by the neck by Lin Fan. He was lifted up. What do you want to do? Let me go. Huang Feilong's face turned purple. He said with difficulty, in my eyes, strength is the rule. Lin Fan said coldly. Then, to everyone's horror, crack. Huang Feilong stopped breathing. Seeing this, even Jiang Junlin, Chun Qianhao, and Chun Inuo were all stunned. Needless to say, Xian Hong and the people from the Three Orifices Hall, their hands and feet trembled. They almost collapsed to the ground. We're really done for. Just then, tap. Top, top. An old man slowly walked over. Although he looked slow, the old man's speed was very fast. Each step covered more than 10 meters. It was as if he were teleporting. Everyone gasped. Heaven Realm. He must be a Heaven Realm master. Although the old man looked very old and frail, his eyes were bright. It was as if a flame was burning inside them. Lin Fan looked at the old man with interest. This is getting a little interesting. The difference between the Heaven Realm and the Earth Realm is truly like heaven and earth. He realized that the internal energy in the old man's body had begun to transform into spiritual energy. Young man, which power are you a successor of? The old man arrived in the middle of the crowd. He didn't attack immediately, but asked. His deep, hoarse voice startled everyone. Their expressions were bewildered. That's right. We've been so busy being shocked by Lin Fan's arrogance that we forgot he might also have a terrifying background. Otherwise, how could he be so strong at such a young age? Chun Inuo was slightly surprised, but she felt a little happy inside. She recalled that Lin Fan had been missing for 10 years. Could it be that he was taken in as a disciple by some major power? Lin Fan thought for a moment. You're overthinking it. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have any power backing me. No power backing you. Yet you dare to kill people from my Baiyin Chamber of Commerce? The old man narrowed his eyes. The aura of a Heaven Realm expert radiated out, suppressing Lin Fan. He wanted to intimidate him. Lin Fan laughed. You want to scare me with this aura? He raised an eyebrow and did nothing. He just glanced at the old man. The old man suddenly felt as if his heart had been struck by something heavy. His head spun dizzily. He staggered back a few steps. You are. The old man looked at Lin Fan in horror. With just one look, he broke my aura. He even nearly crushed my heart. This strength is truly terrifying. The old man didn't know that. Lin Fan had only used 1/10,000th of his aura. He didn't intend to kill the old man. Although he was strong, he wasn't someone who killed indiscriminately. After thinking for a moment, the old man took the initiative to step forward. His expression was much softer. Young friend, you are indeed a dragon among men. This old man was rude just now. Finhai, the third elder of the Baiyin Chamber of Commerce branch in Jinling. May I ask for your name, young friend? Lin Fan. Lin Fan replied calmly. Young Master Lin, our Chamber of Commerce was rude regarding the earlier incident. To express our apologies, I can arrange a private room for you. After speaking, Feng Hai turned and walked up the mountain. Lin Fan intended to follow, but he saw Qin Tianhong and the other two still standing there in a daze. He frowned. What are you three standing there for? Hurry up and follow. Yes. Qin Tianhong and the other two snapped out of it, trying to suppress the shock in their hearts. They hurriedly nodded and followed. Once they left, the crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. Unbelievable. This Lin Fan killed a deacon of the Baiyin Chamber of Commerce and got away with it? Hearing the discussions around him, Jiang Junlin clenched his fists. His heart couldn't help but waver. I absolutely cannot offend this Lin Fan anymore. Otherwise, I'll bring disaster upon myself. I'm really not resigned to this. He was clearly just a loser. Why did he suddenly become so strong that I can't deal with him? Jiang Junlin's face darkened. At this moment, Chun Ganhao spoke. Inuo, there are still a few hours before the auction starts. Come with me to meet Lin Fan later. Chun Inuo was surprised. She knew her brother hated Lin Fan. Just then, a tank 700 drove up. Li Rahai and a few profound realm experts stepped out of the car. Seeing everyone discussing animatedly, he frowned. He found an old friend and asked about the situation. The friend recounted everything that had just happened. Hearing this, Li Ruhai, his eyes flashed. A mysterious young man who makes even the Baiyun Chamber of Commerce wary. He looks only in his 20s, yet he is a peak Earth realm expert. Truly astonishing. His background is definitely not simple. My daughter, Xiao. She has reached a marriageable age. And she is beautiful too. Perhaps I can take this opportunity to matchmake the two of them. Even if they just get to know each other, it would be good. In fact, not only him, but the heads of other forces had the same thought. Feng Hai led Lin Fan and the others into the auction house. The auction house was built inside the mountain. Taking the elevator down more than 10 meters led to the auction hall. The auction hall had 2 floors. The upper floor was a reinforced concrete balcony. There were many private rooms up there. The outside of the private rooms was fitted with one-way glass. At this moment, there were already many people in the hall. They were all dignitaries from Jinling and the surrounding areas. They gathered in groups, chatting and socializing, making friends. Feng Hai led Lin Fan to a private room on the 2nd floor. The room was over 100 square meters. It was luxuriously decorated. This is a VIP room. Qin Tianhong looked at the luxurious room. He couldn't help but exclaim. As far as he knew, only extremely important figures were qualified to enter here. A sense of pride suddenly welled up in his heart. Being young Master Lin's dog isn't bad at all. Young Master Lin, the auction starts at 7 in the evening. Everyone, please rest for now. I still have work to do. Excuse me. Feng Hai smiled and said to Lin Fan. Wait, I have a few things to ask you. What level of the Heaven Realm are you at? Lin Fan asked. Feng Hai didn't think much of it. In the martial arts world, unless one actively reveals their full aura, it is usually very difficult for others to see their true strength. This old man is untalented, currently at the acquired 3rd stage. Acquired 3rd stage? Isn't it the Heaven Realm? Lin Fan was surprised. Hearing this, Feng Hai looked at Lin Fan with a strange gaze. You are stronger than me, yet you don't know this basic knowledge? The Heaven Realm that people usually talk about is just a general concept. The Heaven Realm is divided into acquired and innate. Acquired has 9 stages. Innate also has 9 stages. Each stage is a huge step forward. It is the process of transforming internal energy into the force of heaven and earth. Therefore, the Heaven Realm and the Earth Realm are 2 completely different realms. The Earth Realm is about opening the Run and Du meridians, cultivating internal energy. Reaching the Heaven Realm means being able to absorb the force of heaven and earth, and beginning to transform internal energy. Feng Hai explained in great detail to Lin Fan. After listening, Lin Fan thought the so-called force of heaven and earth must be spiritual energy. This Feng Hai is at the acquired 3rd stage. That must be equivalent to the 3rd stage of qi refining and cultivation. I didn't expect the limit of martial arts to be cultivation. This is truly beyond my expectations. Thinking this, Lin Fan lost interest in martial arts. After Feng Hai left, knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. It's me, Li Ruhai of the Li family. I've heard of young Master Lin's reputation for a long time. I came specifically to pay my respects today. Li Ruhai's respectful voice came from outside. Li Ruhai. This is the number 2 figure of the Li family. One of the 3 major families in Jinling. Why did he come here? Qin Tianhong was surprised, but he didn't dare to open the door on his own. Instead, he looked at Lin Fan. Tell him to get lost. Lin Fan said calmly. He remembered the incident at the gate of Jinling University the other day. This Li Ruhai is quite good at pretending. He even threw 20 million at me, telling me to stay away from Li Xiaoka. What a fool. Qin Tianhong heard Lin Fan say this. Although a bit surprised, he still followed orders. Li Ruhai, young Master Lin told you to get lost. Li Ruhai stood outside the door, dumbfounded. I came politely to pay my respects. Even if he doesn't want to meet, he doesn't have to chase me away like that, right? As expected of young Master Lin. Truly arrogant. Further down the corridor, there was a group of people who came with Li Ruhai. They also intended to greet Lin Fan. Now, seeing this scene, they looked at each other, feeling a bit apprehensive. This Lin Fan is really arrogant. Sister, I'll have to rely on you later. Chen Ganhao looked at Chun Inua. He whispered. Hearing this, Chun Ina had a complicated expression. She didn't know what to say. She didn't expect to encounter this situation 10 years later. Back then, when she was with Lin Fan, he was just an ordinary person. She gathered all her courage, knocked on the door, just as she was about to speak. She heard Lin Fan's cold voice from inside. I told you to get lost. Do you not understand human language? Chen Inua froze. Then her face flushed red, and she gritted her teeth. Lin Fan, you jerk. Daring to yell at me. Everyone around saw this and gloated. With Li Ruhai's lesson right before her, this girl still dared to approach, truly asking for humiliation. But right at this moment, the door suddenly opened. Inua, why are you here? Lin Fan walked out. With a surprised expression. He sensed a familiar aura, so he used his divine consciousness to check. He didn't expect it to be Chun Inua standing outside the door. Didn't you tell me to get lost? Chun Inua said angrily. Misunderstanding. I didn't tell you to get lost. I told Li Ruhai to get lost. Lin Fan said helplessly. Li Ruhai stood not far away. His face looked terrible. He humiliated me in front of so many people. Do I not need face anymore? But when he saw Lin Fan's face, he was startled. Isn't this the young man who saved Xiao Ke the other day? Why is it him? While Li Ruhai was bewildered, Chun Ganhao stepped forward, smiling. Young Master Lin, do you remember me? Let's go inside and talk. Lin Fan glanced at Chun Ganhao. Then he held Chun Inua's hand and pulled her into the room. After everyone sat down, Lin Fan said happily, Inua, why did you come looking for me? Let go of my hand. If you don't let go, I'll... Chun Inua was a bit annoyed. She tried to pull her hand back, but she couldn't. Her face turned bright red. Her heart pounded. She felt a sweetness she hadn't felt in a long time. Like returning to 10 years ago, when the two of them secretly dated in the small woods at school. Young Master Lin, doing this to my sister in front of me, doesn't seem very appropriate. Chun Ganhao said with an unpleasant expression. Is that so? Then you go outside. That way it won't count as being in front of you anymore. Hearing this, Chun Ganhao froze. His eyes turned cold. Aren't you being a bit too excessive? Lin Fan, he is my brother. Pay a little attention. Chun Inua pouted. Lin Fan nodded helplessly. He feared neither heaven nor earth. He treated human lives like grass. But he was very soft-hearted toward the woman in front of him. Not because he was infatuated with her, but because he felt guilty. He felt he owed her a lot. Speak. What do you want with me? Lin Fan looked at Chun Ganhao. Chun Ganhao sneered. I know about the matter between you and my sister. But let me tell you, my sister and the Jiang family are now engaged. My parents are also very satisfied with Jiang Junlin. Without me, don't even dream of being with my sister. It doesn't matter. The Jiang family is about to be finished anyway. Lin Fan said calmly. What do you mean? Chun Ganhao frowned. Jiang Junlin wants to harm me. So tomorrow, after I cure Nian Yin's illness, will be the day the Jiang family perishes. His whole family. I won't spare a single one. Lin Fan's tone was very calm, but it shocked everyone. Chun Ganhao was silent for a long time before sighing. The Jiang family isn't as simple as you think. I don't know what misunderstanding you have about the Jiang family, but you definitely have a misunderstanding about me. Lin Fan picked up a teacup. Spiritual energy suddenly appeared, burning the teacup into ashes. Seeing this scene, Chun Ganhao's pupils constricted. Internal energy taking form? You are an innate realm expert? You're wrong. I am not a martial artist. Hearing this, Chun Ganhao snapped out of it. He shook his head, feeling he had lost his composure just now. That's right. Lin Fan is so young. How could he be an innate realm expert? He probably just knows some sorcery. Chun Ganhao sighed. He stood up. Lin Fan, the Jiang family has someone that even you cannot offend. I can tell you clearly. The reason our Chun family agreed to the marriage alliance with the Jiang family is precisely because of that person. Moreover, there is something you definitely don't know. What is it? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. Something that will drive you crazy. Chun Ganhao said meaningfully. Then, without waiting for Lin Fan to reply, he led his sister out of the room. Time passed. 7 o'clock in the evening arrived quickly. After a few brief introductions by the host, the auction officially began. Items were brought up for auction one by one. They were all antiques. Calligraphy, paintings, old swords, and a few black pills. There was no spiritual energy left in them. One look, and you could tell they were expired. Lin Fan just glanced at them casually. He had no interest. Just then, the host spoke loudly. The next item up for auction is an old piece of cloth. As soon as these words were spoken, the martial artist below immediately caused an uproar. An old piece of cloth? What the hell is that? It's probably just trash. The image was projected onto the big screen. Everyone clearly saw the shape of the cloth. It looked like a rag covered in grease. There were no words on it. It looked too dirty to even use as a cleaning rag. Only Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, staring at the piece of cloth, pondering. Everyone, please be quiet. Listen to my introduction first. The host smiled. He wasn't surprised by everyone's reaction, because even he felt this thing had no value. Just a piece of junk. If the person who brought this cloth to auction didn't have a huge background, the Chamber of Commerce wouldn't have brought it out for auction. Too embarrassing. Although it looks very dirty, its material is very special. Water cannot soak it. Fire cannot burn it. Even cutting machines cannot cut it. Our Chamber of Commerce has tried many ways, but still cannot dismantle it. Then what use does it have? Take it home to use as a rag? Someone asked. This question made the whole hall burst into laughter. The host shook his head helplessly. The starting price is 10,000. If anyone is interested, you can start bidding. Asking 10,000 for this thing? Hearing this, the martial artists found it hard to understand. They would regret spending even $1. After all, no one is stupid. More than 10 seconds passed. Still, no one bid. In VIP room number 1, a skinny old man, dressed in black, standing in front of the one-way glass window, observing everything happening below. If one looked closely, they would see this old man was unfathomably deep. There was even faint spiritual energy around him. Does no one recognize it? The old man was a bit disappointed. He had taken this piece of cloth to auctions all over the country. Previously, there were a few wealthy people who bought it. He happily went and asked them about it. But unexpectedly, they said they just bought it for fun. Because they had money, they just liked to buy things. He was so angry that he killed their entire families, not even sparing the dogs. It seems no one in Jinling knows either. I'll have to try somewhere else. The old man muttered. But right at this moment, I bid 10,000. A calm voice rang out from the speaker in the room. In VIP room number 3. Young Master Lin, why are you buying this thing? Qin Tianhong was puzzled. 10,000 isn't expensive. Just buying to play with. Lin Fan didn't explain much, because he wasn't sure if this thing was what he thought it was either. Back when he was on the mountain, Master taught him many things, from setting up formations, making talismans, alchemy, swordsmanship, to interesting stories about the cultivation world in ancient times. Master said that, in ancient times, there was a type of fierce beast called Mo. It had the head of a buffalo and the body of a cow, for legs and one horn. Its cry was like thunder. It liked water and usually lived in rivers and lakes, or swamps. Its skin was waterproof, fireproof, and generally indestructible. Most importantly, if one wrote on the skin of Mo, the words would quickly disappear. One had to use a special material to make the words appear. Because of this characteristic, some experts in the cultivation world like to use Mo skin to record their insights on cultivation, divine abilities, spells, and various secret formulas. Of course, that was a story from ancient times. Therefore, Lin Fan suspected this old piece of cloth was Mo skin. There might be some cultivation spells recorded on it. If that's true, then he hit the jackpot. Just then, a calm voice rang out. 10,000 is too little. I bid 100,000. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole hall gasped in surprise. Why is someone else bidding? In luxury room number 2, Jiang Junlin lay on the chair, looking up at the stage. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Junlin, what do you mean? Spending 100,000 to buy this thing? Are you crazy? You're doing this just to provoke Lin Fan, aren't you? Chen Inua said angrily. So what if I am? I want to provoke him. I can't beat him in a fight. But my Jiang family has money. Whatever he wants, I won't let him have it. Just then, 200,000. Lin Fan's voice rang out. 1 million. Jiang Junlin said disdainfully. He stood up and said loudly, this thing is a treasure. I must have it. No matter who competes with me, I will not give up. If you have the guts, keep bidding against me. My Jiang family doesn't lack money. I'm not afraid of anyone. As soon as these words were spoken, the martial artists in the hall were all buzzing. A treasure? In VIP room number 1, the old man in black suddenly became excited. Finally found someone who recognizes this thing. He just wanted to rush to luxury room number 2, grab Jiang Junlin, beat him up, and interrogate him about the origin of the old cloth. A waitress wearing a Chong Sam brought the Mo skin to Jiang Junlin. Jiang Junlin swiped his card, took the Mo skin, and observed it carefully. After all, he spent $1 million to buy it. He had to take a good look. Maybe he really picked up a treasure. Time passed. The auction was nearing its end. During that time, Shin Ganhao spent 2 billion to buy a snow lotus to use for treating Yin Yin's illness. That was also their main purpose for coming here. Just then, the host spoke loudly. Next is the final item of today's auction. Spirit explosion balls. There are a total of 3. The starting price is 100 million. Hearing this, quite a few people showed interest. Spirit explosion balls contain the force of heaven and earth. Once exploded, they can threaten even heaven realm experts. Having this in hand, one would definitely be much safer. 100 million. 150 million. Everyone competed to bid. 400 million. Lin Fan said calmly. He must have the spirit explosion balls. 1 billion. Jiang Junlin had been waiting for Lin Fan for a long time. The whole hall fell silent. Although spirit explosion balls are rare, the market price is only about 100 million each. 1 billion 10 million. Lin Fan remained calm. Sigh. Actually want to let you have it, but I really need these spirit explosion balls. So I can only bid 1 billion 200 million. Jiang Junlin pretended to say, if you need it that much, then I'll let you have it. After all, yours is mine. It's all the same. Lin Fan said calmly. Hearing this, Jiang Junlin, his face turned gloomy. Thinking in his heart, what does Lin Fan mean? Yours is mine? Does he mean? As soon as the auction ended, Jiang Junlin immediately walked out. On the way, many acquaintances greeted him, but he didn't bother to pay attention. He felt something was wrong with Lin Fan's words, thinking that Lin Fan might make a move on him. With his strength at the early Earth realm, he was no match for Lin Fan, so he had to avoid him. Chun Inua and Chun Ganhao hesitated for a moment, but also followed. After all, tomorrow they still needed physician Yao Yun to treat Yin Yin, so they couldn't fall out with Jiang Junlin right now. After everyone left, Lin Fan used his divine consciousness to sweep the hall, then quickly walked in a direction. In the office, Feng Hai was whispering to a girl in a black cheongsam. Seeing Lin Fan enter, he hurriedly stood up. With an awkward expression, young Master Lin, why are you here? He was both embarrassed and puzzled. This office is very secluded. It's where he usually takes naps. How would Lin Fan find it? Elder Feng, truly, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets, huh? Lin Fan glanced at the girl in the cheongsam. He said calmly, Feng Hai bu lu set. Then he sternly said to the girl, why aren't you leaving yet? If you do such a poor job next time, don't work here anymore. Yes, yes. The girl hurriedly adjusted her clothes and ran out of the office. Watching the girl leave, Feng Hai invited Lin Fan to sit down and pour tea for him personally. We are all men. You don't need to explain to me. I understand. I came here to ask you a few things. Those spirit explosion balls. Where did the Chamber of Commerce get them? Do you know who specializes in making these things? Feng Hai's face turned serious. These spirit explosion balls are made from jade, usually imported from Yinchuan. Stone gambling is very popular over there. Some stone gambling dens often cut out jade skin that can be used to make spirit explosion balls. If young Master Lin wants to buy some, you can go to Yinchuan to look. It's not a secret. Hearing this, Lin Fan felt a stir in his heart. I have one more question. That old piece of cloth just now, who brought it for auction? Hearing this question, Feng Hai suddenly became tense. He laughed awkwardly. It was just an ordinary martial artist who brought it for auction. Nothing special. Lin Fan looked at Feng Hai, suddenly changing the subject. Elder Feng, although you are an acquired realm expert, your health doesn't seem very good. Is it because you were too indulgent when you were young? So now, that business doesn't last a few seconds? Young Master Lin, Feng Hai was shocked. It was true that he had this problem, but he had never told anyone. I'm also somewhat proficient in medicine. Your case, in traditional medicine, is called running out of money before reaching the market. In this world, besides me, probably no one can cure it. Answer my question honestly. I might consider treating you. Hearing this, Feng Hai was very astonished. Running out of money before reaching the market was indeed an accurate description of his condition. After hesitating for a while, Feng Hai lowered his voice. You absolutely cannot tell anyone about this. Otherwise, not only you, but I will also die. The story is like this. That piece of cloth was brought to auction by an old monster. The purpose was to find someone who recognized it. His martial arts are unfathomably deep. Just revealing a little bit. His aura was enough to make me tremble. I almost knelt down. His aura was even more terrifying than yours when you were at the foot of the mountain. This old monster has taken this item to auction many times already. This time coming to Jinling. The people from the headquarters even instructed me to receive him thoughtfully. I must not offend him. Feng Hai spoke a long string of words, then wiped the sweat from his forehead. Actually, whoever buys that piece of cloth, the old monster will seek them out personally. The purpose is to know its use. Previously, a few martial arts families bought it, but in the end, they were all exterminated. Speaking of this, Feng Hai gloated a little. So, young Master Lin, luckily you didn't buy it. Otherwise, the unlucky one would be you. This time, the Jiang family is probably finished. Lin Fan was about to say something, but suddenly thought of something. He immediately stood up. So that old monster is going to find Jiang Junlin? Probably so. Feng Hai note that. Hearing this, Lin Fan, his expression changed drastically. Without saying another word, he immediately rushed out. He didn't care if Jiang Junlin lived or died. But Chen Yinhua and Chen Ganhao were with Jiang Junlin. If that old monster attacked, thinking of this, Lin Fan felt a chill down his spine. Hey, young Master Lin, am I running out of money before reaching the market illness? You haven't cured it yet. Feng Hai's face also changed. He hurriedly chased after him. But Lin Fan was nowhere to be seen. 10 minutes ago, on a deserted country road, a Mercedes GLS 450 was speeding. Virum, Jiang Junlin, why are you driving so fast? Chen Ganhao frowned. The country road had a speed limit of 40 kilometers per hour, but Jiang Junlin was driving at 150 kilometers per hour. That Lin Fan isn't a good person. Of course, I have to stay far away from him. Jiang Junlin gripped the steering wheel tightly. Chen Ganhao was about to say something else when he saw an old man in black appearing in the middle of the road. Careful, there's someone ahead. So what if there's someone, not sleeping in the middle of the night, standing in the middle of the road, deserves to be hit and killed? Jiang Junlin said coldly. Then he stepped on the gas, rushing straight towards the old man. At this moment, the car's speed had reached nearly 200 kilometers per hour. The old man in black thought the car would stop if he stood in the middle of the road. Unexpectedly, the other party accelerated to hit him. Bang! The front of the car slammed into the old man's right hand. A loud bang erupted. The sound of metal colliding, clang, rang out. All three people in the car felt like they had hit a utility pole. The front of the car was crumpled. The hood and engine were all shattered. Due to the massive inertia, even with Chen Ganhao shielding her, Chen Yinhua still hit her head on the front seat, bleeding from the forehead. Sister. Chen Ganhao was terrified. He hurriedly helped Chen Yinhua stop the bleeding. Chen Yinhua's face was pale. She felt her internal organs churning. The old man in black lifted the wrecked Mercedes. The car weighing nearly 3 tons was like a toy in his hands. The three people looked at the old man with horror. Too strong. Stopping a 3-ton car moving at 200 kilometers per hour with one hand. He took a step and arrived in front of Jiang Junlin. Come here. Young man. Jiang Junlin's pupils constricted. What do you want to do? The old man didn't answer. Instead, he licked his lips strangely, then reached out to search Jiang Junlin. He quickly found the old piece of cloth. Jiang Junlin looked at the cloth and breathed a sigh of relief. Senior, so you stopped us because of this thing. Why didn't you say so earlier? Cut the crap. Whatever I ask, you must answer. Otherwise, this old man has 10,000 ways to torture you. The old man laughed coldly. I don't know what this thing is. I bought it at the auction just for fun. Jiang Junlin forced a smile. Do you take me for a fool? Everything that happened at the auction. I saw it all. You clearly said this thing was a treasure, and mocked others for not knowing the goods. And now you pretend with me? The old man laughed coldly. His right hand tightened. Senior, go easy. Don't squeeze anymore. Jiang Junlin cried out in pain. I really don't know what this thing is. At that time, I just wanted to show off, so I bought it. The old man in black's face darkened. He slapped Jiang Junlin hard across the face. I'll ask one last time. Do you know the use of this thing? Jiang Junlin felt a chill down his spine. He knew if he dared to say he didn't know again, this old man would definitely kill him. Suddenly, he thought of something. He hurriedly said, Lin Fan knows. He definitely knows what this thing is used for. He was the one bidding against me just now. At this moment, Chen Yinhua said weakly, Jiang Junlin, don't talk nonsense. How would Lin Fan know the use of this thing? Don't frame him. Hearing this, Jiang Junlin, his face changed drastically. Bitch, you'd rather let me die than let Lin Fan die, right? What about Nian Nian's illness? Do you want to cure it or not? If you want to cure it, then shut up. Then this old man will temporarily believe you. But if you dare to deceive me, I will make you wish you were dead." The old man said sinisterly. "Before finding Lin Fan, let me send these two on their way first. Senior, I am from the Chun family in Yinchuan." Chun Ganhao's expression changed. He hurriedly announced his background, hoping the other party would be wary. "Chun family? What is Chun Beixian to you?" The old man asked with interest. "Chun Beixian is my grandfather." Chun Ganhao replied respectfully. His heart was in turmoil. This person actually knows his grandfather. His grandfather, Chun Beixian, is an innate 8th-stage expert, a top figure in the Yunchuan martial arts world. Thanks to his grandfather, the Chun family has been able to stand firm in Yunchuan for hundreds of years. Then do you know, even if Chun Beixian were here, he couldn't stop me from killing you. The old man laughed coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched a palm strike at Chun Inua and Chun Ganhao. A powerful aura shot out from his palm. That aura transformed into a faint white dragon in midair. Extremely terrifying. Internal energy taking form. Innate realm expert. Chun Ganhao's pupils constricted, his face full of horror. Without time to think much, he immediately shielded his sister, channeling all his internal energy into his right hand. Fighting back, a loud bang rang out. Although Chun Ganhao used the Chun family's ultimate skill, the cloud-breaking palm, he still couldn't withstand it. He was blown away like a kite with a broken string, smashing heavily into a large tree by the roadside. Unknown how many bones were broken, Chun Inua struggled to stand up, running to her brother's side, tears streaming down her face. She turned to look at the old man in black, begging, "Senior, we were wrong. Please save my brother." Seeing the old man say nothing, she looked at Jiang Junlin again. Trembling, she said, "Jiang Junlin, I was wrong. Please save my brother. I don't want him to die." Hearing this, Jiang Junlin, his expression changed. He didn't expect Chun Inua to try dragging him down with them. He immediately shouted, "Now you know to look for me? When you went looking for Lin Fan earlier, I already had nothing to do with you anymore." Sibling love truly touching. Watching it makes even this old man emotional. Then this old man will send both of you on your way together. The old man in black launched another palm strike. The aura turned into a white dragon rushing towards the siblings. It seemed that if hit, both would be crushed to pieces. But right at this moment, the sound of a sword humming rang out. A dazzling white light came from the east, flying over at an astonishing speed, stabbing straight into the white dragon. The white dragon instantly dissipated. The white light didn't stop, continuing to stab into the ground. Boom! With the point of impact as the center, countless cracks spread out to the surroundings. The cracks were tens of meters long. Terrifying. The ground shook like an earthquake. This sudden scene shocked everyone. When they came to their senses, they saw a 3-foot-long sword appearing at the point of impact. Then, a flash appeared before everyone's eyes again, as if something flew past. In the blink of an eye, a man appeared. At the moment, hanging by a thread, Lin Fan had arrived. The man used the sword kinesis technique that had been lost for a long time. It actually surprised an old monster who had lived for 200 years. One must know that even the sect leader of Mount Shu, a martial arts grandmaster, had not reached this level. When Lin Fan learned that his beloved was about to be killed, he summoned his life sword without hesitation. This was also the first time he truly used swordsmanship since coming down the mountain. This was also the ultimate sword technique his master had taught him. It was the trump card he had painstakingly practiced for 10 long years. His calloused hands were the clearest proof. It's actually Lin Fan. Jiang Junlin was so excited he jumped up. He raised his head, shouting excitedly, "Senior, this person is Lin Fan. He definitely knows what that old cloth is." Lin Fan glanced at Jiang Junlin. Immediately after, Jiang Junlin exploded on the spot, turning into a mess of flesh and blood. The old man in black, who had lived for 200 years, stared at Lin Fan with eyes full of depth. Surprised, he said, "Sword kinesis? Are you a disciple of the sword sect or Mount Shu?" Lin Fan ignored his words. Instead, he squatted down, looking at the injured Chun Inua, his face full of guilt. "I'm sorry. I came late." Hearing this, Chun Inua, her whole body trembled, crying and begging, "Lin Fan, hurry and save my brother. I don't want him to die." At this moment, Chun Ganhao was almost dead. Not a single bone in his body was intact. Even his internal organs seemed to have been crushed into a pile. Don't worry. Let me stabilize his 3 souls and 7 spirits first. Then I'll slowly cure him. Lin Fan comforted Chun Inua, then took out acupuncture needles from his pocket. He quickly sealed Chun Ganhao's 7 orifices, holding the 3 souls and 7 spirits steady. Then sealed 36 acupoints to protect his vitality from dissipating. I don't care which sex successor you are, but to be arrogant in front of me, you're not qualified yet. At this moment, the old man in black spoke coldly. Initially, he was a bit wary of Lin Fan because his swordsmanship was too fast. But seeing him disregard him completely, he couldn't help but get angry. Why dragon palm? The old man roared. A powerful aura spewed out from his palm. That aura transformed into a white dragon in midair. More accurately, a silver dragon, because it looked very lifelike. Clearly, the old man was just playing around earlier. This time, he was truly making a move. However, Lin Fan didn't turn his head. He just slightly moved his lips and said, "Slash." The 3-foot-long sword stuck in the ground suddenly flew into the sky. Sword chi spread everywhere. At this moment, the entire night sky suddenly lit up as bright as day. Terrifying sword chi swept through, flattening everything within a radius of several hundred meters. This was the result of Lin Fan intentionally controlling it. Otherwise, with his current strength, even Jinling City, dozens of kilometers away, would be affected. The silver dragon formed from spiritual energy was easily defeated. The sword roared and rushed straight towards the old man in black. The old man's expression changed. He fell sitting on the ground. The sword finally stopped just 1 centimeter from his glabella. If you don't want to die, sit still. Don't move. Cold sweat poured out on the old man's forehead. This sword strike completely overturned his understanding. Chun Inua was also dumbfounded, not seeing him for 10 years. Did Lin Fan become an immortal? Lin Fan was very calm. After teaching the old man in black a lesson, he started acupuncture on Chun Ganhao again. About 10 minutes later, he breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I've stabilized his injuries. Now I just need to wait for him to slowly recover. Really? Chun Inua snapped out of it, hurriedly looking at her brother. She saw her brother's face was rosier. His breathing was also more regular. Thank you, Lin Fan. Inua, have you forgotten? Back then you said there was no need for thanks between us. After that, Lin Fan stood up, walked over to the old man in black. Without talking nonsense, he placed his hand on the old man's head. Soul search technique. The old man twitched for a moment, then his eyes rolled back. Foaming at the mouth, Lin Fan began to examine his memories. The old man in black was named Ku Xian Old Man, an elder of the Ghost Hidden Sect. His martial arts cultivation was in innate 9th stage. If converted to cultivation realms, it was equivalent to the Great Circle of Foundation establishment. 60 years ago, Ku Xian Old Man was just an ordinary person. But later, he accidentally found the inheritance of a golden core stage cultivator in a cave. From then on, his life turned a new page, becoming a famous figure in the martial arts world. That old piece of cloth was something he found in that cave. Lin Fan also found a bag of holding on him. A bag of holding is a type of magical tool used to store items in the cultivation world. Master also had one, with a capacity of up to several hundred square meters. As for Ku Xian Old Man's bag, it was only 1 square meter. What a pity. Because of his resentment towards Master, when he went down the mountain, Lin Fan didn't bring any of his things. Everything was buried with Master. Thinking back, Lin Fan felt he was a bit stupid. No, I had to find time to go back and get them. Lin Fan recalled his life sword, snapped his fingers. Ku Xian Old Man's corpse immediately burst into flames, turning into ashes. After that, he said, "Let me take you and Brother Ganhao home." Chun Inua was stunned. "Don't be afraid. Hold me tight." Lin Fan smiled. "Wave his hand." The 3 of them immediately turned into a beam of light, disappearing into the night. Not long after the 3 left, 2 figures quickly jumped over. One was Feng Hai, elder of the Baiyun Chamber of Commerce branch in Jinling. The other was a deacon of the Chamber of Commerce. Elder Feng, this. The deacon looked around, his face full of shock. Several hundred meters around were flattened. The ground was cracked. The cracks were more than 10 centimeters wide. This battle is truly terrifying. What level of expert could do this? Feng Hai looked at the bloodstains and ashes on the ground, shaking his head. That old monster is truly terrifying. To be able to cause this scene, he must definitely be in the innate realm. It seems Jiang Junlin is dead. Lin Fan took Chen Inuo and Chen Ganhao, who was still unconscious, to his home. When landing on the ground, Chen Inuo still hadn't recovered. She didn't expect Lin Fan to be able to fly, and fly so fast. This completely exceeded her imagination. Chen Inuo looked around, trying to calm down. Lin Fan, where is this? My home, Lin Fan replied. Your home? Isn't your home in the Jiangning district? Chen Inuo was surprised. What are you thinking? Have you forgotten? When we were dating, I told you my home was in the countryside. Economic conditions weren't good. Just hoping for the day of demolition, relocation, changing lives. I know you said that, but later, didn't your parents buy a house in the city? Hearing this, Lin Fan was stunned. Who told you that? After you went missing, your parents also got into a car accident. Passed away. Impossible. My parents are still alive. Last year, I even went to your house. Met your parents. You also have a sister named Xiao Yao, right? Chen Inuo spoke halfway. Suddenly her face turned pale. Was I deceived? Lin Fan saw something was wrong. Chen Inuo gaped. Not knowing what to say, she was only suspicious. No solid evidence yet. Lin Fan, let me calm down. I think there is a huge misunderstanding between us. Lin Fan nodded. Didn't ask any more questions. After that, he said, Tonight, Brother Ganhao will sleep in my room. You sleep in Xiao Yao's room, okay? Hearing this, Chen Inuo blushed. Between us, we've done what should be done. We've also done what shouldn't be done. What's wrong with being open with each other? Lin Fan said with a serious face. What nonsense are you talking about? Only twice. I only felt pain, no other feeling at all. Chen Inuo spoke as softly as a mosquito buzzing, but inside she was a little happy. This was the Lin Fan she knew. There's still a lot of underwear I bought for her in Xiao Yao's room. Just pick a few sets to wear. Then go take a shower. Lin Fan stepped up, hugged Chen Inuo, completely shameless. Chen Inuo lowered her head, body stiff, heart pounding. Just then, knock, knock, knock. The house door was suddenly knocked on. Lin Fan frowned, feeling very annoyed. In the middle of the night, who was knocking on the door? He stepped out to open the door. Unexpectedly, the person standing outside was Yang Dingtian, vice leader of the Martial Alliance. Lin Fan, you're not home all day. Where did you run off to? Do you know how many times I've been here? Yang Dingtian said with an annoyed face as soon as he saw Lin Fan. The Alliance leader had assigned him the task of bringing Lin Fan to meet him. But he came to Lin Fan's house several times and couldn't find him, making him very frustrated. Lin Fan frowned. Is this guy sick? He kicked Yang Dingtian flying out. If you're sick, go home and treat it. Don't come here to bother me. Yang Dingtian growled up, face full of anger. I came here to tell you. The Alliance leader wants to meet you. Lin Fan laughed. He wants to meet, so I have to meet him? As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked Yang Dingtian flying out more than 10 meters again. If you dare to knock on the door again, I will kill you. Lin Fan said coldly and slammed the door shut, turning back into the house, intending to continue what he was doing. But he discovered Chen Inuo had entered Xiao Yao's room and locked the door. Inuo, open the door for me. No, it's late. I want to sleep. Go sleep with my brother. Lin Fan was helpless, about to reach the peak, but interrupted by Yang Dingtian. Truly unlucky. Lin Fan looked at Chen Ganhao, still unconscious in the next room. He went out to the yard, found a flat spot, sat down cross-legged, then took out the old piece of cloth from the bag of holding. He had never seen Mo's skin, so he wasn't sure if this cloth was Mo's skin or not. Master once said Mo's skin can only reveal words when written with a cultivator's blood. Let's try, Lin Fan muttered, dripped a drop of blood onto the cloth. Sure enough, when the blood merged into the cloth, the originally blank cloth suddenly glowed. Lines of golden words appeared. These words looked like oracle bone script, densely packed, up to thousands of words. Thanks to Master's teaching, Lin Fan could read these words. It wasn't a divine ability, but a type of sorcery. More precisely, puppet technique. It is the technique of refining puppets using various heavenly treasures, then using divine consciousness to control the puppets to fight for oneself. This is a very powerful technique. During a battle, if one suddenly summons a puppet, wouldn't one be able to fight many with few? Lin Fan read excitedly. The more he read, the more surprised he was. He discovered that puppet technique could not only control puppets, but could also temporarily control cultivators with weaker divine consciousness than oneself. However, the materials needed for refining were also very rare, almost impossible to find in the modern world. Some materials, like fox spirit crystal, Lin Fan had never heard of, but the basic knowledge recorded was very complete, making Lin Fan read engrossed. On the other side, at the Martial Alliance base, Yang Dingtian Drofebek, his face gloomy, went straight to the Alliance leader's office. When Wang Yuexian learned of Lin Fan's reaction, he narrowed his eyes. A terrifying aura erupted from him, causing the temperature in the room to drop a few degrees. Too strong. This is the true heaven realm. Lin Fan is just trash. Yang Dingtian es pupils constricted, terrified in his heart. Tomorrow, after dealing with the Jiang family's matter, I will go find Lin Fan, Wang Yuexian said with a gloomy face. The Jiang family is about to prosper, inviting me to attend the engagement ceremony of Jiang Junlin and Chun Inua, daughter of the Chun family in Yinchuan. Actually, I didn't want to go, but the Jiang family invited a distinguished guest this time. I am the leader of the Jinling Martial Alliance. Naturally, I must go to pay my respects. Who is that distinguished guest? Yang Dingtian was startled. Physician Yao Yun of the Medicine King Valley. Wang Yueshuan's eyes flashed. At the Jiang family's main hall, Jiang Feiyun, the patriarch of the Jiang family, was sitting on the main seat. Smiling face. Jiang Ganhao, Jiang Shining, Yang Tianbao, and other core members of the Jiang family sat on both sides, faces full of eagerness. They were very excited, because tomorrow, after physician Yao Yun cures that little girl's illness, will be the day the Chun family and Jiang family get engaged. From then on, the Jiang family will surpass other forces in Jinling, becoming a top martial arts family. At this moment, Jiang Shining asked, "Dad, where is big sister? Will she come back tomorrow?" Shiyu is a true disciple of the Xianlin sect, valued by an elder. She is in an important stage of cultivation. She cannot come back. Jiang Feiyun finished speaking, stood up. "All right, everyone go rest early. Tomorrow is a big day." "Yes, patriarch," the Jiang family members replied excitedly. At the Qin family's main hall, the atmosphere was extremely suffocating. Qin Tianzhu and other core members of the Qin family all had pale faces, because not long ago, the Jiang family sent an invitation, demanding they attend the engagement ceremony tomorrow. Otherwise, bear the consequences. The Jiang family and Qin family were both major families in Jinling, always competing fiercely. Strength was equal. But now, with Jiang Shiyu joining the Xianlin sect, the Jiang family's strength clearly surpassed the Qin family. "Tianzhu, this is a Hongmin banquet," Qin Kuan said in a deep voice. "Third uncle, I know. But what can our Qin family do now? If we don't go, the Jiang family will immediately turn hostile. If we go, at least there's time to maneuver." Qin Tianzhu smiled bitterly. After a brief conversation, the hall fell silent again. The Qin family members all had gloomy faces. Despair. Is the Qin family about to decline? Just then, a deep voice rang out. "Since the Jiang family sincerely invited us, how can we refuse?" A middle-aged man in black walked in. He exuded a majestic aura, making people feel invisible pressure. "Patriarch," the Qin family members were overjoyed. "I have broken through to the heaven realm. I want to see what the Jiang family wants to do." Qin Wudao smiled. A terrifying aura of acquired first stage radiated out. Everyone was so excited they were about to cry. They didn't expect that at this critical moment, the patriarch would break through and come out of seclusion. The news that the Jiang family was about to ally with the Chun family, a top martial arts family in Yinchuan, spread throughout Jinling. The morning sun shone on Lin Fan's face. He stretched. "Studying is really fun. I didn't expect to study all night." He found the puppet technique very interesting. It even combined knowledge of formations and talismans. Inside the house, Chun Inua seemed to have just woken up, looking in the mirror and washing her face. "Inua, why are you up so early?" Lin Fan asked. Chun Inua turned around. "Today we have to treat Nian Yen. I have to go to the hospital early to give the snow lotus to physician Yao Yun. With me here, we don't need that thing anymore." Chun Inua shook her head. "Let's get to the hospital first and then decide." Lin Fan was about to say something when the phone rang. He picked up. Qin Tianhong's anxious voice rang out. Young Master Lin, big trouble. The woman you like is getting engaged to Jiang Junlin today. The Jiang family has sent invitations all over Jinling. I also received one. What? Lin Fan was a bit surprised. After hearing Qin Tianhong's explanation, he understood the problem. It seems the Jiang family still doesn't know Jiang Junlin is dead. All right, I know. You go to the Jiang family first. I'll come later. After speaking, Lin Fan hung up. Who called? Chen Yinhua asked curiously. Lin Fan smiled, recounted what Qin Tianhong just said. Hearing this, Chen Yinhua looked worried. So, Nian Yin was taken from the hospital by the Jiang family? Lin Fan, you must save Nian Yin. She's also your daughter, Chen Yinhua said. Eyes red. My daughter? The smile on Lin Fan's face froze. I'm going to be a father? Immediately after, an indescribable joy filled his heart. He grabbed Chen Yinhua's arm. What exactly is going on? Why is Nian Yin my daughter? She's only 4 or 5 years old. Actually, the year after graduating from university, I was already pregnant. Before we broke up, didn't I tell you that if you came to Yinchuan, a big surprise would be waiting for you? My brother said there was something that would make your blood boil. He was also talking about Nian Yin. Nian Yin is actually 9 years old. She looks so small because she suffers from a rare disease called Kabuki syndrome. This disease prevents children from growing. Moreover, they won't live past 20. For 10 years, I have always taken her to look for you. At this moment, Chen Yinhua was crying like rain, looking at Lin Fan with a pitiful expression, making one's heart ache. Hearing this, Lin Fan was shocked in his heart. Yinhua, don't worry. With me here, our daughter will definitely be fine. Even if I have to dig up Master's grave, I won't hesitate. A beam of light streaked across the sky. Lin Fan brought Chen Yinhua to the gate of the Jiang family. At this moment, the Jiang family gate was brightly lit. The parking lot was packed with luxury cars. Lin Fan glanced over, finally stopping at a little girl standing on the right side of the stage. The little girl was very pretty, but seemed naive. More accurately, she looked very dull. Nian Yin also saw Chen Yinhua. A look of joy suddenly appeared on her dull face. She stood up, ran down the stage, waving her hand as she ran. Nian Yin, my daughter. Seeing her daughter running over, Chen Ying also hurriedly ran over to hug her. Seeing the scene, the guests began to whisper, is this the eldest miss of the Chen family? Truly beautiful. That little girl is also very cute. Pity she has an incurable disease. Hearing the discussions around, Jiang Fiyun, the patriarch of the Jiang family, frowned. After all, today is the engagement ceremony of the Jiang and Chen families. Chen Yinhua hugging a child in front of so many people. Isn't that making the Jiang family a laughingstock? He intended to call a servant to take Nian Yin down. But right at this moment, Lin Fan also ran over. He didn't care about everyone's surprised gazes, squatting down beside the mother and daughter, reaching out to touch his daughter's face. But Nian Yin dodged. Mommy, who is this person? He looks so scary. Nian Yin suddenly burst into tears. Lin Fan felt his heart melt. This feeling was indescribable. Seeing the scene, the guests were all surprised. What's going on? If this young man is the girl's father, then isn't he the one who took Chen Yinhua's virginity? Truly interesting. A patriarch sneered. Qin Tianzhu clenched his fists. Big brother, this person is Lin Fan. He was the one who forced me to kill Xiao Feng. Hearing this, Qin Wudao, his eyes flashed with killing intent, but it quickly disappeared. No ruse, just a loser. In the area reserved for the Martial Alliance, Yang Bingtian said excitedly. Alliance leader, this person is Lin Fan. Last night, he kicked me several times. He is Lin Fan? Looks ordinary, just a bit handsome, Wang Yuexian said calmly. In the area reserved for the Three Mouse Hall, Qin Tianhong's expression changed. He didn't expect this little girl to be Lin Fan's daughter. This is no different from slapping the Jiang family in the face. With young Master Lin's strength, this matter isn't too worrying. But today there are many experts here. Even physician Yao Yun of the Medicine King Valley is sitting up there watching. If they make a move, the consequences will be unpredictable. Thinking this, Qin Tianhong looked at an old man not far away. The old man had the demeanor of a transcendent being, closing his eyes to rest his mind, seeming indifferent to everything around him. This person was physician Yao Yun of the Medicine King Valley. Not only were his medical skills superb, But it was said his martial arts were also terrifying. Seeing this scene, the martial artists of the Jiang family all had ugly expressions. Today, the Jiang family should have been honored, subjugating all clans, not humiliated at the door by a wild man like this. Chen, who is this person? Where is Jiang Junlin? Shouldn't he be with you? Jiang Feiyun asked coldly. Before Chen could answer, Lin Fan stood up. No need to look for him. Jiang Junlin has already been killed by me. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole hall gasped in surprise. The eldest young master of the Jiang family was killed? Brat, you can eat indiscriminately, but you cannot speak indiscriminately. Just you claiming to kill my son? Jiang Feiyun said coldly. Immediately, dozens of Jiang family martial artists rushed out from all sides, surrounding Lin Fan. Patriarch, let me see if this brat's strength is as tough as his words. A Jiang family martial artist stepped out, sneering. Very well. Jiang Ping, I don't want him standing here talking to me in a minute. Jiang Feiyun nodded. This person was named Jiang Ping, an Earth Realm martial artist of the Jiang family. In his opinion, Jiang Ping was enough to deal with a brat like Lin Fan. Lin Fan remembered the puppet technique he learned last night and wanted to test it. He snapped his fingers lightly. An invisible puppet seal flew into Jiang Ping's glabella. Jiang Ping, who was rushing over, suddenly stopped, standing dumbfounded. Jiang Ping, what are you doing? Why aren't you attacking? Jiang Feiyun frowned. Attack what? Attack your wife? Jiang Ping turned around stiffly, speaking with an emotionless face. This sudden scene shocked everyone. Could this guy be having an affair with Jiang Feiyun's wife? Jiang Ping, you. Jiang Feiyun was about to say something, but saw Jiang Ping rushing towards him. Haha, your wife is delicious. Jiang Ping laughed strangely. Go to hell. Hearing this, Jiang Feiyun was so angry that blood rushed to his brain. Without hesitation, he launched a palm strike at Jiang Ping. Bang! Jiang Ping flew out more than 10 meters, falling heavily to the ground. He seemed to regain consciousness, opened his mouth to say something, but couldn't speak, and just died like that. Seeing the scene, everyone revealed a strange expression. Strange. Jiang Ping was a core figure in the Jiang family, yet he had an affair with the patriarch's wife? Jiang Feiyun looked at Jiang Ping's corpse, his face gloomy. Jiang Ping was a quiet person. Last night, he was even discussing business with him. Impossible to do such an absurd thing. It was you playing tricks. Jiang Feiyun stared at Lin Fan. You guessed right. But what's the use? From today on, the Jiang family will become history. Lin Fan shook his head, preparing for a massacre. Ever since Jiang Junlin sent people to assassinate him, the Jiang family's fate had been sealed. Lin Fan moved among the martial artists at extreme speed, like a white ghost. In just a few seconds, dozens of martial artists had fallen. Even Earth Realm martial artists were no exception. The whole hall was terrifyingly silent, looking at the bodies lying on the ground. The guests all felt a chill down their spines. Is this Lin Fan that strong? Heaven Realm? Why is he a Heaven Realm expert? Jiang Feiyun felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. Lin Fan teleported in front of Jiang Feiyun. Patriarch Jiang, if you have a son in the future, teach him to judge people properly. Don't offend people you shouldn't offend. But right at this moment, a beautiful figure rushed out, shouting, You cannot kill my father. This person was Jiang Xining, Jiang Feiyun's daughter. Lin Fan looked at Jiang Xining. He had saved her in the cave at Taihu Mountain, so he had some impression of this girl. Who the hell are you to order me? If I want to kill, I kill. After speaking, Lin Fan slapped. Jiang Feiyun exploded, turning into blood and bone. Father. Jiang Xining saw her father die right in front of her, screaming miserably, almost fainting. Lin Fan, I'll fight you to the death. Jiang Xining screamed, drawing a small sword, stabbing straight at Lin Fan. Lin Fan grabbed her neck, lifted her up. If you're weak, you die. Your Jiang family wasn't good enough. Too bad your Jiang family lost. Accept your fate. Lin Fan's cold words gave everyone goosebumps. This young man was not only strong, but also ruthless enough to make even veterans like them shudder. Just then, a sigh rang out. Young man, stop. Physician Yao Yin stood up, with a compassionate face. You want to defend the Jiang family? Lin Fan glanced and saw that Yao Yin was only at the acquired first stage, equivalent to Qi refining first stage. This was understandable. Physicians focused on studying medicine. Martial arts naturally wouldn't be too high. I'm not defending the Jiang family. Our Medicine King Valley has always been neutral, not interfering in any disputes. I just want to remind you, don't do things too absolutely. It won't be good for you. Crack. Jiang Xining stopped breathing. So what? You mean only others can stab me, but I can't kill others? The whole hall was silent. The guests looked at the bodies on the ground. Dumbfounded. How dare he? Physician Yao Yun had spoken, yet he still dared to act. Is he that arrogant? Yao Yun looked at Jiang Xining's corpse. His originally calm face suddenly turned ugly. This old man has nothing more to say. I just hope you won't regret it later. As for this little girl's illness, I won't treat it anymore either. Ridiculous. Does my daughter need others to treat her? Lin Fan sneered. Yao Yin might be very powerful in the eyes of others, but in his eyes, he was just a slightly larger ant. Moreover, cultivation must follow one's heart. If bound by worldly rules, then what is the meaning of cultivation? What did I practice hard on the mountain for? Since we disagree, there's no need to scheme. Yao Yin suppressed his anger, flicked his sleeve, and left. At this moment, Wang Yuexian clapped and laughed. Lin Fan, you really surprised me today. Seeing Wang Yuexian stand up, everyone's uncomfortable expressions suddenly turned into joy. It seems Alliance Leader Wang can't stand it anymore either. Alliance Leader Wang is known as the strongest person in Jinling, a veteran Heaven Realm expert. His strength has reached the acquired third stage, almost invincible. If such a big figure makes a move, then no matter how strong Lin Fan is, he won't be able to withstand it. Lin Fan, I don't want to interfere in the grudge between you and the Jiang family, Wang Yuexian said, then waved his hand towards a table not far away. Yang Dingtian immediately puffed out his chest and stepped out, glaring at Lin Fan. Yesterday, I sent the vice leader to your house to invite you to meet me. But not only did you not agree, you also beat up my vice leader. Did this happen? I won't make it difficult for you either. Now you apologize to my vice leader, and this matter will be considered over. We will meet often in the future. Hearing this, Lin Fan looked at Yang Dingtian. Seeing him looking at him with disdain, he slapped him. Yang Dingtian flew out, smashing heavily into the seats, causing chaos in that area. Alliance Leader Wang, what do you think of this way of apologizing? Wang Yuexian saw this. His face turned gloomy. Lin Fan, if I make a move, you won't be able to handle it. You doing this makes it very difficult for me. If it's difficult, then don't do it. Lin Fan kicked. Bang! Wang Yuexian flew out more than 10 meters, smashing heavily into the large iron gate of the Jiang family, causing the gate to collapse. Seeing this scene, all the guests got goosebumps. Alliance Leader Wang is a super expert at the acquired third stage. At this moment, Lin Fan's calm voice brought everyone back to their senses. You have 5 minutes to leave here. Hearing this, the guests all changed their expressions. Although they didn't know why Lin Fan wanted them to leave, they still hurriedly ran out. After everyone had left, Lin Fan extended his right hand, gently pressed down. Boom! Everything on the ground in the Jiang family collapsed, turning into a pile of ruins. Unexpectedly, Jiang Feiyun, who fought with me for almost half a lifetime, ended up like this. Qin Wudao had a complicated expression. He should have been happy that the Jiang family was destroyed. But at this moment, he felt empty. No matter how majestic one is in the secular world, it is just fleeting. In the eyes of true powerhouses, we're just ants. Second brother, prepare a generous gift later. We are going to apologize to Lin Fan's sister. Qin Tianzhu nodded. After this incident, he knew the Qin family absolutely could not offend Lin Fan. If Lin Fan could easily destroy the Jiang family, he could also easily destroy the Qin family. They didn't dare to apologize directly to Lin Fan, so they could only apologize to his sister, Lin Yunjiao. After all, the person Xiaofeng offended was Lin Yunjiao. Cousin, you saw it. From now on, let's just obediently be hunting dogs for young Master Lin. Don't have any thoughts of rebellion. Qin Tianhong in Stu Chu Wenmei. He knew Chu Wenmei's personality, so he specially reminded her to avoid her doing something foolish. Chu Wenmei not that, said nothing, then went to a corner, took out her phone, and made a call. Lin Fan flew Chun Inuo and his daughter back to his home. The Jiang family had been exterminated. Now the most important thing was to check his daughter's illness. Not long after everyone left, a black SUV drove up, Feng Hai and 2 deacons of the Baiyan Chamber of Commerce stepped out. Seeing the scene at the Jiang family, Feng Hai narrowed his eyes. Not beyond my expectations. After killing Jiang Junlin, that old monster came here to destroy the Jiang family. This is his familiar way of working. Elder, then aren't we too late? A deacon whispered. Do you think I'm stupid? Although the Jiang family isn't bad, it's not enough for me to value them. I came here, firstly, to confirm my speculation. Secondly, Feng Hai remembered his illness. Then said, let's go find young Master Lin, with the intelligence-gathering capabilities of the Baiyan Chamber of Commerce. Finding Lin Fan's address wasn't difficult. In just half a day, the news of the Jiang family's extermination spread throughout Jinling. Other families were worried, not knowing who would be next. Who would have expected that the Jiang family, a powerful family on the verge of unifying Jinling, would be exterminated just for offending one person? On a towering mountain, steep cliffs, covered in clouds and mist, there was a magnificent architectural complex. Bright red-tiled roofs looming amidst white clouds. Like a fairyland, on a precipitous peak, a girl in white was meditating, breathing in the air. Just then, an old man in a gray robe flew over from the adjacent peak, landing beside the girl. The girl seemed to sense it. Slowly opened her eyes, respectfully said, Master, why did you come here? Shiyu, news just came from down the mountain. The Jiang family was exterminated by a person named Lin Fan. No one survived. It's just as well. Martial arts emphasizes cutting off worldly ties the most. Now that the mortal ties are broken, you can wholeheartedly cultivate martial arts. With your aptitude, breaking through to martial arts grandmaster is only a matter of time. The old man said, Master is right, but the Jiang family raised me. I cannot stand by and watch. Jiang Shiyu shook her head, cultivating martial arts on the mountain for many years. Her thinking had changed a lot. To put it nicely, the Jiang family was her family. To put it harshly, the Jiang family was a burden on her path of cultivation. Therefore, when the Jiang family was destroyed, she wasn't sad at all. Instead, she felt relieved. As long as I kill Lin Fan, I will have no more attachments in the secular world. You just rest assured and cultivate. I have sent Xiaoyu down the mountain to take revenge for you. With his cultivation at the acquired 5th stage, he can sweep away all enemies. Lin Fan took Chun Inua and his daughter home. His sister went to school far away, so living alone was fine. It didn't matter if the living environment was a bit poor. After that, Lin Fan used his divine consciousness to check his daughter's body. Time passed. His brows gradually furrowed. This scene made Chun Inua anxious. Cold sweat poured out. Now that the Jiang family was destroyed, and physician Yao Yun was offended, she could only rely on Lin Fan. What illness did you say Yin Yin has? Lin Fan asked. The doctor said it's Kabuki syndrome. Her symptoms perfectly match this disease. Not growing, underdeveloped intelligence, abnormal fingerprints, etc. Hearing this, Lin Fan held his daughter's hand to examine it carefully. He found that her hand had no fingerprints. Smooth as milk. Wrong. She doesn't have Kabuki syndrome. Abnormal fingerprints doesn't mean no fingerprints. Lin Fan shook his head. Just now, he had sent a stream of spiritual energy into his daughter's body. But not long after, that stream of spiritual energy was absorbed by her body. Moreover, he also checked her sea of consciousness. Usually, people with underdeveloped intelligence would have a defective sea of consciousness. But his daughter's sea of consciousness was very clear, without any defects. If so, her intelligence should be superior to normal people. But physician Yao Yun also diagnosed it. He also said it was Kabuki syndrome. Chun Inua said, then it can only be said that he is incompetent. There is no other reason. Inua, I suspect she isn't sick. I have a heavenly spirit root. She carries my blood. So it's very likely she also has a special physique. Moreover, this physique is related to spiritual energy. But I have read many ancient books on the mountain. I have never seen any physique that can automatically absorb spiritual energy. Lin Fan suddenly remembered his master. If Master were alive, he would definitely know what's wrong with his daughter. Lin Fan took out a spirit stone from his bag of holding, placed it under his daughter's nose. The next scene surprised him. As she breathed, the spiritual energy in the spirit stone was gradually absorbed by her. Usually, if a child absorbs so much spiritual energy, the body would undergo changes. At least the impurities in the body would be expelled. But Nian Yin didn't have any reaction. So much spiritual energy just disappeared, without a ripple. I can confirm, she has a very special physique. The reason she is dull and not growing is because her physique hasn't awakened yet. Lin Fan said, that year, if Master hadn't used spiritual medicine to nourish his spirit root wouldn't have awakened either. And before the spirit root awakened, he was just an ordinary person. Thinking this, Lin Fan took out all the spirit stones on him for his daughter to absorb without hesitation. In just a few minutes, the spiritual energy in over a dozen spirit stones was completely absorbed by Nian Yin. After absorbing so much spiritual energy, Nian Yin's small face began to turn rosy. Her breathing also became more regular, not beyond his expectations. Her physique needs a lot of spirit stones to awaken. Once awakened, it will definitely be astonishing. Lin Fan's eyes flashed. Indeed, like father, like daughter. Just then, someone knocked on the door. There were 3 people outside the door. One of them was Feng Hai of the Baiyun Chamber of Commerce. Young Master Lin, long time no see. Feng Hai glanced and saw Chun Ino, Nian Yin, and Chun Ganhao lying unconscious in the next room. He narrowed his eyes. According to his speculation last night, Chun Inua should have been dealt with by that old monster by now, and Chun Ganhao should be dead. Did I guess wrong? He wondered, but still smiled and said, Young Master Lin, these people are... This is my wife and daughter, and the person lying over there is my brother-in-law. He was beaten and seriously injured last night, although he hasn't woken up yet. Feng Hai was slightly startled. Who dares to beat young Master Lin's brother-in-law? Could it be that old monster? But he was killed by me last night. Feng Hai's expression changed, although he didn't know how strong that old monster was. But judging from the tone of the person in charge at headquarters, he must be at least in the innate realm. So Lin Fan saying he killed the old monster, he didn't believe it at all. So Lin Fan is also someone who likes to... Oh, Feng Hai sa Inwa Li, but still kept a calm face. Young Master Lin, as far as I know, that old monster destroyed the Jiang family this morning. I destroyed the Jiang family, Lin Fan said calmly. Hearing this, Feng Hai felt a bit annoyed. There should be a limit to bragging. You killed the old monster. You also destroyed the Jiang family. If you're so good, why don't you ascend to heaven? Feng Hai said nothing more. Instead, he took out his phone and made a call. He wanted to find evidence that the old monster destroyed the Jiang family. Then tell Lin Fan. Don't pretend in front of him. No need. But immediately after, when he heard the report from the Chamber of Commerce's intelligence officer, he was stunned. The Jiang family was really destroyed by Lin Fan. If so, that old monster was also really killed by Lin Fan. Thinking of this, Feng Hai got goosebumps, feeling a chill down his spine. Who exactly is this Lin Fan? Why is he so strong? Lin Fan didn't want to waste time. I know what you came to me for. You're running out of money before reaching the market. Problem isn't hard to cure. Abstain from sex for 3 months. Massage for half an hour every day and it will be cured. Besides, I need your help with something. I need a lot of spirit explosion balls, or the raw stones used to make spirit explosion balls. The more the better. Can you help me? Hearing this, Feng Hai looked at Lin Fan with a strange gaze. Although spirit explosion balls aren't extremely rare, they aren't plentiful either. With my authority, I can help you get at most 100. 100? Lin Fan was a bit surprised. With 100 spirit stones, perhaps his daughter's physique would awaken. How much do these spirit explosion balls cost? Tell me beforehand so I can prepare the money. According to the market price, it's probably over 100 billion. But young Master Lin, cure my illness. Consider this amount as my repayment. Feng Hai my... Lin Fan looked at Feng Hai. He understood his intention, but didn't object. Relationships between people are just interest relationships like this. Lin Fan intended to reply, but suddenly felt danger. Not good. Everyone come on my side. After speaking, Lin Fan quickly formed seals. Slash, slash, slash. The life sword flew out, turning into thousands of small swords, forming a barrier to protect everyone. Just as the barrier formed, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. Terrifying energy radiated to the surroundings, with the house as the center. The ground within a radius of thousands of meters was flattened. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, visible to people within 10 kilometers. The 2 deacons of the Baiyun Chamber of Commerce waiting outside the door were blown to pieces, turning into ashes. The fire burned fiercely. Amidst the thick black smoke, several people protected by a sword barrier were unharmed. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Fan's face was gloomy. Just now, if he hadn't sensed the danger in time and protected everyone, then with this terrifying explosion, surely everyone, except him, would have died. Even Feng Hai, an acquired third-stage expert, would be no exception. After a moment of shock, Nian Nian burst into tears, her small face full of fear and helplessness. Seeing his daughter so pitiful, Lin Fan was extremely heartbroken. Young Master Lin, who did you offend? This type of fourth-generation thermobaric bomb cannot possibly appear in Great Xia, let alone be used to kill people. This matter is very serious. It will definitely attract the attention of the special agency. Feng Hai calmed down, frowned and asked, Special agency? Like the Dragon Group in novels? It is the superior of the Martial Alliance, specializing in handling supernatural events in the country. I still don't know who I offended, but I'll probably know soon. Lin Fan said with an emotionless face, then teleported, disappearing in front of everyone. The man was clearly a top sniper ranked 9th on the dark web, but his gun never had bullets. Even when the assassination target was right in front of him, he aimed at the house next door. Then, he pulled out a grenade launcher weighing 200 kilograms. This was the latest developed 4th-generation thermobaric bomb. No one could survive after being hit. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, visible to people within 10 kilometers. At the same time, on a small hill about 3 kilometers from the house, a blond man, blue eyes, dressed in black, took out his phone and made a call. Okay, target destroyed. I have to leave Great Xia immediately. I hope you could transfer 3 billion to the account I provided within an hour. Otherwise, bear the consequences. As expected of Sniper Number 9 on the dark web. Truly admirable. The person on the other end said happily. There's a saying in the West. Gods are forbidden to set foot in Great Xia. Therefore, it is very rare for foreign assassins to dare interfere in matters. In Great Xia, this time he was just traveling here by chance. Seeing the price of 3 billion was quite a bargain, he tried his luck. Gods forbidden to set foot? Great Xia isn't as scary as imagined. The man shrugged, turned around intending to leave. But right at this moment, Lin Fan suddenly appeared in front of him. You're not dead? The man's expression changed. The target was hit by a thermobaric bomb and still isn't dead? Who sent you? Lin Fan asked coldly, his face terrifyingly gloomy. You don't need to know that. The man narrowed his eyes, stepped back a few steps, then took out a pitch-black gun from his pocket, placed it on his shoulder, pulled the trigger without hesitation. A laser beam shot out from the barrel. Facing this attack, Lin Fan just reached out his hand. The purple laser beam hit his palm. Go sing no damage whatsoever. The man was so shocked he couldn't speak. He had traveled all over the world. Even some low-level pharaohs in the pyramids could be easily dealt with. But he had never seen such a strange scene. It's over. Lin Fan easily grabbed the man's neck, preparing to perform the soul search technique. But unexpectedly, the man sneered, detonated the bomb in his body. Boom! He exploded, turning into a mess of flesh and blood. Lin Fan frowned. He didn't expect this guy to be so desperate. I should have controlled him right from the start. Just then, Lin Fan saw an old man running over. The old man had white hair, but his face was rosy, eyes bright. Exudinga Shapoha. He was actually an innate first-stage martial artist. It's you? The old man seemed to recognize Lin Fan. With a surprised expression, Lin Fan frowned. This old man clearly wasn't the assassin's accomplice. Must be someone from a special agency Feng Hai mentioned. You just destroyed the Jiang family this morning. Now who in Jinling doesn't know you? The old man sneered. After that, he squatted down, examining the fragments of firearms on the ground. What are the border guards doing? Letting such a powerful sniper infiltrate the country. Luckily, nothing major happened. This guy is Win, Sniper Number 9 on the dark web, notorious throughout the world. Moreover, he is also a member of Heavenly Kill, an international assassin organization. Then do you know where Heavenly Kill's base is? Lin Fan asked. Why do you ask? Do you want to go take revenge? The old man said and laughed at himself. Heavenly Kill is a top assassin organization, offending countless forces, but still existing until now because no one could find their base. If you have any news about Heavenly Kill in the future, let me know. I can help you destroy them for free. Lin Fan said and turned to leave. The old man didn't take Lin Fan's words to heart. Instead, he took out his phone and made a call. This matter is very serious. Must report to superiors. The border defense system might have loopholes. Lin Fan thought as he walked. He knew Heavenly Kill couldn't assassinate him for no reason. Someone must have ordered it. And this person is definitely from Jinling. Who is it? Lin Fan called Chun Inua, learning that Feng Hai had arranged for them to stay at the Jinling Hotel. He intended to go there. But right at this moment, a small stall by the roadside attracted his attention. It was already past 6 in the evening. Right at rush hour, the streets were crowded. Traffic was busy, but this small stall was placed in a hidden corner, looking very strange. Seeing a few white stones on the stall, Lin Fan was overjoyed. Spirit stones. They are pure spirit stones, not spirit explosion balls. Moreover, the spiritual energy in these spirit stones was very dense. Top grade among low-grade spirit stones. Boss, how much is this? Lin Fan picked up a spirit stone and asked. A young man in white looked up. This thing isn't sold for money, but sold by fate. If there is fate, I can give it to you for free. Lin Fan looked at the young man with a meaningful gaze. Then do you think we have fate? We have fate, and it's a life and death fate. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying pressure suddenly radiated from the young man. Lin Fan waved his hand lightly. That pressure instantly dissipated. He had seen through the young man's cultivation. About acquired 5th stage. You set up a stall here. Could it be for me? That's right. I came here for the Jiang family. My senior sister Jiang Shiyu is the eldest miss of the Jiang family. You destroyed the entire Jiang family over a little grudge. Truly too cruel. Lin Fan remembered what Chun Ganhao had said. The Jiang family has a big figure. It was because of this person that the Chun family agreed to the marriage alliance. Must be this Jiang Shiyu. Wildfire cannot burn the grass completely. It grows again when the spring breeze blows. Lin Fan sighed, reached out, grabbed the young man in white by the neck. The young man's expression changed. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. He was terrified to the extreme. Even his master couldn't catch him from such a distance. Lin Fan placed his other hand on the young man's head, performing the soul search technique. But right at this moment, a roar rang out from inside the young man's head. You are so bold, daring to use sorcery of the Xianlin sect on my disciple. The young man in white suddenly self-destructed. His whole body fell to the ground like a dead fish. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan remembered what Master said when teaching him the soul search technique. Some major sects place restrictions in their disciples' sea of consciousness to prevent others from stealing secret techniques. This Xianlin sect is quite interesting. Indeed, a sect on the mountain. Lin Fan muttered, at a magnificent palace of the Xianlin sect. An old man was meditating. Master, Master. A disciple ran in hurriedly. Senior brother Xiao Yu's life tablet shattered. Hearing this, the old man stood up abruptly, face full of salt. A life tablet is a type of low-level magical tool, refined from the heart blood of each Xianlin sect disciple. This magical tool is linked to the disciple's life. Xiao Yu's life tablet shattering proves that he is dead. Hearing this, the old man, his face turned gloomy, thought for a moment, then turned into a beam of light, flying to another peak. Master, why did you come here? Jiang Shiyu sensed the old man's appearance, slowly opened her eyes. Xiao Yu went down the mountain to take revenge for the Jiang family, but his life tablet has shattered. Hearing this, Jiang Shiyu, her beautiful face changed slightly. She seemed not to expect this result. She thought for a moment, in the Jinling martial arts world, besides Wen Zhongqian of the special agency, no one can kill Xiao Yu. You mean the person who destroyed the Jiang family has connections with the special agency? The old man frowned. Perhaps. Just a guess. I don't care about Lin Fan anymore for now. I'm about to break through to the innate realm. Wait until I finish breaking through. I will go down the mountain to find him myself. Also to train my martial arts. About 7:30 in the evening, Lin Fan brought his sister to the Jinling Hotel. Went straight to a presidential suite on the top floor. In the room, Chun Inuol was showing Yin Yin the Peppa Pig cartoon. After absorbing over a dozen spirit stones, although Yin Yin's physique hadn't changed, her intelligence had returned to normal, like a 5 or 6-year-old child. Chun Ganhao had also woken up. lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling. Not knowing what he was thinking, when the door opened, the three of them looked over simultaneously, seeing Lin Fan and Lin Yunjiao walk in. Chen Yinua's expression changed. She remembered this girl clearly. She was the one who held Lin Fan's arm at the gate of Jinling University, causing her to leave in disappointment, causing a huge misunderstanding. Let me introduce a bit. This is my sister, Xiao Yao. Lin Fan smiled and introduced. Lin Yunjiao stepped forward, introduced herself. Sister-in-law. Hello, I am Lin Yunjiao, Lin Fan's sister. You are Xiao Yao? Chen Yinua was surprised, her face full of disbelief. She quickly regained her composure. A forced smile invited Lin Yunjiao to sit down, but her heart was in turmoil. The Lin Yunjiao she met at Lin Fan's house wasn't this girl, but a chubby girl. Combined with Lin Fan saying his parents had passed away and never bought a house in the city, she suddenly understood everything. It must be her parents playing tricks. 10 years ago, when she left the Chun family to go to Jinling to find Lin Fan, she met someone claiming to be Lin Fan's uncle. He even showed her photos of Lin Fan as a child. She followed that person to Lin Fan's house, met his parents and sister, but those three were very cold to her, saying Lin Fan had gone abroad, telling her not to bother him anymore. At that time, she was pregnant. So miserable, she wanted to commit suicide. But in the end, she still tried to overcome that difficult period. After giving birth to Yin Yin, she found hope again, determined to find Lin Fan to ask clearly. Now she understood. Those three were definitely imposters. The purpose was to make her completely lose hope in Lin Fan. And the people behind it were definitely her parents in Yinchuan. She didn't understand why her parents deceived her like that. Thinking of this, Chen Inua felt very heartbroken. Have I been deceived for 10 years? Inua, what's wrong? Lin Fan saw something was wrong. Elena Fan, Imsuri, I misunderstood you. It's all my fault. Chen Inua hugged Lin Fan tightly, sobbing. Suddenly, Chen Inua raised her head, remembering a very scary thing. That year, Lin Fan's parents went to Yinchuan to find him, then got into an accident and passed away. Was this also done by her parents? If that's true, Chen Inua didn't dare to think further. Just then, Chun Ganhao, lying on the bed, suddenly spoke up. Lin Fan, let me tell you. Now you are qualified to know the truth. Chen Ganhao tried to sit up. Although his injuries were severe, after being treated by Lin Fan, he was much better. In another presidential suite, Lin Fan and Chun Ganhao sat opposite each other. Speak. What exactly happened? Why did you hide it so tightly? Lin Fan asked directly. To tell you the truth, 10 years ago, even if you didn't disappear, and came to the Chen family to propose to my sister, the two of you couldn't have been together. The strength of the Chen family is far beyond your imagination. Lin Fan nodded, seeming to understand. After you disappeared, your parents also came to Yinchuan to find you. At that time, the Chen family intended to send people to warn your parents. But unexpectedly, just as they met, your parents were hit by a car. After that, my family's martial artists saw your parents being saved by a mysterious person. What do you mean? Lin Fan's expression changed. I mean your parents might still be alive. Then what about the urns? My sister said the urns were sent from Yinchuan. Lin Fan tried to calm down. Asked. Chun Ganhao's expression changed. Shook his head. I don't know anything about the urns. After your parents were saved by the mysterious person, the Chen family sent people to investigate your background. But it was very strange. Your parents seem to have appeared in Jinling 20-something years ago. After that, there was no more information. Of course, your background wasn't important to the Chen family. What was important was that my sister didn't listen to advice at that time, insisting on coming to Jinling to find you. My father had no other choice, so he arranged for 3 people to impersonate your parents and sister. Wanted my sister to give up. After telling the truth, Chun Ganhao breathed a sigh of relief. Leaving the room, Lin Fan sat alone on the sofa, thinking endlessly. He was both happy and worried. Happy because his parents were still alive. Worried because he didn't know who the mysterious person was. Even the Chun family couldn't investigate that person's background, proving this person had a huge background. Lin Fan recalled things from his childhood. In his memory, his parents were just ordinary laborers, working hard all their lives to raise him and his sister, never showing anything special. Could that mysterious person be Master? Lin Fan suddenly thought, but then denied it. Master regarded all living beings as ants, only wanting to break through heaven and earth all his life, ascending to become an immortal. How could he save his parents? But if it was really Master who was moved to save his parents, then where are they now? Did Master also lock his parents somewhere, forcing them to cultivate? This is clearly impossible. Master is dead. He buried him with his own hands. By now, the grass on Master's grave must have grown very tall. Right? The urns. Lin Fan suddenly thought. This could be a clue. Thinking this, he called his sister out, recounted what Chun Gan Hao just said. Hearing this, Lin Yunjiao. Her heart was in turmoil. I was only 10 years old at that time. I don't remember clearly. I only remember that person wore black clothes. About 30 years old. About 1.8 meters tall. Lin Fan frowned. These characteristics are too common. Go out on the street and you can grab a bunch. All right. It seems that person was crippled, walking with a limp. Lin Yunjiu suddenly added. Lin Fan nodded. 10 years. The time is too long. Searching is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. He looked at the screen. Saw it was Yi Tianxin calling. He had told Yi Tianxin to go to Yunchuan to investigate the Chun family. It seems he has returned. Xiao Yao, you go into the room first. I'm going out to answer the phone. Lin Fan instructed his sister and went to a corner. Picked up. As soon as he picked up, Yi Tianxin's somewhat urgent voice rang out. Young Master Lin, you asked me to investigate the Chun family strength. I have a preliminary grasp. The Chun family is one of the 3 major martial arts families in Yunchuan. On the surface, the Chun family has no less than 20 Heaven Realm experts. Among them, at least 8 are in the innate realm. Chun Beixian, the Chun family ancestor, was at the innate 8th stage 5 years ago. Now he is very likely at the innate 9th stage. Yi Tianxin spoke quickly. However, his voice became weaker and weaker, almost inaudible, as if he was about to die. Did something happen to you? Lin Fan asked. Young Master Lin, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't come back. The one killing me is the Wang family of Hangzhou. It was the Wang family that exterminated my Yi family. Now, they came to Yunchuan to hunt me down. If there is a day, please avenge me. Avenge the 137 people of the Yi family. I hate it, even though I've been crazy for 20 years, not hesitating to suck human blood to cultivate demonic arts. But I'm still weak, helpless like this. Yi Tianxin said word by word, voice full of difficulty. Before Lin Fan could reply, a sneer rang out from the other end. Oh my, who is this trash calling? I like seeing you angry to the point of madness, but unable to do anything to me the most. Wang Ming, I'll fight you to the death. Yi Tianjin screamed miserably. Bang! The phone hung up. Although Lin Fan hated trouble, but Yi Tianxin was the first subordinate he accepted since coming down the mountain. This was the first time, and a man's first time is always very meaningful. Lin Fan had placed a spiritual energy mark on Yi Tianxin to prevent him from having bad intentions. Now, just by following this mark, he could find Yi Tianxin's location. He turned into a beam of light, soaring into the sky, quickly disappearing into the night, at an abandoned factory in the wilderness of Yunchuan. Yi Tianxin was tied to an iron chair. His body was limp, breathing weak. It could be seen that he had just been brutally tortured. In front of Yi Tianxin was a middle-aged man, face fierce, ugly. He was a peak Earth Realm martial artist. He was Wang Ming from the phone call. Besides Wang Ming, there were 3 others, 2 men and 1 woman. If anyone acquainted was here, they would recognize all 3 as famous figures in the Yunchuan martial arts world. The fat man was named Shimin Chuefeng. Cultivation at acquired first stage. His tyrant blade technique was almost invincible in the same realm. The skinny man had no name. His Taoist name was Thin Skeleton. Cultivation at acquired first stage. Proficient in movement techniques. Once escaped from an innate realm martial artist. The woman in red was named Miao Wushuang. Although only at the mid-earth realm, she was proficient in gu arts. Wang Ming, hurry up and kill him. Torturing a piece of trash isn't interesting. We still have work to do, Shimin Chuefeng said impatiently. The 3 came to Yunchuan to cooperate with Wang Ming because of an ancient tomb. Brother Shimin is wrong. This Yi Tianxin might have the secret we are looking for. Wang Ming smiled. Not long ago, rumors spread in the Yunchuan martial arts world about an immortal's tomb in the north of the Hengduan Mountains. There are many treasures in the tomb. Spirit pills, miraculous medicines. cultivation technique, secret manual, divine weapons, etc. Initially, this rumor was treated as a joke. No one believed it. But 3 days ago, the patriarch of a small family suddenly broke through from the early Earth realm to the acquired realm. He claimed that his cultivation had soared after eating a pill he found in an ancient tomb. This news immediately shook the entire martial arts world of Yinchuan. Even martial artists from neighboring regions flocked here in search of the ancient tomb. The four of them had also come to Yinchuan because of this rumor and decided to cooperate. But the tomb had yet to be found, and Wang Ming was busy settling personal grudges, which inevitably made the other three dissatisfied. As far as I know, over 20 years ago, Yi Tianxin and Zhang Sanxue were sworn brothers. Wang Ming smiled. Hearing this, the other three exchanged glances and immediately understood Wang Ming's meaning. Zhang Sanxue was the head of that small family, the one who had gotten lucky. Moreover, when Yi Tianxin arrived in Yunchuan a few days ago, the first person he visited was the Zhang family. In that case, you may continue. The other three said. Wang Ming pulled out a knife and stabbed it straight into Yi Tianxin's leg. The intense pain caused Yi Tianxin, who had fainted, to wake up. He opened his bloodshot eyes wide, staring daggers at Wang Ming. Wang Ming, if you're a man, give me a quick death. I won't answer any of your questions. Facing his enemy, Yi Tianxin couldn't possibly remain calm. Every time he remembered the scene of his relatives being slaughtered, he wished he could eat Wang Ming alive. Is that so? Wang Ming raised an eyebrow. He pulled the knife out of Yi Tianxin's leg and stabbed it into his arm. Yi Tianxin screamed horribly, his whole body convulsing in pain. You will face retribution. Retribution? That's something for the weak, not for the strong. Wang Ming sneered. Speaking of which, your wife and daughter were really, even after 20 years, I still remember their taste vividly. It's truly unforgettable. I should have kept your daughter locked up, to enjoy her slowly. Yi Tianxin was so furious his eyes turned crimson. He struggled violently. Seeing Yi Tianxin so angry he was about to cough up blood, Wang Ming felt a great sense of satisfaction. All right, I'll ask one last time. Why did you go to the Zhang family? As long as you tell me, I'll stop torturing you. Furthermore, I'll tell you a secret. Your sister's daughter, Yi Xian, is still in my hands. Hearing this, Yi Tianxin's eyes widened as he stared at Wang Ming. What did you say? Back then, when I led my men to annihilate the Yi family, I saw a little girl crawling on the ground. I felt a pang of compassion, so I brought her home with me. She's 20 years old now, and breathtakingly beautiful, just like your sister, Yizing. Oh, right. She still doesn't know her true identity. She still thinks of me as her father. She calls me dad every day. Hearing this, Yi Tianxin couldn't hold back any longer. He struggled like a madman. I'll kill you, you animal. Shimin Shuifeng and the other two stood by, their faces filled with horror. This Wang Ming is truly twisted. Even I think he's a psycho. Wang Ming took out his phone and made a video call. Not long after, a beautiful girl appeared on the screen. Dad, why are you calling me so late? The girl asked in a sweet voice. It's nothing. Dad just misses you. Let me show you someone. Wang Ming smiled and turned the camera towards Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin looked at the girl on the screen and burst into tears. It really was his sister's daughter. She looked just like her. He was about to say something, but Wang Ming turned the camera away. Dad, who is that? He looked so ugly. Just a beggar. Dad already taught him a lesson. All right, go to bed early. Wait for Dad to come back and talk more. Hanging up, Wang Ming looked at Yi Tianxin with mocking eyes. Now, what can you tell me? What you wanted the Tang family for? I can tell you, but you must release my niece. Yi Tianxin said with a hoarse voice. Feeling both angry and helpless, Wang Ming sneered. Now I am her father. Do you think she will leave me? I can only promise you. I will treat her well in the future. Treat her like a treasure, not letting her suffer. Wang Ming, what do you mean? Yi Tianxin gasped for breath. Hands clenched tight. After an internal struggle, Yi Tianxin said calmly, I went to the Tang family just to ask about the Qin family. Tang Sanxue didn't tell me about the Immortal's tomb either. Wang Ming, I just hope you keep your promise. Treat my niece well. Otherwise, even as a ghost, I won't spare you. Hearing this, Wang Ming laughed. Such a beautiful and fragile beauty. How could I treat her badly? Not only will I treat her well, but I will also bring others to treat her well together. guaranteeing she will be comfortable and happy. What did you say? Yi Tianjin roared it. You don't need to ask about that, Wang Ming said coldly. He saw that Yi Tianxin didn't seem to be lying. He definitely didn't know about the ancient tomb, making him disappointed. His mood also became bad. Yi Tianxin, you could die now. Wang Ming didn't drag it out anymore, preparing to kill Yi Tianxin. But right at this moment, the factory door was pushed open. Everyone looked over, saw a young man walking in leisurely, in the middle of the night. It's really lively here, Lin Fan said as he looked at Yi Tianxin tied to the chair. Slightly surprised. He's not dead yet. Yi Tianxin also saw Lin Fan. Disbelief in his heart. Young Master Lin was still in Jinling just now. And Jinling is more than 1,000 kilometers from Yinchuan. Even by plane, it takes more than 2 hours. Why did he arrive so quickly? But immediately after, his nose stung. Tears couldn't help but fall. He thought he was dead for sure. Unexpectedly, young Master Lin appeared. Every man believes in light. And young Master Lin is the ray of light in his dark life. Who are you? Wang Ming spoke up. He looked Lin Fan up and down, seeing he had no martial arts aura. He calmed down. Wait to ask about his background later, then kill him. Only one person had a pale face, trembling all over. That was Miao Wushuang, because when Lin Fan walked in, the Gu King in her body was suddenly terrified to the extreme, as if encountering an invincible natural enemy. Every Gu Master raises a Gu King. This Gu King is raised with the Gu Master's blood, having gone through countless life-and-death battles with other Gu Worms. The Gu Worm and Gu Master are spiritually connected. Every emotion of the Gu Worm, the Gu Master can feel. Miao Wushuang once fought a super expert at the acquired 9th stage, but her Gu King wasn't afraid at all. But now, facing this young man who suddenly appeared, her Gu King was trembling in fear. What does this prove? Every time raising Gu, the Gu Master catches a dozen types of Gu Worms, then puts them in the same jar to let them kill each other. The one that survives in the end is the Gu King. Next, one needs to use the Gu Master's blood, combined with the secret techniques of the Wu clan to nurture it. Finally, the Gu Worm and Gu Master will be spiritually connected. Any emotion of the life Gu, the Gu Master can feel immediately. At this moment, Miao Wushuang, because of the Gu King, suddenly turned pale. Because the moment the man walked through the door, the Gu King in her body was suddenly terrified to the extreme, as if encountering an invincible natural enemy. This proves that this man is at least in the innate realm. You don't even know who I am? Lin Fan walked calmly towards Wang Ming. Ridiculous. Do I need to know? Wang Ming narrowed his eyes, secretly channeling power into his right hand, just waiting for Lin Fan to get close to deliver a fatal blow. But Lin Fan just waved his hand slightly. Wang Ming felt like he was hit in the stomach by a speeding car. His whole body flew backward, smashing heavily into the old steel frame in the factory. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the people in the room changed. External release of internal energy. This brat is an acquired realm expert, and not just acquired first stage. Miao Wushuang's limbs went weak, quietly retreating towards the door, intending to slip away. But Lin Fan just glanced at her. She immediately froze, feeling like she was being stared at by a prehistoric beast. Even the Gu King in her body seemed dead silent, not listening to her control anymore. You're truly useless. I've saved you several times already. Lin Fan walked over, waved his hand to untie Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianjin tiremlet. Not from fear, but from excitement. He recounted everything indignantly. Lin Fan frowned. This Wang Ming is even more perverted than me. I only exterminate families. But he not only exterminates families, but also rapes women, even kidnapping infants to raise. Truly a Lolita raising plan. You are so bold, treating us like air. Shimin Shuifeng couldn't hold back anymore, shouted loudly. Tyrant blade. He swung his blade at Lin Fan. Seeing this, Lin Fan just reached out his right hand, squeezed. Boom! Shimin Shuifeng exploded, turning into blood and bone. Seeing this, thin skeleton abandoned his companions without hesitation, ran out. In the blink of an eye, he had run hundreds of meters away, disappearing into the darkness. But just when everyone thought he had escaped, Thin Skeleton's miserable scream suddenly rang out from the darkness. Hearing that scream, Miao Wushuang knew Thin Skeleton was dead. She trembled, knelt on the ground. Senior, spare my life. Senior, spare my life. I didn't harm Yi Tianxin. I am innocent. A yellowish-brown insect also jumped out, chirping Kiki, as if begging Lin Fan for mercy. Seeing this, Lin Fan was slightly surprised. Are you a Gu master? Yes. I am a 98th generation Gu master of the Wu clan. Miao Wushuang. Please spare me for the sake of the Wu clan, senior. I really didn't harm Yi Tianxin. Hearing this, Lin Fan thought for a moment, then waved his hand at the yellowish-brown insect. The insect chirped chi, flew to his hand, acting very obedient. Lin Fan squeezed the insect lightly. It felt soft, squishy, like squeezing a piece of poop. Is this a Gu worm? Looked really weird. Master once told him about the Gu masters of the Wu clan, but he had never met one. Today was the first time. He found it very interesting. After letting Miao Wushuang go, Lin Fan thought, according to Master, the Wu clan is a very powerful clan, divided into 12 branches. Each branch has its own secret techniques. Gu arts is just one of them. He released Miao Wushuang because he wanted a chance to go to the Wu clan, to learn about this mysterious clan. I give you 10 minutes to settle your personal grudges. Stop when time is up. Lin Fan said to Yi Tianxin and walked out. The grudge between Yi Tianxin and the Wang family was very deep. Wang Ming had lost the ability to resist. Just let Yi Tianxin handle it himself. As soon as Lin Fan went out, he heard Wang Ming's miserable screams coming from the factory. About 7 minutes later, Yi Tianxin walked out, his face both crazy and respectful. Young Master Lin, thank you this time. Without you, not only would I die humiliatingly, but I also couldn't take revenge. So, what do you plan to do next? Lin Fan asked. I want to go find my niece. I want to destroy the Wang family. Yi Tianxin looked at Lin Fan with an earnest expression. Lin Fan understood his intention, so he told him to extend his hand, then wrote the word kill on his palm. This is a type of talisman, although this word can only be used 3 times. It is enough to destroy the entire Wang family. Use it carefully. Thank you, young Master Lin. Yi Tianxin tried to suppress his excitement, then hesitated a bit, told Lin Fan about the Immortal's Tomb. Immortal's Tomb? In the Hengguan Mountains? Lin Fan frowned. Then his expression changed. His master was buried in the Hengguan Mountains. Could it be that Master's grave was dug up? Thinking this, Lin Fan immediately turned into a beam of light, flying towards his master's grave. Soon, he arrived. The grave was still the same as when he left, except that a few blades of green grass had grown on it. It seems the Immortal's Tomb has nothing to do with Master's grave. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It was already midnight. Should I dig up Master's grave or not? I buried Master with my own hands. There are still many treasures inside as dowry. Lin Fan hesitated a bit. Initially, he hated Master very much, but after experiencing many things, the anger in his heart had subsided somewhat. But that's not important. The important thing is if I can get the treasures in the grave, I can use them to nurture my sister and Chini Nua. Master, disciple is disrespectful. After digging up your grave, I will call you Master. Lin Fan said as he started digging the grave. The grave wasn't big. Soon the coffin was exposed. Looking at the coffin, still brand new, Lin Fan sighed, opened the coffin lid. But the coffin was empty. What happened? Lin Fan was dumbfounded. He clearly put Master's body in the bag of holding into the coffin and buried it with his own hands. Why is there nothing now? Was it robbed? Lin Fan coldly used his divine consciousness to sweep the area around the grave, but didn't detect any traces. In other words, since he left, no one has been here. Could it be that Master isn't dead? After I left, he crawled out of the coffin? If so, what is Master's purpose? Just then, Lin Fan sensed a faint energy from the old Taoist temple. He teleported to the Taoist temple, saw a black token emitting faint spiritual energy. This token wasn't here before. Could it be that Master left it intentionally? Lin Fan carefully examined the token, discovered a faint map on it. The map pointed to a small mountain in the Hengguan range. Damn, old man. I really regret not cremating you. Lin Fan was angry. He didn't expect Master to fake his death, tricking him badly. Lin Fan quickly found the mountain the token pointed to. He found this mountain very strange. Not only was there a strange magnetic field interfering with his divine consciousness, but there were also many martial artists searching for something in the mountain. These martial artists all had high cultivation. There were many acquired realm experts. Could the Immortal's Tomb be related to Master? Lin Fan thought to himself, then turned into a beam of light, flying towards it. In a corner of the deep forest, two people were wandering. One of them was Wang Yuexian, leader of the Jinling Martial Alliance. The other was a beautiful middle-aged woman named Lin Xiaohong, a widow of the Lin family in Hangzhou. In short, she was beautiful, good in bed. She was only a peak Earth realm martial artist, unable to break through to the acquired realm for a long time. So when she heard news about the Immortal's Tomb, she dragged Wang Yuexian here, hoping to find an opportunity. Oh my, isn't this the beauty from the Lin family? Are you also interested in the Immortal's Tomb? Just then, a mocking voice rang in their ears. Lin Xiaohong and Wang Yuexian looked over, saw a group of people slowly walking over. Leading them was a middle-aged man, a smile on the corner of his mouth, staring at Lin Xiaohong. Lin Xiaohong saw this person. Her eyes flashed, coquettishly said, "I wondered who it was. So it's Brother Nangong." The middle-aged man was named Nangong's son, a big figure of the Nangong family in Hangzhou. Cultivation had reached the acquired 6th stage. One of the top experts in Hangzhou. Beauty Lin calling me brother. Makes me happy. Nangong's son laughed. Seeing this scene, Wang Yuexian just wanted to vomit blood. Nangong's son, Lin Xiaohong, is my woman. Take back your thoughts. After speaking, he grabbed Lin Xiaohong's hand. Intending to leave, Lin Xiaohong hesitated a bit, then shook off Wang Yuexian's hand. Walked to Nangong's son's side. Lin Xiaohong, what do you mean? Wang Yuexian was shocked. Nothing. I don't like you anymore. Lin Xiaohong said calmly. Actually, when she saw Nangong's son, she had changed her mind. Since she's giving herself away anyway, why not find someone stronger? Wang Yuexian coveted her body, and she used Wang Yuexian's strength. This was just a transaction. Actually, I've liked Brother Nangong for a long time. Lin Xiaohong hugged Nangong's son's arm. Bitch. Seeing the scene, Wang Yuexian was so angry his eyes turned red. He didn't expect Lin Xiaohong to be so heartless. The deeper Lin Fan went into the mountain, the more he felt something was wrong. The temperature here was more than 10 degrees lower than outside. Frost began to appear on the leaves. The energy in this mountain is really heavy. About 10 minutes later, he arrived at a cliff. The cliff was over 100 meters high. But not a single blade of grass grew. There were many fresh bloodstains at the foot of the cliff, proving that a dozen martial artists were here just now. According to the map on the token, this is the entrance to the tomb. But there is a restriction outside the tomb. Lin Fan reached out his hand, gently touched the cliff. The seemingly solid cliff suddenly rippled, like water surface, forming ripples. Immediately after, a terrifying energy transmitted from the cliff. The power of this energy was enough to kill a golden core cultivator. Lin Fan didn't change his expression, circulating the spiritual energy in his dantian. The cliff began to distort, as if about to collapse. No, if I continue to break the restriction like this place will be destroyed. Lin Fan thought for a moment, then placed the black token on the cliff. A crack appeared on the cliff, but it stopped after only 4 or 5 centimeters, then slowly closed. This proves that the black token is the key to opening the restriction. But why did it stop? Could there be another key? This old man really knows how to torture people. Lin Fan frowned. Just then, he remembered Tang Sanshui, whom Yi Tianxin mentioned. Tang Sanshui was the first to spread news about the Immortal's Tomb. This proves that Tang Sanshui very likely also has a token in his hand. It seems I have to go to Yinchuan. Lin Fan intended to fly to Yinchuan. But suddenly, a loud explosion rang out from the forest in the distance. Although several kilometers away, Lin Fan still felt the ground shake. Is there a strange creature in this mountain? Could it be a demon beast? Lin Fan's eyes flashed. Demon beasts were very common in ancient times. But now, with spiritual energy depleted, demon beasts are almost extinct. Most importantly, every demon beast has an inner core. This inner core is very useful for cultivators. Not only can it be used for alchemy, but it can also be absorbed like a spirit stone. At a flat clearing in the forest, martial artists from major forces in Yunchuan were surrounding a battlefield. Faces solemn. In the middle of the battlefield, 2 acquired first-stage experts were leading a dozen peak Earth realm martial artists to besiege a strange beast. 2 Hodian first-level masters were leading a dozen peak Earth realm martial artists to besiege a mutant beast. The mutant beast was entirely black, resembling both a tiger and a leopard. Moreover, it radiated a black aura, looking extremely ferocious. The dozen or so martial artists were no match for the mutant beast at all. After just a few rounds, half of them were dead. Could this monster have the strength of the Xiantian realm? A martial artist said, trembling. His heart was filled with fear. Hearing this, Lin Xiaohong also turned pale. As a woman who only knew a life of luxury, she had never witnessed such a brutal scene. Sun, what is that monster? How should I know? Nangong Sun frowned. Among those being besieged, just now were two of his subordinates. And those two had already been devoured by the mutant beast. Not even a bone left behind. He had lost two capable subordinates before even finding the immortal's trail, which made him very annoyed. Brother Du, what do you think this beast is? Nangong Sun looked at a man in a yellow robe. The man in yellow was named Du Zidong, an elder of the Du family in Yunchuan. His cultivation was at the Hotian 6th level, on par with Nangong Sun. I don't know. Yunchuan has 100,000 great mountains, an area of boundless expanse. Even a martial arts grandmaster wouldn't dare guarantee they could return alive if they ventured deep inside. It's normal for a few mutant beasts to appear. Even if this beast's strength hasn't reached the Xiantian realm, it's not far off. Does anyone have a plan? At this moment, another man spoke up. His name was Shangwan Feihong, an elder of the Shangwan family, a top martial arts family in Yunchuan. His cultivation was at the Hotian 6th level. The three men looked at each other, all hesitating. The mutant beast strength was still unknown. If they rashly made a move, the risk would be enormous. A single misstep could cost them their lives. But just then, roar. The dozen or so martial artists from before had been completely devoured by the mutant beast. The mutant beast ate people as if they were snacks. Hundreds of years. I've been trapped for hundreds of years. Finally, I have a chance to eat my fill. As long as I eat all these people and absorb all their vital essence, I will return to my peak, becoming a golden core realm demon beast, or even a nascent soul realm. Taking human form wouldn't be impossible. That old bastard imprisoned me for hundreds of years, never expecting that I, the Black Emperor, would have my day to rise again. The mutant beast roared and leaped toward a nearby independent cultivator. Eva Creatura, D. The independent cultivator said coldly. As a Hotian 6th level master, he threw a powerful punch at the mutant beast. But the beast just swiped its paw, bit and tore a few times, and swallowed him whole. Seeing this scene, everyone was terrified. A Hotian 6th level master was killed just like that. This mutant beast definitely has the strength of the Xiantian realm. Nangong Sun, Du Zidong, and Shangwan Feihong swallowed hard, a chill running down their spines. The three quickly tried to think of a way to escape, but every path was a dead end. They didn't even dare to turn and run, because they could feel their auras had been locked onto by the beast. If they ran, they would surely die. Just then, the mutant beast, perhaps because it had eaten too much, let out a burp, its face full of satisfaction. Seeing this, an idea flashed through the three men's minds. This mutant beast must have a limited stomach capacity. If we feed it until it's full, we'll be safe. Nangong Sun said. That could work. Du Zidong and Shangwan Feihong nodded in unison. After witnessing the independent cultivator being killed in an instant, the three had completely given up any thought of resisting. Proactively feeding the beast until it was full was probably the only way to survive. The other martial artists heard the three's conversation, and their faces changed, sensing that something was wrong. Just then, Nangong Sun made the first move. He grabbed a peak Earth Realm martial artist and threw him towards the mutant beast. The Earth Realm martial artist let out a tragic scream as he was bitten and torn apart by the beast, and then swallowed. The mutant beast exhaled a cloud of foul-smelling air, a cunning glint in its blood-red eyes. These foolish humans think I can actually get full, but this works out well. Saves me the effort. Roar. The strange beast pretended to roar, then sat down, as if waiting to be fed. Seeing this, the three were overjoyed. Sure enough, it works. Just feed it and it will be obedient. Thinking this, the three acted without hesitation, grabbing the martial artists watching around, throwing them towards the strange beast. In just a moment, the strange beast had eaten more than 40 people. The other martial artists were almost all eaten, Only the three subordinates remained. Do we have to sacrifice our subordinates too? These subordinates aren't ordinary people, at least in the Earth realm. They're the core force of the family. Cannot be sacrificed. Just then, Nangong-sun looked at two people not far away. A man and a woman. These two didn't have high cultivation. The young man was at the mid-earth realm, and the girl was only at the peak profound realm. Can be said to be weaklings. Nangong-sun, what are you looking at me for? Chun Ganhao's expression changed. He hurriedly pulled his sister behind him, face full of vigilance. Chen Ishue gripped her brother's shirt tightly. Scared to the point of tears, she heard about the immortal's tomb. So she secretly dragged her brother here at night, unexpectedly encountering such a dangerous situation. Brother Nangong, these two are from the Chun family. Cannot be touched. Du Zeding frowned and said. Hearing this, Nangong's son sneered. I'm just looking. Chun Bei-xian is still alive. Who dares to touch the Chun family? Du Zeding looked at Lin Xiaohong beside Nangong's son. This woman doesn't seem to be from the Nangong family. Who said that? I am Brother Sun's woman. Lin Xiaohong's face turned pale, gripping Nangong's son's shirt tightly. Nangong's son hesitated a bit, then squeezed Lin Xiaohong's body hard a few times, then threw her towards the strange beast. Nangong's son, you bastard. You won't die a good death. Lin Xiaohong screamed in despair, then was swallowed by the strange beast. But the strange beast still wasn't full. Staring at everyone. You guys were wrong from the start. This strange beast cannot get full. Didn't you see its stomach hasn't grown at all after eating so many people? At this moment, Chun Ishue couldn't hold back anymore. Spoke up. Nangong's son, Du Zeding, and Shangwan Feihong heard this. Their eyes flashed. Actually, they had realized something was wrong long ago, but didn't want to believe this truth. Or perhaps, besides feeding the strange beast, they had no other way. Roar. The strange beast seemed angered by Chun Ishue's words. Opened its mouth wide like a basin of blood, rushing towards her. Careful. Chun Ganhao hurriedly pulled his sister behind him, shielding her. Chun Ishue screamed miserably, tears streaming down her face. At this moment, she regretted it immensely. If not for being playful, secretly dragging her brother here at night, they wouldn't have encountered such danger. The strange beast's bloody mouth was about to swallow Chun Ganhao. But right at this moment, the strange beast suddenly stopped, as if paralyzed. Boom! The strange beast flew backward, falling heavily to the ground. This sudden scene shocked everyone. I understand. Surely these two kids from the Chun family have protective treasures on them. At the critical moment, the treasure automatically activated, knocking the strange beast away. Nangong's son whispered. Hearing this, Shangwan Feihong and Du Zeding suddenly realized. What happened? Did you steal Grandpa's treasure? Chun Ishue also thought so. Asked her brother in a whisper. Grandpa's treasure? How would I dare to steal it? If he knew, he would beat me to death. Chun Ganhao shook his head. He was certain someone had just attacked the strange beast. But who was that person? Just then, Lin Fan slowly walked over. The attack just now was launched by him from a distance. He hadn't originally intended to save anyone. But Chen Qianhao's heroic act of saving the damsel in distress had earned his admiration. So he casually saved the two siblings. As someone with a younger sister himself, he couldn't stand by and watch another little sister type get bullied. Seeing Lin Fan approach, everyone frowned. Who is this kid? What's with the way he's walking? It's like he's taking a stroll in the park. Lin Fan paid no mind to everyone's stares. He walked straight to the edge of the deep pit. He looked at the strange beast at the bottom. He was slightly surprised. A black cloud leopard. The black cloud leopard carries the bloodline of an ancient fierce beast. It's a very powerful species of demonic beast. A fully grown black cloud leopard can reach the golden core realm. Some can even reach the nascent soul realm. They can fly through the air, take human form, and move freely in the secular world. But the black cloud leopard before him was clearly an adult. So why was its cultivation only at the foundation establishment realm? This was different from what was recorded in the ancient texts. Lin Fan was a bit puzzled. The black cloud leopard in the pit was already severely injured. Since Lin Fan wasn't concealing his aura, it recognized his cultivation level at a glance. It was utterly terrified. How can this be? How can there still be a nascent soul realm cultivator in this world? Even 100 years ago, they were extremely rare. Don't tell me The Black Emperor and going to die right after being born? Lin Fan reached his hand down into the pit. He grabbed the black cloud leopard. Meow, meow. The black cloud leopard was terrified. It cried out like a cat, trying to curry favor. You're quite intelligent, but you're a bit too big. I wonder how much food you need to eat every day. I can't afford to raise you. Meow, meow. The black cloud leopard immediately shrank 100-fold, becoming as small as a kitten. It rubbed its head against Lin Fan's hand. I was just kidding. Your inner core is very tempting. How could I possibly let it go? With that, Lin Fan crippled the black cloud leopard's cultivation. Then, he pulled a brightly shining inner core from its chest. The inner core was the size of a chicken egg, and it contained a dense concentration of spiritual energy. Just smelling it was refreshing. It really is the inner core of a golden core realm demonic beast. This inner core is definitely worth more than dozens of high-grade spirit stones. I really struck it rich this time. Lin Fan rejoiced inwardly. But just then, Nangong Sun walked over with a few of his subordinates. He sneered. Not bad. You've got some real guts. You dare to mess with a Xiantian realm strange beast. Hand over the inner core now. Give me a reason. Lin Fan said calmly. Hilarious. If we hadn't risked our lives to injure the beast, do you think you could have gotten the inner core so easily? Nangong Sun laughed loudly. A sickening crack of breaking bone echoed. The smile on Nangong Sun's face froze. He clutched his throat. His eyes widened as much as they could. He stared at Lin Fan with a look of anger, confusion, and bewilderment. Then, he collapsed to the ground dead. The chatter on the battlefield fell silent. Du Ziding and Shangwan Feihong stared at Nangong Sun's body. They were stunned. Nangong Sun was a Hotian 6th level master. Yet this kid crushed his throat so easily. This big brother is so cool. Chun Yixue covered her mouth, speaking with excitement. Chun Qianhao's eyes glinted. Could it be that this person was the one who sent that strange beast flying? Little brother, I was being presumptuous. I am Du Ziding of the Du family from Yinxian. I apologize to you. Du Ziding said with a smile. His words were very profound. He proactively stated his background, which was a veiled warning to Lin Fan. I'm not someone you can afford to offend. He believed Lin Fan would understand his meaning. A stomachache? Lin Fan frowned. He kicked Du Ziding in the stomach. Du Ziding had no time to react. He was sent flying. He landed heavily on the ground. He clutched his stomach, feeling as if his internal organs had been turned upside down. Seeing this, everyone's blood ran cold. This kid is really audacious. This is Yun Xian, and he dares to strike an elder of the Du family. Does he not know how to write the word death? Young Master Lin is truly young Master Lin. Whether in Jinling or Yun Xian, he's just as arrogant. Even Wang Yuexian had to admire him. When Shangwan Feihong saw this, his heart trembled. He hurriedly introduced himself. Little brother, I am. Lin Fan slapped Shangwan Feihong, sending him flying. You two, each of you will prepare 100 spirit explosion bombs for me. Then we'll consider today's matter settled. Du Ziding and Shangwan Feihong's faces changed. A single spirit explosion bomb costs over $1 billion. 100 of them would be over 100 billion. In such a short time, gathering 100 of them would not be easy. Even with 300 billion, you might not be able to buy them. Aren't you going a bit too far? Our elder only said a few sarcastic words to you, and you attack him like that. And now you're extorting us. A martial artist from the Du family spoke up indignantly. Splat. Lin Fan waved his hand. That martial artist exploded, turning into a shower of blood and gore. Does anyone else think I'm going too far? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. No one dared to make a sound. This kid is truly vicious. Lin Fan sneered coldly. I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, I will personally pay you a visit. If you don't have them by then, don't blame me for being ruthless. When Du Ziding and Shangwan Feihong heard this, they sneered inwardly. This kid is so arrogant. He dares to come to our doorstep to cause trouble. When the time comes, don't even think about leaving alive. Although they thought this, on the surface, they still spoke respectfully. In 3 days, we will definitely have the spirit explosion bombs ready, and we will respectfully await your esteemed arrival. Just then, Chun Yixue, holding her phone, skipped over, looking at Lin Fan with eyes full of adoration. The more she looked, the more she liked him. She found his big brother to be both handsome and powerful. He was exactly her type. Actually, The reason she liked strong men was because of her sister's influence. Her sister, Chen Inua, had suffered for 10 years because of a weak, irresponsible man. She was afraid of ending up in the same situation as her sister. So from then on, she secretly vowed to only find strong men. And in her eyes, Lin Fan was the ideal model. Big brother, I really like you. Can I have your QQ number? Chen Ishue boldly expressed her feelings. Wait until you're a little older before you start acting like a grown-up and confessing your feelings. Lin Fan shook his head. Then he leaped up and disappeared into the night. Ever since the news of the immortal's tomb spread, the Zheng family had been surrounded by other factions. Even now, at night, there were still many martial artists hiding outside the Zheng family's gate, monitoring the movements of everyone coming and going. They were afraid of missing something. In fact, many powerful experts had already come to the Zheng family to inquire. But Zheng Sanshui was very tight-lipped, refusing to say anything. A few Hotian 8th level masters tried to use force to compel Zheng Sanshui. But just then, a super expert appeared. He easily defeated them with a single palm strike. Inside the Zheng family's main hall, a group of people surrounded Yi Tianxin, their faces filled with reverence. I can't believe it's only been a few days, and Yi Tianxin has become so powerful, defeating 3 Hotian 8th level masters with one palm strike. You must be in the Xiantian realm now, sir. Hearing this, Yi Tianxin just smiled without saying a word, but inwardly he was ecstatic. So this is what it feels like to be a powerful expert. But just at this moment, bang, the gate of the Zheng family residence was kicked open. An old man rushed in. His aura was deep and unfathomable. He could even glide through the air for a short period. The surrounding martial artists whispered among themselves. I can't believe Elder Sun is here. The Zheng family is doomed this time. Among the 3 Hotian 8th level masters who were just killed, one was Elder Sun's disciple. Elder Sun is definitely here for revenge. Elder Sun is a true Xiantian realm master. Even if he's only at the first level of Xiantian, he's not someone a Hotian realm expert can compare to. Hearing this, the faces of the Zheng family members turned pale. Even Zheng Sanshui frowned. This old man is actually a Xiantian realm master. Who killed my son? Step forward now. Elder Sun made no effort to hide his killing intent. The terrifying pressure of a Xiantian realm master enveloped the entire hall. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Ye Tianjin Sanidat Koldi. He raised his right hand. He slapped it towards Elder Sun. The kill character on his palm shone with a brilliant light, unleashing an astonishing amount of energy. Boom! Elder Sun, a first-level Xiantian master, didn't even have time to react before he exploded, turning into a shower of blood and gore. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. They felt a chill run down their spines. Killing a first-level Xiantian master with a single palm strike. Is this something a human can do? On the surface, Yi Tianxin appeared calm, but inwardly, he was extremely excited. As expected of young Master Lin's talisman. It's a pity it can only be used 3 times. I've already used it twice. I have to save the last one for revenge. Yi Tianxin glanced around. A mere Xiantian realm ant dares to be arrogant in front of me? Is there anyone else who is not convinced? Hearing this, the martial artists all turned pale and took a few steps back. But just then, 6 middle-aged men in green robes walked in. They clapped as they walked. They were smiling. Seeing them, the pupils of the martial artists contracted. It's Liu. Liu is also a first-level Xiantian master, on par with Elder Sun. An old man also stepped out, his expression full of hidden meaning. Well done. I was almost fooled by you, old man. Seeing the old man, everyone gasped again. It's Yin Wuming. This old man is also a ruthless Xiantian realm figure. If I'm not mistaken, your power comes from the character on your palm. It's a type of talismanic script, isn't it? And this talisman was given to you by Zheng Sanshui. Zheng Sanshui really did enter the immortal's tomb. Otherwise, how could he have obtained such a good thing? Old freak Yin's eyes burned with greed. He and Liu have been observing Yi Tianxin from the shadows for a while now. Even Yi Tianxin's movements proved he was not a martial arts grandmaster. Yi Tianxin was able to kill Elder Sun entirely because of the kill character on his palm. Furthermore, they noticed that after killing Elder Sun, the power of the kill character had weakened significantly. In other words, This talisman cannot be used indefinitely. It definitely has a limited number of uses. Old freak Ian sneered. He looked at a Hotian realm martial artist next to him. What's your name? Senior. My name is Zhang San. Zhang San, go up there and kill him for me. Zhang San's face turned pale. Old freak Ian clearly wanted to use him as a test subject. If you don't go, I'll kill you. Old freak Ian said coldly. Hearing this, Zhang San gritted his teeth, knowing he had no other choice. He charged forward, punching straight at Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin's expression changed. He couldn't dodge in time. He was sent flying by the punch, slamming hard against the wall. The entire hall erupted in an uproar. So he was just pretending. He used a talisman to scare us. Ha! Useless trash. You dare to come to Yinxian and act tough? Zhang San laughed loudly. He rushed forward and kicked out, intending to finish off Yi Tianxin. But just then, Zhang Sanshui rushed out, blocking Zhang San's attack. Li Yu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke with a smile. Family head Zhang, do you intend to protect him? Elderly, Brother Yi is my friend. Please, for my sake, spare him. Zhang Sanshui forced a smile. Elderly, Brother Yi is my friend. Please, for my sake, spare him. Zhang Sanshui forced a smile. What face do you have to speak of? Li Yu Uzlavia, Snadat. Hearing this, Zhang Sanshui's expression changed. He didn't expect Li Yu to show him no respect at all. Even Yi Tianxin didn't know what to do. Do I have to use my last chance? But there are so many people here. Can I kill them all? He slightly regretted being so reckless. If he had acted more discreetly, perhaps he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Just then, a calm voice echoed from outside. It's the middle of the night. You're not sleeping. What are you all gathered here for? Everyone's expression changed. They looked over and saw a young man walking in. Everyone was astonished. Who is this guy? He doesn't have a shred of martial arts aura, yet he dares to lecture us here. Old freak Ian glanced at Lin Fan, then immediately looked away. To some nobody, not worth my attention. Li Yu, however, looked at Lin Fan with great interest. To dare say such words in this situation. He's either a fool, or he has a powerful background. Only Yi Tianxin was so excited he was about to cry. Young Master Lin, every time he falls into despair, young Master Lin always appears like a beacon of light to guide him. Lin Fan walked up to Yi Tianxin. What happened to you? Why is it that every time I see you, you're getting beaten up? Yi Tianxin was about to explain, but Zhang San interrupted. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's your accomplice. Zhang San looked at Lin Fan with a mocking expression. Kid, don't get in the way here. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died later. Lin Fan nodded. Then Tui. He spat at Zhang San. Boom! Zhang San exploded, turning into a shower of blood and gore. The chatter in the main hall fell silent. Everyone rubbed their eyes, thinking they had seen wrong. Killing a Hotian realm martial artist with a spit? Is his mouth loaded with a bomb? Li Yu Uzlavia Smilat. The opponent has no martial arts aura whatsoever. He must be a master of some unorthodox, evil arts. After hearing Yi Tianxin recount everything, Lin Fan sneered. Yi Tianxin, you really are an old fox. I told you to go get revenge, but instead, you came here to show off. Just then, old freak Ian walked over. He looked at Lin Fan. I am Ian Wuming. Who are you? And what kind of sorcery was that spit just now? Never heard of you. And your name sounds rather unlucky. I advise you to change it. Lin Fan said. Hearing this, old freak Ian's eyes turned cold. Ian Wuming. My talent is unparalleled. I entered the Earth Realm at 16. I became a Hodian first-level master at 37. And I broke through to the Xiantian realm at 48, shaking the entire martial arts world of Yinxian. Wuming doesn't mean no life. It means invincible under the heavens. Do you understand, you brat? Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists all nodded. Indeed, old Freakian's life was glorious, breaking through to the Xiantian realm at 48. There were few in the entire martial arts world of Yinxian who could achieve that. At this moment, Lin Fan coughed a few times, as if preparing to spit. Not good. Ian Wuming's expression changed. He hurriedly jumped back more than 10 meters, staring at Lin Fan warily. I was just clearing my throat. You don't need to be so scared. It doesn't match your invincible demeanor at all. You dare mock me. Ian Wuming was furious. He didn't expect Lin Fan to use such a cheap trick. It made him lose face in front of so many people. I want to see whether your spit is more powerful or my Wuming divine fist is more powerful, In Wuming said coldly. He threw hundreds of punches in a second, intending to kill Lin Fan. But Lin Fan stood still, not moving an inch. Only when the wave of energy was upon him did he spit. Tui. Boom. The terrifying wave of energy instantly dissipated. After destroying the energy wave, the glob of spit didn't slow down at all. It slammed hard into In Wuming. In Wuming had no time to react. He looked down at the hole in his chest. He couldn't even scream. Before he died, his mind was filled with confusion and bewilderment. What the hell was that? Seeing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. The hair on their neck stood on end. Terrifying. Even Li Yu's expression changed. He looked at Lin Fan with an expression of disbelief. Lin Fan glanced around. Same old rules. You have 3 minutes to get out of the Zung residence. After 3 minutes, anyone still here? Don't blame me for being ruthless. In an instant, the once crowded Zung residence became empty. After everyone had left, Zung Sanshui finally regained his composure. He walked up to Lin Fan. He bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, young Master Lin, for helping the Zung family out of this predicament. No need for formalities. I came here to ask you something. Where did you hear about the Immortal's tomb?" Zung Sanshui invited Lin Fan to sit down. He ordered someone to bring the best pu'er tea in Yinxian. He took a deep breath and then began to recount the story. After listening, Lin Fan had a general understanding of the situation. About half a month ago, on a quiet, late night, a mysterious person came to see him. He told him about the Immortal's tomb. Then he told him to spread the news. Zung Sanshui knew this was a serious matter. If not handled properly, it could lead to the annihilation of the entire Zung family. So he refused, but the mysterious person sneered. He only needed him to spread the news. In return, he would help Zung Sanshui break through to the Xiantian realm. The mysterious person only placed his hand on Zung Sanshui's head for 10 seconds, and he had already entered the Hotian realm. Do you remember what the mysterious person looked like? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. Could it be that old man? Not clearly. He was hiding in the shadows at the time. I only saw that he was a man, and it seemed there was something wrong with his leg. You're saying he had a limp? Lin Fan frowned. My sister also said that the person who brought the urn had a limp. Could it be the same person? If so, then Master is definitely involved in my parents' disappearance. Why are there so many coincidences? As Zung Sanshui spoke, he took out a black token from his chest. He just told me to spread the news, and then gave me this token. He said it's the key to opening the Immortal's tomb. Lin Fan took the token. He studied it. It was indeed identical to the token his master had left him. He said there were 3 tokens. As long as I spread the news, the other 2 people would come to find me on their own. At that time, the 3 of us could open the Immortal's tomb together and receive the supreme inheritance. But half a month has passed, and I still haven't seen anyone show up. The second token is with me. Lin Fan took out his own token. He didn't understand what was inside that restriction that made it so complicated. What is that old man's purpose? Young Master Lin, I'll give this token to you. It's useless for me to keep it. Zung Sanshui said hurriedly. No need. Lin Fan stood up. Now that we have 2 tokens, the third one will probably appear soon. When that time comes, let me know. We'll open the tomb together. Lin Fan thought for a moment, then drew a talisman on Zung Sanshui's hand. Remember, this talisman can only be used 3 times. Use it to intimidate people. Don't use it recklessly like Yi Tianxin. Thank you, young Master Lin. Zung Sanshui said respectfully. The martial arts world of Yinxian is sure to have a sleepless night. News of a mysterious young man appearing at the Zung family's residence quickly spread throughout Yinxian. The martial artists were all discussing it animatedly. They didn't know which sect the young man's sorcery belonged to. But while everyone was talking, the main character of the story, Lin Fan, had already returned to Jinling. Wang Yuxian also took a private jet from Yinxian back to Jinling. As soon as he returned, he went to Yin Zhongtian's house. He recounted what had happened in the Hengduan Mountains. You mean Lin Fan killed a Xiantian realm strange beast with just one move? Yin Zhongtian narrowed his eyes. But Lin Fan is too arrogant. He dared to say he would slaughter the families in Jinling. I can't possibly forgive him. Therefore, I have requested assistance from my superiors. My superiors said they will send an expert tomorrow to help me deal with Lin Fan. Hearing this, Wang Yueshuan's face turned pale. No, we absolutely cannot offend young Master Lin. Elder Yun, you must report to your superiors immediately. Tell them not to send anyone. It's too late. Yun Zhongtian shook his head. The superiors are sending someone. Firstly, because of Lin Fan. Secondly, because of the matter with Win. A number 9 sniper on the list has appeared in Jinling. This is a very serious matter. Furthermore, we have found the person behind the assassination attempt on Lin Fan. It was Chung Feng, the leader of the Fengyan gang. He posted a bounty of several tens of billions of dollars on the dark web. The mission was coincidentally recorded. Lin Fan killed his younger brother and son at the Baiyun Merchant Guild's auction. Of course, he wants revenge. The next morning, Lin Fan was awakened by a knock on the door. He opened the door to see Chun Yinhua and Qin Qianhao standing outside. The three of them entered the room. Sitting down on the sofa, Chun Qianhao said with a serious face, Lin Fan, I spoke with my sister last night. The misunderstanding has been cleared up. I came here to tell you something. I plan to take my sister and my niece back to Yinxian. Once we've returned to the Chun family and settled everything, you should come. If everything goes smoothly, you and my sister should get married as soon as possible. After all, Nian is already grown up. What do you mean, if everything goes smoothly? Lin Fan frowned. Qianhao sighed. If you want to marry my sister, you must have my parents' approval. To be honest, my parents don't have a good impression of you. Furthermore, my younger brother and sister also dislike you very much. Hearing this, Lin Fan was silent for a moment. Then he looked at Chun Yinhua. What do you think? I know my parents have done some wrong things, but they were only doing it for my own good. If it weren't for me, your parents wouldn't have gone missing. This has nothing to do with you. Lin Fan shook his head. After what happened last night, I know that my parents' disappearance is related to my master. So whether the Chun family was involved or not, the outcome would not have changed. Hearing this, Chun Yinhua felt her nose sting. She threw herself into Lin Fan's arms, sobbing. Seeing this, Chun Qianhao quietly left the room, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Lin Fan, I used to hate you so much. I always thought, if only I had never met you, I would still be the young lady of the Chun family, living a carefree life. But now I know, meeting you was the greatest fortune of my life. You taught me what love is. Looking at the woman in his arms, Lin Fan was deeply moved. A woman who was willing to give up her family, to bear his child, and for 10 long years, to disregard wealth and glory, just to wait for his return. Meeting you, even if it means suffering, is happiness. No, I won't allow you to talk about suffering. From now on, we will definitely be very happy. We'll have lots of little Lin Fans. Chun Yinhua said. Lin Fan waved his hand. The curtains closed. Lin Fan, what are you doing? Seeing this, Chun Yinhua blushed, nervously gripping the sofa. She didn't know what to do. Didn't you say you wanted to have lots of little Lin Fans? Lin Fan said with a wicked smile. No, we can't do that. Chun Yinhua lowered her head, saying shyly, although she had been with Lin Fan for 7 years, they had actually only been intimate twice. Lin Fan picked Chun Yinhua up. This part skips 9,999 words. Chun Yinhua lay in Lin Fan's arms. How about we take Nian to the zoo later? She really wants to see the tigers, but her illness is so unpredictable, so I never dare to take her. Lin Fan nodded. He owed his daughter too much. An hour later, Lin Fan took Chun Yinhua and Nian to the Hongshan Zoo in Jinling. There were supposed to be 5 of them, but Qin Qianhao had an urgent matter and couldn't make it. As for his sister Yinyao, she had to go back to school. After all, she was a freshman and couldn't skip class too often. After buying tickets, the 3 of them went to the tiger enclosure. Nian pressed her face against the glass, watching the 2 Siberian tigers pacing back and forth. Her big, round eyes were full of amazement. For some reason, she had loved tigers since she was little. Before, every time I took her to the hospital, she would cry her eyes out, afraid of getting a shot. So, I bought her a few tiger stuffed animals and tiger wall stickers, and she stopped crying immediately. Chun Yinhua said, then looked at Lin Fan. Don't you think it's strange? A little girl liking such a ferocious beast is a bit strange. Lin Fan pondered. Could his daughter's constitution be related to ferocious beasts? It was recorded in ancient books that in ancient times, there was a special constitution called the beast-taming physique. People with this physique were born with the ability to understand animal language and had a natural affinity with animals. Even the most powerful beasts would feel a sense of goodwill towards them. Just as Lin Fan was lost in thought, a young man walked over. He looked at the two Siberian tigers through the glass. Hearing the praise from the people around him, he sneered. These are Siberian tigers? They look pretty ordinary. I could take one down with a single chop. The tiger lovers who heard this all looked displeased, but seeing the young man's large, muscular build, they didn't dare say anything. Mister, you're so fat. One chop from you would probably be enough to feed both Siberian tigers. Nian Yin tilted her head up, looking at the young man and speaking with curiosity. The young man looked down and saw that it was a little girl who had spoken. He felt a bit annoyed. Kid, I won't argue with you. Get your parents out here to talk to me. I want them to pay the price for your behavior. Daddy, someone's looking for you. Yin Yin turned around, looking at Lin Fan with an expectant expression. Lin Fan had already recognized that this young man was a peak Earth Realm martial artist. A peak Earth Realm martial artist could indeed take down a Siberian tiger with a single chop. But his daughter was looking at him with hopeful eyes. As a father, he certainly couldn't let his daughter down. The young man looked Lin Fan up and down, feeling he looked somewhat familiar. Hey you, your daughter just insulted me. You saw it. When a child makes a mistake, shouldn't they apologize? I always apologize this way. If you have a problem with it, feel free to make a move. Apologize? My way of apologizing is a bit special. I'm afraid your weak body won't be able to handle it. Lin Fan kindly reminded him. Hearing this, the young man burst out laughing. How interesting. I, a dignified peak Earth Realm Master, a future law enforcement officer of Great Xia, am being threatened by commoner. His name was Yi Chun. His father, Yi Tianlong, was a second-level law enforcement officer of Great Xia, a Xiantian master. This time, Yi Tianlong had been dispatched to Jinling to handle the case of Win, the international assassin. Wanted to train Yi Chun. Yi Tianlong had brought him along. Yi Chun came to the Hongshan Zoo today, not for fun, but because according to intelligence reports, the Hongshan Zoo might be attacked by foreign terrorists. So he had taken the initiative to come here and patrol, to prevent any accidents. Yi Chen Sikhit. He prepared to teach this kid who didn't know his place a lesson. But just at that moment, screams of terror came from the distance. 4 beautiful girls, covered in blood, were running in this direction. Behind them were 9 North American gray wolves. The strange thing was, these 9 wolves weren't attacking the panicking tourists around them, but were only chasing after the 4 girls. One of the girls was already severely injured. She was on the verge of death. Seeing this, the tourists in the tiger enclosure all turned pale. What's going on? Why are there so many wolves running loose? Yishin narrowed his eyes. As far as he knew, the Hongshan Zoo was very strict about animal management. Yet they let 9 North American gray wolves escape. This was very unusual. Could it be related to a foreign assassin organization? Thinking of this, he shot forward like a lightning bolt. At this moment, Nian Yin suddenly said, Daddy, I feel so sorry for those wolves. They look like they're in a lot of pain, as if someone is controlling them. Hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes flashed. Could it be that my daughter really has the beast-taming physique? Her physique hasn't even awakened yet, but she can already sense the emotions of wild beasts. Help! Help me! Wang Yuxing gritted her teeth against the pain, weakly crying for help. Demons, you're looking for death. Yishan roared it. Like a god of war reborn, he sent a wolf flying with a single punch. In just a few seconds, all 9 gray wolves let out miserable howls. They were sent flying more than 10 meters away, landing on the ground dead. But just then, screams of terror erupted from the surrounding crowd. The wolves aren't dead. Hearing this, Yi Shun whipped his head around. He saw that the 9 gray wolves had already stood up. Their eyes were even redder. Huff, there's definitely something wrong. Just now, he had clearly crushed the internal organs of these 9 wolves. Any living creature should have died. In other words, these 9 wolves were already dead. But someone had used a secret technique to revive them. The 9 wolves roared in unison, charging towards Yishan. Yishan's expression changed. He could no longer remain calm. If you don't want to die, run, he shouted. Then he charged forward to attack the 9 wolves. Arctic Fist, Yishan shouted. He leaped high into the air, throwing a powerful punch towards one of the wolves. His fist slammed hard into the wolf's waist. The wolf let out a miserable howl. Flying more than 10 meters away, it slammed hard into a granite cliff face, creating a deep crater. Yishan panted. This time, it's definitely dead. As long as I can kill one, I can figure out a way to kill the other 8. But in the next moment, the wolf that had been smashed into the cliff jumped out again. The killing intent in its eyes was even stronger. Yishun felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He stood frozen in place. He had never felt so desperate. Even his ultimate technique couldn't kill a single wolf. Just then, another wolf attacked from behind, slamming hard into Yishun's waist. Yishun couldn't dodge in time. He was sent flying, looking utterly pathetic. The 9 wolves were slowly closing in. Suddenly, a tall figure rushed over from distance, standing in front of the 2 of them. "It's you." Yishan recognized Lin Fan. He was both shocked and terrified. Shocked because Lin Fan's speed was too fast. Terrified because what was Lin Fan doing here at this time? Isn't he just coming here to die? Consider yourself lucky. My daughter said she wants to see you perform a slip and fall, so I'll save you this one time. With that, Lin Fan reached out his hand, grabbing the head of a wolf. With a slight squeeze, the head, which was supposed to be the hardest part of a wolf's body, immediately exploded. Yishin stared at the headless wolf carcass. He was stunned, unable to calm down. A wolf that had nearly killed him was so easily crushed to death by this man, as if he were crushing a chick. "Friend, you are." Yishun's mouth hung open. He was about to say something when the remaining 8 wolves, seeing their companion killed, roared in unison, charging towards Lin Fan. Boom! 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 The 8 wolves exploded simultaneously, turning into a shower of blood and gore. Not a single bone was left. Seeing this, Yishin was dumbfounded. So strong, so freakishly strong. Lin Fan said nothing. Instead, he looked towards a hidden corner. "Come out. What's the point of hiding there? There's someone else?" Yishin's expression changed. He looked in the direction Lin Fan was facing. From behind a fake rock, a short man, less than 1.4 meters tall, slowly walked out. This dwarf had a large head, small legs, and was holding a jade flute. His bulging eyes stared fixedly at everyone. He looked very frightening. The moment Yi Shun saw this person, his pupils contracted. "It's Gu Ying, the dwarf king." Gu Ying stopped about 10 meters away from everyone. He stared at Lin Fan, his voice raspy. "I never expected there to be a master like you in Jinling. How did you discover me? You're too much of a freak. You're not worthy of talking to me." At first, Lin Fan was slightly interested in this dwarf's beast control technique. But after hearing Yi Shun's introduction, he lost all interest. Lin Fan waved his hand. Splat! Gu Ying, a name that struck fear into the hearts of many, just like that, exploded. He turned into a cloud of blood and gore. Seeing this, Wang Yuxing was dumbfounded. "Handsome, are you sure this guy was very strong? Very freaky?" Hearing this, Yi Shun was silent for a moment. He didn't know how to answer. According to the files, this guy was indeed very strong, very freaky. He was sure he hadn't seen wrong. This dwarf was the infamous Gu Ying from the dark web. He had even killed a Xiantian Realm Master before. But why was such a powerful expert so easily killed by Lin Fan? "Who on earth are you?" Yishin watched Lin Fan's departing back, his heart filled with unease. "I must investigate this guy's background." Lin Fan returned to Chen Yinhua and his daughter's side. After what had just happened, the family was no longer in the mood to play. They left the zoo. The 3 of them went to the nearby Wana Plaza shopping center. They had Yahello hot pot. A beautiful day. Passed just like that. Since Chen Yinhua and Ninian had to fly to Yunxian with Chen Xianhao that night, Lin Fan had to see the mother and daughter off at Jinling Luku International Airport. In the airport lobby, Chen Xianhao was waiting with a suitcase. Seeing the 3 of them arrive, he hurried over. "Did you have fun today?" "We had a lot of fun. Daddy took me and Mommy to the zoo to see the tigers. We had Yahello hot pot, and he bought me lots of pretty dresses," Ninian said happily. Ninian looked at Lin Fan. "Daddy, squat down." Lin Fan didn't know what his daughter wanted to do, but he still squatted down. Ninian stood on her tiptoes and kissed Lin Fan on the cheek. "This is your reward, Daddy. It's so good to have you." Lin Fan pinched his daughter's cheek, thinking to himself that he must spend more time with his daughter in the future. In the study of the Martial Alliance, Yi Tianlong, Yun Zongtian, Wang Yuexian, Yi Shun, and the others were discussing what had happened at the Hongshan Zoo. "Little Shun, you're saying a young man killed Gu Ying with just a slap?" Yi Tianlong asked seriously. "I saw it with my own eyes. How could I be lying? Ing didn't even have a chance to make a move. Yishun was still terrified. Remembering Lin Fan's face, he felt a chill run down his spine again. The guy is really too strong. Hearing this, Yi Tianlong fell silent. Ying's control technique was very bizarre. Even he would need some time to subdue him. Yet he was killed by a young man with just a slap. Could it be that this guy could also kill me with just a slap? At this moment, Wang Yuexian asked, "Young Master Yi, do you remember what that young man looked like?" Yishun described Lin Fan's face as he spoke. Hearing this, Wang Yuexian's expression changed drastically. Even Yun Zhongtian, who had been silent all this time, frowned. It really is him. In Jinling, besides young Master Lin, who else could be so powerful? Is this Lin Fan really that strong? Yi Tianlong was puzzled. This time he came to Jinling. Besides investigating Wen, he had another mission, to deal with Lin Fan. He is indeed very strong. Otherwise, I wouldn't have reported it to my superiors. Yin Zhongtian smiled bitterly. Dad, if this person is indeed Lin Fan, I advise you not to offend him. Yishan also advised. Yi Tianlong nodded. We'll see when we meet Lin Fan tomorrow. Just then, Yi Tianlong's phone rang. Seeing who was calling, he signaled for everyone to be quiet. He answered the phone. He said with a smile, "Chief Law Enforcer, sir. Are you calling to ask about the incident at the Hongshan Zoo? It's been resolved. Ing of the Heavenly Kill has been eliminated by us." Yi Tianlong, you went to Jinling to solve a problem, and this is how you solved it? The Chief Law Enforcer's cold voice came from the other end of the line. Let me ask you, what was Ing doing at the Hongshan Zoo? Was it just to kill a few children? Yi Tianlong was stunned. That's right, with Ying's strength. Why would he be so bored as to go kill a few children? You all fell for Heavenly Kill's diversion tactic. I just received news. Ying was just bait. The real assassin is Feng Xingxia. Yi Tianlong, you've really screwed me over this time. I trusted you too much. The Chief Law Enforcer said angrily. Feng Xingxia is even stronger than Ying. His cultivation is around the 4th level of Xiantian. Furthermore, he is proficient in wind-based techniques. He can fly for short periods. Feng Xingxia has hijacked flight D-3445 to Yunxian. Moreover, the 2 pilots have been killed by him. He even used a satellite phone to call headquarters, mocking the leaders. It made everyone so angry they almost coughed up blood. But why did Feng Xingxia hijack the plane? Was it just to kill ordinary people? Yi Tianlong was puzzled, because on that plane is a scientist who is very important to Daxia. He is not only the person in charge of the Tang project, but also the founder of the scientific martial arts cultivation plan. If something happens to him, Daxia will suffer a heavy loss. Before jumping off the plane, Feng Xingxia set the autopilot. In 20 minutes, the plane will crash into Mount Tai. At that time, not only that scientist, but all the passengers on the plane will die. Hearing this, Yi Tianlong's face turned pale. Is there no other way? The only way is to find dozens of martial arts grandmasters, fly there within 20 minutes, and hold the plane back. But that's impossible. After the Chief Law Enforcer finished speaking, he sighed again. Since it has come to this, I have nothing more to say. The superiors are furious. Not only you, but I will also be dismissed from my post. You're on your own. With that, the call was disconnected. Yi Tianlong clutched his phone and knelt on the ground. He never expected that such a small mistake would lead to such serious consequences. So the news about the terrorist attack at the Hongshan Zoo was just a trap. The purpose was to lure him there, so that Feng Xingxia could make his move. Just then, the large screen in the meeting room suddenly broadcast an emergency news report. Emergency news. Flight D-3445 has encountered an incident. It is about to crash into a mountain. Residents nearby are advised to evacuate immediately. At the same time, Lin Fan had just returned to the hotel when he saw a crowd of people surrounding the large screen, shouting and screaming. Damn it! The D-3445 plane has only been in service for 2 years, and it's already had such a serious incident. Wah! My wife just flew to Yunxian on that flight. If only I'd stopped her. At first, Lin Fan didn't pay attention, but when he heard the last sentence, his expression changed. He scanned the screen with his divine sense. Flight D-3445 has encountered an incident. It is about to crash. This is the flight that departed from Jinling Luku International Airport at 7:30 p.m., heading to Yunxian. Oh no, 7:30 p.m. From Luku to Yinxian. Isn't that the flight Inua and Yin took? Thinking of this, Lin Fan trembled. I will not let anything happen to you too. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. The night sky was full of stars. At an altitude of about 2,000 meters, a plane was hurtling straight toward a mountain range in the distance. Inside the plane, nearly 200 passengers were in a state of panic, because not long ago, a mysterious man had torn open the cockpit door, killing the two pilots. After killing the two pilots, the mysterious man entered the passenger cabin. He clapped his hands and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Feng Xingzhe from across the Pacific. From this moment on, you all have only 20 minutes left. Enjoy the time you have remaining. Unleash the evil nature within you. Do what you've always wanted to do. Don't let your lives end with regrets." With that, Feng Xingzhe laughed loudly, opened the cabin door, and jumped out. This scene left all the passengers stunned. By the time they came to their senses, the pressure in the cabin had dropped sharply. The wind howled in from outside. Fortunately, Chun Qianhao, a peak Earth Realm Master, managed to rush over and close the cabin door in time, averting a disaster. But what followed was absolute terror. The two pilots were dead. The plane's course had been changed. It was switched to autopilot and was hurtling straight towards a mountain 200 kilometers away. This was clearly a targeted terrorist attack. The passengers panicked. Some women held their heads and cried hysterically. In a first-class cabin, Yin looked up at Chun Inua. "Mommy, are we going to die? Don't think such things." Chun Inua shook her head. She looked at her brother, but saw that his expression was also very grim. Just then a weak voice spoke up. "Everyone calm down. Panicking is useless." Everyone looked over. They saw a young man of about 20 speaking. Although the young man was handsome, his face was pale. It looked very weak. The Great Tao has 50 aspects. The heavens manifest 49. One is left. That one is change. It is also hope. No matter how difficult the situation, there is always a solution. We still have 20 minutes. Instead of panicking, why don't we think of a way to overcome this crisis? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. A burly man stood up. He said coldly, "Anyone can say such empty words. Have you thought of a way?" Hua Wenfei glanced at the man. He didn't answer, but said to the girl in the green dress next to him, "Xiao Qing, help me to the cockpit." "Scholar Hua," Xiao Qing said worriedly. When the people in the cabin heard the word scholar, they were surprised. Even Qin Qianhao and Chun Inua frowned. This young man was only about 20 years old, and he looked so frail. How could he be a scholar? Xiao Qing hesitated for a moment, then helped Hua Wenfei towards the cockpit. The others followed, wanting to see what he was going to do. Hua Wenfei sat in the captain's seat. He fumbled around for a moment, then began to operate the complex control panel. About 30 seconds later, the hurtling plane suddenly began to climb. Seeing this, everyone was overjoyed. "So he knows how to fly a plane? You know how to fly a plane?" Qin Qianhao was astonished. "Not before. I just learned." Hua Wenfei shook his head. "Actually, flying a plane isn't that difficult. As long as you're willing to learn, you can quickly figure out how to operate it." Hearing this, everyone was puzzled. No one believed Hua Wenfei's words. They all thought he knew how to fly a plane from before, and was just pretending. Even Qin Qianhao thought it was a bit of an exaggeration. To be able to teach yourself to fly a plane in just a few dozen seconds. How is that possible? Hua Wenfei didn't explain. He continued to operate the control panel. Now he had to turn off the autopilot and pilot the plane back. But the autopilot program code had clearly been modified by that guy. He had to crack it quickly. Time passed. The sweat on Hua Wenfei's forehead grew heavier. "Scholar Hua," Xiao Qing said worriedly. Hua Wenfei didn't answer. He took out a laptop, connected it to the control server. His 10 fingers flew across the keyboard. Just then, Hua Wenfei collapsed to the ground. "Scholar Hua," Xiao Qing's expression changed. She quickly helped Hua Wenfei up. The others were also worried. Most of them didn't care about Hua Wenfei's health. They were worried that if he collapsed, who would fly the plane? "Hey, buddy, it's been 10 minutes. Stop pretending. Our lives are in your hands," the burly man from before said coldly. "Stop playing dead. Hurry up and turn off the autopilot. Take us back. If not, I'll beat you to death." Qin Qianhao slapped the man, sending him flying. He walked over to support Hua Wenfei. He asked Xiao Qing, "Is he sick?" "Yes. He has amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. He was planning to fly to Yunxian to find a famous doctor for treatment. I never expected this to happen. His health won't allow him to do this. Xiao Qing sobbed. Ever since she was assigned by her superiors to take care of Hua Wenfei, she had held him in the highest regard. Unfortunately, the heavens are jealous of talented people. He contracted this terrible disease at the age of 19. It's a motor neuron disease. It will eventually lead to total paralysis and then death. 2 minutes later, Hua Wenfei collapsed in the pilot's seat. He panted, "I'm sorry. My illness is too severe. My whole body is paralyzed. I can't do anything more." Hearing this, everyone erupted. Some were desperate. Some were angry. "What the hell are you doing? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. You gave us hope, and then you say you're sorry. What kind of person are you? Get up, get up." An old woman rushed forward, intending to pull Hua Wenfei up. But Chen Qianhao slapped her, sending her flying. "Anyone else dares to make a noise, I'll send them on their way first." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. After the shouting, only terror remained. Faced with death, no one could remain calm. 3 minutes left. Hua Wenfei closed his eyes, remembering his life. As the son of the Hua family, a martial arts family in the capital, he should have enjoyed wealth and glory. But because he was born with narrow meridians, he couldn't cultivate martial arts. So he was ostracized by his family, his parents, in order to find dragon's bloodgrass, a divine medicine that could temper meridians, went out to sea and met with disaster. Their bodies were never found. He was not resigned. He wanted to change his fate, to find another path of cultivation. But a soft tree is easily swayed by the wind. A suffering person meets with disaster. Just when his research project was valued by his superiors, just when he was at the peak of his career, he contracted amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Just then, Nian Yin suddenly said, "Mommy, look, there's someone flying in the sky." Hearing this, Chen Inua looked up and out the window, through the thick glass. She could vaguely see a person floating in the air, but because it was too dark, she couldn't see their face clearly. Walking on air, a martial arts grandmaster. Chen Qianhao's pupils contracted. At the same time, the other people in the cabin also saw this scene. A glimmer of hope appeared on their desperate faces. "It's an immortal. An immortal has come to save us." Immediately after, the plane seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand. It quickly descended. In just a few seconds, the plane landed safely in an open field. Bang! The cabin door was kicked open. Lin Fan stepped in. He looked at Chen Inua and his daughter. Seeing that the mother and daughter were safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Daddy, you came to save us." Nian Yin waved happily. Lin Fan walked over, hugging Chen Inua and his daughter tightly. "It's okay now. It's okay." Not long after everyone had left, 7 figures appeared. Leading them was an old man in a tang suit, his face stern and majestic. It was Long Haoyan, one of the 2 chief law enforcers of Jiangnan. The 6 people following him were the 6 law enforcers of the 6 major cities in Jiangnan. Among them were Yun Zhongqian and Yi Tianlong. "Chief law enforcer, sir, let me go scout ahead. Be careful. Watch out for traps." Long Haoyan instructed. "Yes." Ma Dongfeng nodded respectfully. Then he leaped up, landing in front of the plane's door. He was about to open the cabin door. But just then, the plane's emergency exit opened. A group of passengers ran out. Leading them was the burly man. "How are you all still alive?" Ma Dongfeng narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean by that? Do you want us to be dead?" The burly man was angry. Ma Dongfeng was about to say something. But just then, Long Haoyan and the others walked over. Their powerful presence intimidated the burly man. He quickly bowed his head and said, "An immortal saved us just now. An immortal flying in the sky. He held the plane back and helped us land safely. Otherwise, we would all be dead." The other passengers also chimed in. "We can testify. An immortal really did appear." The news that Flight D-3445 was saved by an immortal, with 198 passengers safe and no one injured, quickly spread online. Not long after leaving the meeting room, Ma Dongfeng received a call from his subordinate. "Sir, that burly man just want to eat barbecue. I've had someone take care of him." "Good. He dared to be rude to me. He was truly asking for death." Ma Dongfeng felt relieved. He hung up the phone, a cold glint in his eyes. He took out a satellite phone and made a call. "Dear Mr. Ma, are you calling to ask if the plane has exploded yet?" Feng Xingzhi's shrill laughter came from the other end of the line. Explode your head. Don't you know how to go online? Flight D-3445 was saved by a mysterious expert. All the passengers are safe, except for the 2 pilots you killed. Let me ask you, why didn't you kill everyone on the plane? Do you know how much risk I took to help you sneak into Daxia? Ma Dongfeng said angrily. Feng Xingzhi was silent for a moment. Daxia is indeed an ancient country. Mysterious. What they say about gods forbidding entry here seems to be true. In this country, there are still hidden masters. Stop talking nonsense. Ma Dongfeng said through gritted teeth. I have identified the scientist. His name is Hua Wenfei. Tonight is your only chance to kill him. Otherwise, tomorrow Long Haotian, the chief law enforcer of Jiangnan, will personally escort him. I will send you the address. Act quickly. Don't let anything unexpected happen. Kim Lang Hotel, Lin Fan, and the others returned to the room. As soon as they entered the door, Chen Qianhao immediately asked, What on earth happened? Was it you who held the plane back and saved us? Who else could it be? Besides me, who else would bother to save you? Lin Fan sat down on the sofa, speaking calmly. Hearing this, Chen Qianhao's heart was in turmoil. He knew Lin Fan was very strong, but he thought he was only a Xiantian 3rd or 4th level master. Now it seemed he was wrong. Don't tell me you're a martial arts grandmaster. If Lin Fan was a martial arts grandmaster, he could go directly to Yin Xian with them. At that time, who would dare to say anything? You've already asked me this question. I told you, I'm not a martial arts grandmaster. I'm in a realm above that of a martial arts grandmaster. Then what is the realm above a martial arts grandmaster? Chen Qianhao frowned. Lin Fan thought for a moment. Nascent soul. Don't talk nonsense. What kind of realm is that? It has nothing to do with martial arts. Even if you're going to make something up, at least make it sound believable. Lin Fan glanced at Chen Qianhao, not bothering to explain. Immortal cultivation and martial arts are 2 different systems. Explaining immortal cultivation to a martial artist is like playing a lute to a cow. Inua, why did the plane have an incident? Lin Fan looked at Chen Inua. Before Chen Inua could answer, Nian Yin raised her hand. I know, it was because of a very arrogant man. He called himself the Great Wind God. Lin Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of name is that? At this moment, Chen Qianhao spoke up. Let me explain. The person who hijacked the plane is a top foreign assassin. His name is Feng Xingzhi. His nickname is Wind God. He is a mutant with the ability to control wind. His strength is very formidable, ranking among the top of the assassin leaderboards on the dark web. Another foreign assassin. Lin Fan frowned. From Win to Gui Ying, and now Feng Xingzhi. 3 foreign assassins have appeared in a short period of time. This is not a good sign. No matter how strong he is, if he dares to touch my wife and child, there's only one path for him, death. Lin Fan's killing intent surged. Just then crash. The glass window of the hotel room suddenly shattered. Surprise. Feng Xingzhi laughed loudly, strolling in as if he were taking a walk in the park. Feng Xingzhi, seeing the intruder, Chen Qianhao's blood ran cold. This was the 23rd floor of the hotel. Yet Feng Xingzhi could fly up here without any assistance. Daddy, it's him. Nian Yin's face turned pale. She hid in Lin Fan's arms in fear. Clearly, Feng Xingzhi had left a great psychological scar on the little girl. Chen Yinhua was also very tense. She never expected Feng Xingzhi to find him here. He was a mass murderer with a bounty of up to 12 billion. Not only was he a pervert, he was also very strong, which is a light leap. He could reach the 23rd floor of the hotel, but he never expected that. An assassin who had never failed before would be defeated by a man who looked ordinary. Here's what happened. Not long ago, Feng Xingzhi received an assassination mission. He broke into Lin Fan's room. There's so many pretty girls in this room. This is really interesting. Feng Xingzhi laughed like a madman, dancing around like a lunatic. I thought Gui Ying was perverted enough. I never thought you'd be even more perverted. Lin Fan stood up. Hearing this, Chen Qianhao was stunned. Is Lin Fan deliberately trying to provoke him to death? If Lin Fan isn't strong enough to deal with Feng Xingzhi, the Chen family will be in big trouble. Perverted? I like that name. Feng Xingzhi looked at Lin Fan, licking his lips. Perverted. Lin Fan was disgusted. He waved his hand. Hee. Feng Xingzhi laughed loudly. An invisible shield formed from airflow appeared in front of him. The shield shattered, but Feng Xingzhi was unharmed. Lin Fan was surprised. Although he had only used a fraction of his power, it was enough to kill an ordinary Xiantian master. This guy actually managed to block it. Since coming down from the mountain, this was the first time someone had blocked his casual attack. Lin Fan felt a little excited. Finally, someone who could take one of my hits. Qianhao didn't think so. In his impression, Lin Fan had always easily defeated his opponents with a single slap. But now, Lin Fan was blocked by Feng Xingzhe. This proved that Feng Xingzhe's strength might be on par with Lin Fan's. Is Lin Fan going to lose? He was worried. You do have some strength. No wonder you were the one who killed Guiying. Feng Xingzhe looked Lin Fan up and down. Guiying was my good friend. Since you killed him, then from today onwards, you will take his place. As long as you agree, I will spare everyone here. Seeing this, Qianhao was overjoyed. He quickly urged Lin Fan to agree. Lin Fan kicked Qianhao. What do you mean by good friend? I'm the top. Feng Xingzhe smiled. Lin Fan was taken aback. Then he understood. Goosebumps broke out all over his skin. Without any hesitation, Lin Fan waved his hand. Feng Xingzhe didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying backwards, slamming hard against the wall. Damn it! Qianhao was shocked. Just then, Feng Xingzhe scrambled to his feet. Without any hesitation, he jumped out the window. Although he was a pervert, he wasn't stupid. Seeing that Lin Fan had easily defeated him, he knew he was no match, so he decided to flee. You underestimate me. I can fly. My speed can reach the speed of sound for short periods. Even if I can't beat you, I can still escape. Lin Fan sneered coldly. He reached out his right hand and gently clenched it. Feng Xingzhe, who was flying, was suddenly pulled back. Lin Fan grabbed Feng Xingzhe's neck. The smile on Feng Xingzhe's face vanished, replaced by a look of utter terror. Lin Fan performed the soul search technique. All of Feng Xingzhe's memories flooded into his mind. Feng Xingzhe was arranged by a person named Mr. Ma to sneak into Daxia. The purpose was to assassinate a scientist named Hua Wenfei. Secondly, Feng Xingzhe's ability to control wind was not an innate mutation. It was due to wind spirit stones. Lin Fan searched Feng Xingzhe's body. He found 5 light blue spirit stones. Besides pure spirit stones, there are also other types of elemental spirit stones. Wind spirit stones can be used to set up arrays and cultivate movement techniques. They're especially useful for people with a wind spirit physique. Seeing this, Nian asked curiously, Daddy, what does top mean? Lin Fan looked at his innocent daughter. He thought for a moment and then explained, it means to attack. In a sense, it's the same as attacking. In a luxurious villa, Ma Dongfeng was lounging on the sofa, resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He looked at the clock. It was already past 11 at night. What the hell is Feng Xingzhe doing? Why is there still no news? Ma Dongfeng frowned. He stood up and took out a satellite phone to make a call. The subscriber you have dialed is currently unavailable. Hearing the voice on the phone, Ma Dongfeng was stunned. He knew something must have happened to Feng Xingzhe. Otherwise, his phone would not be turned off. But even an ordinary martial arts grandmaster might not be able to defeat Feng Xingzhe. He grew more and more worried. He thought for a moment and then dialed another number. This time, the call connected quickly. Something's happened. Guiying is dead. I just called Feng Xingzhe, but I couldn't get through. The other end of the line was silent for a moment. Then a gloomy voice sounded. Feng Xingzhe is dead. The biochip in his body has lost its signal. If we don't eliminate Hua Wenfei, the consequences will be endless. The voice was cold. You go now. I will send Damo to stop Long Hao Yin. No matter what, this time we must kill Hua Wenfei. As for the matter of Guiying and Feng Xingzhe, we will investigate later. Yes, Ma Dongfeng nodded. He hung up the phone, put on a black suit, and then disappeared into the night. In a comfortable room at the Martial Alliance headquarters, Hua Wenfei had just finished showering. He was sitting on the sofa, reading a novel titled Supreme Urban Emperor. But after reading for a while, he frowned. Xiao Qing was massaging Hua Wenfei's legs. Seeing this, she asked, Scholar Hua, what's wrong? Nothing. I just got to a cliffhanger and it ended. I don't know when the next chapter will be released. I don't know if I'll still be alive to finish the story. Hua Wenfei shook his head. Xiao Qing thought of Hua Wenfei's illness. She felt a pang of sadness and said resentfully, That damn author. Why can't he release a few more chapters? Just then, bang. The gate of the martial alliance was smashed open. A man in black, holding a golden sword, rushed in. His face was covered, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. But his presence was extremely terrifying. The golden sword in his hand glinted coldly under the moonlight. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble at the Jinling Martial Alliance? Yang Dingtian, the vice leader of the Martial Alliance, asked coldly. The man didn't answer. He swung his sword down. The sword chi whistled through the air. A miserable scream was heard. Yang Dingtian died on the spot. Seeing this, the others all shrank back, utterly terrified. Yang Dingtian was a mid-stage Earthrealm master. Yet he was killed by this man with a single sword strike. Let's attack together, Yishan shouted. Hearing this, everyone charged forward without hesitation to attack the man. A bunch of ants want to cause trouble? The man said coldly. Within a minute, more than half of the dozens of elite martial artists had been killed by him. Even Yi Shun nearly died. Just then stop. Wang Yuexian, who had just finished using the restroom, rushed over. He was a Hotian third-level master, already capable of projecting his internal energy outwards. He waved his hand. A powerful stream of vital energy shot towards the man. You overestimate yourself. The man sneered. He retracted his sword and slashed towards Wang Yuexian. Wang Yuexian let out a miserable scream. He was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. Yi Tianlong and Yun Zhongtian heard the commotion and rushed over. The two law enforcers shouted loudly, attacking the man in unison. The man was not flustered at all. Even when besieged by the two of them, he was not at a disadvantage. He even had the upper hand. Seeing this, the remaining martial artists all turned pale. Cross-shaped, void-slicing slash. The man shouted. He swung his sword, sending out two cross-shaped streams of sword chi. Yin Zhongtian couldn't dodge in time. He was hit by the sword chi. Yi Tianlong's expression changed. He knew that even if he fought to the death, he was no match for this man. He defended himself while shouting loudly. All of you, get Scholar Hua out of here. Nothing must happen to Scholar Hua. Yun Zhongtian gritted his teeth against the pain. He said, Little Shun, don't hesitate. I just called the chief law enforcer, but I couldn't get through. Something must have happened to him, too. Go to the Kim Lang Hotel. Find Lin Fan, right now in Jinling. Perhaps only he can stop this man. In the presidential suite of the Kim Lang Hotel, Lin Fan was watching the cartoon Dragon Ball with his daughter. Daddy, why are there 7 Dragon Balls in a gourd? That's not scientific at all. Ninian looked up, asking curiously. Lin Fan thought for a moment. This story has to start with son Wu Kong sneaking into the peach garden, stealing the immortal peaches, and Lin Fan was about to continue. But just then, someone knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was very urgent. Vaguely, there was also the sound of someone crying for help. Is it another assassin? Chunni Nual was worried. Lin Fan scanned with his divine sense. He saw Wang Yuexian, Yi Shun, and 2 others standing outside the door. He frowned and went to open the door. When Wang Yuexian saw Lin Fan, he was so happy he was about to cry. Young Master Lin, it's so good to see you. Young Master Lin, do you remember me? We met at the zoo earlier today. Yi Shun forced a smile. Hua Wenfei and Xiao Qing looked at Lin Fan in silence. You're being chased. Did you come here to seek refuge? You look really pathetic. Lin Fan looked at the 4 of them. You come running here in the middle of the night. Did you ever consider that I might not be his match? And that you'd be getting me killed? Or what if I had to go out tonight, and only my wife and child were at home? Aren't you trying to get me killed? Hearing this, the 4 of them were stunned. They really hadn't thought of that. Thump! Thump! A heavy footstep sounded from the end of the hallway. A man in black, holding a golden sword, slowly walked over. The blood on his sword had not yet dried. Supported by Xiao Qing, Hua Wenfei's face was pale. Is this really the end? The man glanced at everyone, his gaze finally resting on Lin Fan. Seeing that Lin Fan had no martial arts aura, he looked away. A bunch of ants. No one can save you tonight. Where are my father and Elder Yun? Yi Shun asked with red eyes. The man smiled. What do you think? With that, he charged forward, swinging his sword down. But just then, Lin Fan extended 2 fingers and caught the sword's blade. Lin Fan flicked it lightly. The man was sent flying backwards, stumbling back more than 10 steps before he could stand firm. Seeing this, Yi Shun was dumbfounded. An assassin so strong that even he and Elder Yun together couldn't defeat him, was sent flying by Lin Fan with just 2 fingers. Wang Yuexian was overjoyed. He hid behind Lin Fan. "Young Master Lin, you're so strong. Don't flatter me. Remember, you owe me 100 spirit explosion bombs. Don't worry. Our martial alliance never goes back on a debt." Wang Yuexian nodded hurriedly. He certainly couldn't gather 100 of them on his own, but the martial alliance was different. The man regained his composure. He stared at Lin Fan. Fierce Dragon Void Slicing Slash. He poured all his strength into the sword, slashing fiercely towards Lin Fan. The sword chi transformed into a ferocious golden dragon, opening its mouth wide and charging towards Lin Fan. Pop! Lin Fan just pointed lightly. The golden dragon vanished. He easily snatched the golden sword. That's not how you use a sword. Lin Fan twirled the sword lightly. Thousands of sharp sword shadows appeared, hovering around Lin Fan, exuding a terrifying presence. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Wang Yuexian and Yi Shun's mouths hung open. Is this the myriad sword return technique? The black-clothed assassin couldn't believe his eyes. Who is this guy? One sword becomes 10,000. Each sword contains terrifying power. Even Damo, a martial arts grandmaster, couldn't do this. Suddenly, the black-clothed assassin seemed to remember something. He said in terror, "Gue Ying and Feng Xingzhe were killed by you. You're really strong. I must report this to the organization. We need to send a stronger assassin. Otherwise, the consequences will be endless." Smoke bomb. The black-clothed assassin took out a black ball, threw it on the ground, and his whole body turned into a cloud of smoke. Disappearing. It's ninjutsu. This guy is Japanese. Yi Shun was astonished. Lin Fan was slightly surprised. This smoke bomb technique is quite interesting. It's similar to the Chimen Duanjia of Taoism. The Japanese probably stole it. If he had encountered someone else, this guy might have escaped. Unfortunately, he ran into me. Get over here. Lin Fan reached out his hand and gently clenched it. The black-clothed assassin who had just disappeared was grabbed by Lin Fan. This time, Lin Fan didn't give him a chance to speak. He directly performed the soul search technique. The assassin trembled and then fainted. The Beiki organization. Lin Fan muttered. This guy's Chinese name is Ma Dongfeng. His Japanese name is Agawa Kojiro. He is a swordsman, a member of the Beiki organization. The Beiki organization and Heavenly Kill are both notorious assassin organizations. In addition, Lin Fan also learned that there was another Japanese master in Jinling. This person is proficient in the Tachi. He is called Damo. His strength has reached the realm of a martial arts grandmaster. Tonight, Damo was responsible for stopping Long Haoyan, and Ma Dongfeng was responsible for assassinating Hua Wenfei. At this moment, Yishin walked over and removed the assassin's mask. Seeing the man's face, he exclaimed in shock, "It's Ma Dongfeng. Law enforcer Ma." Everyone was stunned. "You bastard." Wang Yuexian rushed over, beating Ma Dongfeng relentlessly. Just then, a rush of footsteps sounded from the end of the hallway. Long Haoyan, along with Yun Zhongtian and Yi Tianlong, covered in wounds, ran over. Lin Fan looked at the 3 of them, his gaze resting on Long Haoyan. He was slightly surprised. The vital energy in Long Haoyan's body surged like the sea. In his dantian, a spherical object was floating. This object contained enormous energy, like a heart. Thump, 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 transmitting energy throughout Long Haoyan's body. So this is a martial arts grandmaster. Although he hasn't formed a golden core, he has formed a martial core. And according to Qin Xianhao, a martial arts grandmaster is already the pinnacle of the martial arts world. When Yi Shun saw his father, he was so happy he was about to cry. "Dad, you're okay. We almost died." Fortunately, the chief law enforcer arrived in time to save us, Yi Tianlong said with a smile. After hearing the account of what happened, Long Haoyan looked at Lin Fan. A rare smile appeared on his stern face. "Little brother, thank you for this time. No need for formalities. You've already paid me. I couldn't just stand by and watch." Seeing this, Wang Yuexian hurriedly stepped forward to recount what had happened earlier. After listening, Long Haoyan's face darkened. "Are you stupid? Spirit explosion stones are priceless. When they're scarce, they can go for several billion apiece. Do you think they're cabbages at the market? You can have as many as you want, and you demanded 100 of them. Chief Law Enforcer, sir. The situation was very critical at the time. Wang Yuexian tried to explain, but was kicked away by Long Haoyan. Useless. You were sent flying by a single slap in Jiangnan, disgracing the martial alliance. And now you do something so stupid. You're truly a piece of trash, Long Haoyan said coldly. Seeing this, Yi Tianlong, Yun Zhongtian, and the others all fell silent. No one dared to make a sound. In Jiangnan, Long Haoyan was the absolute authority, an invincible existence. Even the big shots on the mountain had to show him respect. After scolding Wang Yuexian, Long Haoyan looked at Lin Fan. Little brother, Wang Yuexian's words do not represent the martial alliance, nor do they represent the Special Affairs Bureau. Furthermore, to be honest, as a citizen of Daxia, protecting national pillars like Scholar Hua is a matter of course. Isn't it a bit excessive for you to demand 100 spirit explosion stones as a reward? However, I could decide to give you 10. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. I hate being cheated the most. If it weren't for me, these people would be dead for sure. If you want to go back on your word, then I'll just kill these people to be fair. With that, Lin Fan grabbed Hua Wenfei. Lin Fan, let Scholar Hua go, Long Haoyan said coldly, his killing intent surging. The terrifying pressure of a martial arts grandmaster swept over, but had no effect on Lin Fan. This surprised Long Haoyan. Lin Fan tightened his grip. Hua Wenfei's face turned purple. He was about to suffocate. Seeing this, Long Haoyan could no longer remain calm. Stop. I agree to give you 100 spirit explosion stones. Let Scholar Hua go now. Sorry. Now it's not just 100. The price has gone up. I want 200. Long Haoyan was so angry he almost coughed up blood. I'll give you 200. Let Scholar Hua go now. Lin Fan nodded. He let Hua Wenfei go. He wasn't afraid of Long Haoyan going back on his word. After Hua Wenfei was released, he coughed violently. Xiao Qing, bring Scholar Hua to me. Long Haoyan said coldly. Xiao Qing nodded silently, helping Hua Wenfei to Long Haoyan's side. Seeing this, everyone had a bad feeling. Long Haoyan was a very stubborn person. He didn't allow anyone to disobey him. Now that Lin Fan had dared to embarrass him in front of so many people, he would definitely be retaliated against. With Hua Wenfei as a hostage just now, Long Haoyan had to be cautious. Now that Hua Wenfei had been taken away, Lin Fan had no more cards to play. In their eyes, although Lin Fan was very strong, he was definitely no match for Long Haoyan. Once the two of them fought, Lin Fan would be quickly defeated. As expected, in the next moment, boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Long Haoyan's body. The powerful pressure made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Long Haoyan stared at Lin Fan, his killing intent surging. I guess you would do this. Your words are truly like the wind, fleeting and unreliable. It's nauseating. Lin Fan sighed, preparing to make a move. He was the only remaining martial arts grandmaster in Jiangnan. Not only did he command over 3,000 peak Earth Realm masters, but even the hidden sects on the mountain had to show him respect. Yet now, he was being extorted for 200 billion by a young man. Faced with the threat, Long Haoyan stared at Lin Fan, his killing intent surging. The powerful pressure made it difficult for everyone to breathe. They thought that although Lin Fan was very strong, he couldn't possibly be a match for Long Haoyan. Lin Fan sighed, preparing to make a move. But just then, Hua Wenfei spoke up. Chief Law Enforcer Long, since you've made a promise, you should keep it. Otherwise, it will affect your reputation. Long Haoyan looked at Hua Wenfei. He didn't expect him to speak up for Lin Fan. He thought for a moment, then said coldly, Lin Fan, the 200 spirit explosion stones. I will give them to you, but I hope that one day you don't fall into my hands. Lin Fan paid no attention to Long Haoyan. Instead, he looked at Yun Zhongtian. Have you found the person behind my assassination attempt? Yun Zhongtian was startled. The sniper Wen was hired by Cheng Feng, the leader of the Fengyun gang. You killed Cheng Yun and Cheng Kuan at the Baiyun Merchant Guild's auction. So Cheng Feng wanted revenge. The Fengyun gang? Lin Fan frowned. The Fengyun gang is one of the 4 major gangs in Jinling, along with the Jiayin gang, the Longmen Hall, and the Senka Hall. They have some strength, but this gang is very low-key. He had never paid attention to it. Watching Long Haoyan and the others leave, Lin Fan didn't think much of it. He returned to his room, intending to continue watching cartoons with his daughter. In his eyes, the Fengyun gang was just an ant. He could find some time to deal with it tomorrow. As for Long Hao-yin, although he was a martial arts grandmaster, in Lin Fan's eyes, he was just a slightly larger ant. The reason he didn't attack Long Hao-yin was, on one hand, because although Long Hao-yin was arrogant, he was very patriotic. The proof was how worried he was when I grabbed Hua Wenfei. On the other hand, it was because of the 200 spirit explosion stones. Lin Fan, Long Hao-yin, is the chief law enforcer of Jiangnan. You extorted him like that. We'll be okay? Chen Yinhua had witnessed everything. She asked worriedly. Don't worry. Everything is under my control. Lin Fan pinched Chen Yinhua's nose. Then he looked at Yin Yin. Seeing that she had fallen asleep on the sofa, he went over and covered her with a blanket. He pulled Chen Yinhua into the bathroom. What do you want to do now? Chen Yinhua lowered her head, asking in a small voice. Lin Fan lifted Chen Yinhua's chin. He said with a wicked smile, a single man and a single woman. What do you think I want to do? Can you stop messing around? At the Martial Alliance, Long Hao-yin returned with a gloomy expression. It's just Lin Fan. How could he be his match? This was the confidence of a powerful expert. Except for the old monsters on the mountain, Long Hao-yin was confident that he was invincible under the heavens. Yin Zhongtian, what did Lin Fan ask you just now? Yin Zhongtian recounted the whole story. With Lin Fan's ruthless personality, the Fengyun gang will definitely be annihilated tomorrow. Just like the Zheng family. Hearing this, Long Hao-yin's eyes glinted with a cunning light. Lin Fan wants to destroy the Fengyun gang? I won't let him have his way. Does he think he can do whatever he wants in Jinling? Under the moonlight, in a small forest in a park, a man in a coarse cloth robe was meditating. He answered the phone. A gloomy voice, cold and detached, came from the other end of the line. Ma Dongfeng is dead. There is definitely an uncontrollable factor in Jinling. I suspect Guiying, Feng Xingzhe, and Ma Dongfeng were all killed by him. The voice was full of anger. Damo was silent for a moment. Now that we've alerted the enemy, with Long Hao-yin protecting him, I have no chance to make a move. Forget about Hua Wenfei for now. Now you must find that uncontrollable factor. No matter who he is, I will make him pay a heavy price. The next morning, in the main hall of the Fengyun gang, Chung Feng, the leader of the Fengyun gang, looked at the man in front of him, smiling obsequiously. Elder Yun, what brings you here today? Yun Zhongtian sneered. Stop pretending. The matter of you spending tens of billions to hire Heavenly Kill to assassinate Lin Fan, I have already investigated thoroughly. In Daxia, foreign assassins are forbidden from operating. You are a person of status in Jinling, yet you knowingly broke the law. I could arrest you right now. Hearing this, Chung Feng trembled and knelt on the ground. Elder Yun, I was just seeking personal revenge. I had no intention of betraying the country. This isn't that serious, is it? Betraying the country? If you had that intention, you would have been a corpse 2 days ago. I came here to remind you. You have offended a big shot. Today, Lin Fan will come to annihilate the Fengyun gang. However, don't worry. Someone has stepped forward to protect you. Yun Zhongtian looked out the door. Not long after, Long Hao-yin and Yi Tianlong walked in. Chung Feng asked cautiously, and these two are? This is Lord Long, the chief law enforcer of Jiangnan, and this is law enforcer Yi of Yangzhou. Yun Zhongtian introduced them solemnly. Hearing this, Chung Feng was stunned. The chief law enforcer of Jiangnan is what kind of figure? He's Elder Yun's superior, the head of the martial arts world in Jiangnan. A big shot who makes all of Jiangnan tremble. Chung Feng felt as if a giant cake had fallen from the sky and hit him on the head. He was so happy he was about to faint. With such a big shot protecting him, what was Lin Fan? Just then, Lin Fan slowly walked in. Who is Chung Feng? He looked around and asked calmly. Although he knew the leader of the Fengyun gang was behind the assassination attempt, he didn't know his name. Long Hao-yin sneered coldly. Lin Fan, do you really think Jinling is your personal slaughterhouse? You kill whoever you want? Seeing this, Chung Feng was no longer afraid. With Lord Long here today, what do I have to fear from you? I am Chung Feng, the leader of the Fengyun gang. What are you going to do about it? You hired the assassin on the dark web? Lin Fan asked. That's right. You killed my younger brother and my son. I hired an assassin to kill you. What's wrong with that? Chung Feng sneered. Furthermore, I have already reported this matter to the chief law enforcer. No matter how the Special Affairs Bureau punishes me, I'm not afraid. As for you, get the hell out of here. Splat. Lin Fan waved his hand. Chung foam exploded, turning into a shower of blood and gore. He looked at Long Hao Ian. Long Hao Ian, I see that you have the look of death about you today. You will surely face a calamity. And this calamity can only be resolved with spirit explosion stones. Did you bring any with you? Seeing this, the entire hall fell deathly silent. Long Hao Ian could no longer hold back. Last night, I spared you out of respect for Scholar Hua, yet you dare to act so presumptuously in front of me. Today, I will let you know that there are always heavens beyond the heavens, and people beyond people. A terrifying aura of a martial arts grandmaster erupted from Long Hao Ian's body. The temperature in the hall plummeted. The gang leaders and family heads present all retreated, finding it difficult to breathe. Long Hao Ian shot forward like a lightning bolt. His large frame left several afterimages in the air. Dragon King Fist. He appeared in front of Lin Fan, throwing a powerful punch. Too slow, too weak, too powerless. It seems martial arts really are no good. Lin Fan grabbed Long Hao Ian's fist, shaking his head. According to his understanding, a martial arts grandmaster, after forming a martial core, is equivalent to a golden core stage cultivator. But in reality, the difference in strength between the two is like heaven and earth. Even a foundation establishment stage cultivator could easily crush Long Hao Ian. Swoosh! Lin Fan threw Long Hao Ian, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. You're no match for me. Don't bring shame upon yourself. I don't want to be accused by the readers of being unpatriotic again. Seeing this, everyone was stunned, speechless. Long Hao Ian's face was grim. He still had a trump card he hadn't used. Anyone who becomes a martial arts grandmaster is a martial arts genius. Heavenly Dipper Wave. Long Hao Ian rotated his hands. A huge energy ball appeared in his palm. Seeing this, everyone shrank back. The Heavenly Dipper Wave is the ultimate technique of a major sect on a mountain. It can transform spiritual energy into an energy ball. Its power is enough to level a small mountain. An energy ball technique? Finally, something a little interesting. It seems martial arts grandmasters aren't completely useless. They at least know how to use some low-level sorcery. Lin Fan reached out his hand, easily controlling the energy ball. He juggled the ball a few times, then got bored. With a flick of his finger, the ball vanished. Who created this shoddy martial skill? Any energy ball technique I casually use is 100 times stronger than this. Long Hao Ian was stunned. His ultimate technique, the Heavenly Dipper Wave, was so easily neutralized by Lin Fan. Since I don't want to be called unpatriotic, I'll give you one more chance. 500 spirit explosion stones to redeem your life. I'll come and collect them in 3 days. I hope you know what's good for you. Lin Fan glanced at Long Hao Ian, then turned to leave. But just then, a terrifying blade, Qi, descended from the sky, slashing towards Lin Fan. The blade Qi was so sharp that, even from dozens of meters away, everyone felt as if their scalps were being torn. Lin Fan frowned, easily dodging it. He looked up at the roof. A man in a coarse cloth robe, holding a light blue saber, was standing on the roof. From Ah Dongfeng's memories, I know that the Beiki organization has a saber master hiding in Jinling. He's called Damo. It must be him. Damo stared at Lin Fan, a sense of unease in his heart. This guy is very strong. Azura's 3 blades of hell, Damo said coldly. He slashed out 3 times. 3 terrifying streams of blade Qi swept over. Still too weak. Lin Fan shook his head. He extended 2 fingers and caught the 3 blades formed from blade Qi. Just then, a cold voice sounded from behind Lin Fan. Vajra Wave. Boom! A huge energy ball, about 1 meter in diameter, shot out from Long Hao Ian's hands, hitting Lin Fan in the back. A terrifying explosion occurred. The ground collapsed, forming a crater more than 10 meters deep. A mushroom cloud, 50 meters in diameter, rose into the sky. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Why would Chief Law Enforcer Long do that? Young Master Lin just spared him. Why would he launch a sneak attack? That swordsman is clearly Japanese. Law Enforcer Long actually colluded with a foreign assassin to attack young Master Lin. Yin Zhongtian and Yi Tianlong's expressions also changed. They looked at Long Hao Ian in disbelief. Has the Chief Law Enforcer gone mad? All of you shut up. Long Hao Ian said coldly. This Lin Fan is arrogant and presumptuous, disregarding the law. In Jinling alone, he has killed no less than 100 people. He even colluded with foreign assassins, causing the identity of our scientist to be exposed. His crimes are heinous. He cannot be forgiven. Chief Law Enforcer, sir. Yin Zhongtian and Yi Tianlong looked at Long Haoyan in shock. They were certain that Lin Fan had nothing to do with Hua Wenfei's identity being exposed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed Ma Dongfeng last night to protect Hua Wenfei. But now, Long Haoyan was pinning all the blame on Lin Fan. Just then, a footstep sounded from the thick dust cloud. Lin Fan slowly walked out. His hair was not even messy. How? How is this possible? Long Haoyan was stunned. That was his full-powered attack. It could even level a small mountain. Damo looked at Lin Fan, his heart filled with unease. An assassin's instinct told him to run immediately. Splat! Before everyone's eyes, Damo exploded in midair, turning into a shower of blood and gore. Long Haoyan's blood ran cold. Without any hesitation, he knelt on the ground. Young Master Lin, I was wrong. It was all a misunderstanding. You want spirit explosion stones, right? I'll gather them for you. 500, 1,000. As long as you spare me. I'll gather them right away. It's too late. No one can save you. Splat. Lin Fan waved his hand. Long Haoyan exploded, turning into a shower of blood and gore. The entire hall fell deathly silent. In a short period of time, 2 martial arts grandmasters had died. Who on earth is young Master Lin? There's still a Chinquan bag? Lin Fan was slightly surprised. After Long Haoyan was blown to bits, a black Chinquan bag fell to the ground. Lin Fan easily broke the restriction on the bag. Inside the bag, besides more than 20 low-grade spirit stones and dozens of bank cards, there was also a pile of old underwear and a few adult novels. He looked so righteous on the outside. I never thought he'd be such a pervert. I don't need the money. This 300 billion plus is for you. Lin Fan threw all the bank cards to Qin Tianhong. Tianhong caught the cards. Astonished. He wasn't like Lin Fan. He had to feed the 10,000 members of the Senka Hall. He was always short on money. With this 300 billion plus, his burden would be greatly lightened. Seeing this, the others were all envious. Tianhong is such a lucky dog. He suddenly latched onto the golden thigh of young Master Lin. The news that the Fengyun gang was annihilated, and Long Haoyan was killed in battle, quickly spread throughout the martial arts world of Jiangnan. In a secret underground base on an island, a man with a feminine appearance, wearing a yellow robe, was clenching a biochip that had turned gray. His expression was gloomy. Even Damo is dead. Who on earth did this? Just then, a middle-aged man, with a thick beard, walked in. He said nothing, but slapped the yellow-robed man straight across the face. Useless trash. On your first mission, you got 4 of the organization's masters killed. Even Damo is dead. Father, let me explain. No need to explain. If you weren't my son, I would have slapped you to death. Because of this, the organization already has opinions about us. We must resolve this properly. You mean? Shanqi Chuan's expression changed. Shanqi Dailing sighed. I've already spoken with your uncle Kuangren. He will personally go to Jinling to help us resolve this matter. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Hearing this, Shanqi Chuan was overjoyed. Kuang Run, the shadow dancer, is proficient in the shadow escape technique. His movements are mysterious. He is one of the top 10 masters in the organization. With such a powerful expert making a move, it will surely be a success. At the Kim Lang Hotel, Lin Fan returned to his room. He saw Feng Hai chatting happily with Chen Qianhao and Chen Yinhua, and Yin Yin was watching the cartoon Journey to the West. When Feng Hai saw Lin Fan, he immediately stood up and greeted him. Then he handed him a black suitcase. Young Master Lin, here are the 100 spear explosion bombs as promised. Please check if the quantity is correct. No need. I trust you. Lin Fan said. He scanned it with his divine sense, confirmed the quantity was correct, and then put the suitcase into his Chinquan bag. Seeing this, Feng Hai was moved. Young Master Lin really trusts me. Young Master Lin, a big shot from headquarters, wants to meet you. I wonder if it's convenient for you. These past few days, my helping you collect spirit explosion bombs has attracted his attention. So he wants to meet you. Lin Fan thought for a moment and then agreed. After Lin Fan and Feng Hai left, Chen Qianhao frowned. He said to Chen Yinhua, Little sister, do you see? Lin Fan's reputation is growing. Even a big shot from the Bayan Merchant Guild wants to meet him. People often say that water flows downwards. and people strive for higher places. Although our Chun family has a foothold in Yinxian, if you compare it to the whole of Daxia, it's nothing. All men have ambitions. If there's a better choice. Hearing this, Chun Inua was silent. She hugged her daughter. She shook her head. Lin Fan is not that kind of person. He has returned. He will definitely not abandon me in Yinyan. Then why did he leave 10 years ago? 10 years ago, he abandoned you to cultivate. Now, if there's a better choice, who knows? He might disappear again. What are you trying to say? Chun Inua interrupted Chun Qianhao. Her face pale. Little sister, you are just an ordinary person. But Lin Fan is now a powerful expert, a genius in the eyes of those mountain sects. If you really want to be with him, wait for him to return. Then tell him to go back to Yunxian with us to meet our parents. Get married quickly. We can't drag this on any longer. In a secret meeting room in the Jinling branch of the Baiyun Merchant Guild, 5 people were sitting around a table. Sitting at the head of the table was a middle-aged man named Yu Ben. He was an elder of the Baiyun Merchant Guild headquarters. His cultivation was at the 5th level of Xiantian. To his right were 2 men, one fat and one thin. The fat man's name was Lu Neng. His cultivation was at the 3rd level of Xiantian. The thin man's name was Cheng Peng. He was also at the 3rd level of Xiantian. Besides these 3, there were also 2 women. A young girl wearing a white veil named Yin Ziyue. Her cultivation was at the 5th level of Xiantian. The other was an old woman with white hair, holding a dragon-headed staff. She looked old and frail, but her eyes were sharp. She was the strongest among the 5. Her cultivation was at the 7th level of Xiantian. What does everyone think about what happened at the Fengyan gang? Yu Ben asked with a smile. According to rumors, Long Hao Yin was killed by a young man of about 30. This is impossible. Long Hao Yin was a martial arts grandmaster. Even if the 5 of us joined forces, we might not be his match. Lu Ning shook his head. Only a fool would believe that. Cheng Peng sneered. I heard that besides Long Hao Yin, there was also a Japanese saber master. He was also a martial arts grandmaster. Long Hao Yin was the chief law enforcer. He might have taken the other guy down with him. That makes sense. Yu Ben 90th. Actually, he didn't believe it either. The problem was that as soon as this news spread, it was blocked by the Special Affairs Bureau. So no one knew what had happened. They could only guess. Just then, Feng Hai led Lin Fan into the room. Elder Yu, this is young Master Lin. Feng Hai introduced him respectfully. He was very cautious. He knew that these 5 people were not people he could afford to offend. Yu Ben looked at Lin Fan. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Why can't I feel a shred of martial arts aura from this person? He's like an ordinary person. He stood up. He smiled. Young Master Lin, I am Yu Ben of the Baiyun Merchant Guild. It's a pleasure to meet you. Elder Yu is too kind. Lin Fan nodded. He found a seat and sat down. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't have much time. Before Yu Ben could speak, Cheng Peng sneered. You don't have much time? Do you know that we've been waiting for you for over an hour? You're really funny. I didn't ask you to wait for me. Lin Fan said calmly. Cheng Peng was speechless. He didn't know what to say. He looked at Yu Ben. Elder Yu, don't blame me for not showing you respect. You told us to wait for a big shot. But it turns out to be such an ordinary kid. Which sect is he a disciple of? Do you want us to guide him? I don't agree. If it was just to guide a junior for training, he would absolutely not agree to waste his time. Yu Ben paid no attention to Cheng Peng. Instead, he looked at Lin Fan. He asked with a smile, Young Master Lin, I heard that you are collecting a lot of spirit explosion bombs. As far as I know, spirit explosion bombs are only effective against low-level martial artists. Once you reach the heaven realm, their effect is almost negligible. So what is your purpose? That has nothing to do with you. Lin Fan said calmly. That's true. For an ant like you, spirit explosion bombs are indeed useful. At least they can be used to kill Earth realm martial artists. Cheng Peng sneered. Is there something wrong with your brain? Ever since you walked in here, you haven't stopped yapping. Lin Fan slapped Cheng Peng. Cheng Peng had no time to react. He fell out of his chair, landing on the ground. You bastard. You dare to sneak attack me. Are you looking for death? Cheng Peng jumped up, his face ferocious. He lunged towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan's face was emotionless. He grabbed Cheng Peng by the neck and lifted him up. An ant dares to act presumptuously in front of me? Cheng Peng was both terrified and furious. He channeled all his internal energy to struggle. But it was useless. Seeing this, the others all turned pale. This kid is really strong. He easily defeated a Xiantian 3rd level master. Yu Ben's eyes flashed. He quickly stepped forward to mediate. Young Master Lin, it's a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. Let Chung Peng go. Chung Peng stopped breathing. He fell to the ground. The Xiantian realm masters were all stunned. Chung Peng was no pushover. He was a Xiantian 3rd level master. He was once a peak heaven realm master. Now he was being lifted by the neck like a chicken. Chung Peng lay on the ground, motionless. The Xiantian realm masters were all stunned. After all, Chung Peng was no pushover. He was a Xiantian 3rd level master. Lu Neng narrowed his eyes. Young Master Lin, don't you think you're going a bit too far? Chung Peng only said a few words, and you killed him. So what? Lin Fan glanced at Lu Neng. Lu Neng met Lin Fan's gaze. His heart pounded and his legs trembled. He knew that if he dared to say any more nonsense, Lin Fan would definitely kill him. Ah, yes. What I mean is, young Master Lin was right to do so. Chung Peng had a foul mouth. He deserved to die. I hate this kind of person the most. Lin Fan was slightly surprised. You're not bad. I like talking to smart people like you. It saved me the trouble. At this moment, Yu Ben coughed a few times. Let's get down to business. Young Master Lin, I sought you out because I heard from Feng Hai that you are collecting spirit explosion stones. Everyone knows that spirit explosion stones are made from spirit stones. And spirit stones are extremely rare on the market. Each one is priceless. I have some information. On Mount Putuo, in Hangzhou, there is a spirit stone mine. I wonder if young Master Lin is interested. Are you sure it's a spirit stone mine? Lin Fan remained calm. In this era, spiritual energy is scarce. Spirit stones are already very rare, let alone a spirit vein. Furthermore, his daughter's physique also required a large amount of spirit stones to awaken. You are an elder of the Baiyun Merchant Guild. If you need help, why don't you find someone from the guild? Yu Ben left loudly. Young Master Lin, if I told the guild, then that spirit stone mine would no longer belong to me. At that time, the guild would only give me a few spirit stones as a reward. Wouldn't that make me a fool? Lin Fan nodded. When do we leave? Yu Ben was overjoyed. This matter should not be delayed. If it's convenient for young Master Lin, we can leave right now. At this moment, Yin Ziyue walked up to Lin Fan. She was obscured by a white veil, but her graceful figure exuded a celestial beauty. Young Master Lin, may I ask you a question? No, Lin Fan said coldly. Then he turned and walked away. Yin Ziyue stared at Lin Fan in a daze. He doesn't even know what I look like, and he's already rejected me. If he saw my true face, he would surely kneel and beg me. Actually, Lin Fan had already seen Yin Ziyue's face. How could a thin veil block his divine sense? He paid no attention to Yin Ziyue because he found her too pretentious. Half an hour later, the helicopter landed at a private villa. As soon as they got off the plane, an old man in a black robe led a group of people over. He smiled. Elder Yu, long time no see. The old man's name was Lin Fei Hai. He was Yu Ben's sworn brother. The two of them had once roamed the martial world together, so they had a very close relationship. The news about the spirit stone mine was told to Yu Ben by Lin Fei Hai. This showed that the relationship between the two was very good. While the two were talking, Lin Fan observed his surroundings. There was no doubt about it. The Lin family was a top martial arts family in Hangzhou. In terms of area alone, this villa was nearly 1,000 acres. The guards here were all Xian realm martial artists, and Lin Fei Hai was already a Xiantian 5th level master. Brother Lin, let me introduce you to these esteemed masters. Yu Ben turned around and said with a smile. Lin Fei Hai nodded. He glanced past Lu Neng and Yin Ziyue. His gaze finally rested on Granny Jinhua. His expression was serious. This person is very strong. As for Lin Fan, he was ignored by him. He couldn't sense a shred of martial arts aura from Lin Fan, so he thought he was just a junior brought along by Yu Ben to broaden his horizons. Brother Yu, this is... Lin Fei Hai looked at Granny Jinhua and asked cautiously, This is Granny Jinhua, a Xiantian 7th level master. Yu Ben smiled. Hearing this, everyone gasped. A Xiantian 7th level master is practically invincible in Hangzhou. Lin Fei Hai looked at Yin Ziyue and Lu Neng again. He was about to ask, but Yu Ben interrupted. Brother Lin, this is Lin Fan. Young Master Lin? Lin Fei Hai was taken aback. He looked at Lin Fan. Yu Ben introduced this young man right after Granny Jinhua. There must be a reason. Don't judge a book by its cover. You shouldn't underestimate young Master Lin. His strength is profound. Even Granny Jinhua might not be his match. Yu Bin whispered in Lin Feihai's ear. Lin Feihai was startled. He knew his sworn brother wouldn't lie to him. He quickly said with a smile, I never thought little brother would also have the surname Lin. We can be considered family. You all can chat. Call me when it's time to leave. I'm going to take a walk. Lin Fan said, and then walked out. He sensed a familiar spiritual energy. It seemed to be a type of spiritual herb, so he wanted to go check it out. If it really is it, then this trip to Hangzhou will not have been in vain. Watching Lin Fan leave, Lin Feihai frowned. The other members of the Lin family were also displeased. They thought Lin Fan was too arrogant. The old family head took the initiative to greet him, but a junior like him not only wasn't polite, but also acted indifferent. How rude. Everyone in the Lin family had a bad impression of Lin Fan. Lin Feihai shook his head. He said to a girl in a pink dress in the crowd, Ami, you go follow him. Show young Master Lin around Hangzhou. How about I go? I want to take a walk too. In Ziyue suddenly spoke up. This is Fairy Yin of the Flower God Palace. You been introduced. Lin Feihai was startled. The Flower God Palace is a major sect on the mountain. Its strength far surpasses the Lin family. Furthermore, In Ziyue was already a Xiantian 5th level master at such a young age. In the future, she will surely become a martial arts grandmaster. In Ziyue leaped lightly and flew dozens of meters away, chasing after Lin Fan. Seeing this, the younger generation of the Lin family all praised her. This is a true fairy, both beautiful and powerful. In the crowd, a young man in black had a wicked glint in his eyes. Not a bad woman, not inferior to the ones I've played with before. Furthermore, her Yuan Yin is very strong. If I can absorb her Yuan Yin, my cultivation will increase. This young man was Lin Shahan, the eldest son of the Lin family. But in reality, he was a body snatcher. In his previous life, he was a nascent soul stage old monster. In a great battle thousands of years ago, he was severely injured. He had to abandon his body and escape with his nascent soul. After that, he fell into a deep sleep. A year ago, he woke up and possessed Lin Shahan's body. He used the Lin family's resources to restore his cultivation. Currently, he was at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Although he was only at the 9th level of Qi refinement, with the combat experience of his previous life, he could be said to be invincible below the martial arts grandmaster realm. Now is the era of martial arts. As long as I, old ancestor Guiming, restore my cultivation to the golden core stage, I will sweep across the world and do whatever I want. Furthermore, the spirit ferrying flower in the back mountain is about to bloom. With the spirit ferrying flower, I can break through to the foundation establishment stage. At that time, I won't even be afraid of martial arts grandmaster. Thinking of this, Lin Shahan had a wicked smile on his lips. Lin Fan followed the fluctuations of spiritual energy and arrived at a small mountain about 2 kilometers away from the Lin family villa. He came to a stream. The banks of a stream were overgrown with weeds, but there was one flower that stood out. The flower was dark green. Although it hadn't fully bloomed, it was already very charming. In this forest, it was the most eye-catching thing. More importantly, the flower was surrounded by spiritual energy. Is it a spirit-ferrying flower? Lin Fan's eyes lit up. The spirit-ferrying flower is an extremely rare spiritual medicine. It's like a miniature spirit-gathering array. It can absorb and purify the surrounding spiritual energy. A dark green flower is truly rare. Just then, In Ziyue arrived beside Lin Fan. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Lin Fan glanced at In Ziyue and frowned. She's as persistent as a leech. Young Master Lin, do you like flowers too? In Ziyue asked gently. What's it to you? Lin Fan said, and then quickly walked towards the spirit-ferrying flower. This kind of heaven-born spiritual object must be picked immediately. In Ziyue looked at Lin Fan, so angry she was about to cough up blood. Wait until you see my true face. You'll have to kneel and beg me. At that time, I won't even bother to look at you. In the main hall of the Lin family, Lin Feihoi, Yu Ben, Granny Jinhua, Lu Neng, and the others were sitting and drinking tea, chatting. They saw that Lin Shahan was already a Hotian 7th level master. Lin Shahan was only about 20 years old, yet he had already reached this realm. He was indeed very impressive. Brother Lin, Your grandson is truly extraordinary, Yu Ben said with a smile. Huh, you all flatter me. Lin Feihai stroked his beard, laughing loudly. Although he spoke modestly, his proud expression was clear for all to see. Shahan, come and greet the seniors. Lin Shahan didn't want to greet them. Although he was currently weak, in his previous life, he was a nascent soul-stage old monster. In his eyes, Yu Ben and Granny Jinhua were just ants. The Hotian 7th level realm was just something he deliberately showed. As a nascent soul old ancestor, he had many ways to conceal his aura. Senor, this junior greets you. In the end, Lin Shahan still smiled and greeted them. But just then, he seemed to sense something. His smile froze. He looked towards a small mountain. He said coldly, "Who dares to touch my things?" With that, Lin Shahan shot off. Brother Lin, what's wrong with him? Yu Ben was surprised. I don't know either. Something must have happened. Lin Feihai frowned. Let's go take a look too. By the stream, Lin Fan had already dug up the spirit ferrying flower. He used a secret sealing technique to prevent the spiritual energy from dissipating. As long as he waited until he got to Jinling, he could use a few spirit stones to ripen the spirit ferrying flower and then harvest it. Who knows? He might be able to break through to the mid-nascent soul stage. Lin Shahan appeared. He saw Lin Fan holding the spirit ferrying flower. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. That's mine. Put down now. Lin Fan looked at Lin Shahan. He felt it was a bit strange. On the outside, he was a Hotian 7th level master. But he gave me a very different feeling. This flower grows wild in the forest. How is it yours? I saw it first. I just hadn't picked it yet. Lin Shahan suppressed his anger. You saw it first, so it's yours? Lin Fan burst out laughing. Is this guy an idiot? His thinking is so childish. At this moment, Lin Feihai walked over. He looked at the two of them and asked with a frown, Shahan, what's going on? He stole my flower. Lin Shahan said coldly. Lin Feihai's expression changed. He looked at the flower in Lin Fan's hand. Is it a spirit-ferrying flower? If young Master Lin likes flowers, I can give you as many as you like. But my grandson really likes this green flower. Can you give it to us? Befriending our Lin family is much more valuable than a single flower. Lin Fan burst out laughing. What the hell is your Lin family? How strong are you? Seeing the tense situation, Yu Ben quickly spoke up. Lin Fan, it's just a flower. What's the big deal about giving it to Lin Shahan? I invited you here to help, not to cause trouble. If you act like this, how can we cooperate anymore? Then we don't need to cooperate. Lin Fan said calmly. Then he turned and walked away. Yu Ben was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only smile bitterly at Lin Feihai. Brother Lin, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. Lin Feihai narrowed his eyes. Is this Lin Fan really that terrifying? Even Yu Ben doesn't dare to offend him. Just then, Lin Shahan rushed forward, punching at Lin Fan's back. Lin Fan said coldly, without even turning his head. He waved his hand. Swoosh! Lin Shahan was sent flying dozens of meters away and fainted. Seeing this, everyone gasped. The young master is a Hotian 7th level master, yet he was sent flying by a single slap from Lin Fan. Even Lin Feihai's expression changed. Lin Fan, what are you doing? Why did you hit my grandson like that? You should kneel down and thank me for not killing your grandson. Lin Fan sneered. Lin Feihai was so angry he was trembling. He was about to attack Lin Fan, but was stopped by Yu Ben. After Lin Fan had left the forest, Yu Ben finally let go of Lin Feihai. He sighed and said, Brother Lin, this time it's my fault. This person is completely uncontrollable. I shouldn't have brought him here. Although I don't know Lin Fan's background, he can easily kill a Xiantian 3rd level master. Hearing this, Lin Feihai's pupils contracted, killing a Xiantian 3rd level master in an instant. Even I can't do that. What kind of power could cultivate such a genius? It's true that I shouldn't offend him. As the head of a large family, Lin Feihai couldn't act on impulse. After leaving the Lin family villa, Lin Fan found a nearby hotel to rest. According to the previous conversation, the major powers would gather at Mount Putuwa tomorrow to find the spirit vein. So, he just needed to go there alone. Whether he cooperated with Yu Ben or not didn't matter. As for the spirit-ferrying flower, a heaven-born spiritual object naturally belongs to whoever is capable of taking it. The idea that whoever sees it first owns it is ridiculous. Thinking of this, Lin Fan placed the spirit-ferrying flower on the table. He took out a spirit stone and urged it to ripen. A stream of pure energy radiated out. Lin Fan was overjoyed. He circulated the 9 Heavens immortal transformation art to absorb the energy. About 8 hours later, Lin Fan opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes. I can't believe I successfully formed my nascent soul. I've entered the mid-nascent soul stage. Lin Fan was overjoyed. In just a short time after coming down from the mountain, he had broken through from peak golden core to mid-nascent soul stage. If he had cultivated on his own on the mountain, it would have taken him at least 4 or 5 years. Lin Fan looked at the spirit-ferrying flower on the table. After releasing the energy in the flower, the spirit-ferrying flower had lost its original color and had withered. The main ingredient alone is not enough to refine a spirit-ferrying pill. I still need to find some supplementary medicinal herbs. As Lin Fan thought, he put the withered spirit-ferrying flower into his chinkoan bag. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lin Fan opened the door. He saw Inziyue standing outside. She had clearly just showered. A faint fragrance wafted out. Inziyue smiled. Young Master Lin, is it convenient to talk for a moment? I really have something to talk to you about. Hearing this, Lin Fan sneered. It's already 10 o'clock at night. Are you that thirsty? Inziyue was speechless. Since she was young, men who saw her were either lecherous or fawning, trying to curry favor. She had never met someone as rude as Lin Fan. Young Master Lin, I don't think I've offended you in any way. Why do you treat me like this? The more Lin Fan was indifferent to her, the more Inziyue wanted to conquer him. Don't overthink it. I just simply find you annoying. Lin Fan said, and then prepared to close the door. But Inziyue blocked it. You don't even know what I look like, and you already find me annoying? With that, Inziyue slowly removed her veil. A stunningly beautiful face appeared before Lin Fan. It had to be said that Inziyue was very beautiful. Furthermore, as a Xiantian realm martial artist, she exuded an otherworldly beauty, like a fairy descended to the mortal world. But Lin Fan was not moved at all. Move. He pushed Inziyue away, and then slammed the door shut. Inziyue stared at the closed door in a daze. She never expected that even after she revealed her true face, Lin Fan would still treat her like this. Could it be that he likes men? Inziyue stomped her foot in anger. She cursed a few words under her breath, and then turned and left. Late at night, at the Lin family villa, Lin Shahan had woken up. His eyes were full of killing intent. During the day, he was caught off guard by Lin Fan, and his spirit-ferrying flower was stolen. It made him lose all face. I must avenge this humiliation. You thought I was just a Hotian realm martial artist? If I didn't want to expose my identity, I could have easily crushed you. Tomorrow, I will go there in black. At that time, it won't matter if I expose my strength. Lin Fan, I hope to see you at Mount Putuo tomorrow. At that time, I will let you know the consequences of offending old ancestor Guiming. Mount Putuo is a famous scenic spot in Hangzhou. On the mountain is the Putuo Temple, famous for its spiritual efficacy. Whatever you wish for, you will get. So many tourists come here to pray for peace. Around 7 in the morning, Lin Fan had already arrived at the foot of Mount Putuo. At this time, there were already more than 20 martial artists at the foot of the mountain. They were divided into 4 groups. Each group was led by a Xiantian 6th or 7th level master. Seeing Lin Fan come alone, everyone was surprised. This kid dares to come alone. Yu Ben and Lin Feihai looked at Lin Fan with indifferent expressions. After what happened yesterday, the two sides had already fallen out. There was no need to talk anymore. Just then, another group of people walked over. Leading them was an old man. His aura was deep and unfathomable. He was actually a Xiantian 8th level master. Nangong Shenhua, why is this old man here? Yu Ben Fronet. He had a bad feeling. The strongest person on their side, Granny Jinhua, was only a Xiantian 7th level master. If a conflict broke out over the Spirit Stone mine, the weaker side would be at a great disadvantage. Nangong Shenhua looked at Yu Ben, pretending to be surprised. Yu Ben, aren't you an elder at the Baiyin Merchant Guild? What are you doing here? I see. You're with Lin Feihai again. You two are really close. More than 10 years ago, I saw you two sticking together all the time. Huh, Nangong Shenhua. What do you mean by that? Lin Feihai stood up. He didn't want to cause trouble with Nangong Shenhua, but that didn't mean he would let him insult him. Seeing this, everyone whispered among themselves. It's true that the Nangong family and the Lin family are at odds. Before, when Lin Feiyong, a Xiantian 9th level master of the Lin family, was still alive, the Lin family was not afraid of the Nangong family. But Lin Feiyong suffered from cultivation deviation while trying to break through to the martial arts grandmaster realm, and died a tragic death. Since then, the Lin family has gradually declined. The Nangong family? Lin Fan thought. It seems I killed someone named Nangong's son. I wonder if he's a junior of this old man. At this moment, two other groups of people walked over. One of them was a young man of about 30. His name was Wang Shuo, and his cultivation was only at the Hotian 5th level. But behind him were several Xiantian realm masters. It could be said that his strength was also very formidable. Old man Shenhua, I didn't expect you to be here so early. When Wang Shuo saw Nangong Shenhua, he ran over to greet him happily. Sure, why didn't your father come? Why did he send you here? Nangong Shenhua asked with a smile. His attitude towards Wang Shuo was clearly very different from his attitude towards the others. My uncle was killed in Yinxian. My father went there to investigate. Wang Ming was killed in Yinxian? Nangong Shenhua frowned. That's right. Recently, there have been rumors of an immortal's tomb in Yinxian. My uncle went there with a few friends, and then they disappeared without a trace. When they were found, they were just cold corpses. As Wang Shuo spoke, his expression was gloomy. This matter is the greatest humiliation to the Wang family. We must find the culprit and execute them by 1,000 cuts. Hearing this, the others whispered among themselves. So that's what happened. I haven't seen Wang Ming at the clubs recently. Turns out he's dead. I heard that Wang Ming was very perverted. He often did things like wiping out entire families and raping women. It seems this is karma. Although the last sentence was said very quietly, it was still heard by a Xiantian 4th level martial artist behind Wang Shuo. Get over here. Who dares to insult the Wang family? Wang Donglai, the 5th elder of the Wang family, stared at Lu Neng. Lu Neng's expression changed. His words just now were clearly overheard by someone else. This brother. You're mistaken. I didn't say anything. Lu Neng tried to deny it. Mistaken? My hearing has been trained to perfection. I can even hear the flapping of a mosquito's wings from 100 meters away. You dare to insult the deceased of the Wang family in front of me? Wang Donglai's killing intent surged. Hearing this, Lu Neng's face immediately turned pale. Hearing technique? The Wang family actually has someone who cultivates this useless thing? Get over here. Kneel down. Cut off one of your arms, and I will spare you. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving Hangzhou today. Lu Neng's face was pale. He subconsciously looked at Yu Ben, Lin Fei Hai, and the others with a pleading look. Yu Ben cursed Liu Nengin verdly. He's always looking for trouble. He just had to run his mouth when things were quiet. But he still said with a smile, Lu Neng just misspoke. There's no need to do this, is there? I'll have him apologize to you. But he still said with a smile, Lu Neng just misspoke. There's no need to do this, is there? I'll have him apologize to you. Wang Donglai said coldly, unmoved. At this moment, Wang Shuo also said calmly, hurry up and kneel down. Cut off one of your arms. My patience is limited. The Lin family can't protect you. Hearing this, Lu Neng was so scared his legs went weak. He looked at Yu Ben and Lin Fei Hai for help. But both of them remained silent. Lu Neng's face was filled with despair. Do I really have to cut off my arm today to save my life? Just then, Lin Fan said calmly, Lu Neng, come over here. Let's see who dares to touch you. Hearing this, the martial artists were all surprised. Most of them didn't know who Lin Fan was. In their eyes, Lin Fan had no martial arts aura. He looked like a weak, ordinary person. For such a weakling to dare to say such words. Wang Donglai pointed at Lin Fan. He sneered, you get over here too. Before Lin Fan could answer, Lu Neng said hurriedly, Elder Wang, this has nothing to do with young Master Lin. You want one of my arms, right? I'll cut it off myself. It's too late. Wang Donglai interrupted. I told you to get over here and kneel. Are you deaf? Seeing this, everyone sneered. Serves him right. He just had to show off. Now look at him. But in the next moment, boom! Lin Fan waved his hand. Wang Donglai didn't even have time to react before he exploded, turning into a shower of blood and gore. Lin Fan looked at the remaining martial artists of the Wang family. His eyes were cold. Your Wang family talks a big game, but your strength is nothing special. You dare to oppose the Wang family? Do you know the consequences? A Xiantian 5th level master of the Wang family asked coldly. Boom! Lin Fan waved his hand. That guy exploded, turning into blood and bone. What consequences? I'd like to know. The whole hall was terrifyingly silent. In just over 10 seconds, the Wang family lost 3 Xiantian realm masters. Who exactly is this guy? Killing Xiantian masters like crushing ants. Wang Shuo snapped back to reality. He spoke up. This brother. Isn't what you did a bit too excessive? Now you call me brother? Didn't you just tell me to kneel and beg for mercy? Wang Shuo hadn't even finished his sentence when Lin Fan waved his hand again. Boom! Wang Shuo exploded, turning into blood and bone. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Wang Shuo was Wang Youji's only son, the old patriarch of the Wang family. He was born when Wang Youji was 87 years old. Who in Hangzhou doesn't know that Wang Youji treats Wang Shuo like a fragile egg? Wang Shuo gets whatever he wants. Anyone who offends him gets their entire family wiped out. They could imagine how furious Wang Youji would be when he hears this news. He is a super powerhouse about to break through to martial arts grandmaster. Who can withstand his rage? Nangong Shanhua narrowed his eyes. The more arrogant Lin Fan was, the more wary he became. He felt that Lin Fan definitely had a trump card. He smiled. Little brother, we have no grievances or enmity. There's no need to be so tense. Is that so? Is Nangong son a member of your family? I kill those too. Hearing this, Nangong Shanhua froze for a moment, then said, it's fine. He brought it upon himself. He deserved to die. I should thank you for helping the Nangong family remove a pest. Lin Fan secretly praised him. This old man really knows how to endure. Since coming down from the mountain, I haven't seen anyone as patient as him. Time passed. A young man walked in slowly. Seeing this young man, everyone stood up, greeting him respectfully, except for the seniors. Even Nangong Shanhua stepped forward. Smiling, Brother Zhuge, long time no see. Lin Fan was slightly surprised. Who is this young man? Why is he so respected by everyone? Lin Xiao. This person is Zhuge Machin. He looks young, but in reality, he is over 100 years old. His martial arts cultivation is unfathomably deep. I heard he is about to step into the martial arts grandmaster realm. Moreover, Zhuge Machin is a righteous man. He never bullies the weak with his strength. So he's respected by everyone. Lu Ning introduced him in a low voice. Hearing this, Lin Fan pondered. There are many ways to maintain a youthful appearance. For example, using the face-preserving pill, or cultivating to a certain realm. But no matter the method, bone age cannot be changed. So why is Zhuge Machin over 100 years old, yet his bone age is only about 20? What secret does he have? I heard from Lin Feihai that the news about the Spirit Stone mine on Mount Putuo was revealed by Zhuge Machin. Lu Nung suddenly said, a spirit vein is such a good thing. Why would he reveal it to the outside world? Lin Fan found it strange. It seems everyone has arrived. Only the Wang family is missing. What happened? Zhuge Machin suddenly asked. Hearing this, everyone recounted what just happened without hesitation. Zhuge Machin looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, why didn't you greet the seniors first? Do you know any manners? How will you achieve great things in the future? Perhaps because Zhuge Machin had arrived. The martial artists were no longer so afraid of Lin Fan. Lin Feihai also spoke up. Lin Fan, seeing a senior and not greeting him, is truly rude. How will you ever succeed? Noisy. Lin Fan waved his hand and slapped Lin Feihai. Lin Feihai flew more than 10 meters away. Senior Zhuge, please seek justice for me. Lin Feihai struggled to crawl up. Zhuge Machin knew Lin Feihai's intentions well. Patriarch Lin, it's not that I don't want to defend you, but your words were too excessive. You insulted others. Then, Zhuge Machin spoke to everyone. There is a powerful demon beast guarding the Spirit Stone mine. If we want to get the Spirit Stones, we must defeat it. This is the reason I gathered everyone here. A demon beast? Everyone's expression changed. They whispered among themselves. Lin Fan's eyes flashed. There's a demon beast? That means there's another beast core. Don't worry, everyone. This demon beast isn't too strong. I have fought it before. Its strength is only about half-step martial arts grandmaster. As long as we work together, we can definitely defeat it. Half-step martial arts grandmaster? Hearing this, everyone became excited. There are more than 20 Sciention Realm Masters here. Killing a half-step Grandmaster Demon Beast shouldn't be a problem. Since Senior Zhuge said so, let's get moving. I can't wait to dig up Spirit Stones. One Spirit Stone is worth 90 million. If made into a Spirit Explosion Bomb, it can sell for over $1 billion. I only need a few hundred stones to make hundreds of billions. The martial artists were all agitated. Zhuge Machin smiled. He took the lead and went into the mountains. The others hurriedly followed. Seeing this, Lu Ning also got anxious. He waved at Lin Fan. Lin Xiao, let's go too. But Lin Fan didn't move an inch. He calmly said, no rush. Wait until they're mostly dead, then we'll go. What do you mean? Lu Ning was bewildered. Zhuge Machin is lying. He is already a martial arts grandmaster. How could he not defeat a half-step grandmaster demon beast? Lin Fan sneered. Lin Fan looked toward a hidden corner. Come out. Why hide? You're already here. There's someone else? Lu Ning was startled. He looked in the direction Lin Fan was facing. A man in black slowly walked out from behind a large tree. Lin Shuhan, I spared your life once. Why do you want to die? Lin Fan sighed. Lin Shuhan, is it him? Lu Ning was astonished. You have sharp eyes. Lin Shuhan didn't expect to be recognized. He took off his mask. Hand it over, and I will spare your life. A terrifying aura erupted from Lin Shuhan's body. Lu Ning was stunned. This aura, although not equal to a martial arts grandmaster, was not far off. A chi refining cultivator talks too much. Lin Fan lost his patience. He waved his hand. D. Lin Shuhan said coldly. He raised his hand to strike back. A mysterious rune appeared on his palm, containing violent lightning. But in the next instant, Lin Fan had grabbed Lin Shuhan by the neck. Lin Shuhan was terrified. He struggled, even using his nascent soul power. But it was useless. Nascent soul power? You are a body snatcher? Lin Fan was surprised. According to his master, a nascent soul stage cultivator, even if their physical body is destroyed, as long as the nascent soul remains intact, they can still seize a body and be reborn. But he didn't expect to meet a body snatcher here. Unexpected, huh? I am also a nascent soul cultivator. Lin Fan laughed. Hearing this, Lin Shuhan, his face turned gloomy. He didn't believe it. Lin Fan was too young, only about 30 years old, to be a nascent soul old monster at this age. Even in the peak era of cultivation thousands of years ago, it was rare. Perhaps only the true disciples of some great sects could achieve it. But he had never met one. Fellow Taoist, what a coincidence. Heroes appreciate heroes. Release me quickly. We can talk slowly. Sorry, you don't have that chance anymore. After saying that, Lin Fan used the soul search technique. Lin Shuhan felt his sea of consciousness stinging as if pierced by needles. The pain transferred straight to his primordial spirit, causing him to faint. Lin Fan learned that this nascent soul old monster was named Old Ancestor Gui Ming. He was a notorious great devil more than 3,000 years ago. He was originally just a servant of a cultivation sect. Later, he accidentally encountered an opportunity. He learned a dark art called the essence-absorbing great method. Thanks to this dark art, in just 80 years, he became a late-stage nascent soul powerhouse. But for some unknown reason, a great war broke out in the cultivation world. After that battle, Old Ancestor Gui Ming's body was destroyed. His nascent soul was heavily injured. He fell into a deep sleep. Until recently, he finally woke up. He seized Lin Shuhan's body to be reborn. Essence-absorbing great method, huh? Lin Fan examined this dark art with interest. Just then, a loud explosion rang out from the forest in the distance. The ground shook as if there were an earthquake. Deep in Mount Putois, a large area had been flattened. In the center of that area, a group of martial artists were besieging a giant python. This python was about 2 meters in diameter, more than 30 meters long. Don't be afraid, everyone. It's just a half-step Grandmaster Demon Beast. As long as we kill it, we will have plenty of spirit stones. Zhuge Machin smiled. His face was calm. Even facing a powerful demon beast, he didn't change his expression. Zhuge Machin was a righteous man. No one doubted his words. Hearing this, everyone started to surround the python, channeling energy into their hands, preparing to attack. Dozens of terrifying energy blasts struck the python simultaneously. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere. But when the dust settled, everyone was shocked to find the python unharmed. Their attacks were like scratching an itch for it, unable to break its defense. Not good. Retreat quickly. Nangon Shenhua realized something was wrong. But it was too late. The giant python had already acted. It swept its tail. Nangon Shenhua, who was the first to run, was sent flying dozens of meters away. He fell heavily to the ground. Nangon Shenhua was terrified to the extreme. Is this a half-step Grandmaster Demon Beast? He looked around, wanted to ask Zhugemachin, but he couldn't see him anywhere. This gave him a bad premonition. The other martial artists were terrified. They fled in panic. But their speed was too slow compared to the python. In just over 10 seconds, more than half of them had been eaten. Seeing the python staring at him, Niu Ben felt a chill down his spine. His heart raced and his legs trembled. I don't want to die. Niu Ben screamed internally. Without hesitation, he struck Lin Fei Hai. Boom! Lin Fei Hai couldn't react in time. He was seriously injured, falling to the ground. Niu Ben, you bastard! You won't die a good death. Lin Fei Hai screamed miserably. As soon as he finished speaking, he was swallowed by the python. The python seemed to have targeted Niu Ben. After swallowing Lin Fei Hai, it rushed towards Niu Ben again. Niu Ben was both afraid and angry. There are so many people here. Why keep targeting me? Seeing the python getting closer, Niu Ben looked at In Ziyue, standing not far away. His eyes flashed with malice. What do you want to do? I am from the Flower God Palace. In Ziyue saw Niu Ben looking at her. Her expression changed. Niu Ben shouted. He struck In Ziyue. Seeing Niu Ben run away, the python had arrived right in front of her. Opening its bloody mouth, In Ziyue was in despair. If only she hadn't come here. But right at that critical moment, the python suddenly stopped. It raised its head, staring at a young man slowly walking towards it. In Ziyue also looked over, seeing that the arrival was Lin Fan. She was so happy she almost cried. It's him, Lin Fan. Save me, she cried while secretly rejoicing. So touching. It turns out Lin Fan was only pretending to be cold to me. He actually has me in his heart. Otherwise, why would he risk his life to save me? But immediately after, In Ziyue became worried again. This demon beast is so strong. Lin Fan is definitely not its match. Lin Fan, save me. As long as you save me, I'll do whatever you want. In Ziyue deliberately spoke ambiguously. She called for help while observing Lin Fan. As long as Lin Fan attracted the python's attention, she would take the opportunity to run away. As for whether Lin Fan lived or died, it had nothing to do with her. Lin Fan didn't even pay attention to In Ziyue. He looked at the python, slightly surprised. This python resembles the black cloud panther I met in 100,000 Great Mountains. It's also a golden core stage demon beast. If it lives for another few hundred years, this python could transform into a flood dragon. By then, even a nascent soul stage cultivator might not be able to handle it. The python swallowed the wailing In Ziyue. Lin Xiao, Fairy Yin, was eaten. Luning saw In Ziyue being swallowed. He was both terrified and regretful. Such a beautiful woman being eaten. What a pity. If only she were my wife. Isn't it normal for her to be eaten? The demon beast was right next to her, yet she dared to cry and make a scene. This kind of idiot usually dies in the first episode. At this moment, the python suddenly raised its head. Its red eyes stared straight at Lin Fan, emitting a terrifying hiss. Lin Fan snorted coldly. He extended his right hand. His hand suddenly swelled up, becoming as large as a mountain. The 30-meter-long python was like a small fish in his hand. Being gripped tightly, the python struggled violently. Terror appeared in its red eyes. Lin Fan intended to kill the python directly to take its core, but he suddenly remembered the essence absorbing great method. The principle of this technique was very simple. He understood it at a glance, but he didn't know if it worked on demon beasts. Thinking this, he decided to try. He cast the essence absorbing great method on the python. The python struggled for a moment, then gradually became weak. In just over 10 seconds, it had turned into a dry carcass. It really works on demon beasts. Lin Fan's eyes flashed. After absorbing the spiritual energy from the python, his cultivation increased a bit, worthy of the technique that helped old ancestor Gay Ming go from a servant to a nascent soul powerhouse. With this essence-absorbing great method, even a pig could cultivate into a demon. Lin Fan scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. He and Luning walked in a direction. Soon, the two arrived in front of a pitch-black cave. The spiritual energy in the cave was very weak, not like a place with a spirit vein. Did that bastard scam us? Lin Fan was annoyed. The joy that had just kindled in his heart suddenly extinguished. Deep inside the cave, Zhuge Machin was standing in front of a stone wall, using a pen and paper to quickly copy the strange runes on it. The more he wrote, the more crazed his expression became. Finally, he couldn't hold it back anymore. Laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. Then he gritted his teeth. Master, did you think a single demon beast could stop me? You were too biased. You passed the spirit summoning technique to that useless senior brother, but not to me. And you kicked me out of the sect. From that moment, I swore I would make you all regret it. You are dead. Senior brother was also killed by me. Wait until I learn the spirit summoning technique. I will return to the Wu clan and make your entire lineage pay for that foolish action. Spirit summoning technique? Isn't that the Wu clan's earth spirit summoning? A surprised voice rang out. Zhuge Machin's expression changed, but when he saw the arrivals were Lin Fan and Lunong, he breathed a sigh of relief. Seems you have some skill to actually avoid the python's attack, but I don't have time to deal with you now. Scram, Zhuge Machin said, then ran towards the cave exit. He already had the spirit summoning technique. He couldn't stay here anymore. If the python returned, he was not its match. That python was raised by his master. After many years, its strength was immense. Even an ordinary martial arts grandmaster could be swallowed by it. Lin Fan waved his hand. Boom! Zhuge Machin was sent flying, smashing hard into the cave wall. But he quickly crawled up. Unharmed. Your body is really tough. Seems you really are from the Wu clan. Legend has it the Wu clan has 12 branches. They all worship the great god Pangu, following Pangu's path of proving the Tao through strength, not cultivating the primordial spirit, only tempering the physical body. Zhuge Machin could withstand 1/10,000th of my strength, proving his body is very strong. Is this the reason why he is over 100 years old, but his bone age is only about 20? Who are you? Zhuge Machin's eyes flashed, wondering what he was thinking. Who I am is not important. Where is the spirit vein you spoke of? Spirit vein? There is no spirit vein anymore. Only idiots will believe that story. Zhuge Machin sneered. Lin Fan sighed. It's fine if you deceive them. Why did you deceive me too? After speaking, he reached out his hand, striking towards Zhuge Machin. Zhuge Machin laughed coldly. Unknown what technique he used, his body suddenly swelled up, turning into a muscle-bound giant. He swung his fist at Lin Fan. He was a martial arts grandmaster. He didn't believe a kid like Lin Fan could defeat him. But in the next instant, his fist was shattered by Lin Fan's wind force. Zhuge Machin flew backwards, falling heavily to the ground, screaming miserably. Spare me. I beg you to spare my life. Zhuge Machin knelt on the ground begging, but his hands were covered in blood, secretly drawing something on the ground. Lin Xiao looked. He's drawing something. Luning saw this and immediately warned him. Let him draw, Lin Fan said calmly. He saw that Zhuge Machin was drawing the runes of the spirit summoning technique, meaning he was summoning an earth spirit. He was quite interested in this earth spirit creature, so he didn't stop him. Zhuge Machin saw that Lin Fan didn't stop him. He secretly rejoiced and continued drawing the runes. But he was also a bit worried, because this was his first time summoning an earth spirit. He didn't know what would happen. Over 10 seconds later, Zhuge Machin spat blood onto the runes. Great earth spirit, please appear. The runes suddenly shone brilliantly, like a gate to another world opening. A terrifying creature, green face and fangs, like a yiksha from hell, slowly appeared. The man only drew a strange rune on the ground. Immediately, a terrifying creature slowly emerged. It had a green face, sharp fangs, looking like a yiksha from hell. This is an earth spirit, Lin Fan frowned. As far as he knew, the spirit summoning technique was one of the top secret arts of the Wu clan. His master once said, in ancient times, when some Wu clan experts used the spirit summoning technique to summon earth spirits, it could even lead to a heavenly tribulation. Even his master had to be wary. It must be determined by the strength of the caster. But Zhuge Machin was too weak, so the summoned earth spirit wasn't strong either. Zhuge Machin looked at the earth spirit in front of him, trembling with excitement. So strong, as the caster, he could feel the immense energy contained within the earth spirit. Lin Fan, you are dead meat. As soon as he finished speaking, the earth spirit rushed forward, throwing a powerful punch at Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't want to waste any more time. With a wave of his hand, boom, the earth spirit exploded, turning into a cloud of black mist and disappearing. Zhuge Machin suffered from the backlash and fell to the ground. You. He looked at Lin Fan as if he were seeing a ghost. It's over. Lin Fan teleported in front of Zhuge Machin. Soul search technique. Lin Fan learned that Zhuge Machin was just a child abandoned by the Wu clan. His father was from the Wu clan, and his mother was Han Chinese. Because he was a mixed blood, his bloodline was impure, so he was cast out by the Wu clan. When he was 8 years old, his mother, feeling guilty that her Han heritage had brought trouble to her husband and son, committed suicide. His father couldn't bear the shock and took his own life as well. Fortunately, an old man from the Wu clan secretly took him in and taught him the body tempering technique. This old man was Zhuge Machin's master. Old man Nanming. Zhuge Machin only wanted revenge. He didn't listen to his master's teachings and even resented his master for not passing on the spirit transformation technique to him. Finally, after his master passed away, he killed his senior brother and extracted the secret of the spirit transformation technique, which was carved on the wall of this cave. A pitiful person must have their hateful side. Lin Fan felt no sympathy for Zhuge Machin. A person can hold a grudge, but they cannot let hatred cloud their judgment. Lin Fan and Lu Nung returned to the foot of Mount Fuda. At this time, at the previous gathering spot, a crowd was surrounding an old man. Their expressions tense. Niu Ben and Granny Jinhua were kneeling on the ground, their faces pale with fear. The clear marks of slaps were visible on their faces. Old family head Wang, the deaths of your family members really have nothing to do with us. It was all Lin Fan's doing. Niu Ben explained while silently cursing Lin Fan. He never expected to run right into Wang Yoji just after escaping the mountain. The old family head of the Wang family. Great. Now he had to take the blame for Lin Fan. Where's that Lin Fan now? A Wang family elder asked coldly. Sir, a very powerful demon beast appeared on the mountain. Except for me and Granny Jinhua. Everyone else is probably dead. Niu Ben forced a smile. Wang Yoji kicked Niu Ben, sending him flying. If I can't find the person who killed my son today, you too will be buried with him. Niu Ben felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit. When he was escaping, he saw Lin Fan standing near the giant python. With the python's terrifying strength, Lin Fan was surely dead. Wang Yoji telling him to find Lin Fan was an impossible task. Did he expect him to wait for the python to digest Lin Fan, then bring its feces to Wang Yoji? Desperate, Niu Ben looked around, searching for a way out. Just then, he saw two people slowly walking down the mountain. It was Lin Fan and Lu Nung. Niu Ben was so overjoyed he was about to cry. Before, he wished Lin Fan would drop dead on the spot. But now, he had never hoped for Lin Fan to be alive more than at this moment. Old family head Wang. It's him. He is Lin Fan. Young Master Lin, they're from the Wang family. They're here to seek revenge on you. Lu Nang saw the crowd and whispered to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded. Are you looking for me? Seeing this, the Wang family's martial artists immediately surrounded Lin Fan, preventing him from escaping. Old family head Wang. He's the one who killed your son and several elders. This guy is so arrogant, he looks down on everyone. He kills people with a single slap. Niu Ben looked at Lin Fan and sneered. Elder Niu, we could be considered acquaintances. Are you really going to sell me out like this? Hearing this, Niu Ben nearly wet his pants. This Lin Fan was so sinister. Even now, he was trying to drag him down with him. Old family head Wang. Don't listen to his nonsense. I don't know him. He was the one who killed your son. Wang Yoji stepped forward, staring at Lin Fan. Murderous intent overflowing. You kill my son? Wang Shua. Boom. Lin Fan waved his hand. Wang Yoji exploded, turning into blood and bone. This scene stunned everyone. The smile on Niu Ben's face froze. The Wang family martial artists turned pale, unable to believe their eyes. Even Niu Ben was dumbfounded. Although he knew Lin Fan was very strong, but he still found it hard to believe. That was Wang Yoji, about to break through to martial arts grandmaster. Yet he was killed with just a slap. The Wang family martial artists were in pain. Despairing. The old patriarch was the spirit of the Wang family. Their belief, with the old patriarch dead, the Wang family would find it hard to recover to its former glory. They screamed, rushing to attack Lin Fan like moths to a flame. Seeing this, Lin Fan was slightly surprised. These people knew they were no match for him, but still dared to risk their lives. Seems the Wang family has some backbone. Lin Fan understood clearly. There's something called faith. When there is faith, people become more confident, stronger, unafraid of death. They can surpass all their limits. Don't rush. One by one, I will give you a swift death. Their spirit of risking death moved Lin Fan, so he decided to give them a gentle end. Crack, crack, crack. In just a few seconds, more than a dozen Xiantian realm masters of the Wang family fell, dying on the spot. Niuben kolftued repeatedly. Niuben doesn't know anything. Lin Xiao, I know I was wrong. Please spare me. Do you think I will spare you? Lin Fan smiled. This guy is really stubborn. His head is almost smashed, yet he keeps kowtowing. Lin Xiao, I have spirit stones. Niuben acted like a madman, taking out a bag of spirit stones from his chest. Ridiculous. These are clearly my spirit stones. How do they become yours? Lin Fan reached out, taking the bag of spirit stones. Just then, a group of people ran over. They were martial artists from the Jinling Martial Alliance. They heard that many martial artists gathered at Mount Puta'a, not knowing what they were doing. So they came to check, seeing the bodies lying all over the ground. They were all horrified. What happened here? Stop. Let him go. A man in a blue shirt shouted at Lin Fan. This man was named Zhang Yuhai. After Ma Dongfeng, the Jinling law enforcer, was discovered to be a traitor and killed. He was appointed to that position. New official, 3 fires. He didn't want any trouble in Jinling during this time. No matter who you are, killing so many people in Jinling, you must pay the price. Great Xia does not tolerate people like you acting recklessly. Zhang Yuhai said coldly. My name is Lin Fan. Lin Fan said calmly. Hearing this, Zhang Yuhai froze, then shrank back. Not long ago, Long Out Yen, the Jiangnan chief law enforcer, was killed by a young man named Lin Fan. Although this news was blocked by the higher-ups and didn't spread widely, but as a law enforcer, he was one of the first to know. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuhai knelt down without hesitation. Lin Xiao, I didn't know you came to Jinling. Please forgive me. The Martial Alliance martial artists all gasped. Even Grandma Jinhua, who had been playing dead in a corner the whole time, shrank her pupils. Zhang Yuhai is a law enforcer, representing the will of the higher-ups. Yet he knelt before Lin Fan. Who exactly is this guy? No need to kneel. Just do your job well. Don't come to bother me. Lin Fan glanced at Lu Neng, then flew away. After Lin Fan left, Zhang Yuhai looked at Grandma Jinhua. What exactly happened? Why did Lin Fan kill the Wang family members? Grandma Jinhua didn't dare to hide anything. She recounted the whole story. It really was him. Wang Yoji was about to break through to martial arts grandmaster, yet was killed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yuhai swallowed his saliva. He thought for a moment, then called headquarters, reporting everything that happened in Hangzhou. At the same time, at the Jinling Martial Alliance headquarters, Yin Zhongtian and Yi Tianlong were standing respectfully in front of a middle-aged man. The man had a square face. His aura was unfathomably deep. He was listening to the phone. A moment later, he hung up. He said coldly, This Lin Fan is truly too arrogant, daring to kill people at will, wiping out families. Intolerable. I must capture him. Let him know that Great Xia is not a place where he can act recklessly. The man's name was Zhao Wuji. On a towering peak of the Xianlin sect, a terrifying aura erupted from a girl's body. Xiantian realm. I finally broke through to the Xiantian realm, Jiang Xiu muttered. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. She was only 27 years old this year. To break through to the Xiantian realm at this age. Even the Xianlin sect, she was a genius. As long as she could break through to martial arts grandmaster before 40, she could compete for the position of sect leader in the future. It's also time to go down the mountain and avenge the family. Lin Fan, I've let you live for too long. Jiang Xiu stood up. Just then, an old man with white hair flew over, landing in front of Jiang Xiu. The old man wore a gray robe. He was Jiang Xiu's master, also the third elder of the Xianlin sect. Xuan de Shangren. Xuan de Shangren looked at Jiang Shiyu with burning eyes. My good disciple, Master helped you break through to the Xiantian realm. You should also offer your primal Yin to Master. You won't go back on your word, right? Hearing this, Jiang Shiyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. She knew that although she was in the Xiantian realm, in front of this old man, she was just an ant. Moreover, when she first went up the mountain, this old man had made the conditions clear to her. To become strong, she didn't value chastity too much. My good disciple, I will be gentle. Xuan de Shangren smiled, pulling Jiang Shiyu into his arms. About half an hour later, Jiang Shiyu stood up while putting on her clothes. A look of pain appeared on her beautiful face. Xuan de Shangren sat in meditation. It was as if a fire was burning inside his body. The Xiantian realm is equivalent to the foundation establishment stage. The primal Yin of a foundation establishment cultivator is a great supplement for him. It could help him take another step on the path of martial arts grandmaster. My good disciple, without you, I don't know when I would be able to break through to the mid-stage of martial arts grandmaster. When you go down the mountain, contact this woman. Her name is Zhu Wenmei. She is the third hall master of Sanka Hall. She will help you find Lin Fan. Xuan de Shangren handed a piece of paper to Jiang Shiyu. Jiang Shiyu nodded, then rushed down the mountain. Xuan de Shangren looked at Jiang Shiyu's back, recalling the taste just now. I can't take all the girls' primal Yin at once. Must take it slowly. Around 8 p.m., in the presidential suite on the top floor of the Jinling Hotel, Chen Inuo was sitting on the sofa watching cartoons with her daughter, but she kept looking at her phone, clearly worried about something. Still can't contact Lin Fan? Chen Ganhao walked into the room. Frowning, he asked, maybe his phone is out of battery. Chen Inuo said softly, out of battery? He went to Hangzhou yesterday. Now, it's the evening of the second day. Not only did he not return, but he also turned off his phone. He knows very well that we plan to return to Yunchuan these 2 days. Yet he doesn't care, running around all day. Don't argue anymore. Daddy is definitely on his way back. Nian Yin said. Just then, the doorbell rang. Daddy, it must be Daddy back. Nian Yin happily ran to open the door. Chen Inuo and Chen Ganhao looked at each other. They also thought Lin Fan had returned. After all, they didn't know anyone in Jinling. Who else would come looking for them besides Lin Fan? Daddy, Nian Yin called out as soon as she opened the door. But immediately, the little girl's face froze. Because the person standing outside was not her father, but a middle-aged man. Behind him was an old man wiping sweat. She remembered this old man. He had come to the room with her father before. Seems his name is Feng Hai. Who are you looking for? Nian Yin asked innocently. Nian Yin. Feng Hai wiped his sweat, intending to say something. Suddenly, the middle-aged man grabbed Nian Yin by the neck, lifting her up. Let me go. Nian Yin's face turned red, struggling, but it was useless. Seeing this, Chen Ganhao was furious. He rushed to attack the man. Chen Ganhao, Feng Hai Sao, that who thee in. But it was too late. The man laughed coldly, delivering a kick. Bam! Chen Ganhao, a peak Earth Realm Master, was kicked flying, smashing hard into the wall, creating a crack several centimeters wide on the reinforced concrete wall. He struggled to crawl up, shouting angrily, let Nian Yin go. Here you go, the man said coldly, throwing Nian Yin towards Chen Ganhao. Chen Ganhao's expression changed, trying to endure the pain in his abdomen, intending to catch Nian Yin. But at this moment, Nian Yin was like a cannonball, smashing hard into his arms. Both his arms were broken, painful enough to make him scream miserably. Nian Yin was also injured. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she still held tightly onto Chen Ganhao's shirt. Are you okay? Nian Yin. Chen Inuo ran over in panic, looking at the two, flustered. At this moment, the middle-aged man slowly walked into the room, looking at Nian Yin with a puzzled gaze. Just now, he only threw her lightly. An ordinary Earth Realm martial artist would have been thrown to death. Yet this little girl was fine. Does she have a special constitution? My lord, please don't harm their family. Feng Hai tried to force a smile, intending to beg. The man slapped Feng Hai away. A mere branch manager of the Baiyun Chamber of Commerce dares to lecture me? I spared you before because you were still useful. Now kneel down for me. Otherwise, you're dead. Feng Hai struggled internally for a moment, then knelt down. He knew the man wasn't joking. If he didn't kneel, he would definitely die. Seeing this, Chen Inuo and Chen Ganhao were both terrified. Feng Hai was not an ordinary person, yet he was scared and kneeling by this man. Who exactly are you? Chen Ganhao gritted his teeth and asked. Ghost Si Den Sect. Have you heard of it? The man sat down on the sofa, speaking calmly. Ghost Si Den Sect. Chen Ganhao's expression changed. He quickly searched his memory for this sect. This is a very famous martial arts sect. More than 1,000 years ago, the Ghost Hidden Sect was one of the top sects. But later, the sect leader Gui Li suddenly disappeared. The Ghost Hidden Sect gradually declined. Moreover, the disciples of the Ghost Hidden Sect were famous for being cruel, vicious, besieged by many righteous sects, gradually disappearing from the Jianghu. He knew about the Ghost Hidden Sect thanks to his grandfather, Chun Beixian. Thinking of this, Chen Ganhao felt like he had fallen into an abyss. If this person is really from the Ghost Hidden Sect, then his sister and niece would hardly escape tonight. So, it is a senior from the Ghost Hidden Sect. I wonder how we have offended you, senior? Chen Ganhao asked tremblingly. I came here to find Lin Fan at the auction of the Baiyun Chamber of Commerce. Lin Fan killed old man Ku Xian, an elder of our Ghost Hidden Sect, and robbed the treasures on him. Truly audacious. The man laughed coldly. Chen Ganhao secretly cursed Lin Fan. This Lin Fan is truly a jinx, causing disaster wherever he goes. Lin Fan's phone is turned off. We can't contact him. He tried to force a smile. Then I can only say sorry. The man said coldly. I will kill one by one. One person every 10 minutes. I don't have much time to wait. He looked at the three of them. Finally, he reached out his hand, using some kind of secret technique, grabbing Yin Yin. Chen Inuo wiped her tears. Like a madwoman, she took out her phone to call Lin Fan. But no matter how many times she called, only a cold voice rang in the phone. The subscriber you are calling is currently unreachable. Please try again later. Chen Inuo felt like she had fallen into an abyss. Lin Fan, where are you? Pick up quickly. If you don't come back, our daughter will die. Seems you can't call Lin Fan. The man sighed. Then I won't waste any more time. I will kill all three of you. Lin Fan will find me himself. He looked at Nian Yin with a strange gaze. Daddy! Nian Yin screamed in fear. Just then, boom, the hotel room door was kicked open. Lin Fan walked in, murderous intent overflowing.